Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Here, we provide high-quality novel audiobooks for free. Many of you might think that web novels and web novel audiobooks are the same, but they are actually quite different. Simply converting a web novel into an audiobook without adaptation often leads to a poor listening experience. That's why I carefully revise every chapter to create an immersive and enjoyable experience. I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and listening to ensure the narration flows naturally, just like reading it out loud yourself. This is not just a direct copy of the original novel. However, I want to be transparent. I've adapted this novel for commercial purposes, so most chapters are paid content. Please know that this does not violate copyright policies. I do all of this for one simple reason: I'm a huge fan. As many of you know, I love listening to web novel audiobooks, and this is one of my personal favorites. The audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast, let me know. If there's a novel you'd like me to turn into an audiobook, feel free to suggest it, and I'll do my best to make it happen. We also have many more audiobooks available for free on Patreon, including I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world Conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King. In Hueco Mundo with Shindu Template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as 4th Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping Invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Don't forget to check out our Facebook page on Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and upcoming projects. Thank you for your support. Enjoy listening, Brother Fang Heng. We will go back immediately to help Ibukiya with the energy absorption. Ding. The player has obtained the mission reward from the trade with the tree spirit race. Please fulfill the promise within an hour. If the mission fails, the tree spirit race will reclaim the reward. With the confirmation from the game, Fang Heng felt reassured. Done. With the trade confirmed, Raven waved his hand lightly. The spatial ripples gradually dissipated in the air. The hall was now completely clear of all spawns, and all that remained was to wait for Jihading to temporarily shut down the spiritual domain network and clean up any traces of him on the internet. While there was still some time, Fang Heng began to survey his surroundings, preparing to see if there was anything else he could take with him. After all, since he was already here, why not take advantage of the opportunity to see if there was anything worth taking? The central control console, as a whole, was difficult to move. The blue crystal pillars that the spawns had controlled seemed to be made of decent material. Breaking them could be an option. But would forcibly breaking them trigger an alarm? He didn't want to make things too difficult for his teammate Jihading. Fang Heng's gaze involuntarily shifted to the side, where Huli was. Huli was completely stunned. How dare he directly kill the spawns? The spawns weren't easy to deal with, and she didn't dare to imagine how they might retaliate against her. What's even more strange is that the alarm in the entire research institute still hasn't sounded. What on earth was happening outside? Huli's face turned pale. Seeing that the others weren't paying attention to her for the moment, she decided to quietly hide in a corner and pretend to be calm. Chapter 2180 Sensing Hey, Fang Heng pondered, looking at Huli. He asked, The relevant data and information about the spawns are stored in the central terminal, right? How can I access it? Hali's expression changed instantly upon hearing his question. The data is encrypted with the spawn's special mental language. Even if you copy it all, you won't be able to decrypt it. Is that so? As Fang Heng was speaking, Raven, surrounded by the tree spirit race, walked over and looked at Hali with a serious tone. Human, what's underneath here? Huh? Fang Heng, feeling puzzled, turned to look at the area Raven was gesturing towards. On the right side of the hall, there was a circular mechanical device on the floor that could be opened, leading downwards. The entrance to the passage leading to the lower area? Fang Heng remembered Hali explaining earlier that the lower area was where the energy hub for the entire spiritual domain internet was located. It's the entrance to the energy hub area below. I have never been inside, but I know it's guarded by the spawns, and no one is allowed to enter. Raven stared at Hali and commanded, "Open it." Hali looked at Raven, not daring to refuse. She walked to the side of the room and gently pressed a green button on the wall. Ka. The metal passage on the ground retracted, revealing a circular passage leading downwards. Looking down the passage, there was a deep, azure expanse below. It was a winding, downward-sloping circular passage. It seemed very deep. At a glance, nothing could be clearly seen. The passage was almost perpendicular, not seeming to be prepared for human passage. Raven asked softly, "Fang Heng, do you feel it? The ripple of natural energy." "What?" Fang Heng looked at Raven with a hint of skepticism. "Natural energy?" Raven stood at the entrance of the circular passage, looking down at the deep blue area below with eyes shimmering with thoughtful consideration. He nodded and said, "I sense a very powerful energy force field below, absorbing the natural energy belonging to our world." Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Natural energy? Indeed, he had a slight sense of it. But what exactly was this so-called force field absorption? What does that mean? Since the interruption of the passage between the inner world and the outside world began, our people have been establishing gathering places in the outside world and constantly trying various rituals to repair the teleportation passage. But at some point, we gradually realized that the world's power was continuously dissipating, being continuously absorbed by a special force. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just a natural fluctuation. But as the natural energy gradually weakened, our strength also decreased, until finally, we discovered that the source of the weakening of natural energy originated from the spiritual domain blockade in the upper realm. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Indeed, the spiritual domain blockade network also could absorb energy. Raven, what are you trying to say? I can sense that the source of the absorbing energy should come from below. The upper realm's domain blockade network should only be externally constructed, serving as a diffusion mechanism. Raven turned his head to look at Fang Heng, speaking slowly and deliberately, "We need to completely destroy it." Fang Heng's pupils contracted abruptly. Destroy it. At that moment, Fang Heng suddenly realized, and his gaze instantly sharpened. Goodness. The tree spirit race. Raven and his group were well prepared. Their teleportation of Ven and his team wasn't just to assist Fang Heng. They had planned this from the beginning. Besides temporarily interrupting the spiritual domain blockade to open the passage to the inner world, the tree spirit race also wanted to completely destroy the spiritual domain network. Raven continued, "I can sense that the source absorbing natural energy is located below. Once we destroy it, the source of power that has been suppressing our tree spirit race will completely dissipate, and the entire spiritual domain blockade network will cease to exist." Since the tree spirit race first sensed the gradual decline of power and suppression, they have been searching for the source of this suppression force. External rumors suggested that the suppression originated from the spiritual domain blockade network enveloping the upper layers of the planet. These were all based on external rumors and various data analyses. The tree spirit race did not have concrete evidence. But today, Raven sensed it definitely. Something was hidden below, gradually absorbing natural energy. Before coming here, he had discussed this with the Great Elder, Senzo. The tree spirit race was not satisfied with just temporarily severing the spiritual domain network blockade. If possible, they wanted to completely destroy the entire spiritual domain blockade network set up by the Federation and the spawns, liberating the entire tree spirit race. Ding! The player has triggered a special mission Raven's Clue. Mission title, Raven's Clue. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, while infiltrating the Federation's secret research center, Raven discovered an abnormal source of natural energy that is located below the Central Research Center. Raven will conduct an in-depth investigation. He hopes that you can join him. Mission requirement, the player follows Raven to investigate the truth. Mission reward, main storyline mission completion rate. Fang Heng, don't go. Ji Hating heard Fang Heng's conversation with the tree spirit race through the walkie-talkie and immediately issued a warning on the communication channel. The area below is the energy hub of the entire spiritual domain network. It is extremely dangerous. The central area is guarded by the spawns themselves, strictly prohibiting outsiders from entering. Feng Heng, don't go in. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. The more dangerous a place was, and the more people were prohibited from entering, the more Feng Heng felt the urge to explore it. Moreover, the mission reward was also related to the completion rate of the main storyline mission. After a moment of silence, Feng Heng turned to Raven and said, "If I said I wanted to stop you, I advise you not to." Raven glanced at him, a hint of warning in his eyes, then nodded to Ven beside him. Humphrey. Ven cast a cold glance at Feng Heng, grunted, and signaled the tree spirit team behind him to prepare to act. Ka, ka, ka. Vines overflowed from Ven, entwining around the edges of the downward passage. Using the vines as support, Ven slowly crawled down the passage. The other members of the tree spirit tribe followed suit. Soon, Ven and his group disappeared into the depths of the winding passage. From below, only the faint sound of vines scraping against the walls could be heard. The blue passage seemed like an invisible abyss, swallowing Ven and his companions whole. "You two stay here." Raven glanced at the passage a few times, beckoned two tree spirits to stay outside and guard, then followed into the passage. Was it worth it? Feng Heng stood at the entrance of the passage, pondering for a moment. He hadn't thought of directly stopping the tree spirits from going in to investigate. After all, it was a special mission, and it also involved progress in the main storyline. The tree spirits. Feng Heng murmured to himself, contacting Ji Hating through his earpiece. "Boss Ji, can you hear me? How much longer do you need over there?" Chapter 2181 Speculation. Very soon. Ji Hating's voice came quickly through the miniature earpiece. "Feng Heng, the passage below is extremely dangerous. There's a high likelihood of direct conflict with the spawns if the tree spirit race enters. My advice is to evacuate immediately." Feng Heng, what's your take on the recent words from the tree spirit race? What? Feng Heng remained calm and unperturbed, asking lightly, if the tree spirit race could indeed destroy the source of energy for the spiritual domain blockade network, does that mean the entire network had failed? Ji Hating seemed to pause noticeably upon hearing the question, and his breathing became somewhat heavier as he said, "The source below is the main energy supply for the network. If it's destroyed, the entire spiritual domain network will be completely paralyzed." "I understand," Feng Heng said, then leaped directly down from above the passage. In any case, he needed to go down and assess the situation. Whoosh! Whoosh! A brilliant blue light surged around him. Feng Heng realized he was plummeting rapidly. Ho! In midair, Feng Heng immediately transformed into his bat form, stabilizing his descent speed, and slowly flew towards the bottom. Having descended about 100 meters, the sounds of combat from the depths below reached Feng Heng's ears. He glanced down and finally saw the bottom. It was a wide hall area. Feng Heng dropped from the circular pit in the ceiling and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Raven and a group of tree spirit race members were engaged in combat with dozens of spawns. Without his assistance, the tree spirit race was slightly at a disadvantage. As he landed, Feng Heng swiftly reverted to his human form. Raven stood nearby, manipulating nature spells to aid his kin in battle, his eyes filled with intense concentration. "Feng Heng," Raven whispered as he saw Feng Heng's arrival, "just as I suspected, it's that thing." Following Raven's gaze, Feng Heng's pupils constricted sharply. What was that? Not far ahead, at the forefront of the hall, there was a twisted mass of blue energy condensed together. The substance was encased in a glass artifact, continuously releasing blue sparks. The energy ball was enveloped in layers of scale-like alloy metal pieces. Occasionally, sparks would escape from the gaps between the metal scales. Feng Heng furrowed his brow tightly. It was a spherical life form unlike anything Feng Heng had ever seen. It seemed to be entirely composed of blue energy bodies. Heavy-duty wires were connected to the outer alloy glass barrier, leading into a large adjacent mechanical device. Feng Heng glanced sideways. Raven appeared unusually wrathful. "Raven, what is that thing?" "I don't know," Raven shook his head, then continued, "but I can sense a very strong ripple of natural energy from it. It's absorbing the natural energy through the spiritual domain network, suppressing the natural energy flow of this world." Feng Heng glanced at the large mechanical device and whispered, "Mr. G, can you see what's happening here?" "Yeah, I have roughly seen the surroundings through the pinhole camera. If I am right, this is most likely an electronic spirit controlled by the spawns," Ji Hating replied. On the other side of the research institute, Ji Hating watched the transmitted images through the pinhole camera, his eyes revealing a profound astonishment. The spawns had always been very cautious about guarding the energy area below, strictly prohibiting anyone from entering. Ji Hating had only been able to glean some clues from reports before, such as high-frequency energy reactions. But no one had dared to inspect it like Fang Heng did. Ji Hating took a deep breath, his tone carrying a sense of gravity. Fang Heng, something comes to mind. Several years ago, I managed to obtain some information from the Federation. It's said that when the spawns first arrived on our planet, they were quite interested in the power of the tree spirit race. In the early days, the spawns had some contact with the tree spirit race, but there wasn't much substantial progress. Since the spawns couldn't stay in our world for long periods, they chose to cooperate with us humans and invited us to join the Star Alliance. Ji Hating paused here. During that period, the tree spirit race was the dominant force in the world, and humans could only engage in clandestine activities behind the scenes. Raven stood nearby listening, knowing there were some things he couldn't openly discuss. Humphrey. Raven had been listening to Ji Hating's account all along. Now, he made a disdainful noise and continued, back then, we had some contact with the spawns. They did have some abilities and proposed cooperation with us. They also mentioned things related to the Star Alliance. At that time, we were still searching for ways to reopen the world passage, so we didn't have time to deal with them. Those uncouth foreigners annoyed us, so we took direct action and quickly drove them out of our territory. Raven turned to Fang Heng and asked Ji Hating, so after that, did the spawns come back to propose cooperation with you? Yes. The spawns later approached the Human Federation. At this point, Ji Hating decided to lay it all out plainly. During that period, the activities of the tree spirit race were much more frequent than they are now. After several attacks on cities occurred, the Federation became extremely wary of the tree spirit race. The arrival of the spawns undoubtedly became a lifesaver for the Federation. After discussions, the Federation immediately reached an agreement with the spawns, agreeing to join the cosmic alliance established by the spawns, the Star Alliance. As a condition, the Star Alliance would impart advanced technology to humanity and establish a spiritual domain network to block the power of the tree spirit race. Fang Heng pursed his lips. Alright then. After cross-checking the testimonies of the two individuals, he pieced together the sequence of events. The spawns were somehow constrained, unable to stay in this world for too long. Upon discovering this world, they didn't resort to violence or destruction but chose a path of cooperative development. They made contact with various intelligent species in this world. Given the nature of the tree spirit race, it would likely have been difficult to cooperate with them. Fang Heng speculated that after encountering the various intelligent species on the planet, the spawns found humans more amenable to negotiation, so they decided to cooperate with the Human Federation. In order to deal with the tree spirit race, the spawns and humans secretly established the spiritual domain blockade network. The tree spirit race, always proud, probably didn't pay much attention to any blockade network controlled by the spawns at that time. None of them had anticipated the significant impact of the completion of the spiritual domain network. Then it was like boiling a frog in warm water. As time passed, the power of the spiritual domain network gradually took effect, weakening the strength of the tree spirit race even further. At this point, with the technological support from the spawns, humanity's strength saw a significant boost. By the time the tree spirit race realized something was amiss, it was already too late. Chapter 2182 Reversal. The Human Federation gradually turned the tide and became the dominant power in this world, driving the tree spirit race into the primeval forest. After humanity joined the Star Alliance, the spawns temporarily left, and control of the world was handed over to the Human Federation. Subsequently, Ji Hating's family company, Omnitech Company, was acquired by the Federation for advanced technological research and development. Driven by the exploration of unknown powers and the wariness of the spawns, Ji Hating had been searching for a way to break the technological blockade of the spawns. In order to gain new strength, Omnitech Company began to conduct further investigations into the tree spirit race. Until now, when they entered this world, Fang Heng rubbed his temples. Leaving aside the so-called Star Alliance and Ouroboros, the latter part of the World of Forests storyline was more or less sorted out. The spawns. Raven knew that the source affecting their strength came from the spawns, his face filled with wrath. Elder Raven, hold on for a moment, Fang Heng interjected. Mr. G, please continue. What exactly is the electronic spirit? Ji Hating responded, based on my deduction, the electronic spirit is the core of the spiritual domain blockade network. Originally, it was a type of life form born in the domain of energy. After being modified by the spawns, they are now controlled by them. Well, I have only heard about this thing, so I don't know much about it. It's said that the electronic spirit can exchange energy sources after absorbing a large amount of energy, and it's a very dangerous thing. One small mistake could trigger a massive energy explosion, Ji Hating continued. Fang Heng, I don't recommend staying here any longer. Fang Heng fell silent for a moment, then looked to Raven beside him and continued, Raven, Did you hear all that? Yes, I heard it. Raven suppressed his inner anger and said in a deep voice, I can feel it. It's the source obstructing the strength of our tree spirit race. So, my premonition was correct, right? Destroying it will completely break the blockade imposed by the spawns on our tree spirit race. Ji Hating's voice came through the earpiece again. Feng Heng, based on our existing data, once the electronic spirit is destroyed, the entire external spiritual domain blockade might cease to exist. Feng Heng quickly calculated in his mind. The entire spiritual domain blockade network. Wait a minute, Boss G, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that the Federation communicates with the spawns through the spiritual domain network, right? Yes, indeed. If it is completely destroyed, the entire spiritual domain network will also cease to exist, cutting off all communication between humans and the spawns. Feng Heng pressed further, does that include the teleportation passages from the spawns? Ji Hating paused. He seemed to have realized what Feng Heng wanted to say. The spawns relied on the spiritual domain blockade network to teleport Feng Heng and complete the chase. Previously, their actions were merely temporary, hacking into the network to clear Feng Heng's tracking information. It was just scratching the surface. Once Feng Heng exhibited energy fluctuations again, the spawns could quickly relock onto him. Even if Feng Heng did nothing, they could eventually pinpoint his location through systematic investigation. But now, it was indeed an excellent opportunity. Directly taking down the entire spiritual domain blockade network. The spawns took several years to establish the spiritual domain network. Rebuilding such a large teleportation device and energy hub would likely take months, or even several years. For Feng Heng, however, he only needed a month. Yes, theoretically, that's true. But Feng Heng. Ji Hating wanted to persuade Feng Heng to abandon this plan. The risk was too great. The electronic spirit was an extremely dangerous entity. One misstep could lead to an explosion, potentially wiping out the entire research institute. Moreover, directly breaking the spiritual domain network would indeed prevent the spawns from chasing them for a long time. However, at the same time, the entire Federation spiritual domain blockade network would also be paralyzed. Once the spiritual domain blockade network fails, the suppression on the tree spirit race would be lifted. The tree spirit race was highly likely to lose control. And the Federation would lose the ability for large-scale mechanical transition and the channel to communicate and gather information from the spawns. Feng Heng, I suggest you consider this carefully. Yeah, I understand. Feng Heng understood Ji Hating's concerns very well. He was aware of this. Indeed, he hesitated a bit. All along, the tree spirit race had been like a ticking time bomb. After the spiritual domain blockade was lifted, it was uncertain what level of power the tree spirit race could reach. The game prompting him to join the tree spirit camp had probably took into consideration the overall strength of the tree spirit race. Just as he was hesitating, a series of game hints quickly appeared before his eyes. Ding! The player triggered an optional mission: Destroy the Electronic Spirit. Mission title: Destroy the Electronic Spirit. Mission description: After analyzing with Ji Hating and Raven, you have determined that the electronic spirit is the central control of the entire spiritual domain blockade network. Destroying the electronic spirit will completely destroy the spiritual domain blockade network established by the spawns. Once the spiritual domain blockade network is destroyed, the current connection between humans and spawns in this world will be severed. The spawns will need more time to return to this world, and the suppression of the tree spirit race by the spawns will also be lifted. Mission rewards: increase in tree spirit race friendship, significant progress in the main storyline, early termination of the player's current side mission, the pursuit from the spawns, with additional completion rate rewards. As Feng Heng looked at the appearing game prompt, his gaze couldn't help but focus on the rewards section. This was a significant progress in the main storyline. Just to do it. He had put in so much effort, wasn't it, to complete the main storyline as quickly as possible? Then let's go big. Just find a way to break the spiritual domain network and remove the seal. Switching to other mission routes would probably mean facing trouble from the spawns. Who knows, in the end, the tree spirits might still be able to restore their strength by breaking the spiritual domain network. Might as well not use his brain, just go for the fastest way directly. But Feng Heng turned to Raven. He couldn't just let the tree spirits benefit for nothing. He had to get them some benefits. I am curious, Raven, Feng Heng said, you mentioned that the spiritual domain blockade has a significant suppressive effect on the tree spirit race. So, what would the tree spirit race be willing to offer in order to break the spiritual domain blockade network? Raven looked at Feng Heng, his brow furrowed. Feng Heng's opportunism didn't sit well with him at all. A mere human, thinking it was an honor for them to offer something to the tree spirit race. And he dared to make demands? Raven took a deep breath, suppressing the rising anger once again. Feng Heng, You should know that we don't necessarily need you, Raven replied sternly. That's obvious, and I am well aware of the strength of the tree spirit race, Feng Heng shrugged, looking towards Van and his group, who were currently engaged in battle with the spawns in the hall. In the ongoing battle, Van and his group were clearly at a disadvantage. But Elder Raven, I must remind you that the Federation outside is still unaware of what's happening here. It's only because of our assistance that the connection between here and the outside world has been temporarily severed. However, the time we have bought for you isn't as much as you might imagine. Chapter 2183 Breaking Through. Raven glanced at Feng Heng. Greedy humans. How dare they threaten him? Now wasn't the time to get angry. For now, he needed to stabilize Feng Heng. As long as they could successfully break through the spiritual domain blockade network, the entire tree spirit race would be able to regain its former strength. Don't even mention Feng Heng. They didn't even care about the spawns. If it weren't for the fact that the spawns had secretly colluded with the Human Federation last time. Raven suppressed the killing intent in his eyes and looked at Feng Heng, his voice cold. What do you want? Not much, just 10 leaves of life. I will help you deal with these spawns first. How about that? Feng Heng replied. Raven produced several leaves of life in his hand and tossed them towards Feng Heng. Let's do it. Feng Heng raised his hand, catching the leaves of life thrown by Raven and immediately stashing them in his backpack. Ding! The player obtained 10 pieces leaf of life. Hee, no problem. Feng Heng grinned in response, summoning the great holy sword into his hand and swiftly charging towards the nearest spawn. Seeing Feng Heng charging, the spawn immediately changed targets, sending several spiritual spikes directly at Feng Heng. What? The spawns were extremely surprised. The spiritual spikes had absolutely no effect on Feng Heng. In the next instant, Feng Heng was already before them. Bang! The divine longsword swung, cutting through the air with a dark golden light, slamming the spawn back heavily. Feng Heng had long grown accustomed to the piercing pain in his sea of consciousness when spiritual spikes hit him. Endure it. Keep going. Feng Heng lifted the great holy sword, pursuing the knocked back spawns. Seeing Feng Heng join the battle, the tree spirit race felt a sense of relief and consciously began to cooperate with him in combat. Even Van, who hadn't looked upon Feng Heng favorably, couldn't help but acknowledge his strength. Bang! Feng Heng's third swing of the great holy sword shattered the crystal shield outside the spawn's body. Splurt! Blood-red spikes instantly condensed and pierced through the spawn's heart in the blink of an eye. Feng Heng quickly stashed the spirit gemstone ejected from the spawn's body into his backpack and immediately pursued the next target. In less than 10 minutes, with Feng Heng's assistance, over 10 spawns in the hall were cleaned out. The members of the tree spirit race regrouped around Raven. Watching the electronic spirit locked behind the alloy glass, Van's breathing became somewhat rapid. At present, this was the best opportunity for their tree spirit race to break through the spiritual domain blockade. As long as they could shatter it, the seals applied to their tree spirit race would be completely lifted. The tree spirit race could once again return to its peak. Let's begin, Raven nodded gently. Van positioned his hands in front of him as if drawing a bow to shoot arrows. Faint green lines gathered in his hands, forming a bow and arrow. Whoosh! The arrow shot forward fiercely. Click! The arrow hit accurately on the external glass shield. Click click click. Cracks immediately spread across the glass shield in a dense pattern. Bang! The glass shattered with a resounding explosion. Everyone stared intently at the floating sphere in the air. Whoosh! Van's second arrow swiftly followed. Click! Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. The arrow aimed for the gap in the outer metal scales of the electronic spirit, but it arrived to a halt in midair less than half a meter away from the spirit. An invisible spatial force field appeared around the outer layer of the electronic spirit. Once the arrow pierced the force field, it encountered significant resistance and couldn't advance further, hovering in midair. Bang! With a light sound, the entire arrow was flicked away. Raven observed the electronic spirit intently and said, "There's an outer defense layer. Let's try again." Whoosh! 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 Instantly, the tree spirit race behind unleashed a volley of arrows at the electronic spirit. The dense arrows covered the electronic spirit. Click, 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 click. All the arrows were blocked by the outer layer of force, hovering in midair without exception. Puff! In the next moment, all the arrows were collectively flicked away once again. They couldn't affect the central electronic spirit at all. Damn it! Van gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to condense natural energy, forming a faint green arrow in front of him. The members of the tree spirit race infused their strength into the arrow constructed by Van. Swish! The arrow thrust forward. Click! The arrow fiercely pierced into the force field barrier until it was less than 10 centimeters away from the electronic spirit, but it eventually dissipated all its strength and was flung away once more. What now? Seeing Ven's most powerful strike fail, the members of the tree spirit race couldn't help but turn to their great elder, Raven. Raven's brow furrowed in the same manner. The electronic spirit hadn't even entered battle mode yet, relying solely on its outer defense to block them. Feng Heng observed from the side. Seeing the tree spirit race fail repeatedly in their attempts, he felt a bit uncertain himself. The tree spirit race couldn't be considered weak. Their attacks were completely nullified. Or was the defense force field specifically set up against the tree spirit race? Let's try a melee attack. Under everyone's watchful gaze, Feng Heng lifted his great holy sword and slowly approached the force field barrier. Feng Heng took a sudden step forward, and the great holy sword materialized in his hand. Swoosh! The holy light suddenly flashed. Ka! The long sword struck the invisible defense net at the periphery. Feng Heng felt as if his strike hit a huge, invisible sponge, his strength being rapidly dissipated. The attack was completely ineffective. Feng Heng furrowed his brows slightly and glanced at the game hint. There was no indication of any decrease in durability for this attack. Meaning, the attack didn't break through the defense at all. Or, perhaps, he was using the wrong approach. Seeing Feng Heng also unable to break through the defense, disappointment flashed across the faces of the tree spirit race. Feng Heng sheathed his great holy sword and observed the invisible force field before him once again. There weren't many direct attack methods he could use at the moment. Swinging the great holy sword to deal physical damage was already the maximum he could achieve. Apart from that, there was the blood control ability granted by his vampire bloodline. Over time, as the elite pure blood was gradually depleted, the once great sword had shrunk into a long sword. Moreover, the blood spike attacks formed by blood could only be considered continuous attacks. They couldn't be concentrated for a burst of power. So, something that could counter this shield. Feng Heng queried through the earpiece, "Boss G, is there any way to break through this defense?" Ji Hating was silent for a moment. "We analyzed that this was a special barrier constructed by the spawns, a product of electromagnetic force field energy compression from the electronic light spirits. Based on our assessment, interference with electromagnetic functionality could affect it. Otherwise, perhaps only more powerful instantaneous strength could penetrate its external defense." Chapter 2184 Benefits. Raven's brow furrowed upon hearing Ji Hating's response. Where could they even find high-strength electromagnetic interference in this situation? Even with a few more hours, it would be difficult to locate the necessary strength to break the seal. "I see," Raven said with a slight pause, turning his head to Feng Heng. "Do you have a solution?" "I can give it a try," Feng Heng replied. Feng Heng glanced at Raven and said, "Great Elder Raven, breaking through the outer defense will surely require a significant expenditure of resources. In exchange, what can the tree spirit race offer me? How about 100 leaves of life?" Initially hopeful upon hearing that Feng Heng had a solution to break the barrier, Raven's expression darkened significantly at the audacious request. More demands? And 100 leaves of life? Did Feng Heng think their tree spirit race's leaves of life were inexhaustible? "We don't have any spare leaves of life left, Feng Heng," Raven replied, his tone curt. "We owe you a favor, and once this matter is resolved, as long as it doesn't go against our—" "Sorry," Feng Heng shrugged, interrupting. "I don't need anything later. I prefer something I can cash in on now." Ding. The player's friendliness with the tree spirits has decreased. The player's favorability with Raven has greatly decreased. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint, his expression calm. Considering the tree spirit race's typical behavior, Feng Heng decided to negotiate the terms of the deal first. As for favorability rating, it didn't matter. After all, his favorability rating had already dropped to a certain extent. Raven watched Feng Heng for a moment before saying, "In return, we can grant you the qualification to enter the inner world." "Oh?" Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. "Do I still need qualifications?" "Only the tree spirit race is allowed to enter the inner world. Without our permission, anyone entering the inner world will face hostility from the tree spirit race. We can open the entrance to the inner world for you. I will tell you the truth, once the spiritual domain blockade is lifted, we are very likely to enter the inner world." Feng Heng looked at Raven, pondering for a moment. Deception. With the strength of Uchiha, he could also open a teleportation passage to the inner world. "From what I see, you have just painted a big picture for me. But that alone is far from enough." Raven stared at Feng Heng for a moment, then pulled out another scroll from his pocket and threw it toward Feng Heng. "What is this again?" "The map of the inner world, with the location of our tree spirit race's prayer temple marked on it. Once you enter the inner world, you can use the map to find the prayer temple. There's also a tree spirit race seal tucked inside the map. You can use the seal to receive the inheritance power from the tree spirit race within the prayer temple." "Is that so?" Feng Heng took the map thrown to him from midair. Item, Tree Spirit Race's Inner World Map, Inactive. Description: a replica of a hand-drawn map that's been around for some years. It marks the location of the prayer temple and some special buildings of the tree spirit race. The player can use this map to track locations and enter the inner world after activation. Item: Honor Seal of the Prayer Temple. Description: a reward provided by the tree spirit race to distinguished members. With this item, you can receive 1 inheritance of power within the prayer temple. Feng Heng glanced at the game description. The seal was not fake. It's just that this thing could only be used after entering the inner world. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a big promise. It was slightly better than the previous blatant deception. Besides, I also need 10 leaves of life. Raven almost gritted his teeth and said, fine. And I. Feng Heng. Raven stared at Feng Heng, anger hidden in his eyes. That's enough. Alright, calm down. I just want to say, I need you to step back a bit to avoid being accidentally harmed. Feng Heng attempted to navigate the boundaries of the tree spirit race. Seeing that he had already approached Raven's limit, Feng Heng quickly retreated. The tree spirit race was both poor and stingy. Upon careful consideration, it wasn't entirely their fault. After all, their wealth was hidden in the inner world. At the moment, Feng Heng could only grasp a portion of the uncertain future. Raven took a deep breath, signaling the tribe to step back a bit, and said, let's do it. Yes. Feng Heng swiftly extended his hands, condensing an imprint in front of him. Beast taming. A dark magic array spun before Feng Heng. Swoosh. Swiftly, a dark glow shot out from the magic array. A phantom shadow rat swiftly darted out from the magic array, scurrying up Feng Heng's shoulder and affectionately rubbing against his neck. Summoning magic? On the side, Ven's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The Tree Spirit clan also possessed similar summoning abilities, but as they left the inner world, the creatures they could form summoning contracts with ceased to exist. What kind of creature was this rat-like being? Through the remote screen, Ji Hating also witnessed the scene, his eyes flickering with curiosity. At the same time, he became even more interested in Feng Heng. Sure enough, Feng Heng still had many undisclosed means up his sleeve. Now he was even more curious. How would Feng Heng manage to break through the periphery barrier force field of the electronic spirit? Even for him, finding a way to break through this barrier would take months of effort. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Feng Heng reached out and rubbed the chin of the phantom shadow rat. Come on, aim for that. The phantom shadow rat squeaked twice and then took a deep breath, its cheeks puffing out. Ho! At the next moment, a dense black fog sprayed out from the mouth of the phantom shadow rat. The dense black fog surged towards the electromagnetic barrier force field. Here it was. Feng Heng stared intently at the barrier. Besides perception shielding and pollution diffusion, the black fog could also cause significant interference to various electronic devices and electromagnetic waves. Under the influence of the black fog, the entire force field erupted with a crackling sound of electricity. The space of the electromagnetic barrier exhibited a peculiar distortion, continuously expanding and contracting, with blue currents flashing and surging within the spatial energy field. Even the electronic spirit at the center of the electromagnetic barrier was affected, as the blue spherical body encased in scale armor fluctuated back and forth. The control systems of the entire Federation Research Institute suffered significant disruption, causing even the power supply equipment to become unstable, resulting in flickering lights throughout the building. Communication between Ji Hating and Feng Heng experienced significant interference as well. Feng Heng's ears were immediately filled with a cacophony of noisy electric currents. Boom. Following closely, an explosion resounded. A wave of black energy surged forth, rushing toward everyone. Van squinted his eyes and shouted, "Watch out!" In the next moment, dozens of black armor pieces shot out from the burst of black fog. Everyone immediately dodged to avoid them. Chapter 2185 Retreat. The metal armor pieces that were originally surrounding the electronic spirit's round ball were thrown outward by the explosion, then embedded firmly into the surrounding walls. Hiss, hiss. As the black fog quickly dissipated, everyone looked up to see a spherical light appearing in the center. Success? Feng Heng remained vigilant as he watched the hovering light ball. The electronic spirit. A deeply solemn expression appeared on Raven's face. He sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from the light ball. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After a burst of electrical noise in the earpiece, Ji Hating's voice quickly came through. Feng Heng? Can you hear me? Feng Heng. Yeah, I can hear you. Feng Heng watched the light sphere in front of him warily. So, this thing is the physical form of the electronic spirit. Feng Heng, our communication with the spawns has completely stopped just now, and the spiritual domain blockade network has been affected. Various operational values have increased significantly. I will help cover up the data anomalies, but the Federation is likely to notice soon, so we need to be cautious. As he was speaking, Streams of electricity appeared around the electronic spirit, and the entire light sphere rapidly expanded. Communication with Ji-Hating was disrupted again due to interference. Hiss, 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 hiss. The electronic spirit absorbed a large amount of strength, and blue light filled the entire hall. It seemed that the entire spiritual domain blockade network was being heavily drained by the electronic spirit. Fang Heng sensed the energy contained within the electronic spirit was rising at a terrifying speed. Van. Attack. Destroy it. Raven realized the situation was dire and took action preemptively. Whoosh. 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 In the next moment, a dense barrage of energy arrows shot out from the hands of the tree spirit race, aimed at the light sphere. Sensing the attack, the electronic spirit's expanding and contracting body suddenly froze in place. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In midair, numerous blue light spots appeared densely. The light spots quickly absorbed the energy arrows in the air. Bang. 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 The arrows formed by natural energy burst one by one as they were absorbed by the light spots. All attacks were completely ineffective without exception. Immediately after, a visible blue energy barrier condensed in front of the electronic spirit. The barrier, like a solid wall, quickly pressed towards the group. What was this? Van sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from the barrier and shouted, "Shatter it!" Another round of dense energy arrows from the tree spirit race shot toward the blue barrier. Boom. 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 The dense energy arrows bombarded the barrier, shattering it instantly upon contact. Fang Heng wielded the great holy sword and swiftly moved towards the barrier. Crack. The great sword heavily descended upon the blue light screen. Crack, crack, crack. The advancement of the light screen was momentarily slowed, and at the same time, a dense crack appeared where the great holy sword struck. Keep going! Fang Heng shouted, swinging the great sword with all his might once again, continuously hacking forward. Following that, a large number of energy arrows from the tree spirit race flew out and continuously bombarded the light screen ahead. Boom. After dozens of continuous attacks, the light screen finally couldn't withstand the bombardment and shattered. Looking at the blue light spots left behind by the shattered light screen, Fang Heng's heart stirred. Huh? What's that? He sensed a strange ripple of power from the light spots. And those light spots seemed to be drawn to him, slowly floating towards him. Whoosh! Fang Heng swung his great sword once again, attempting to shatter the light spots floating towards him. What? A look of astonishment flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. The great sword actually passed through the light spots swiftly. Even in that moment of passing through, Fang Heng felt a fraction of his own strength being drawn away. Not good. There was definitely something wrong with these light spots. Realizing the danger, Fang Heng immediately activated his secondary space projection skill, his form slowly dissolving into space as he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, behind him, just as they watched the light screen finally being shattered, Van, who hadn't yet let out a sigh of relief, suddenly sensed something unusual. He saw the scattered blue dots left behind by the shattered light screen swiftly gathering towards them. That thing was definitely off. Van keenly sensed that something was amiss. Shatter them. A multitude of densely packed energy arrows shot towards the light spots. However, it was ineffective. The arrows pierced through the light spots one after another. The pale blue light spots remained unaffected, instead becoming even brighter. Whoosh! 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 The light spots suddenly accelerated, closing in on the tree spirit race. The tree spirits' faces immediately showed astonishment. This power! As the light spots drew near, the tree spirit race felt their strength uncontrollably pulled away from their bodies by the light spots. Van watched helplessly as numerous light spots floated towards him, a hint of fear evident in his pupils. His strength was slowly being drained from his body. He was powerless. Only when facing the sacred tree did he experience a similar feeling of complete suppression. The power of the electronic spirit could easily rival that of the sacred tree. Retreat. At this critical moment, Raven suddenly shouted and pushed his own strength to the limit. A dazzling light blue glow burst from Raven's palm. The seed of the azure lotus. A greenish seed in Raven's hand emitted waves of light, forming an open barrier that shielded the clan members behind him. Under the glow, the wounds on the tree spirits' bodies healed rapidly. The floating blue light spots in the hall were also drawn towards Raven's azure lotus, one by one. However, none of the light spots managed to breach the barrier. In just a few moments, the blue light spots surrounding the azure lotus were enveloped in a layer of blue light. Raven's expression became extremely serious. The strength within him was rapidly dissipating. Or rather, it was being absorbed by the seed of the azure lotus. The seed of the azure lotus was the holy artifact of the leaf tribe, but using it would consume the vitality of the user. Raven was deeply horrified. The blue light spots were even able to absorb the strength released by the azure lotus. This accelerated the depletion of his vitality. Seeing Raven blocking the attacks of the blue light spots, Fang Heng stepped out of his secondary space projection and stood behind Raven, closely watching the light spots in front of him with a hint of concern in his eyes. This was a difficult situation. The tree spirit race had already played all their cards, but they hadn't even managed to touch the main body of the electronic spirit, let alone cause any damage. Great Elder. The few remaining members of the tree spirit race, catching their breath, immediately wanted to step forward to help. Don't come any closer. Raven, enduring the rapid depletion of his vitality to sustain the operation of the Seed of the Azure Lotus, shouted, I command you to evacuate from here immediately. Van knew that Raven was using his vitality to maintain the operation of the Seed of the Azure Lotus. He clenched his fists tightly, a hint of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Great Elder. At this point, we don't stand a chance against the electronic spirit. Go back and tell Senzo to persuade the various tribes to use the remnants of the sacred tree. This is our last chance. Chapter 2186 Interruption. Raven had already realized it. The power of the electronic spirit was much stronger than they had anticipated. The gap in strength was too great. The only way he could think of to destroy the electronic spirit was with the remnants of the sacred tree. Before the tree spirit race collapsed in the inner world, they had brought out the remnants of the sacred tree from within. Van was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth, stared at the electronic spirit, and pondered if there was any other way. Suddenly, Van heard a voice in his ear. Hey, what are the remnants of the sacred tree? Van turned to see Fang Heng. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes as he responded, the remnants of the sacred tree that we brought out from the inner world. They have always been controlled by the Soul Tribe, and it's not so easy to borrow them from them. During their conversation, Raven suddenly issued another stern command to Van, stop dawdling, move quickly. Great Elder. Van blurted out. He knew the Great Elder was clearly prepared to sacrifice himself, using his life to buy time for the clan's escape. Despite his inner resistance and reluctance, Van knew he had to make a decision. We are leaving. Evacuate his place. The elite members of the tree spirit race wasted no time. One by one, they leaped onto the large passages on the ceiling and quickly evacuated. Fang Heng stood by, not immediately following. He coldly watched Van and the others evacuate rapidly, and another game hint appeared on his retina. Ding! The player's current mission has changed. Find the remnants of the sacred tree. Mission name, find the remnants of the sacred tree. Mission description, upon entering the secret area of the Central Research Institute of the Federation, you discovered the modified electronic spirit, whose strength far exceeded your expectations. Perhaps only with the power of the remnants of the sacred tree can you completely destroy the spiritual domain blockade network. Unfortunately, the remnants of the sacred tree have always been controlled by the Soul Tribe of the tree spirit race. Mission requirements, report the situation to the Great Elder Senzo of the Leaf Tribe along with Ven and find a way to unite the various tribes of the tree spirit race to borrow the remnants of the sacred tree from the Soul Tribe. Mission reward, a significant increase in the completion rate of the main storyline missions. Fang Heng quickly skimmed through the game hints. He understood it now. After all that's happened, the mission was not over yet, and there was another twist to it. Following the usual pattern, he would have to go back and face the inquiries from the Great Elder Senzo, then endure the Soul Tribe's harassment. After borrowing the remnants of the sacred tree, he would have to find a way to infiltrate here again and finally deal with the electronic spirit once more. The Federation and the Dependents were not fools. The next time they came, the strength of both the Spawns and the Federation's guards would definitely increase significantly. The difficulty would at least double next time. This was only in an ideal scenario. There might be significant twists and turns in the early stages of the mission. Most troublesome of all, Fang Heng couldn't help but glance at Van, who was leading the Tree Spirit Race's retreat. The Tree Spirit Race would definitely be unwilling to lend him the remnants of the sacred tree and allow him to act alone. Once he thought about having to work with a bunch of incompetent teammates from the Tree Spirit Race throughout the entire mission, he felt overwhelmed. Should he just give up on this mission line? But he couldn't. The mission was explicitly related to the main storyline and offered a significant reward in terms of progress. Avoiding the main storyline and just wandering around the periphery doing side missions would only waste his time. So, Fang Heng couldn't help but look up at the electronic light spots gathering around Raven ahead. The electronic spirit probably belonged to the boss-level entities in the advanced game world by now. It could easily drain an elder from the Tree Spirit Race. Its level was very high. Fang Heng took a small step back. The Tree Spirit Race had already provided him with the wrong example. Even summoning a portal and using a large number of zombie clones wouldn't make any difference. Anyway, since he was already here, he might as well give it another try before leaving, unleashing a big move. Fang Heng quickly sorted out his thoughts. He needed to swiftly cut ties with a bunch of incompetent teammates from the Tree Spirit Race. He absolutely couldn't get involved. Raven could feel his strength being rapidly absorbed, knowing that his life was coming to an end. He didn't care about his own life. He just hoped that everything he witnessed today could bring some enlightenment to the tree spirit race. Next time, once they obtained the sacred tree branch, they would be able to stand a chance against the electronic spirit. For the future of the tree spirit race. Raven felt that his sacrifice was meaningful. Huh? What? Feng Heng? Raven was already prepared to sacrifice himself, but suddenly he caught sight of a figure approaching him out of the corner of his eye, causing his heart to skip a beat. Feng Heng? To his surprise, not only did Feng Heng not leave, but he also took a few steps closer to the direction of the electronic spirit. Feng Heng, aren't you leaving yet? Raven didn't like this human, but considering that they might need Feng Heng's strength next time they entered this place, he warned, the electronic spirit is not something we can deal with right now. Leave here immediately. Feng Heng just made a soft sound of acknowledgement, his gaze not lingering on Raven for even a moment but continuously fixed on the electronic spirit. He continued, if I can deal with this thing, what reward are you prepared to give me? What? Raven momentarily doubted if he had misheard, staring at Feng Heng and shouting, what nonsense are you talking about? Forget it. Feng Heng looked at Raven, whose vitality was rapidly depleting, almost at death's door. He couldn't help but speak in a low voice, since you are prepared to sacrifice yourself, then let's try again. Raven was startled and asked, what? Help me hold him back, push your strength to the limit, and let's try one last time. As he spoke, Feng Heng had already been approaching the electronic spirit step by step. Some of the surrounding blue light spots began to sense the threat from Feng Heng and moved closer to him. Whoosh! A layer of blood screen quickly covered Feng Heng, enveloping him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The exterior of the blood screen was attached by the blue light spots, making sizzling sounds like boiling water. Feng Heng frowned. The power of the blood was also rapidly being absorbed by the blue light spots. Raven. Hurry. Human. Seeing the situation, Raven thought Feng Heng must have gone mad, but at this point, with his life nearing its end, he didn't mind giving it one last try. I heard you. Stop yelling at me. With that, Raven unleashed all the remaining vitality he had left. He injected it all into the seed of the azure lotus. Whoosh! 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 A large number of dense blue light spots, influenced by Raven's ripple of strength, swiftly passed by Feng Heng and surged towards the more threatening Raven. With this, Feng Heng gained a moment of respite. This was the chance he was waiting for. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Feng Heng quickly dashed 2 steps forward, reaching a position less than 10 meters from the electronic spirit. The Everlasting Moon skill didn't activate instantaneously, it still required about a second to cast. Chapter 2187 Summoning a Big Move. Everlasting Moon. In the next moment, numerous game notifications flashed across his vision. Ding. The player has used the skill Everlasting Moon. Ding. Detected that the player is currently in a high-tier sequence game world. Ding. Fusing with the current world. The player's skill form has changed. Fusing. Ding. Detected the player's current state vampire form. Skill fusion in progress. Ding. The player's current world has been detected world of forests. Skill fusion. Ding. The player and his teammates have entered the state of reincarnation. Ding. Everlasting Moon summoning skill. Blood Sakura. Creature. Blood Sakura. Description. An ancient legend creature, its habitat unknown, relied on absorbing the blood of its prey to extract nutrients. When its flowers bloomed, it would release a special scent that lured prey into the attack range of the Blood Sakura. Skills? Raven's pupils contracted suddenly, staring closely at Feng Heng. He sensed an extremely terrifying power erupting suddenly from Feng Heng. What was that? Raven's vision momentarily became somewhat surreal. A blood-red moonlight appeared behind Feng Heng. Under the moonlight's illumination, the shadow of an ancient bronze-colored giant tree rose behind Feng Heng. Each giant tree contained extremely powerful strength. It even made Raven feel a hint of familiarity. The sacred tree? No. That's not it. The giant trees were shrouded in extreme bloodiness and extreme distortion. This power was filled with fanaticism and uncleanness. It couldn't be the sacred tree. Kai. The sparse branches of the giant tree shook. Countless blood-red petals danced and fell from the sky with the shaking, filling Raven's sight. An endless expanse. One after another. The phantoms of blood-red giant trees emerged around. In an instant, Raven felt as if he were placed amidst a blooming and falling sea of blood-red sakura petals. Raven watched the breathtaking scene before him. The originally densely scattered blue light spots rapidly dissipated under the influence of the blood sakura petals' power. Under the influence of the blooming blood sakura, the size of the electronic spirit rapidly decreased. The light spots quickly dimmed. In the blink of an eye, Almost all the light spots in the hall had disappeared. Only the last fist-sized electronic spirit ball remained levitating in midair. Kai. Kai. Sharp roots shot out from the vines and roots of the blood-red giant tree, fiercely stabbing towards the electronic spirit. Root after root emerged from the soil. In an instant, countless densely packed vines and roots around fiercely stabbed towards the blue ball, piercing it all over, densely packed. Gulp, gulp. After piercing into the electronic spirit ball, the vine roots seemed to act like straws, crazily absorbing the energy of the electronic light beam. Under the absorption of the roots, the entire light ball flickered intermittently, then continued to dim. This. Raven looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief, a hint of fear in his eyes, until the lights in the entire hall dimmed completely, plunging into darkness. On the upper level of the research institute, Van and his group had just completed their evacuation, arriving at the upper level with the tree spirit race. Previously, they had entered the interior of the research institute through a teleportation passage temporarily constructed by Raven. At this moment, Raven was no longer present, so they had to figure out how to leave on their own. Fang Heng? Where's Fang Heng? Only now did Van notice that Fang Heng hadn't caught up with them. Where is he? What's going on? That damn human. Facing the locked door of the research hall, Van didn't know what to do. In his panic, he noticed the researcher Hully beside him. You! Come here. Help me open it. Hully stared at Van and the tree spirit race, forcibly restraining her inner fear, and shook her head. She said, the lock was activated from the outside, I can't do it. Can't do it? Then what use are you alive for? As he approached, Van's anger had reached its peak. Forget about Fang Heng. How dare a mere human defy him? Whoosh. Van swiftly approached Hully, grabbed her by the neck, lifting her into the air. Vines materialized in his hand, tightly wrapping around Hully's throat. Human, I will give you one last chance. Open the door. Hully stared at Van, bloodshot eyes gradually losing focus. Damn it. Van cursed as he tightened his grip on Hully. Suddenly, he had a premonition of impending doom. If the electronic spirit below completely spread, then none of them left in this place would escape. He bore the future of the tree spirit race on his shoulders. How could he die in this place? Suddenly, as if the god of nature heard his prayer, the lights in the entire hall dimmed. What was going on? Van felt a stir in his heart. Ka. With the power control lost, the lock on the research institute's front gate automatically disengaged. Could things really be this fortunate? Let's go. Seeing this, Van felt overjoyed and immediately urged the tree spirit race behind him to quickly evacuate along the internal passage ahead. Meanwhile, in another monitoring room of the Central Secret Research Institute of the Federation, Ji Hating was extremely anxious, urging his subordinates for the fourth time, still not connected. Several operators were sweating profusely, continuously pressing various buttons on the instruments, and responded, report, communication temporarily unavailable. The electromagnetic interference below is extremely strong. We alone cannot complete the repairs. We will have to wait until the electromagnetic interference subsides. The situation was not good. Ji Hating was extremely worried. The long-distance communication with Fang Heng had not been restored. Leaving that aside, no one knew the true intensity of the electronic spirit. Could something happen? Director G, the virus program has been successfully loaded. Apart from Fang Heng's information, all critical surveillance data from various key points has been cleared. We are currently opening the entrances to the central closed-off area. Following your instructions, the internally sealed research institute has been reopened. Once Fang Heng is detected, we will be able to observe him through the surveillance monitors. As they spoke, an operator noticed an anomaly on the screen and called out, Director G, take a look at this. Ji Hating immediately looked up and turned his gaze to the surveillance footage on the right. What was that? Through the surveillance footage, they saw Van and the tree spirit race swiftly passing through the passage. The tree spirit race? They were evacuating? Does that mean they were temporarily out of danger? But what about Fang Heng? Ji Hating didn't see Fang Heng's figure in the surveillance footage and couldn't help but ask, is Fang Heng not in there? The staff member carefully checked and shook their head, Fang Heng hasn't been found. Chapter 2188 Taking the Blame Strange. But there was no sign of Fang Heng. Could something have happened to him? Director, the tree spirit race is about to enter the outer area of the research institute after passing through the passage, where the Federation security team is stationed. Ji Hating frowned. It seemed that things were already beyond control. After a quick few seconds of thought, Ji Hating made a decision and said, sound the alarm immediately. You, alter the surveillance footage to make it appear as if the tree spirit race is invading. The appearance of the tree spirit race was not part of their plan to begin with. Well, Since there was a scapegoat needed, they might as well shift all the blame onto the tree spirit race. By stirring up confusion, they would have greater room for maneuver. Understood. Suddenly, the entire research institute sounded an intrusion alarm, with the alarm bells ringing loudly. Federal guards immediately reacted, rushing from various outposts to assist and intercept the fleeing tree spirit race. Van and the tree spirit race, who had just escaped from the research room, were completely unaware that they had become the scapegoats. At first, they were a bit bewildered. After all, they hadn't experienced the external passage when they arrived, and they didn't know where to run. But soon, they noticed the emergency evacuation route signs. So it became much simpler. They fled along the direction indicated by the evacuation signs. They hadn't run far when they encountered a squad of Federation half-mechanized soldiers rushing in from all directions to provide reinforcement. The Human Federation. Van's eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless wrath. If it weren't for these despicable humans and their spawn working together to construct the spiritual domain blockade network, how could the tree spirit race have fallen to such a state today? Attack. Take them down. In order to break through for survival, Van, leading his elite tree spirit warriors, began to engage in direct combat with the Federation half-mechanized squad. The fiercer the battle, the more anxious Van became. He had realized that more and more Federation teams were pouring in from all directions through various passages to reinforce. With their current combat strength, continuing like this would likely lead to them being trapped. Van couldn't believe that without Fang Heng, they couldn't even manage to escape. What should they do? He also bore the commission of Elder Raven. Van had already had a premonition that he was nearing the end of his rope. Suddenly, in an instant, the lights in the entire passage flickered, then after a brief moment of brightness, dimmed completely. What? What's going on? For a moment, even the Federation half-mechanized combat squad, who were engaged in combat with the tree spirit race, were a bit confused. Suddenly, they received reports of an intrusion by the tree spirit race within the facility. Oddly enough, the area where the tree spirit race was being attacked was the Central Secret Research Institute within the research facility. Where did they invade from? And now? How could it be that suddenly, inexplicably, there were problems with the power facilities in the research institute? The entire power supply system relied on the spiritual domain blockade network established by the dependents. Since its establishment, there had never been any issues. Don't stop. Keep up the firepower suppression. Vice Captain Wang Yiwen shouted. For them, the thermal imaging technology attached to their mechanical exoskeletons meant they didn't have to worry about their vision being affected by the darkness of the environment. They could still use beam weapons to suppress the tree spirit race. As they were still suspicious, the backup power in the entire hull was rapidly restored within half a minute. The lighting system resumed once again. Be careful. Suddenly, from the dense cluster of light beams ahead, a pale green arrow shot forth, launching a counterattack. Kai. The arrow hit the external armor of a team member next to Wang Yiwen with a resounding boom. Ka. 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 What was that sound? Wang Yiwen turned to look and saw, in an instant, that the area hit by the arrow on the soldier was covered with a layer of vines. The vines spread rapidly. The half-mechanical armor was instantly covered with densely packed vines. In the blink of an eye, the half-mechanical soldiers were immobilized as if tangled in a web of vines. The vines even attempted to penetrate through the gaps in the external armor. What was going on? In just a few moments, dense green arrows shot back from afar in a counterattack. At the same time, a voice came over the walkie-talkie from the command post. The tree spirit race is launching a counterattack. This is bad. They still have a trump card. Report. The team has taken casualties, there are wounded. The enemy's strength has increased dramatically. Seeing the situation deteriorating, Vice Captain Wang Yiwen shouted, Quick! Retreat! The team immediately pulled the wounded, entangled by the energy arrows of the tree spirit race, and retreated along the passage. Wang Yiwen was deeply frightened. What just happened? How did the strength of the tree spirit race suddenly increase so much? At this moment, behind them, Van and his group of tree spirit race members who were launching a counterattack against the Federation half-mechanical squad also looked puzzled. Van lowered his head and looked at his hands. Strength. Unsealed. In the moment of the power outage just now. Ha ha ha. After the initial confusion, Van couldn't help but burst into loud laughter. Suppressed for nearly 200 years. The heavy shackles that had been weighing him down were completely cast off in that moment just now. An unprecedented sense of liberation. Strength. It had returned. At this moment, Van was absolutely certain that the spiritual domain blockade network had completely dissipated. His power had once again returned to its peak. Elder Raven. Van murmured softly, his eyes moistening involuntarily. It must have been Elder Raven's doing, he was sure of it. Elder Raven must have squeezed out the last bit of vitality and helped them break through the blockade of the spiritual domain network. Lifting his head, Van looked at the Federation people before him, his previous sorrow once again transformed into unmatched wrath. Federation. With his strength restored, Van's confidence swelled instantly. He ordered his subordinates and the elite 3 spirit race members to pursue forward along the passage without hesitation. Counterattack. In the monitoring room, Ji Hating frowned as he watched the sudden surge in power of the tree spirit race. Could it be? He had a premonition, a sense of something looming. Report. Director. Half a minute ago, the spiritual domain blockade network failed. All spatial transmission systems relying on the spiritual domain network have completely malfunctioned. Our communication with the dependents has been completely cut off. Ji Hating's pupils contracted, and his heart couldn't help but beat rapidly. Fang Heng. Had he really succeeded? Destroyed the entire spiritual domain network. Honestly, Ji Hating hadn't even considered the possibility since he first heard about Fang Heng's plan. Now, with this development, the whole world would undergo a major upheaval. With the tree spirit race's newfound strength and their bitter experience with the spiritual domain blockade network, they would undoubtedly be extremely cautious, never allowing the Federation to easily rebuild the network. Fang Heng hasn't made contact yet. Ji Hating turned back to his subordinates and asked, "What's the situation down there? Has communication with Fang Heng been restored?" The staff member quickly typed away on the keyboard. "We are checking now. The electromagnetic intensity is rapidly decreasing, and it's expected to be repaired within a minute. We are trying to reconnect the communication." Chapter 2189 Killing, Ding. The player has killed a special legendary creature electronic spirit, Ding. Combined killing contribution points. The player has obtained 200,000 King of Gods points and 20 million survival points, ha. In the hall below, Fang Heng's face was pale, but a smile played on his lips. He had won the gamble. Unlike the previous times he used his ultimate move, this time it didn't seem as spectacular or explosive. But the outcome was unexpectedly good. The electronic spirit was directly drained by the blood Sakura. However, the cost of using it was still considerable. Fang Heng gasped for air, breathing heavily. With the destruction of the entire spiritual domain network, he no longer needed to worry about continuous pursuit from the spawns. As he pondered this, game notifications rapidly appeared. Ding. The player has terminated the pursuit from the spawns, completing the mission pursuit from the spawns. The player's current danger rating, spawn's internal rating, has been upgraded to A level. Ding. The player is currently entering the mission settlement phase. Ding. The player has successfully completed 7 rounds of pursuit from the spawns. Mission reward upgraded to S level. Ding. The player intercepted the spawns from entering the world of forests, expected to intercept for at least 19,200 hours. The player receives a maximum value reward, and the mission reward is upgraded to SS plus level. Ding. The player destroyed the electronic spirit, causing damage to the spawn's network. Additional rewards obtained, mission reward upgraded to SSS level. Ding. The player can choose one of the following optional mission rewards. Mission reward 1, 25 Book of Versatility, Academic. Description: by directly using this skill book, players can gain 50 million experience points in any academic skill mastered by the player, excluding bloodline skills, which cannot cause the skill to level up. If the skill has reached its maximum level, the remaining experience points will be temporarily stored in the experience bar and automatically applied after the skill levels up. Mission Option 2, Textbooks from the Spawn's Middle School, bound upon acquisition. Description: a set of textbooks from the Spawn's Middle School textbooks phased out 5 years ago, including compulsory and elective subjects. These textbooks encompass a wealth of Spawn's technological principles, requires a laboratory level 800 for use. Mission Reward 3, Elementary Psychic Studies, bound after acquisition. Description: after obtaining it, the player can master elementary psychics. Ding. The player currently has a mission either mental or physical. Learning psychic studies may result in changes to later stage missions. Mission Reward 4, Broken Beacon Radar. Description: a damaged waymark beacon radar was accidentally discovered. If it can be repaired, the player can retrieve World Waymark instrument information entered by spawns. Mission Reward 5, Spiritual Domain Blockade Network Blueprint. Description: after learning this blueprint, the player can establish a spiritual domain blockade network within the world. Requires prerequisites such as advanced engineering, futuristic technology, laboratory level 900, elite mechanical research, and materials science. The player can lower the crafting requirements to produce a simplified version. Mission Reward 6, Mutated Flight Prism Blueprint and 5 Mutated Prism Finished Product. Description: the Mutated Flight Prism is a special flying device created by the spawns. The player can obtain 5 unbounded flying devices. After obtaining the blueprint, the player can learn how to create the mutated flight prism, requires prerequisites such as futuristic technology, laboratory level 600, elite mechanical research, and materials science, 2 out of 6. Feng Heng did not expect the mission rewards to be so generous. Each one looked quite appealing. Feng Heng studied his mind, re-examining the rewards. The first priority was determined. Psychic studies. This skill was highly relevant to the mission at hand and the advanced world of spawns in the game. He had researched it before. Psychic studies was an extremely rare academic skill. Ordinary players hardly ever came into contact with it. Now that there was an opportunity, naturally, one had to find a way to learn it. Feng Heng still clearly remembered when he and Charlene were trapped together. That person effortlessly dealt with wave after wave of monsters, as if spawning them was as easy as eating and drinking. Charlene was using psychic abilities back then. Ding. The player chooses the psychic skill book, bound. Ding. Detected that the player currently has too many academic disciplines and bloodlines. It is not recommended for the player to learn more academic disciplines. Ding. Please have the player select the second reward option. Feng Heng glanced at the game warning and slapped the psychic book on his forehead. Ding. The player currently has mastered Foundation Psychic Studies, skill, Foundation Psychic Studies Level 1, type, academic skill description, psychic is the starting point for everything. You begin to sense this invisible special strength and start paying special attention to how this strength influences you. Description: gain an initial 1 point of spirit and 1 point of will, additionally gain spirit and will equal to the skill level multiplied by 1, maximum skill level is level 10. Additional skill, psychic guard, passive. Skill description: you are less susceptible to the influence of powers such as mental suggestions, mental disturbances, and illusions. The effectiveness of this skill is related to the player's will and spirit. Reading the skill description, Feng Heng couldn't help but feel intrigued. Psychic was so powerful? Normal skills did not increase attribute values much at the foundation level. But with psychic studies, every grade increase added a full 2 points. And psychic studies even came with an additional passive defense skill. Leaving aside everything else, just preventing mental suggestions and disturbances was extremely effective, especially when facing the Holy Court. Clearly, it was the Holy Spirit, yet they insisted on using disgusting psychological suggestions. Feng Heng muttered to himself, shook his head, and continued reading. The skill didn't explain how to level up psychic studies quickly. There was no need to rush for now. He would study it slowly after returning. Feng Heng continued to choose the second reward. The remaining rewards included an experience book, Spawn's middle school teaching textbooks, a flight prism blueprint, a spiritual domain blockade network blueprint, and a damaged beacon radar. Feng Heng pondered. Most of them were good items, but none were urgent for him right now. Optional items like the flight prism blueprint and spiritual domain blockade network blueprint weren't necessary. Converting the blueprints into usable artifacts would likely take a long time, and he already had the bat form, so he was not in urgent need of flying artifacts. As for the spiritual domain blockade network, it was even more nonsensical. It took both spawns and the Human Federation more than a year of hard work to establish it, so even if he rushed, it would still take several months. Plus, where would he even set it up? In the zombie apocalypse? There was no need for the novice to protect the zombie apocalypse. These 2 options were temporarily ruled out. The remaining experience books were pretty good. They could be used to save him in special situations, or it would be good to directly increase his psychic skills. There were also the high school textbooks of the spawns. After handing them over to Kyu Kang, the research level of the laboratory could be upgraded. He might even find other ways to deal with the spawns. Chapter 2190 choice, but he couldn't have too much hope. After all, it was a bit difficult to deal with spawns using the technological level of Spawn's high school. As for the last option, the damaged beacon radar. Feng Heng's gaze focused on the radar. There was a premonition hidden within. This radar might be related to subsequent spawn missions. Even if he guessed wrong, and it had nothing to do with the spawn mission, he could still pick up a few world beacons for free. That's it. Ding. The player chooses the reward, damaged beacon radar. The beacon radar was about the size of a fist, with a slightly damaged screen and a few buttons on the side. Feng Heng pressed a few buttons at random, but there was no response at all. It seemed like it couldn't be used anymore. He would go back and let Victor repair it first. Feng Heng focused his attention on the mission description once again. Ding. Settlement in progress. Ding. Due to the player's influence, the current mission finding the remnants of the sacred tree has been cancelled. Ding. The player gains 20 favorability rating with the tree spirit race, and gains 5 million honor points from the tree spirit race. Ding. The player's main storyline progress has been increased to 57.1%. The mission is completed. and the main storyline progress has directly increased to 57.1%. It was worth it. A great deal. It saved him a lot of time. Feng Heng turned his head and saw Raven looking at him with astonishment. At this moment, Raven's face was already withered, his eyes filled with an incredulous look. The person before him. The strange power he displayed just now. Raven took a deep breath, his face full of exhaustion. He could feel the natural energy that had been suppressed within him once again coming to life. At the moment when life was about to come to an end, finally. At least, the tree spirit race could be freed from the suppression of power. The bright future of the tree spirit race could finally be foreseen. A trace of relief appeared on Raven's face, but the light in his eyes gradually faded, until it turned into ashes. Feng Heng glanced at the fallen Raven, supporting his somewhat heavy body. Huh? That was. Feng Heng approached and saw the seed of the Azure Lotus left in front of Raven. Ding! The player obtains the item Seed of the Azure Lotus. Item, Seed of the Azure Lotus, Level, Legendary. Description, one of the holy weapons of the tree spirit race. When released, it can summon a special domain where natural science skills receive additional enhancement effects, and friendly units recover a large amount of health point per second within the domain. Description, this item requires activation through natural science, and it consumes the vitality of the caster. The effectiveness of the skill is related to the vitality consumption and the level of natural science of the caster. Description, this item can be absorbed through sacrifice. Feng Heng glanced at the dropped item and furrowed his brow. It seemed to be the holy weapon Raven used to assist everyone in leaving at the last moment. This thing even required the consumption of vitality? Useless. It was better to have more leaves of life. There was a chance to try sacrificing it for energy absorption. If not, he could just sell it. Feng Heng stuffed the seed of the Azure Lotus into his backpack and glanced again in the direction of the electronic spirit. Here it came. There were several dark crystals where the electronic spirit dissipated. Feng Heng reached out and waved his hand forward. The crystals flew into his hand. Ding! The player obtains the item 7 pieces Tier 3 Rainbow Crystal, Rainbow Crystals. Tier 3 upgrade items? Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. He had not encountered any evolution crystals since entering the world of forests, so he thought it might be a special setting. He didn't expect to get them now. Rainbow crystals were required for leveling up from level 41 to 50. Currently, his level was only at level 40. He did not need Tier 3 Rainbow Crystals. Looks like he was overleveling the monsters. Feng Heng shrugged his shoulders and rummaged through it carefully. Ding! The player has discovered Core of the Mind, item Core of the Mind, type, special item. Description, a special item created by spawns to modify the electronic spirit, capable of restraining and controlling its power. This item also affects certain life forms. Description, the player can use this item on certain life forms to exert control over them. Description, prerequisites for using this item, master level in psychic studies. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. Directly controlling life forms? It sounded a bit like beast taming, but the prerequisite for use was too high. It required a master level in psychic studies. Better to hold on to it for now. As he thought this, Ji Hating's voice came through the earpiece. ZZ, hey? Feng Heng? Can you hear me? Feng Heng? He got to admit, the headphone quality developed by Omnitech Company was really something, still able to be used even in such conditions. Feng Heng nodded and replied, yeah, I am listening. Ho. Finally, Ji Hating managed to connect with Feng Heng's communication. Through the pinhole camera, he saw that Feng Heng was still safe, and Ji Hating let out a big sigh of relief. At last, Ji Hating managed to establish communication with Feng Heng. He breathed a sigh of relief as he saw Feng Heng still safe through the pinhole camera. Once again surveying the surroundings through the pinhole camera, Ji Hating's expression turned serious, and he uncertainly asked Feng Heng, the electronic spirit. Understanding Ji Hating's implication, Feng Heng nodded. Yeah, we got lucky. Ji Hating fell silent for a good while. Could it really be handled with just luck? Boss Ji, my strength has significantly decreased. It would be best if someone could come to support me. Alright, just wait a moment. I will send someone over immediately. The tree spirit race is still in the research institute. They have had a breakthrough in their strength, and it's very unsafe here. I will have someone escort you out right away. Taking a deep breath, Feng Heng said, okay, thank you. Soon, a Federation team, half mechanical, descended from the ceiling passage. The captain of the team nodded at Feng Heng upon seeing him and said, Dr. Feng, you have been through a shock. We will evacuate you immediately. Later, we will conduct a comprehensive physical examination on you, and we will need you to recall the situation at that time. Under the escort of the Federation soldiers, Feng Heng was escorted out of the research institute. It was more than an hour later. In the infirmary. After half an hour of rest, Feng Heng had mostly recovered. The door to the room opened. Ji Hating gestured for a few accompanying psychic-modified guards to wait temporarily at the door and walked into the room alone. Feng Heng, everything alright? Just used some skills beyond the limit, suffered a bit of backlash, but I have mostly recovered, Feng Heng responded, looking at Ji Hating. What's the situation outside now? The spiritual domain blockade network has been completely destroyed, and the communication channel between us and the Spons is effectively closed, Ji Hating said with a wry smile. Honestly, the Federation has never encountered such a situation before and feels a bit helpless. I don't think they can do much in the short term. We can only wait for the Spons to contact us again. Without the transmission of the spiritual domain blockade network, it will take at least half a year for the Spons to enter our world from their star system. During this time, the Federation can only rely on itself to deal with the tree spirit race. The Federation has just convened a meeting to discuss the next course of action. Chapter 2191, Recovery. The situation with the tree spirit clan is unclear. Ji Halting said, his expression becoming more serious, with a hint of concern on his face. Based on the recent encounter with the tree spirit race, it's evident that their strength has greatly increased after losing the spiritual domain blockade network. Ordinary Federation half-mechanical combat teams are probably no match for them now. Moreover, the Federation's spatial transmission system, set up to navigate without the spiritual domain network, is now mostly paralyzed, significantly reducing overall capabilities. Furthermore, the Federation had detected the habitat of the tree spirit clan and mobilized a large force to attack them. However, due to the uncontrolled event of the spiritual domain blockade, the tree spirit clan's power surged. The frontline team suffered heavy casualties, and I heard they had retreated. The tree spirit clan has returned to their habitat. Feng Heng pieced it together in his mind. Previously, when the Federation discovered the habitat of the tree spirit clan, they couldn't defeat them and had to relocate their entire family to escape. Now that the spiritual domain blockade has been lifted, and the tree spirit clan's power has surged, they feel emboldened and have decided to stay in their habitat. So what if the Federation found out? The tree spirit clan believed they could hold their ground completely. After all, they had survived here for so long. Having the strength to defend their habitat and being unwilling to move was normal. Ji Hating's eyes flickered with some worry as he took a deep breath and sighed. I am afraid there will be significant changes in the situation between the Federation and the Tree Spirit Clan. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. He knew that the Tree Spirit Clan's strength would further increase after losing the spiritual domain blockade network, but from Ji Hating's description, it seemed that the degree of this increase was even higher than he had anticipated. There might have been significant variables on the side of the Tree Spirit Clan. But then again, their side had always been full of variables. Feng Heng lifted his head and said, the Tree Spirit Clan has always been searching for a passage to open the inner world. After the spiritual domain blockade was destroyed, I think they would focus more on the inner world for now and wouldn't engage in major conflicts with the Federation. Hopefully. On the flip side, being able to shake off the pursuit of the spawns is finally a good thing. Now we can focus on dealing with the Tree Spirit Clan. Yeah, Feng Heng nodded in agreement. How about your situation? Won't this cause you trouble? It's not a big problem. I've managed to shift the blame onto the Tree Spirit Clan for this matter. But with the Tree Spirit Clan's increased strength now, do you still have confidence in continuing to cooperate with them to find the passage to the inner world? To be honest, not much confidence, Feng Heng shrugged and replied, but it's okay, I've already found the passage to the inner world. What? Ji Halting was taken aback. He looked at Feng Heng and asked, you've already found it? Of course. Ji Halting looked at Feng Heng, his eyes flashing with some expectation. They had made a pact. They would explore the so-called inner world of the tree spirits together. If everything goes smoothly, preparations should already be underway. Is your transition passage ready? I can teleport you there right away, and we can go check it out together. Alright, I will need specific coordinates. I will have my people prepare, and we will teleport directly to the nearest base station. After the spiritual domain network was completely destroyed, the existing teleportation passage system didn't become entirely defunct, it just experienced a 99% reduction in efficiency and required self-sustaining power. Additionally, base stations needed to be established around the target teleportation points to facilitate the process. But can your body hold up? Ji Halting expressed concern about Feng Heng's physical condition. For ordinary individuals without the enhancements of half-mechanical modifications, teleportation could be physically taxing and even life-threatening. Ji Halting noticed Feng Heng's recent battle-worn appearance and lack of proper rest. I will be fine. Feng Heng stood up from his bed and followed Ji Halting to the teleportation hall. On the island, in the newly opened underground domain. After completing the transaction with the Tree Spirit Tribe and obtaining the Leaf of Life, Mojai and his companions immediately returned to the island base. They still had no idea what had happened outside. Claraway was preparing to use the Leaf of Life to feed Abakuya when Fang Heng arrived with Ji Halting and his team. Accompanying them were several psychic-modified guards. It was Ji Hating's first time here. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, the island would be transformed into a small secret base. Despite its somewhat dilapidated appearance, it was fully functional. And the giant tree growing in the underground domain before them. Ji Halting looked at the sacred tree Abakuya and faintly sensed an unusual power emanating from it. The several psychic guards accompanying them also perceived the anomaly and cautiously positioned themselves between Ji Halting and the sacred tree Abakuya, protecting him. This is Ji Halting, the director of Omnitech Company. Nice to meet you all. We've met before, I am Ji Halting. Ji Halting nodded in greeting to Mojai and the others. Alright, Director Ji. Let's all dedicate ourselves to art in the future. Mr. Fang, everything is ready here. We've got the Leaf of Life, and we're just waiting for you. Let's get started. Sandy had been waiting for days, eager to explore the inner world, and did not want to waste time greeting Ji Halting. He urged Fang Heng to get to work quickly. As the moment approached, Ji Halting couldn't help but feel nervous. He nodded and looked at Fang Heng. Right, let's get started as soon as possible. Yeah, sure. Fang Heng walked up to Abakuya and nodded to Claraway standing nearby. As before, Fang Heng took the lead, with Claraway providing assistance. Fang Heng gently closed his eyes and attempted to establish a mental connection with Abakuya. Abakuya sensed the presence of the Leaf of Life and transmitted a sense of joy to Fang Heng. Seeing the signal, Mojai tossed the Leaf of Life directly toward Abakuya. Sizzle. 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 The vines rapidly extended into the air, wrapping around the Leaf of Life suspended there. Ahum. A green light radiated outward from Abakuya, the sacred tree at the center. With the external spiritual domain blockade network disabled, Claraway's control over natural energy had significantly increased. The Leaf of Life, catalyzed by Claraway, became easier for Abakuya to absorb. Game hints began to rapidly appear on Fang Heng's retina. Ding, Soul Symbiote Abakuya, the sacred tree, has absorbed the power from the Leaf of Life, partially restoring its abilities. As Abakuya absorbed more and more energy, its roots spread deeper into the earth, and its lush foliage gradually covered the entire island. Chapter 2192. Entering it was different from before. The spiritual domain blockade network had completely failed, and Fang Heng no longer had to worry about Abakuya's excessive growth causing ripples in strength that could be detected by the spawns. He simply let go, allowing Abakuya to grow to its fullest extent. In the blink of an eye, tree trunks broke through the soil, and the entire island was covered with lush forests. At the edge of the island, vines even began to emerge from the sandy soil by the sea. Aquatic plants began to spread rapidly beneath the island. Until Abakuya had consumed all the leaves of life obtained from the tree spirit clan. The surrounding light dimmed once again. Fang Heng opened his eyes and ceased his protection of Abakuya. Not only had Abakuya's overall abilities improved, but its perception consciousness had also seen a significant enhancement compared to before. It had regained about 30% of its strength during its heyday. Gu Qingzu looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Is it done?" "Yeah. No problem." They could proceed to the next step with confidence. They could directly activate the teleportation passage to the inner world. Fang Heng gestured to Gu Qingzu that everything was under control, then once again conveyed the need to Abakuya through the spiritual link to attempt to activate the magic ray. In the air, specks of green light descended from the lush branches of Abakuya. The magic ray on the hall floor absorbed the green light and began to rotate slowly. In an instant, a faint green teleportation passage gradually coalesced in the air, appearing before everyone. "It's here." Ji Hating couldn't hide his excitement at the sight. The teleportation passage to the inner world. A game hint appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding. The player activated the inner world teleportation passage through special powers. Ding. The player's current main storyline progress plus 5%, current main storyline progress, 62.1%, this step was the right one. Fang Heng couldn't help but feel excited. With the opening of the inner world passage, the game completion rate also reached 62%. This meant that the main storyline had passed the halfway mark and officially entered the late stage phase. It had only been less than half a month since they started. Progress was smooth, even with all the mischief caused by the Tree Spirit clan. Sandy couldn't contain his excitement, circling the inner world teleportation gate several times before asking, "Mr. Fang, shall we go in first?" "Yes, let's go." Fang Heng nodded and took the lead into the world teleportation passage. A buzzing sound filled the air. Dim green light enveloped Fang Heng. He felt surrounded by a green haze. When his vision cleared again, Feng Heng realized he was on the other side of the teleportation passage. He stood amidst a vast forest. Giant trees. Compared to the outside world, the trees in the inner world were dozens of times larger. He was currently standing on a massive branch extending forward from one of these giant trees. The branches were dense and sturdy, making walking on them feel like walking on solid ground. Feng Heng looked around. The surroundings were covered with dense leaves and tangled branches, visible as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the aura of nature. It was quite suitable for early cultivation in natural sciences. It seems like this is the true face of the world of forests. Feng Heng whispered softly, withdrawing his gaze. But what should be the next step? Continue exploring outward? Since breaking the spiritual domain blockade network, the mission prompts had ceased to appear. For a moment, there was really no direction. As he pondered, Mojai and his group also entered the inner world through the teleportation passage. They all looked around the world, marveling at its wonders. Could the entire inner world be of this terrain and environment? After the initial astonishment, Mojai couldn't help but feel somewhat resigned. Well, now the Tree Spirit clan is really going to have home advantage. I have to admit, they have got some serious luck. Chloe also curiously surveyed the world, her eyes sparkling. Such a unique world. Filled with the energy of nature, the density of the energy was even more abundant than that of their elves' habitat. But it was completely different from their elves' dwelling place. Such places actually existed in the world. Ji Hating was also entering the inner world for the first time, and his eyes revealed an excitement that was hard to conceal. After investigating for so many years, he had no doubts about the so-called inner world of the Tree Spirit clan. But seeing it with his own eyes was still enough to astonish him. Mojai walked up to Feng Heng and asked in a low voice, "Feng Heng, what's our next move?" Feng Heng glanced at Mojai and tentatively asked, "How about you just pick a direction?" Mojai quickly denied, "No, don't say that. I don't know anything about this. I don't want to mislead you later on." Ji Hating approached as the group conversed. "Feng Heng, I suggest we start by exploring the nearby area. Later, I will send a trusted team from the company to explore the inner world. We can establish a gathering point in a safe area nearby. What do you think?" "Sounds good." Establishing a gathering point camp was definitely necessary to prepare for the future. As soon as Feng Heng agreed, game hints appeared on his retinas. Ding! The player triggers the main storyline mission. Establish camp. Mission name, Establish camp. Mission description: after opening the inner world passage, you discover an unexplored new world. Ji Hating hopes to establish a primary camp here to lay the foundation for future exploration. Mission requirements: assist Ji Hating in building the camp. Mission reward: 0.01% main storyline progress. Hint: triggered by player's early mission reward, please find the Tree Spirit tribe for the next mission guidance. A game hint popped up. Feng Heng carefully examined it. He somewhat understood why the game had been guiding him to the Tree Spirit tribe's camp all along. It seemed to be a more time-saving approach now. Following the usual routine, following Ji Hating's camp from scratch according to the ordinary mission guidance, would probably be quite challenging and time-consuming. Going to find the Tree Spirit tribe, with their understanding of the inner world, would undoubtedly greatly accelerate the mission's progress. But those arrogant and annoying Tree Spirit folks. With the spiritual domain blockade network completely lifted and the Tree Spirit tribe's power greatly enhanced, coupled with the level of friendliness between the two sides, Feng Heng could already imagine how the Tree Spirit tribe might treat him. He was worried that he might not be able to restrain himself from taking action. Ding! Some items in the player's current backpack have entered the activation state. Huh? Activation? Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly remembered something. He opened his backpack and took out the map of the Tree Spirit tribe's prayer temple that he had obtained from Raven earlier. The map had been inactive until now, before entering the inner world. At one point, Feng Heng had thought it was just another empty promise from Raven. Now, could this empty promise actually hold some value? Chapter 2193 Coordinates. Feng Heng immediately opened the blueprint of the Tree Spirit race's prayer temple to examine it. At that moment, the map showed several changes. A large number of coordinates became clear and visible. Ding! The player received the coordinates of the prayer temple. Feng Heng roughly glanced at the marked locations of the prayer temple on the map. A total of 19 prayer temples were marked on the map. One of them was highlighted with a special symbol. It was the largest of all the prayer temples in the Elders' Council of the Tree Spirit race. He was now far from the position of the prayer temple in the Elders' Council. The nearest one. Feng Heng did a rough estimate. Using the bat form, he should be able to reach there within 3 hours. Should he first go and check out the nearest prayer temple? After some thought, Feng Heng quickly made a decision. Let's go. Time was limited, and proceeding step by step would be too time-consuming. He would go to the prayer temple and make contact with the tree spirit race in the inner world. Everyone, the strength of the tree spirit tribe has greatly increased. We might already be seen as invaders in their eyes, so we need to be extra cautious. Ji-hating nodded deeply in agreement. Let's split up. I obtained a map of the tree spirit tribe's prayer temple from them before. I will follow the map and try to make contact with the tree spirit tribe to see if we can discover anything. Okay, we will establish a temporary camp here. Feng Heng, you must be careful. Brother Feng Heng. Chloe stepped forward, timidly handing over a leaf-shaped crystal. She said, take this with you. In case of danger, we can use it for emergency communication. Feng Heng took the leaf-shaped crystal, puzzled. What is this? It's a tool for remote spiritual linkage used by the elves. It can facilitate remote mirror communication. Previously, it was suppressed in the outside world, but in the inner world, where the natural aura is richer, its effectiveness is enhanced. Chloe explained, the energy stored in the leaf crystal needs to be constantly replenished, and there isn't much energy left. It can be used for emergency communication. Okay. Feng Heng put away the leaf crystal. In an emergency, both parties could finally have a channel of communication. After some discussion, Gu Qingzhi stayed behind to protect everyone and oversee the teleportation passage, while conducting small-scale exploration in the vicinity to assist Ji-hating in building the camp. In addition, Ibukaya would disperse within a certain range in the outside world to quickly regain strength. Although fluctuations in strength would not be detected by the spiritual domain blockade network, the rapid growth of a large number of trees would attract the attention of the Federation. Ji-hating would try to find excuses to erase the traces of Ibukaya's dispersal as much as possible to stabilize the Federation. After all, Feng Heng didn't want to be hostile to the outside world and the Federation. It was agreed that they would meet every 4 hours underground to exchange information. After agreeing on some details, Feng Heng immediately transformed into bat form and flew towards the nearest prayer temple in the distance. Tree Spirit Tribe. Leaf Tribe. As the branches of the sacred tree slowly revived from witheredness, the teleportation magic array once again emitted a sparkling green light. The Tree Spirit Tribe, kneeling in a circle around it, showed unprecedented piety on their faces. The Tree Spirit Tribe was unaware that they had broken through the seal of the spiritual domain with the help of Feng Heng. They believed that all of this resulted from the Tree Spirit Tribe's struggle. It was the blessing of the gods of nature. Van, the god, looked excitedly at Senzo, the Great Elder, and said, Great Elder. After thousands of years of waiting, the Tree Spirit Tribe finally saw this day. Senzo looked ahead, took a deep breath, and said, let's begin. Activate the teleportation. The ritual commenced. The Tree Spirit Tribe collectively infused energy into the magic array. The teleportation passage condensed at the center of the ritual magic array. Senzo led the way into the teleportation passage. Returning to the inner world. A world dominated by giant tree clusters. The air was filled with the scent of nature. Great Elder, is this our home? Many Tree Spirit Tribe members had been in the outer world since birth and had never entered the inner world before, so they couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed at this moment. Yes. Senzo looked at the lush forests in front of him, his eyes flashing with a hint of nostalgia for the past. After a moment, Senzo's gaze hardened. If I remember correctly, there should be a teleportation passage nearby. Follow me to report back to the Elders' Council at the Tree Spirit Elders' Hall. Yes. Van followed behind Senzo, feeling somewhat skeptical. Report back to the Elders' Council? What command had the Great Elder received from the Elders' Council? At this moment, not only the Leaf Tribe, but also various clans of the Tree Spirit Tribe, with the lifting of the Spiritual Domain Network blockade, became aware that the suppression seals on their bodies had been lifted. Through their respective means, they returned to the inner world. Almost all tribes' primary objective was to return to the Elders' Council for reporting. An hour later, Van followed Elder Senzo as they arrived before a towering tree. A towering tower constructed entirely of wood, reaching into the sky. The Tower of the Trees. A special building of the Tree Spirit Tribe, it combined functions such as teleportation passages, outposts, area protection, and emergency message delivery. However, at present, the exterior wood of the tower had turned yellow and rotten, covered with dense climbing vines. A group of Tree Spirit clans followed Elder Senzo to the entrance area of the Tower of the Trees, casting searching looks at Elder Senzo. The Tower of the Trees. Elder Senzo muttered to himself. The Tower of the Trees hadn't been tended to for a long time. The Tree Spirit guards at the entrance were also nowhere to be seen. The situation didn't look good. After such a long time without any contact with the inner world, Elder Senzo actually had a bad premonition in his heart. At present, this sense of unease grew stronger. Let's go inside and take a look. Senzo said as he stepped forward. The wooden door slowly opened before them. Creak. The inside of the Tower of the Trees was clean, but there were no signs of activity. Elder Senzo remained silent as he led the Tree Spirit tribe slowly up the stairs on the right side. They arrived at the entrance to the top floor. As time passed, the wooden guards who should have been stationed on the upper floors of the tower, gazing outward, had now decayed into 2 piles of rotting wood. On the decaying wood, new vines had already spread. Seeing this, everyone fell into silence. Great Elder, this. Senzo remained silent, walking past the guards and entering the teleportation hall. He glanced at the situation inside the hall and shook his head lightly. The teleportation passage is completely unusable. The central control of the entire Tree Spirit tribe's teleportation network in the inner world had ceased to respond altogether. This meant that all teleportation passages constructed by the Tree Spirit tribe in the inner world were unusable. It seems this place has been abandoned for a long time. The main domain of the teleportation passage no longer has any energy feedback. Let's go. We will head directly to the Elders' Council as soon as possible. Understood. Chapter 2194 Traces. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was still swiftly flying through the high altitudes of the forest. The higher he flew, the thinner the air became, significantly increasing the pressure on his flight. Feng Heng felt that he was already flying at a very high altitude, yet he could still see layers of roots and leaves ahead. Unable to do anything about it, in order to maintain his high-speed flight, he had to slightly lower his altitude and navigate through the layers of forest. This actually made him faster. After nearly 2 hours, with the prayer temple coordinates in sight, Feng Heng descended from the high altitude and landed on a thick tree branch, surveying his surroundings. He found it. Among the thicket, not far away, a quaint temple of the Tree Spirit tribe came into view. Feng Heng leaped down from the branch, reverting to his human form as he landed outside the temple, surveying the surroundings of the prayer temple. It seemed there were no guards. Feng Heng felt a cautious alertness rise within him as he cautiously approached the temple step by step, until he stepped into the inner region of the temple. Still, there was no sign of movement. Feng Heng looked up at the entrance of the temple. The entire temple exuded a serene feeling, as if no one had been here for a long time. Feng Heng reached out and gently pushed the door open. Closed? Feng Heng frowned, applying force with his hand. Snap. A slight sound and the latch behind the door broke. Opening the door, Feng Heng stepped into the courtyard in front of the temple. Directly facing the courtyard was the hall of the prayer temple, with scattered buildings behind it. Weird. Feng Heng observed for a moment, murmuring to himself quietly. According to Raven, the prayer temple was where the Tree Spirit tribe's guardians resided. Generally, tribe members wouldn't enter without good reason, unless there was a significant event or a member with a badge of merit came to receive the tribe's blessing. But now, there wasn't a soul in sight? Where did the Tree Spirit tribe go? Feng Heng couldn't help but recall Sandy's various speculations about the Tree Spirit tribe. It seemed that the Tree Spirit tribe had encountered major trouble internally, which led to the sudden closure of the inner world. Very strange. Even if Sandy's guesses were correct, and the new generation of sacred tree seeds hadn't been cultivated, would that really mean the entire Tree Spirit tribe was finished? Moreover, there were no signs of forced entry into the prayer temple by outsiders. What on earth was going on? Feng Heng couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling his thoughts becoming a bit chaotic. Well then. Since that was the case, he would search for it properly. With a thought, Feng Heng's facial features melted like a candle, quickly transforming. Whoosh. 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 Magic arrays appeared around him. Summoning over 500 lickers, Feng Heng switched back to his simulated character status. The lickers swiftly formed flesh cocoons on the ground, then reverted to their normal zombie forms. Go. Feng Heng pointed towards the depths of the prayer temple, instructing his zombie clones to search carefully as they entered the main hall of the temple to investigate. Soon, game hints began to refresh one after another. Ding, your zombie clone, Vine Form, has searched the fixed area and found a broken wooden bowl. Ding, your zombie clone, Vine Form, has searched a fixed area and found a prayer talisman woven from vines. Damaged. The zombies stacked the collected miscellaneous items in the courtyard and began another round of searching. Not bad. Feng Heng muttered softly, observing closely. Ritual magic array. Upon entering the main hall, Feng Heng immediately noticed a large ritual magic array arranged on the floor to the right. Approaching for a closer look, he found several special recesses on the magic array. Examining one of the recesses, he noticed that its shape perfectly matched the emblem Raven had given him earlier. Feng Heng squatted down to inspect the magic array. It was a supersized multi-combination ritual magic array. It would require at least 24 people to operate. A rough analysis suggested that part of the ritual magic array's function was to absorb natural energy. Although Raven was painting a rosy picture, he wasn't exactly deceiving himself. But now, lacking the tree spirit tribe to conduct the ritual magic array, he couldn't fulfill his promise with just the emblem. Ding, your zombie clones, vine form, search the fixed area and discover the prayer temple's historical records, 2891, historical records? Feng Heng's attention was caught by the hint that popped up in the game, and he felt a stir in his heart. This might hold some clues. Returning to the courtyard, Feng Heng rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items collected by his zombie clones and pulled out a thick record book. Opening it, he carefully read through. Indeed, as Raven had mentioned, the prayer temple had been used by the tree spirit tribe for centuries for rituals, nurturing the sacred tree, and imparting strength through prayers. It was not just any member of the tree spirit tribe who could receive this power, only outstanding individuals who had made significant contributions to the tribe were allowed to receive it. The tree spirit tribe's trickster. As Feng Heng continued reading, he could not help but mutter curses under his breath. He had just praised Raven for being trustworthy, but now he realized he had been fooled again. The ancient books detailed that only members of the tree spirit tribe were allowed to inherit the power from the prayer temple. Even with the emblem in his possession, as he was not a member of the tree spirit tribe, he had no chance. Feng Heng felt quite displeased. Although he hadn't held much hope from the beginning. Being deceived always left a bitter taste. Feng Heng silently took note of this lesson and continued flipping through the book. Most of the records in the book were related to the daily activities of the prayer temple. For example, prayers conducted in certain years and months, or unusual phenomena that occurred at certain times. Unlike Sandy, Feng Heng quickly lost patience after flipping through a few pages, so he skipped to the end. There was no mention in the ancient books about the closure of the passage to the inner world. It only stated that one day, the prayer temple received orders from the Tree Spirit's Elders Council to temporarily close, and all members of the Tree Spirit tribe were to return to the Elders Council to report. It looked like something had happened to the Elders Council. What kind of trouble did they encounter? The entire Tree Spirit tribe has been urgently mobilized? Feng Heng pondered. Unconsciously, when he looked up again, a pile of miscellaneous items had been thrown in the courtyard in front of the main hall. The zombie clones had already searched the entire prayer temple. With the maximum level search skill, the search was thorough, leaving no corner unchecked. Feng Heng walked to the rubbish pile and flipped through it, finding quite a few books scattered inside. At the moment, he couldn't determine if they were useful. Seeing the books, Feng Heng felt a headache coming on. Forget it, he would take them all back and let Sandy take a look. He loved delving into this stuff when he had nothing else to do. With that in mind, Feng Heng controlled the zombie clones to gather all the collected miscellaneous items and began transporting them back to the Tree Spirit tribe. Next, putting down the books, Feng Heng pondered for a moment. It was unlikely that he would find any clues by going to the remaining prayer temples. So should he go back to the Tree Spirit tribe and try to get some information from Senzo? While he was contemplating his next move, Feng Heng suddenly sensed someone approaching from afar. Someone's coming. His vampire bloodline sensed the lifeblood ripples approaching from a distance. Was it the Tree Spirit tribe? Judging from the lifeblood ripples emanating from the approaching figure, it was undoubtedly from the Tree Spirit tribe. Feng Heng thought for a moment, then immediately concealed his aura and hid in the shadows. Chapter 2195 Prayer Temple. In a moment, a group of Tree Spirit tribe members entered the prayer temple. They were of the Wood tribe. Feng Heng observed from the shadows. Soon, several Wood tribe members roughly searched the entire temple and returned to the courtyard to report to the elders. Elders, we found nothing, nor any traces of battle. It seems something has happened. Patriarch Herald of the Wood tribe furrowed his brow. Since entering the inner world through the teleportation passage, they hadn't seen a single member of the Tree Spirit tribe. Following the orders of the Great Elder, they immediately rushed to the nearest prayer temple to investigate. But the temple was just as empty. The prayer temple was extremely important to the entire Tree Spirit tribe. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the Tree Spirit tribe would never abandon it. Could it be? They were too late. As Harold pondered, he looked up and said, "Search the area, see if there are any traces left behind." Yes. Soon, another clan member hurriedly approached and reported, "Elder, we have checked, everything here is gone." What? Harold frowned and asked, "Gone?" "Yes, Great Elder. We found signs of tampering here, and they are fresh. It seems everything that was originally left behind is now missing." The two Wood tribe members exchanged glances. It was terrifyingly clean. All the drawers were completely empty, and even the cabinets that stored kitchen utensils were devoid of anything. It was as if they had stripped the walls bare. It seems someone got here before us, Harold felt puzzled. Was it people from other clans? Why did they take everything? And why was the search so thorough? Were they looking for something specific? After some thought, Harold looked up and said, "The Great Elder has already gone to the Elders' Council, and all the major clans are gathering there. We will stay here for now and guard the place. No one is allowed in until the Great Elder returns. Understood. Seeing that the Tree Spirit tribe showed no intention of leaving, Feng Heng also felt puzzled. What were these people doing here? Could it be that the prayer temple still served some special purpose? For a moment, Feng Heng considered just grabbing a Tree Spirit tribe member and questioning them directly. But after some thought, he determined against it. At least for now, it wasn't suitable to completely turn against the Tree Spirit tribe. It seemed that something significant had indeed happened within the Tree Spirit tribe. From what he gathered from their conversation, were they all gathering at the Elders' Council? Why? Feng Heng pondered. Since entering the inner world, apart from the current group of Tree Spirit tribe members, Feng Heng hadn't seen a single soul, not even monsters, except for some peculiar beetle-like creatures. While these creatures had impressive defenses, their aggression was extremely low. They posed hardly any threat. It was difficult to imagine what external threat the Tree Spirit tribe could have encountered. But dwelling on it wouldn't be productive. It was better to go check out the Elders' Council. Let's go. Feng Heng wasted no more time. He departed the prayer temple and swiftly headed towards the direction marked as the Elders' Council on the map. The inner world was vast. A preliminary estimate suggested it was approximately 1.1 times the size of the real world. The area Feng Heng was in was quite a distance from the Elders' Council. Despite having the ability to fly, it took Feng Heng more than a day of non-stop travel to reach the Elders' Council. During this time, Feng Heng continued to communicate with Mojai every 4 hours. The situation at the teleportation passage was relatively good. Ji Hating secretly dispatched a group of Omnitech Company personnel to the inner world to establish a camp. Gu Qingsu, on the other hand, led Mojai and a few others around the camp area, clearing some of the surrounding beetle-like creatures, but found no trace of the Tree Spirit tribe. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the Tree Spirit tribe seemed to have vanished just as they had anticipated, as if the spiritual domain blockade had never occurred. Amidst this apparent calmness, there seemed to be some hidden, looming crisis. Huh? As Feng Heng, in his bat form, swiftly flew towards the Elders' Council domain, he suddenly noticed something, furrowing his brow and peering ahead. A pale blue shield of light enveloped a large area ahead. Judging from the map's indication, this was the domain of the Tree Spirit tribe's Elders' Council. According to some ancient Tree Spirit texts Feng Heng had previously examined, the main hall of the Tree Spirit tribe was situated at the top of the Sacred Trees domain, considered by the tribe as a sacred place connecting heaven and earth. The withered sacred tree. Feng Heng murmured. Through the external barrier, Feng Heng saw a towering tree standing within. The sacred tree of the Tree Spirit tribe. The enormous tree rising into the dome had completely withered. Its once lush foliage had withered away, and its sturdy trunk had become dilapidated, covered in cracks. Even the sacred tree had reached this state. It seemed the Tree Spirit tribe had indeed encountered significant trouble. Feng Heng circled the area from above for a moment, then suddenly sensed something. Whoosh! 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 Over a dozen green arrows shot out from the vine-covered bushes below. Feng Heng quickly twisted his body to evade, but several arrows grazed past him. Instantly, vines wrapped around the areas where his body had been grazed. Bang! Feng Heng exerted force, immediately breaking free from the vines and swiftly plummeting to the right. Upon landing, Feng Heng rapidly reverted to his human form, observing his surroundings. It was the Tree Spirit tribe. The Tree Spirit tribe had employed a special concealment technique, blending perfectly into the surrounding forest. Feng Heng's perceptive vampire blood sense hadn't detected them. Over a dozen hidden Tree Spirit individuals swiftly flew in the direction Feng Heng had fallen. Where is he? The Tree Spirit tribe members arrived but discovered no trace of Feng Heng, searching around in confusion. Where did he go? Are you searching for me? Who's there? Several Tree Spirit individuals heard a voice suddenly sound from behind them, their expressions changing abruptly as they turned to look behind them. A human? A hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the Tree Spirit individuals. It was indeed a human. How did he appear here? Feng Heng looked calmly at the several Tree Spirit individuals, preparing for the worst in his mind. At the moment, he didn't want to engage in direct conflict with the Tree Spirit tribe. Especially after eliminating the electronic spirit and gaining a contribution from the Tree Spirit tribe. He couldn't afford to waste it. Feng Heng contemplated cashing in his mission reward before things turned sour with the Tree Spirit tribe. He also wanted to check on his old friend, Senzo. Tree Spirit tribe, I need to see your great elder, Senzo, Feng Heng requested. Several Tree Spirit individuals exchanged glances, unsure of Feng Heng's origins upon hearing him easily mention Senzo's name. Could he have been brought into the inner world by the Great Elder? Who are you? Feng Heng. Upon hearing this, the captain of the Tree Spirit patrol team looked surprised. This was Feng Heng. Feeling that it wasn't safe to stay there, the captain determined to take Feng Heng back to see Senzo. Chapter 2196 Gathering You, follow me, said the tree spirit tribe as they led Feng Heng slowly toward the depths of the forest. Not far ahead, there was another natural barrier that only affected vision. The tree spirit patrol team led Feng Heng through the barrier. It didn't take long after entering the tree spirit territory for a group of tree spirit individuals to appear gathered together. Ven was among them. Feng Heng. What are you doing here? Ven was discussing the next steps with the others when he saw Feng Heng returning with the patrol team, his eyes filled with surprise. Feng Heng. He wasn't dead after all. And how did he even get into the inner world? Upon hearing the call, Feng Heng turned his head and looked towards Van. Hold on. Van stopped Feng Heng as he was about to enter the central region of the camp, staring at him intently. Feng Heng, what about Elder Raven? What happened to him? He's dead. Feng Heng had no fondness for Van, giving him a cold glance before continuing. After you all left, Raven and I attempted to break the electronic spirit and release the spiritual domain blockade. Unfortunately, he exhausted all his vitality in the battle and died in the end. As Feng Heng spoke, Van's tightly clenched right hand trembled slightly. He abruptly raised his head, glaring at Feng Heng. You are lying. It must be you. You are the one who killed Elder Raven. There were only the two of you there at the time. Tell me. Did you do it? A hint of mockery played at the corner of Feng Heng's mouth as he sneered. Interesting. There was more than just me who entered the energy domain together. I wonder who was the first to turn and run with their subordinates after danger struck, leaving Elder Raven behind alone. And now you are coming to me for trouble. Shut up. Nonsense. Feng Heng hit a nerve with Van, who was immediately infuriated. He raised his hand to attack Feng Heng first. It was worth noting that the position of the Great Elder in the entire tribe had just become vacant, and there were more than just him who had aspirations for that position. Now, everything Feng Heng said would have a negative impact on his inheritance of the position of Great Elder. What Van couldn't bear even more was that everything Feng Heng said was true. Van was immediately surrounded by several swirling green vortexes. Instantly, sharp thorns of dense leaves shot out from the green vortexes like a torrential rain. Each thorn shimmered with a faint green edge. Feng Heng kept his eyes on the incoming leaves, swiftly dodging them one after another, avoiding the continuous attacks. Seeing no way to resist, the blood-colored longsword behind him burst open directly. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The dense leaves bombarded the blood-colored light barrier, swiftly disintegrating upon impact. Feng Heng deflected all the attacks from the leaves, revealing half of his face from behind the blood screen. He provocatively looked at Ven and sneered. What's wrong? Feeling anxious? Afraid I will expose your secrets? Nonsense. Ven's expression darkened to the extreme, and on his face, already twisted by extreme wrath, appeared streaks of greenish-blue lines. Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. What was this? The surrounding natural energy fluctuations seemed somewhat abnormal. Were they triggered by Van? Even after the spiritual domain blockade network was lifted, did the Tree Spirit clan possess even more special abilities? Feng Heng sensed something amiss and was about to leave when suddenly the ground beneath his feet softened. Ground spell. Van stared intently at Feng Heng, while several of his trusted aides behind him simultaneously cast Mud Marsh spell and Root Entanglement skill. Feng Heng frowned and lifted his head. Whoosh. Van's speed increased dramatically in an instant, almost reaching Feng Heng in the blink of an eye, enveloped in a faint blue light. Bang. Feng Heng was sent flying by Van's punch, leaving a visible depression in his chest where the fist had struck. He crashed heavily into a nearby tree with a resounding boom. A look of astonishment flickered in Van's pupils. After unlocking his state of suppression, his physical attributes underwent a qualitative transformation. He hadn't expected this human to withstand the blow. He hadn't been knocked out by his punch. Then let's continue. Van's eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He couldn't let this human continue to babble. Stop. As Van was about to move forward again to pursue and silence Feng Heng once and for all, a commanding voice rang out in his ears. Great Elder. Turning around, Senzo, the Great Elder, arrived with a crowd of Tree Spirit clansmen. Senzo had heard the commotion outside and came to investigate. He hadn't expected to see Van and Feng Heng locked in a fierce battle. Initially, Senzo didn't intervene, but when he saw Feng Heng falling behind while Van broke free from his seal, he stepped in. Looking at Feng Heng, he felt extremely puzzled. Feng Heng was still alive? And he can enter the inner world too? How did he manage that? Did other clan members bring him in? Feng Heng stood back up, his chest quickly healing from the indentation caused by Van's punch. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has completed the prerequisite mission test of the Leaf Tribe. Mission name, Test of the Leaf Tribe. Mission difficulty, S. Mission description: hold your ground in combat against Ven for 2 minutes without being defeated, demonstrate your strength in front of Elder Senzo, and earn Senzo's approval. Feng Heng pursed his lips and put away the blood clan blood that he was about to counterattack. He thought to himself that the mission was actually triggered in such a hidden mode. Feng Heng smirked, retracting the vampire blood he was about to retaliate with, thinking how rare it was for the mission to be triggered in such a hidden manner. So Senzo had been watching all along without intervening, huh? Feng Heng glanced at Senzo from the corner of his eye, inwardly cursing the old silver coin. Senzo, unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts, looked at him and asked, Feng Heng, how did you enter the inner world? I am a follower of nature, and I have my methods. As for entering here, it was with the permission of Elder Raven. Elder Ven can confirm this, Feng Heng replied. Ven stared at Feng Heng, his eyes filled with malice, itching to retaliate. Unfortunately for him, Feng Heng wasn't bluffing about this. The other Tree Spirit clan members looked at each other, whispering among themselves. Was it true? Believers of nature? A human? Ven just wanted to get rid of Feng Heng as quickly as possible, unable to help himself but say, Great Elder, he. Enough, Van. I understand. You may step back for now, Senzo interrupted. Yes. With a grim expression, Ven retreated behind Great Elder Senzo. Senzo was indeed surprised when he saw Feng Heng and Ven fighting, but after some thought, he had a plan. Regardless of how Feng Heng entered the inner world, he was now a valuable asset. Senzo looked at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, your strength is impressive. Coincidentally, we were also looking for you. Perhaps it's the guidance of the god of nature. Huh? Feng Heng furrowed his brows upon hearing this. Now he was the one feeling puzzled. The Tree Spirit clan wanted to find him personally. Was this for real? Chapter 2197 Benefits. Feng Heng remained composed and continued to inquire, Oh? So, Great Elder Senzo has something important to discuss with me? Senzo waved his hand, signaling the ordinary Tree Spirits to step back, leaving only a dozen or so elders of the Tree Spirit clan. Feng Heng, perhaps you don't know much about our Tree Spirit clan. What I am about to tell you is some of our clan's secrets, which must not be revealed to outsiders. Please go on. Since ancient times, the Tree Spirit clan has been divided into 4 major tribes. Our Leaf tribe is just one of them. In the past, the tribes coexisted peacefully, each seeking their own way to enter the inner world. When facing threats from the Federation, we would unite. However, with the disappearance of the Elders' Council, the threat from the Federation has vanished, and conflicts between the tribes are becoming more apparent. Senzo narrowed his eyes slightly. Feng Heng, I need you to do something for our Leaf tribe. Feng Heng felt a strange sensation, sensing that Senzo was hiding something. It felt like there was a catch. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, Is that so? And what's in it for me? Feng Heng. Say that again. Ven couldn't help but glare at Feng Heng as he questioned, his eyes revealing anger. Helping their Leaf tribe was an honor for humans, and he still wanted benefits. Ven couldn't understand Elder Senzo's intentions. Their Leaf tribe's influence was superior to the other tribes among the 4 major clans. Why seek help from this weak human? Van. Show some respect. Senzo intervened, stopping Van, then turned to Feng Heng and continued, Very well, as long as you help us with one task, we are willing to assist you in advancing your mastery in natural science. Advancement in natural science. Master-level natural science. Feng Heng's pupils contracted. Enticing. Feng Heng found it hard to resist. Elder Senzo, I must say, you understand human nature well. What do you need me to do? So, does that mean you agree? Feng Heng nodded gently. Of course, I have no reason to refuse. The matter is of great importance. You must ensure that after accepting the mission, you will not cooperate with any other clan of the Tree Spirit tribe. Instantly, another line of game hints appeared. Ding, the player triggers the main mission Trade from the Leaf tribe. Mission name, Trade from the Leaf tribe. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description, the Tree Spirit tribe is divided into multiple clans. The disruption of the spiritual domain blockade network and the process of entering the inner world have shattered the peace of the Tree Spirit tribe for many years. Great Elder Senzo of the Leaf tribe invites you to assist the tribe in completing some tasks. In return, the Leaf tribe is willing to help you perform the ritual for advancing to master-level natural science. Mission requirements, the completion rate of this mission must reach 100%. If the player cooperates with any other faction of the Tree Spirit tribe or accepts missions from other factions, this mission will automatically fail, and the friendship level with the Leaf tribe will decrease to the lowest. Failure penalty, the friendship level with the Leaf tribe will decrease significantly. Mission reward, ritual for advancing to master level in natural science. With the game hint, Feng Heng felt somewhat relieved. With a game mission as a guarantee, the likelihood of the Leaf Tribe defaulting decreased significantly. Elder Senzo, I agree. During our cooperation, I will not collaborate with any other faction of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Alright, tell me, what do you need me to do? Very well. I need you to infiltrate the Holy Land of the Tree Spirit Tribe, the Ring of the Ages, and find the altar of the Wood God. Feng Heng's mind stirred. The Holy Land of the Tree Spirit Tribe. What treasures could be found there? We will guide you, but only you and 3 accompanying humans will be allowed to enter the Ring of the Ages for exploration. Just us? Why is that? Because we are Tree Spirit Tribe members, and without the permission of the Elders Council, we are not allowed to enter the Ring of the Ages. Forcing entry would have a significant impact, although not fatal, on both humans and ourselves. Feng Heng rubbed his chin, finding the explanation reasonable, and nodded. Alright, understood. And then? Do I just need to find the altar of the Wood God? Yes, I also need you to search the altar of the Wood God. If you find wooden caskets inside the altar, retrieve them all and hand them over to us. Your mission will be considered complete. Ding. The player has triggered a side mission: Infiltrate the Ring of the Ages. Mission name: Infiltrate the Ring of the Ages. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: Great Elder Senzo hopes you can infiltrate the Holy Land area of the Tree Spirit Tribe, the Ring of the Ages, retrieve the wooden caskets belonging to the Tree Spirit Tribe from the altar inside the canyon, and return with them. Mission requirements: search for and retrieve wooden caskets, 0 out of 4. Mission reward: for each wooden casket handed over to the Leaf Tribe, the completion rate of the mission increases by 50%. Failure penalty: a significant decrease in friendship with the Leaf Tribe. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint. There were a total of 4 wooden caskets mentioned, but he only needed to retrieve 2 to complete the mission. It didn't seem too difficult, considering the mission's SS level difficulty rating. Is the Ring of the Ages very dangerous? I have never entered the Holy Land, so I am not sure. Everything will depend on you. What was in the box? I can't disclose, but I can only say it's an inheritance belonging to our Tree Spirit Tribe, extremely important to us, the Leaf Tribe. Senzo shook his head, interjecting, Feng Heng, you have many questions, but unfortunately, we don't have much time. I don't have time to explain everything. Will you go or not? I need an answer now. Alright, I accept it. Feng Heng shrugged, choosing to accept the mission. The mission could be accepted to see. At worst, it would fail later. What if there was something good in the box? We will see how things go. Also, taking advantage of the current cooperation status, Feng Heng exchanged all the contribution points of the Tree Spirit Tribe for Leaves of Life. Very well, the outer seal of the Elders Council of the Tree Spirit Tribe will be broken by us together after all the tribes arrive. The Wood Tribe is already on the way, and expected to arrive this afternoon. At that time, you will follow us to enter the Elders Council together. Alright, no problem. Oh, there's one more thing, Elder Senzo. Senzo was about to leave when Feng Heng stopped him, causing him to pause and ask, what else? I want to use the contribution points of the Tree Spirit Tribe to exchange for some items. Senzo couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling a vague sense of unease. Could it be that he? Feng Heng had a simple smile on his face. I want to exchange for Leaves of Life. Van was also taken aback, immediately recalling the scene where Feng Heng continuously extorted Leaves of Life at the Central Research Institute of the Federation. He inexplicably shrank his neck and looked at Elder Senzo. Elder Senzo's face also turned slightly green. More Leaves of Life. Is this kid raised on Leaves of Life? Who would have thought? Just granting Feng Heng access to exchange contribution points could make him feel so hurt. Give it. Give him the exchange. Senzo almost gritted his teeth as he said this, then turned and left in a huff. Ding. The player's friendship level with the Tree Spirit Tribe decreased by 3 points. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt and walked toward the unfriendly Van, saying, Elder Senzo, I have 5,300,000 contribution points. I need to exchange them for 53 Leaves of Life. Van was stunned, doubting his own ears. You. How much did you say? Chapter 2198 Inheritance. Not only Feng Heng, but also other humans participated in the infiltration of the Ring of the Ages. Originally, the Leaf Tribe had arranged 3 members from the Tree Whisperers Alliance. It was a bit of a gamble. With Feng Heng's participation, Senzo felt more confident. During breaks, Feng Heng conversed with the 3 members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance, finally learning some information from them. So that's it, the battle for inheritance. Earlier, Feng Heng had some doubts about the relationship between the 4 factions within the Tree Spirit Tribe. Now it was starting to make sense. They were competitors. Each time, as the sacred tree of the Tree Spirit Tribe declined, they would timely select a new generation of leaders. In the past, whenever this time came, The four factions would engage in a fierce struggle. The last victor was the Soul Tribe, thus they controlled the sacred tree of the Tree Spirit Tribe and unified to establish the Elders' Council, commanding the entire Tree Spirit Tribe. Now, the Elders' Council of the Tree Spirit Tribe had been abandoned, and the tribe lacked leaders. The next leader was bound to emerge from among the four major factions. The conflict between them was unavoidable. Without the Elders' Council to mediate, this time's struggle might be even more out of control. Feng Heng lifted his head, looking at the barrier shrouding the Elders' Council ahead. The four major factions of the Tree Spirit Tribe were gathering separately in four domains. As the last Wood Tribe arrived, the patriarchs of the four major factions headed to the central area for discussion. At this moment, Feng Heng and the other three members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance stood behind a Leaf Tribe patriarch. Due to the strained relationship between Feng Heng and Van, the Great Elder Senzo assigned another Leaf Tribe patriarch named Osman to lead the group. Everyone, ahead is a special barrier set up by the Elders' Council. We have investigated before, and the Elders' Council has been completely abandoned. To open it from the outside, we need to gather the strength of all four major factions. Elder Senzo analyzed that each of the four factions wants to become the leader of the Tree Spirit Tribe and will not easily give up. Most likely, they will fight for the treasures left behind by the Elders' Council once we enter. At the moment, the patriarchs of each faction are discussing specific actions. After they break the external barrier together, all factions will enter the Elders' Council. Then, I will lead you to bypass from behind and enter the Ring of the Ages. Osman continued, the factions are wary of the Elders' Council's Holy Land area, so they probably won't enter the Ring of the Ages first. This will buy us some time, but not much. Got it. Unauthorized entry into the Tree Spirit Tribe's Holy Land without permission from the Elders' Council will incur punishment from the Sacred Tree and backlash from the Bloodline. However, how much deterrence these have on the current people is unclear. We will be waiting at the entrance of the Ring of the Ages to receive you. You need to find the altar of the Wood God as soon as possible. Got it. The group silently noted down the key points Osman mentioned. Feng Heng nodded to indicate his understanding. They remained in place, quietly waiting. Soon, the elders of the various factions of the Tree Spirit Tribe reached some kind of agreement and collectively activated the primal power to break the outer seal of the Elders' Council. As the ground beneath them trembled slightly, specks of light appeared on the green barrier ahead. Bang! With a faint sound, the entire barrier shattered before their eyes. Almost simultaneously, the prepared factions of the Tree Spirit Tribe rushed forward, led by the elders, entering the Elders' Council area from all four directions. Let's go! Osman called out and immediately led Feng Heng and the others swiftly into the Elders' Council. Initially, the various factions of the Tree Spirit Tribe remained calm outside the Elders' Council, and there was no open confrontation. As Feng Heng followed Osman through the main hall, he could faintly hear the sound of arguments emanating from inside. Silent all the way, Osman led Feng Heng through the main hall and then through a small path behind the Leaf Language Hall, directly through the ivy-covered corridor to a narrow valley entrance. We are here, everyone. Ahead is the entrance to the Ring of the Ages, the sacred land of the Elders' Council. Go on, our people will guide you from outside. Hurry. All right. Feng Heng responded and wasted no time, entering the valley entrance along with the other three members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Ding. The player enters a special area. Ding. Flying is prohibited in this domain. Within this domain, the player's natural science abilities are reduced by 80%, and their effects are decreased by 80%. Feng Heng glanced at the game hints. No wonder the Tree Spirit Tribe believed they would be affected by their bloodline here, unable to fully utilize their abilities. The entrance to the Ring of the Ages ahead was narrow, only accommodating one person moving forward at a time, sometimes requiring them to turn sideways to pass through. Feng Heng led the way at the front of the group, slowly advancing along the passage. After about 10 minutes of walking, the canyon ahead gradually widened. Feng Heng couldn't help but slow down his pace. The three companions from the Tree Whisperers Alliance, who had been following Feng Heng, saw him stop but didn't hesitate. Instead, they quickened their steps and passed him. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, several mottled flower snakes started out from the cracks in the rocks on both sides. Watch out! Anna, who was at the front of the group with a robust physique, saw the shadows ahead and immediately shouted to alert everyone, simultaneously swinging the machete in her hand forward. Crack! A half-meter-long pattern snake in midair was cleaved in two and fell to the ground. The reactions of the other two weren't as quick. Despite hearing Anna's warning and attempting to evade, one of them was still bitten by the suddenly darting snake. Anna swung her machete repeatedly, escorting the injured person back. Swish! Swish! The group immediately drew their beam weapons from their backpacks and retaliated against the approaching flower snakes, clearing them out. Not good, the snakes are highly venomous. Seeing their companion's lips turn purple, Anna immediately realized the severity of the situation. She took out clean water to clean the wound and applied antitoxin from the backpack to the injured area. The injured person's pale face gradually regained color. They managed to pull through for the time being. Anna and the others looked ahead at the passage again, their eyes flashing with vigilance. The passage was long, and who knew how many poisonous snakes lurked within the cracks of the rock walls on either side. It seems the situation is not good. Anna spoke and picked up a stone from the ground, then forcefully threw it towards the depths of the passage. Smack! The stone heavily struck the side of the rock wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, more than 10 snakes of various sizes were disturbed and emerged from the cracks in the rock wall, only to quickly retreat back into the crevices. This was bad. A sinking feeling settled in the hearts of the group. They had heard from Osman that the Ring of the Ages was fraught with dangers, but they hadn't expected to encounter such trouble before even fully entering the gorge. Chapter 2199. Quickly clearing the level. The narrow passage ahead was so cramped that they couldn't see its end. How many snakes lurked along this path? Who could endure this? Relying solely on their beam weapons, it was uncertain how long it would take to clear out this swarm of snakes. As the group felt at a loss, their eyes shifted to Feng Heng, who had been personally brought by Elder Osman. Perhaps he had some solution? Anna's throat tightened, about to ask, when suddenly her pupils contracted. What was that? Just then, Feng Heng stood still in place, took out a mask from his backpack, and put it on. Hiss, hiss. The next moment, a series of rapidly rotating magic arrays appeared around Feng Heng. Dark red life forms emerged from the magic arrays, swiftly darting towards the passage in the canyon ahead. Lickers. Anna was startled. Snakes hidden in the canyon were triggered and swiftly emerged from the cracks in the rocks, lunging towards the intruders. Their venomous fangs viciously tore into the lickers. Ding! The player's zombie clone, licker form, suffered a bite attack, receiving 1,220 points of damage, and was affected by violent poison. Ding! The player's undying body effect is activated, clearing the player's violent poison effect. The violent poison effect. Affected by the violent poison effect, the licker's body emitted a faint purple hue. However, the undying body effect automatically dispelled negative statuses, clearing the violent poison effect every 0.5 seconds. The licker's state returned to its original condition. It appeared as if the color of the licker's body surface kept changing. Feng Heng quickly scanned the game hints. The violent poison effect can be stacked. Initially, even players with lower levels could endure it, but once it accumulated hundreds of times, even boss creatures couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the snakes had the advantage of terrain, hiding in the cracks of the rocks, making them difficult to defend against. Handling it as an ordinary player would indeed require some effort. Unfortunately, the violent poison effect was countered by his undying body effect. The group of lickers quickly invaded the canyon, even climbing along the canyon cliffs, clearing out the snakes hiding in the cracks along the way. Anna and the others were shocked and realized who the leader of the team was. They dared not make any moves and quietly followed behind Feng Heng. "Let's go," Feng Heng said, taking steps toward the depths of the canyon. Anna and the others looked at each other, holstered their beam weapons, and followed. Entering deeper into the canyon area, following the passage cleared by the lickers, the terrain gradually opened up ahead. They hastened their pace and jogged forward for more than 10 minutes, leaving the canyon area behind. Ahead, a portion of the trunk and branches of a giant-sized sacred tree stood tall. The group of lickers seemed to have found something and gathered beneath the sacred tree. Feng Heng looked ahead, under the towering sacred tree, where an area shrouded in faint mist lay. A vast number of roots emerged from the ground, intertwining to form a fortress-like structure beneath the sacred tree. The entrance to this structure was naturally formed by several particularly thick roots, which bent and twisted to converge into a peculiar irregular archway. Feng Heng frowned as he saw this, and a word popped into his mind. A maze. Feng Heng murmured to himself. Anna and her companions followed along, gazing at the entrance arch of the maze ahead. "This is troublesome," Anna said, her face showing a serious expression as she looked at the passages of the maze ahead. "It seems to be a root maze. Similar mazes are said to exist outside the Elders' Council, each with its own unique structure. Rushing in could lead to being trapped inside, making it extremely difficult to find an exit in a short amount of time. And this maze seems even larger," another person said cautiously, glancing inside the maze. "They seem wary of the snakes they had encountered earlier. We don't know if there are any dangers inside." Feng Heng released his perception. The mist shrouding the maze had a consuming effect on his perception, quickly devouring the perception he released. His perception could only spread out a short distance. Relying solely on perception, he couldn't explore the entire maze. Anna and her companions looked troubled. Without knowing if there were any aggressive creatures inside the maze, even if there weren't any, navigating through the maze relied entirely on luck. Finding an exit would require considerable effort. Let's go. Don't waste time. Let's go inside and take a look. Get ready with the ropes, don't get lost in. Anna was saying when her eyelids suddenly twitched. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The liquor group, which had been gathered under the sacred tree, suddenly moved again, rushing towards the root maze. Anna quickly stepped back several steps to give way to the liquor group. Turning their heads, everyone looked at Feng Heng with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Was he planning to use the liquors to explore the maze? Feng Heng remained silent, his expression appearing indifferent. Similar mazes were indeed quite effective against ordinary players. However, dealing with him, there was still a lot lacking. As his mental strength gradually increased, as long as he concentrated his elite mental power, he could still perceive the liquors within a close range of a certain area. Feng Heng used his mental strength to perceive the positions of the liquors and attempted to construct a flat map of the maze in his mind. Huh? Feng Heng let out a soft exclamation. It was still a three-dimensional maze. The maze was constructed within the roots of the sacred tree, with winding and twisting passages and numerous forked intersections. Forcing a breakthrough in the maze significantly raised the difficulty. Interesting. Feng Heng frowned, simply closed his eyes, and concentrated his spirit to reconstruct a three-dimensional map of the maze in his mind. Anna and the others glanced at each other. Seeing Feng Heng concentrating with closed eyes, they didn't dare to speak and disturb him, just stood quietly on the side, waiting. Found it. 20 minutes later, Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes. With over 500 liquors, combined with their high-speed movement and climbing abilities, they quickly explored most of the maze area, and successfully found the maze exit. Let's go, follow me, Feng Heng said, stepping directly into the maze area. So fast? Did he really find it? Anna glanced cautiously at Feng Heng and hurriedly followed. At this point, Feng Heng had already constructed most of the three-dimensional map of the root maze in his mind. Without any hesitation at the intersections, he quickly headed towards the shortest passage leading to the exit. Anna and the others were a bit puzzled. So fast? Did he not need any thought? After darting through the maze for over 10 minutes, they saw the light shining from the maze exit ahead. Having passed through the root maze, the group found themselves still within the inner region of the sacred tree's roots. Ahead, a massive stone wall blocked their path. Flames of green fire burned on either side of the wall, while the surface was engraved with chaotic runes akin to talismans. A magic array, perhaps? Feng Heng murmured to himself, stepping forward to inspect the runic inscriptions on the wall, his eyes once again showing a thoughtful expression. Chapter 2200 Nature's Heart Crystal, Ding. Through advanced alchemy, the player discerns the disrupted magic array. Interesting. Feng Heng quickly realized that the inscriptions on the stone wall were actually part of a large-scale magic array. The magic array had been divided into several hundred movable small stone slabs. These slabs had been randomly rearranged, resulting in the overall pattern appearing extremely chaotic. So, to restore it to its original state, a rapidly rotating magic array appeared in Feng Heng's right eye. It wasn't difficult. While Anna and the others were still examining the patterns on the stone slabs, they saw Feng Heng walk up to them and begin to manipulate the slabs with his hands. 10 minutes later, a completely restored magic array pattern appeared before them. Anna and the others couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Feng Heng. And then? No movement? Where did they go wrong? Feng Heng rubbed his chin. The magic array had no issues. It seemed to lack input energy. In the past, the magic array could be activated autonomously by the tree spirit tribe's sacred tree. With the fall of the sacred tree, the magic array lost its source of energy, so it naturally couldn't operate. Feng Heng turned back to look at Anna and the others, asking, "Did the tree spirit tribe mention anything to you before we came? Like items that can trigger energy?" Anna hesitated for a moment, then realized, "Oh, right, the leaf of life. They said if we encounter mechanisms that require energy activation, we can use the leaf of life to briefly energize them." Feng Heng's eyes lit up, and he reached out to Anna, saying, "The leaf of life? How many do you have?" "In my backpack," Anna replied, opening the backpack she carried behind her and searching for the leaves of life inside. Whoosh! Anna heard a sound of rushing wind and looked up to see Feng Heng appearing in front of her. "Oh, surprise?" Feng Heng's eyes lit up when he saw Anna holding 5 leaves of life in her hands. "Give them all to me," Feng Heng said, reaching out to take the leaves of life from Anna's hands. Then, he glanced at the others. "What about you guys? Do you have any on you? Give them to me too." The 2 people beside Anna looked at each other and started searching their backpacks. Feng Heng inwardly criticized the tree spirit tribe, thinking they were quite unfair. Why did they give leaves of life to everyone else on the mission but not to him? After collecting the leaves of life from the members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance, Feng Heng walked back to the stone door. The power of the leaves of life transformed into faint green energy spots, gradually merging into the stone slabs. Ka, 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 ka. The magic array on the stone slab gradually began to flow. Until 3 leaves of life were consumed, a faint greenish teleportation passage appeared in front of the magic array on the stone slab. "Let's go," Feng Heng said, stepping into the teleportation passage. Instantly, a pale cyan light enveloped everything in sight. When Feng Heng regained his vision, he found himself outside the roots of the sacred tree. The altar of the wood god? Feng Heng scanned his surroundings. A faint mist enveloped the area, with patches of withered trees and vines around. It seemed like he had been transported to the outside world. The ground was covered in a layer of dry leaves, soft underfoot. Looking up, he saw a simple wooden altar before him. Feng Heng's heart stirred. Behind the altar stood an ordinary withered tree, about 5 meters tall. Its height was even less than that of the ordinary trees seen outside. As Osman had said, the altar of the wood god was established at the main body location of the sacred tree. So, was this withered tree before him the main body of the sacred tree? Look. There. The boxes. Beside him, Anna and the others followed Feng Heng through the teleportation passage and gradually regained their sight. Their gaze quickly focused on several boxes in front of the altar of the wood god. The boxes needed by the great elder Senzo. Anna and the others were visibly excited. From here on, all they needed to do was take the boxes and return along the original path to deliver them to the Leaf Tribe to complete the mission. Feng Heng also noticed and glanced at Anna and the others before walking toward the wooden boxes. In front of the altar of the wood god, 4 boxes were arranged in sequence. The boxes were wrapped in vines on the outside, seemingly for protection. However, with the complete death of the sacred tree, the vines had withered as well. "We only need to retrieve 2 to complete the mission," Feng Heng whispered, reaching out to touch one of the boxes and picking it up to inspect it. Ding! The player obtains an item, a priest's box. Description: this is a mission item. The player can submit this item to the Leaf Tribe in exchange for mission completion points. Opening the box without authorization may decrease the mission completion rate. The withered vines on the outside of the box were originally meant for protection, but with the complete dispersal of the sacred tree's power, this layer of protection became completely ineffective. So, what could be inside the box? Feng Heng couldn't help but feel curious. Perhaps he would hesitate if it were a mission from another faction. But when it came to the Tree Spirit Tribe, Feng Heng felt no psychological burden. He reached out and pressed his hand against the box, pushing aside the layer of withered vines covering it. Anna and the others were startled by Feng Heng's actions. What was he trying to do? Before entering the Ring of the Ages, Elder Osman had repeatedly instructed them not to open the boxes. But did Feng Heng just open it like that? Anna and the others were alarmed, but they didn't have the courage to stop Feng Heng. They watched Feng Heng's every move closely. Click. A soft sound. The box opened in Feng Heng's hand. Seemingly without danger. Inside the box lay a blue crystal, resting quietly. This item, Nature's Heart Crystal, Energy Crystal, type, special item, mission item, consumable. Description: a special type of energy crystal that can be used in rituals to convert different types of energy into a form absorbable by the sacred tree of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Description: the player lacks the necessary skills to obtain further information. Description: special items cannot be placed in the backpack and will always be dropped upon the player's death. Special description: this item is classified as a special item. Choosing to place it in the backpack will result in a decrease in mission completion rate. An object with unclear information. Muttering to himself, Feng Heng carefully examined the blue crystal in his hand, as if trying to recall something. Suddenly, it seemed like a memory flashed through his mind. The shape of this object felt familiar. Yes. Feng Heng suddenly remembered. Earlier, in the prayer temple. Inside the Elders' Council, he saw similar indentations in the large combined ritual magic array. Feng Heng couldn't help but lower his head in thought. Previously, he had found numerous books and miscellaneous items inside the altar, which he had packed together and transported back using the zombie clone, handing them over to Sandy for research. It had been over a day since then, and Sandy should have gone through everything by now. It might be a good idea to hear Sandy's thoughts first. Who knows what discoveries he might have made. With that in mind, Feng Heng glanced at Anna and the others behind him, then closed his eyes. Chapter 2201. Good stuff. Anna and a few others looked at Feng Heng with confusion. They didn't know what Feng Heng's gaze meant for them, and they dared not move recklessly, hesitating about whether they should say something. Swoosh. Swoosh. A magic array under Feng Heng's feet rapidly rotated. Immediately after, dense blood gushed out from the magic array, enveloping Feng Heng entirely. Swoosh. Fang Heng, along with the blood, disappeared from the spot. What's going on? Disappeared? Anna and the others were all stunned for a moment, looking at each other. Fang Heng had completely disappeared from their sight, leaving behind only the 4 wooden caskets placed in front. Everyone turned their gaze towards Anna. Anna was also at a loss, looking at the 4 wooden caskets left by Fang Heng. She cautiously swallowed, taking a step forward. Just as she took a step, the teleportation passage behind her reacted. Hundreds of lickers continuously rushed out from the teleportation passage, gathering around the wooden caskets. It looked like they were guarding the wooden caskets. This. Anna looked at the lickers, who appeared alert, and involuntarily retreated her step. They were in an awkward situation. So, what should they do next? They suddenly found themselves in a dilemma. Should they pick up the caskets? But there were so many lickers outside, which seemed difficult to deal with. Should they attack proactively? They might end up being torn apart by the lickers. Should they run away? Without getting the caskets, would it make sense to run away now? Plus, without Fang Heng, they would only be trapped in the dense jungle outside. What should they do? The group glanced at each other. Let's wait a bit longer. Fang Heng might have just temporarily left. In the real world, Fang Heng wasn't in a hurry. The Ring of the Ages had significant restrictions on the Tree Spirit clan. Even if the Tree Spirit clan forcefully intruded, the root maze could hold them back for a long time. That was enough time for him to gather some information. Soon, Mojai Aoi also logged out of the game. The two of them got in touch and quickly contacted Sandy, asking if he had found any information about the part they discovered last time in the prayer temple of the Tree Spirit clan. So Mojai Aoi once again became a human telephone, constantly logging in and out to relay messages between the two. Until the 5th time he logged in, Mojai Aoi said, "Mr. Fang, Sandy thinks you may have found something very important. He is clamoring to talk to you, and he seems quite impatient. We couldn't hold him back. Clairway should still have the leaf crystal she gave you. Wait a moment, she will help us set up the internet connection." "Okay, I understand." Fang Heng also felt that relying on Mojai Aoi to relay messages was too troublesome. Sandy kept asking about the domain he was currently in, but what he saw in front of him was difficult to describe in just a few words. He decided to establish a remote mirror communication link. Soon, Fang Heng returned to the game world once again. One after another, it took nearly half an hour. Anna and the other humans remained in place, still somewhat bewildered. Before entering the Ring of the Ages, Osman had given them an emblem seal. This seal could be used to contact Osman outside. However, it was a consumable item and was suppressed by the Ring of the Ages, quickly depleting its energy. It provided only one opportunity for remote communication. Should they use it now? But Anna felt that in their current situation, even if they used remote communication or if Osman came in person, it wouldn't solve their troubles. Should they take a gamble? Should they go up and confront the group of lickers? They really didn't dare. After all, the vivid memory of the lickers dealing with the group of snakes had left a deep impression on them. Lickers were much more terrifying than those snake creatures. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As they hesitated, they saw another magic array appear at the spot where Fang Heng had disappeared earlier. Anna and the others felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively grabbed a few steps back. Blood once again overflowed from the magic array. It was Fang Heng. He had returned. Watching Fang Heng gradually solidify within the blood, Anna gritted her teeth, mustered her courage, and took a half step forward, saying, "Mr. Fang Heng, we." Fang Heng re-entered the game world through the teleportation magic array, casting a cold glance at everyone and shaking his head to signal them not to speak. Anna, who had been preparing her words for quite some time, once again found herself at a loss for words. Fang Heng walked to the side and grabbed out a leaf-shaped crystal from his pocket. The crystal emitted a faint glow. It seemed that Clairway had already prepared the communication link. Fang Heng infused his mental strength into the imprint. Although natural sciences were significantly suppressed within the Ring of the Ages, the suppression in this area was not as severe as the outside world. After being infused with mental strength, the crystal operated perfectly. Buzz. The crystal activated, and faint spatial ripples were projected ahead. The crystal triggered, and faint spatial ripples were projected ahead. A spatial ripple gradually condensed ahead. Soon, within the dispersed spatial ripples, a familiar face gradually appeared. It was Clairway. Clairway had her eyes tightly closed. Forest communication was greatly interfered with, forcing her to exert all her efforts to maintain the communication. Then, another head poked out from the side, a large face directly blocking Clairway's visage. "Mr. Fang. Oh my goodness. I have a premonition that you have found something incredible." Sandy was still flipping through a page of a tattered book. His expression was extremely excited as he urged, "Quick, Show me that precious crystal you found again. Oh, and also, that altar, it's very important. Feng Heng agreed and took a step forward. The mirror communication wave moved slowly along with the emblem in Feng Heng's hand. Under the gaze of Anna and the others, Feng Heng walked through the liquor group and arrived at the wooden caskets. Opening one of the wooden caskets, Feng Heng grabbed out the irregularly shaped Nature's Heart crystal and showed it in front of Sandy. Nature's Heart. Sandy carefully examined the surface of the crystal, flipping through the book several times for detailed comparisons. His eyes lit up with even more excitement and he shouted, Feng Heng, if my guess is correct, this thing should be the Nature's Heart of the Tree Spirit clan. Sandy exclaimed, it's worth a lot of money. I mean, it has great collectible value. Very valuable. What do you mean? Sandy, you have to explain clearly, what exactly is its use? Sandy wiped the corner of his mouth and continued to explain, well, you received quite a few books from the prayer temple before, right? I spent all this time reading through them. The Nature's Heart crystal is actually utilized to cultivate energy for the sacred tree of the Tree Spirit clan. Cultivate energy? Feng Heng became increasingly puzzled as he listened. What do you mean? Do you know that the Tree Spirit clan is divided into 4 tribes, and each time the old generation of sacred trees withers away, the Tree Spirit clan selects the next patriarch as the leader? Chapter 2202 Extraction Indeed. Feng Heng nodded. He had just heard about this from the great elder Senzo not long ago. So, at the moment, the Tree Spirit clan was in a state of extreme instability. Yes, so this thing is very important to them. Huh? Why? Feng Heng became even more puzzled and asked, what does the crystal have to do with the selection of the next patriarch? Huh? You don't know? Sandy scratched his head upon hearing Feng Heng's question. Well, let's start from the beginning, according to the information I found in the books. Sandy patiently spent some time explaining the selection rules for the next elder of the Tree Spirit clan from the beginning. After listening, Feng Heng suddenly felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. The Tree Spirit clan. How interesting. After all the confusion, Elder Senzo had been concealing crucial information from him all along. The way the Tree Spirit clan's next successor was chosen wasn't a straightforward confrontation as Feng Heng had imagined, but rather another seemingly more peaceful ritual. Simply put, each tribe would cultivate their own sacred tree under the monitoring of the Elders' Council. After 100 years, the tribe that managed to cultivate the strongest tree to inherit the sacred tree would win. The victorious tribe's cultivated sacred tree could absorb the nutrients from the sacred trees cultivated by the other tribes, as well as the nutrients from the soon-to-wither old generation of sacred trees, ensuring the best growth for the sacred tree. The sacred tree would also become the new sacred tree for the entire Tree Spirit clan. So, at the moment, each tribe of the Tree Spirit clan was desperately intruding into the Elders' Council, even resorting to violence, in an attempt to vie for the resources to cultivate the sacred tree. However, due to the significant upheaval within the Tree Spirit clan, the Elders' Council had completely disappeared, and the resources left behind by the Elders' Council were unallocated. Whoever seized the Nature's Heart crystal would be considered the rightful owner. As for the Nature's Heart crystal found inside the casket, it wasn't just a simple source of energy, it was also a special conversion device. Under the blessing of the ritual magic array, the crystal could convert energy in other forms into natural energy that could be absorbed by the sacred tree. Feng Heng understood now. He weighed the crystal in his hand again. What a treasure. No wonder the Tree Spirit clan was willing to exchange it for master-level knowledge in other areas of natural science. However, submitting the crystal as a mission item to the Leaf tribe might be a bit of a loss, right? With these gemstones, he could set a sky-high price. He could try selling them to other tribes of the Tree Spirit clan. Hold an auction or something? The highest bidder gets it? No matter what, he had to maximize the benefits, right? Sandy, you did well. Feng Heng pondered, nodding in approval. Alright, I got it. I have something to take care of now. We can discuss further after I retrieve the crystal. Wait. Sandy hurriedly intervened as Feng Heng seemed to want to end the communication. He shouted excitedly into the communication, wait, you idiot. Mojai, I can handle these things. Why do I have to personally come to you? Have you heard of stories like buying a chest and losing a gem, greed blinds one to the big picture, or picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? There's something more important we need to discuss now. Huh? Feng Heng looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Just wait a moment. I need to confirm something else. Sandy took a deep breath, calming his slightly excited mood. Please adjust the direction of the projection lens. I need to observe the main body of the sacred tree. The main body of the sacred tree? After glancing at the withered main body of the sacred tree at the altar of the wood god, Feng Heng turned his emblem and directed the remote mirror communication towards the sacred tree. Sandy leaned in, carefully examining the sacred tree, his eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. Feng Heng, I have read some information in the records about the connection with the dead sacred tree, Sandy said as he observed the sacred tree. I have read that before a sacred tree reaches the end of its life, it gathers its remaining strength within itself and transfers it to the next generation of sacred tree. Usually, this operation is conducted under the leadership of the Elders' Council. I have just checked, and this should be the main body of the sacred tree, but I am not entirely sure. I also can't be certain if the last remaining source of life of this sacred tree has been extracted, Sandy continued. Feng Heng's pupils contracted suddenly as he immediately realized what Sandy was suggesting. You mean the strength of the withered sacred tree might not have been extracted? Sandy nodded heavily. That's very likely. Yes. Feng Heng also came to the same realization. The sudden disappearance of the passage to the inner world, the abrupt death of the elder sacred trees, and the anomalies with the remaining seeds, all pointed to the inability to cultivate the next generation of seeds. So, it's very likely that the elder sacred trees didn't complete the energy extraction process. The nature's heart crystals in these boxes weren't extracted from the sacred tree. Sandy really hit the nail on the head. If you were to run away with the crystals now, that would be going on a wild goose chase. But there was still a question. Since there were problems with the seeds of the sacred tree, why were the 4 major tribes still desperately fighting for the energy crystals of various cultivating races? Wasn't there a lack of seeds? How could they cultivate? Well, let's put that aside for now. Feng Heng suppressed his doubts and asked, Sandy, how do I extract the energy from the sacred tree seeds? Just wait a moment, I will be right back. 5 minutes after Sandy disappeared from the communication mirror, he hurried back, holding a worn-out book in his hand and showing Feng Heng a page from it. The book depicted a large magic array. This is the magic array. It's recorded to absorb and condense the residual life energy of the withered sacred tree. Feng Heng raised his head, staring at the magic array depicted in the book. A phantom of the rapidly rotating magic array reflected in his right eye's pupil. Ding. The player is attempting to replicate the magic array using the omniscient eye. Ding. The target magic array is mid-tier. Ding. Success rate 100%. After a minute of channeling, the magic array in Feng Heng's pupils slowly disappeared. Ding. The player has completed the replication of the magic array, that's it. Feng Heng said. He withdrew his gaze and looked at the withered sacred tree. He wasn't sure if there was any residual energy left in the withered sacred tree before him. It didn't matter. Let's give it a try. It didn't matter if there wasn't any. If there was. Feng Heng licked his lips. This might be the most precious treasure within the holy land of the tree spirit in the Ring of the Ages. The communication had been lasting for too long, and the remote communication mirror link had become somewhat unstable. Chloe's face had turned pale, and sweat beaded on her forehead. Triggering the magic array would still take some time, so Feng Heng decided to temporarily interrupt the remote communication link. Hey, you guys. Feng Heng turned to look at Anna and the others. Chapter 2203 Experiment. The people were instantly filled with apprehension, all turning to look at Feng Heng. They had caught most of the conversation through the mirrored barrier earlier. As they looked at Feng Heng, a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. What did he mean? Was Feng Heng planning an experiment? Using the sacred tree of the tree spirit for experimentation? Wasn't that insane? Even though it was already a withered sacred tree, the idea of tampering with it still made them uneasy. Everyone, I am sure you have heard, Feng Heng glanced at them, continuing, the inheritance left by the tree spirit cannot fall into the hands of other tribes. If we don't act, others will. This is for the future of the tree spirit tribe. I won't say more. Let's get to work. Anna and the others exchanged glances, yet before they could decide whether to join in, they saw Feng Heng already moving around the sacred tree, beginning to set up the ritual magic array. Well, damn. He really was going to go through with it. The magic array was a mid-tier one, and setting it up wasn't easy. Even with Feng Heng's omniscient eye and the alchemist inheritance, it still took him a full hour to set up the entire magic array. Alright, everyone take your positions. An hour later, Feng Heng finished setting up the magic array and stood up, gesturing for Anna and the others to stand at the edge of the ritual magic array. The ritual magic array required at least 3 people to activate simultaneously. Although his mental strength attribute was sufficient to activate the ritual magic array alone, Feng Heng still needed at least 2 more people to assist. Anna and the others glanced at Feng Heng, seemingly resigned, and closed their eyes, focusing their attention on the magic array. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magic array beneath their feet began to slowly activate. As the magic array gradually extracted their mental strength, faint glimmers of light appeared from the completely withered sacred tree. It worked. Feng Heng felt a surge of joy. He sensed the faint power being drawn from the withered sacred tree. For whatever reason, The tree spirit clan in the inner world hadn't completed the extraction of strength from the withered sacred tree before their disappearance. This couldn't have been better. The tree spirit clan had guarded the area outside the altar. Osman and over a dozen Leaf Tribe members stood guard at the entrance to the Ring of the Ages. 2 hours had already passed. As they had anticipated, a brawl had broken out in the council hall of the Elders' Council outside. After some wrangling for the Nature's Heart Crystal, the 4 clans had torn each other apart, engaging in a fierce fight. Osman hoped that the Great Elder could obtain more Nature's Heart Crystals, which were crucial for nurturing the sacred tree. Just as Osman was thinking this, he suddenly turned his head and looked towards a corridor covered in vines behind him. Van, accompanied by several subordinate Tree Spirit clan members, hurried over. Seeing Osman still guarding the entrance to the canyon, Van nodded gently towards him. "How's the situation inside?" "It's very calm inside. They have been in there for 2 hours." Van seemed a bit anxious as he glanced towards the depths of the canyon and asked, "No news for so long? Is something wrong?" As the Great Elder said, the Ring of the Ages is filled with illusions. It's easy to get lost without a guide, so it might take a while, Osman replied, then looked behind Van and asked, "And what about your side? How's the situation?" "We found 5 Nature's Heart Crystals in the hall and managed to snatch 3 more from other clans. Currently, there's a small portion still under dispute, but most have found their allegiance. Other clans are likely to arrive here soon." "Ah," Osman nodded gently. "Let's hope we can make it in time." With a total of 8 Nature's Heart Crystals obtained, it was already acceptable for the Leaf Tribe. Of course, the more Nature's Heart Crystals, the better. After a moment of anticipation, their brows furrowed suddenly, and they all turned to look at the vine corridor behind them. Wood Tribe members. Led by an elder patriarch, over 30 Wood Tribe members emerged from the vine corridor and arrived at the entrance to the canyon. Seeing Ven and the others gathered at the entrance, the elder patriarch of the Wood Tribe displayed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then, he chuckled. "Didn't expect to see you all here," the elder patriarch of the Wood Tribe remarked, his gaze scanning the entrance to the canyon. "It seems you are also interested in the altar of the Wood God." "Humphrey," Ven snorted. "Have you forgotten the oaths we made? The Tree Spirit clan is not allowed to enter the sacred grounds of the Ring of the Ages without permission from the Elders' Council." "Oh? Is that so? Do you still remember those oaths? Then why are you staying here? Don't try to fool me by saying you are here to guard the Ring of the Ages." The elder patriarch of the Wood Tribe sneered, then glanced around. "Now that the Elders' Council is nowhere to be seen, spare us these nauseating words. While others haven't arrived yet, why don't we cooperate and enter the Ring of the Ages together? We will split whatever we find 50-50. How about it?" Van shook his head. "Not happening. We haven't forgotten our ancestors' vows." "Ha ha ha." The elder patriarch of the Wood Tribe burst into laughter. "Really? Why do I feel like all of you Leaf Tribe people are so hypocritical?" Van's expression changed abruptly and he asked, "What did you say?" "I said you are hypocritical, Van." Boom. As the tension escalated, suddenly, a loud boom echoed from deep within the canyon behind them. The ground trembled slightly in response. Everyone turned their heads towards the direction of the Ring of the Ages. It was evident that the tremor originated from deep within the canyon. What's going on? What's happening inside the Ring of the Ages? The expression on the elder patriarch of the Wood Tribe changed slightly as he immediately thought of something. He stared at Van with displeasure. "Despicable Leaf Tribe. Have you already laid hands on the altar of the Wood God? What have you done to the altar of the Wood God?" "Humphrey." Van also didn't know what exactly was happening inside, why such a commotion had suddenly erupted. He instinctively felt that something was amiss, but he didn't want to appear weak in his response. "Despicable? Huh, we wouldn't dare claim that word in front of your Wood Tribe." "Huh? What's that?" The Tree Spirit clan members stopped arguing once again and looked towards the depths of the Ring of the Ages. At the same time, almost everyone sensed a mighty force overflowing from the depths of the Ring of the Ages. Boom. A faint cyan pillar of light shot up into the sky. With the rising pillar of light, the outer layer of the already withered sacred tree instantly turned into powder. Everyone looked in the direction of the pillar of light, their expressions filled with shock. The elder patriarch of the Wood Tribe's face condensed heavily as he stared at Van, his tone even carrying a hint of disbelief. You actually condensed a seed?" Van couldn't help but open his mouth. Condensed a seed? What did that mean? What happened? He had no idea. Chapter 2204 Condensation. At that moment, in front of the altar of the Wood God, the pillar of light that shot up into the sky slowly dissipated. Feng Heng felt a bit puzzled. It seemed like a large portion of the strength had been extracted from the withered sacred tree. Only less than a third remained. What's going on? There was an unusual energy loss from the withered sacred tree. Or perhaps, had the Elder Council of the Tree Spirit Clan already extracted 2/3, leaving only 1/3? Something just didn't seem right. As Feng Heng pondered, suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. As the main body of the withered sacred tree completely dissipated before them, the surrounding withered trees also rapidly turned into ashes. The surrounding mist rapidly dispersed. The outer seal barrier gradually disappeared, and the teleportation passage behind them quickly became inactive. People looked up, feeling the continuous tremors beneath their feet. What's happening? The tremors were coming from afar. Looking up, small hills like large life forms gradually emerged in the distance. Stone giants? These life forms, composed entirely of accumulated stones, stood 7 to 8 meters tall. They seemed somewhat cumbersome in movement. A colossal entity. Feng Heng sensed the power emanating from the stone giants rippling out. The stone giants gradually revived, climbing up from underground and swiftly marching towards their location. A sense of urgency surged in Anna's heart. Feng Heng, what are those monsters? Feng Heng furrowed his brow. Clearly, he didn't know what was going on either. Everything seemed normal. He had just drained all the strength from the withered sacred tree. So, what was the deal with these stone giants? Put that aside for now. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze and looked towards the altar of the wood god. On the altar. There it was. Above the altar floated 3 seed-like objects. Seeds. Whoosh. Ignoring the approaching stone giants, Feng Heng's heart stirred, and he immediately flashed towards the altar, reaching out to grab the 3 seeds in his hand. Ding. The player obtains 3 pieces essence of the sacred tree. Item, essence of the sacred tree. Description, residual seeds left after the death of the sacred tree, are gathered through energy extraction. These seeds contain some of the power the sacred tree once possessed. A newly born sacred tree can temporarily acquire some of these abilities through absorption. The ability can be permanently solidified through a special ritual. Additional description, the energy contained in these seeds can be absorbed and utilized as natural energy. Additional description, this item is a special item and cannot be placed in the backpack. It will always drop upon death. Additional description, while in possession of this item, the player will incur additional aggression from the stone spirit puppet group. Seeds of the sacred tree. Feng Heng was greatly delighted. The energy elites left behind after the death of the previous sacred tree were preserved in the form of seeds. The 3 seeds varied in size, each attached with different skills. Ibukuya is also a descendant of the sacred tree. Therefore, there is a high probability that the seeds can be absorbed by the sacred tree, Ibukuya. Feng Heng's heart raced with excitement. What a profitable gain. Feng Heng immediately checked the additional skill attributes of the 3 seeds in his hand. Item, essence of the sacred tree seal, special power, seed of seal. Description, using the power of the sacred tree, seal the target unit. After sealing, the sacred tree can slowly absorb the strength of the sealed unit. The maximum number of seals, the maximum seal strength, and absorption efficiency are related to the strength of the sacred tree itself. Ability duration, 48 months. Good stuff. Seal was a special ability. It could be used to deal with troublesome creatures that possessed strong vitality or could not be killed by conventional means. In addition, the seeds of the sacred tree could gradually absorb the strength of the sealed objects, enhancing themselves. No problem. There are 2 more. Feng Heng took a deep breath and continued to inspect the second seed. Item, seed of energy supersized protective barrier, damaged, special power. Utilize the special power of the sacred tree to create a supersized defensive barrier, with environmental simulation effect and energy absorption effect. Within the defensive barrier, all natural science spells are enhanced by 20%, and an additional 1000 health point healing effect per second is provided. Ability duration, 72 months. Additional description, this seed appears damaged and must be repaired before use. If used directly, there's an 80% chance of the sacred tree inheriting the skill failing, and a 20% chance of the inherited skill being weakened. Damaged? Feng Heng frowned. To be honest, the effect of the second seed's skill was much weaker compared to the seal seed he just examined. It was about barriers and healing. In other words, it was a defensive skill. It was a bit frustrating to passively endure attacks. Moreover, the sacred tree Ibukuya already had a similar barrier skill, and this seed was also in a damaged state. The game had not even provided a hint on how to repair it from its damaged state. Repairing it would probably be troublesome. But if he didn't want too much trouble, he might as well just let Ibukuya absorb it as energy. After all, it was a seed full of energy. It was definitely inferior to the first one. But it's not a complete loss. Feng Heng continued to shift his gaze to the third seed. Item, seed of energy spatial extension, special power, spatial extension. Description, awaken this power, and the sacred tree can break through the limitations of space, extending branches into other worlds. Shared health point among all sacred trees. Duration after absorption, 24 months. What? Feng Heng's pupils contracted. This thing? Upon reading the brief item description, an expression of incredulity filled Feng Heng's eyes. What a find! It was even better than the Seed of Seal. If Abukaya could absorb this thing and gain its skill. Currently, what limits Abukaya's growth was the inability to traverse different spaces. Once Abukaya could grow across spaces. Feng Heng's heart raced uncontrollably. Take it. He must take them all. According to the item hint, the inherited abilities were only temporary, but temporary could last for at least 2 years. 2 years would be enough time for him to find a way to permanently solidify the skills. Whoosh! 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 Just as Feng Heng finished examining the seed attributes, a dense sound of breaking through space suddenly came from behind. He turned his head. A dense mass of huge rocks was hurtling towards him. What the hell? The dense rocks blocked all his escape routes. Feng Heng immediately crossed his arms in front of him. Boom. 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 The massive rocks slammed into him. Feng Heng gritted his teeth. He felt the weight of each stone hitting him. The impacted area was sore, and he was sent flying by the rocks. The dense rocks kept pounding on him, causing Feng Heng to be continuously knocked backward. Ding! The player receives an attack from a stone spirit puppet, giant, health point minus 12,423, enters a dizziness state for 0.42 seconds, already reduced by physique attribute. The player enters a knocked back state. Chapter 2205 Unsealed. A stone struck with up to tens of thousands of physical damage. So powerful? Feng Heng initially had no idea that the stone could be so powerful. After being hit, it also added the effects of knockback and dizziness. Stone Spirit Puppet. It could be considered a monster in advanced games. Feng Heng was forced to step back repeatedly by the stone's strikes, with the scenery flying rapidly backward. He endured the pain and kept his brain calm for thinking. Right, the 3 seeds that were obtained earlier. Corresponding to the 3 special abilities possessed by the old sacred tree. Space, Barrier, and Seal. One of them is the ability to seal. Presumably, among the sacred trees of the tree spirit family, there was originally a seal on the stone spirit puppet. Even if the sacred tree dies, the remaining energy still maintains the final seal. As he completely drained the last trace of strength from the sacred tree's body using the magic array, the sealing power of the sacred tree dissipated completely, and the stone spirit puppet was able to revive from the suppression of the seal. Feng Heng quickly understood everything. So what's next? What should be done now? As the undying body effect took effect, Feng Heng immediately stepped into the secondary space projection the moment he recovered from the dizziness. Behind him, after the continuous bombardment of stones ceased, the dense stones reverted back to the form of a stone giant. The stone spirit puppet harbored additional hatred towards those who possessed the sacred tree seeds, so they firmly locked their attack target on Feng Heng. Even though they couldn't attack him while he was in the secondary space projection, they continued to pursue him relentlessly. Feng Heng couldn't maintain high-speed movement in the secondary space for too long either. After darting forward for a moment, just as he left the secondary space projection, the stone giant caught up from behind, sticking to him tightly. Hey! Still want to chase? A glint flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. He swiftly turned around, facing the stone spirit puppets ahead. The Book of Oaths appeared before him. Whoosh! 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 The dense holy remnant chapters flew out from the Book of Oaths, heading straight for the stone spirit puppets chasing from the front. Boom! Boom boom! The holy remnant chapters continuously exploded as they struck the foremost stone spirit puppet, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. A series of game hints appeared on the retina. Ding! The player's holy remnant chapter inflicts 2033 damage to the stone spirit puppet, affected by the passive skill Granite Skin. Magic attack damage reduction has been calculated. Ding! The player's holy remnant chapter inflicts 1033 area explosion damage to the stone spirit puppet, affected by the passive skill Granite Skin. Magic attack damage reduction has been calculated, causing knockback effect. Ding! The player, Feng Heng, was surprised. Tough. It was evident from a glance that creatures like the stone spirit puppet have damage reduction against physical attacks, which was why Feng Heng just directly used a holy remnant chapter magic skill for ranged bombardment. He had not expected them to have resistance to spell attacks as well. It would not be accurate to say it was completely ineffective. Focusing firepower to deal with a single stone spirit puppet was feasible, but just a brief delay in the densely packed stone spirit puppets behind would catch up quickly. The next moment, the stones on the stone spirit puppet's body shattered again, densely packed and booming towards him. Feng Heng immediately felt overwhelmed. With his current strength, He was still far from being able to dominate in the advanced game world, and he was even being chased all the way. Alright. The stone spirit puppet's stone impact was purely physical. With the undying body effect, he could completely resist these attacks, at least not worrying about being smashed to death by stones. But the stones were too dense. He was continuously hit and entered a dizziness state, making it difficult to find an opportunity to retaliate. Coupled with the stone spirit puppet's high defense reduction, the damage he could inflict was limited and he could not eliminate them swiftly. Once trapped, there was no telling how long he might be delayed here. Seeing the successive waves of densely packed stones coming, Feng Heng completely lost his desire to continue fighting. Time to run. Whoosh! Feng Heng immediately once again flashed into the secondary space projection, continuing to swiftly move forward. The stone spirit puppets still relentlessly chased after him. It seemed they also had a special ability similar to locking, capable of locking onto him. He could not escape from them even if he fled into the secondary space projection. If he wanted to completely shake them off. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes. Got it. Out. If he wanted to play tricks, he had to stir up the water. After a moment, Feng Heng once again emerged from the secondary space projection and dashed towards the periphery of the Ring of the Ages. There were people from the Leaf Tribe outside to assist, let them deal with the stone spirit puppets behind. Then he could escape with the seeds. Great, the plan worked. It seemed like the plan was good. But there was still one big problem at the moment. The condensed essence of the sacred tree could not be placed in the backpack. Feng Heng could feel it. The 3 seeds in his hand continued to emit fluctuations of natural energy. With this, not only were the stone spirit puppets behind him chasing him, but even after he went outside, the tree spirit tribe would sense the natural energy emanating from him. They wouldn't let him leave. What to do? Feng Heng squinted. Got it. Suddenly, Feng Heng's eyebrows raised, and he immediately had an idea, spreading his palm forward. Hiss, hiss. The blood-colored long sword condensed behind him turned into a mass of blood, swiftly gathering towards his palm, layer by layer enveloping the 3 seeds. Not bad. Feng Heng nodded in satisfaction. With this, the diffusion of the natural aura instantly decreased by several times. Suddenly, it wasn't so conspicuous anymore. However, even so, it still couldn't fool the stone spirit puppets behind him. And there were still remnants of the natural aura. I am afraid this isn't enough to deceive them. Better. Feng Heng thought for a moment, then decided to separate one of the damaged seeds from the blood cocoon. Once again, the ripple of natural energy quickly spread outwards. Alright. Although reluctant, time was pressing, and there didn't seem to be a better solution for now. He could only use this damaged seed as bait for now. Meanwhile, the tree spirit tribe members who had been fighting in the Elders' Council Hall also noticed the pillar of light rising into the sky. The pillar of light flashed and disappeared in just 3 seconds, gradually fading away until it completely disappeared. They looked at each other. The ripple came from the Ring of the Ages. What was happening inside the Ring of the Ages? Not good. The various clans immediately thought of the altar of the wood god inside the Ring of the Ages. Someone has targeted the altar of the wood god. Cursing the Leaf Tribe for their despicable actions, everyone quickly dispatched their forces and gathered towards the direction of the Ring of the Ages. At the entrance of the Ring of the Ages, Ven and his group were still confronting the Wood Tribe. As time passed, more and more Tree Spirit Tribe members gathered here. In just a short moment, almost all members of the 4 major clans had gathered. No one made a move. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. The power fluctuations emanating from the altar were becoming clearer and clearer. What exactly was happening inside? Ven was thinking, suddenly furrowing his brows tightly. What the hell? Chapter 2206 Taking the Blame Boom. A series of intense explosions. Immediately after, a figure darted out from the burst gate entrance. It was him. Feng Heng. Seeing Feng Heng, a hint of surprise flickered in Ven's pupils. Did he come out? Feng Heng's current situation looked extremely dire. His clothes were tattered, soaked with large patches of blood stains, appearing to be near his limit. Huh? Was that? Not only Ven, but almost all the Tree Spirit Tribe members were closely watching Feng Heng. They sensed an extremely concentrated ripple of natural energy emanating from him. They felt unusually familiar with this power. The sacred tree. The power emanating from the sacred tree. There must be something on Feng Heng's body. Boom. Boom boom. Before anyone could ask, the next moment, a large number of huge stones flew out from the canyon, smashing fiercely towards Feng Heng in midair. Feng Heng in midair had no space to dodge, only able to hold his hands in front of him. He was hit by the flying stones, and repeatedly thrown backward by the impacts. What's going on with that human? And what are those flying boulders? What's the deal with the power of the sacred tree they sensed from him? The tree spirit tribe members present were filled with too many doubts, closely watching Feng Heng. Suddenly, an elder of the Root clan seemed to realize something, his pupils flashing with brilliance as he stared at Feng Heng. He has the essence of the sacred tree. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze became even more fixated on Feng Heng. That's right. With the reminder from the elder of the Root tribe and the anomaly triggered just now from the Ring of the Ages, many of the elder generations of the tree spirit tribe quickly realized something. There was something wrong with that person. Under no circumstances should he be allowed to leave. The elder of the Root tribe was about to shout to stop Feng Heng, but Feng Heng had already spoken first. Elder Van. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, after being bombarded by flying stones, Feng Heng seemed to have reached his limit. He spat out a mouthful of blood and slammed heavily into a tree behind him. Feng Heng caught sight of Van in the crowd and couldn't help but smirk. Elder Van, I see you again. What a coincidence. Feng Heng opened his hand and threw a seed towards Van. I found what you were looking for. Take it. Whoosh. Feng Heng forcefully threw the seed, creating a whistling sound as it sliced through the air. What? Van frowned, surprised to hear Feng Heng calling him, then saw a seed flying towards him in midair. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. Snap. Van caught the seed and immediately felt a warm pulsation of sacred tree energy in his palm. It's the essence of the sacred tree. Before Van could react, several elders from other clans understood what the seed-like object was in an instant. Stop him. There couldn't be a mistake. The sacred tree energy they had sensed from Feng Heng just now was emanating from the seed. Although they didn't know how Feng Heng obtained the essence of the sacred tree, what they saw now explained everything. In almost an instant, everyone's gaze shifted away from Feng Heng and firmly onto Van. Van was a bit stunned too. The essence of the sacred tree? Indeed, he felt a gentle flow of natural energy in his palm as he examined the seed with some confusion. A gentle strength emanated from the seed in his palm. The surrounding tree spirit tribe members became even more convinced that the seed in Van's hand was extracted from the withered sacred tree, thanks to the enveloping natural energy. Van, you actually allowed humans to enter the Ring of the Ages. And you dared to take the essence of the sacred tree from the altar of the wood god. What are your intentions? The elder patriarch of the wood tribe immediately turned to Van, seizing the opportunity. The essence of the sacred tree doesn't belong to you. Hand over the seed. The rest of the tree spirit tribe remained silent, but they subtly surrounded Van and his group, ready to act at any moment. It was actually the seed of the sacred tree. At this moment, Van finally understood, feeling both shocked and delighted. Feng Heng had actually managed to obtain the essence of the sacred tree, yet he brought the elite seed out of the Ring of the Ages and handed it over to them. This completely exceeded their expectations. Even Great Elder Senzo probably couldn't imagine that Feng Heng could achieve this. But now, with the essence of the sacred tree in their possession, their leaf tribe became a thorn in the side of the other tribes. It wouldn't be easy to leave with the essence of the sacred tree. That idiot Feng Heng. Why did he have to take out the seed in front of so many people? Just as Van was about to say something, a series of dull impacts resounded from the entrance of the Ring of the Ages. Boom. 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 He turned around and looked at the entrance of the valley, only to see a dense mass of huge rocks shooting out from the entrance. Turning back to the valley entrance, they saw a dense barrage of large rocks shooting out. The tree spirits who had gathered at the entrance of the Ring of the Ages quickly scattered. Slowly, the giants formed from the falling stones. What? Stone spirit puppets? The attention of the tree spirits was once again partly drawn to the stone spirit puppets. Tens of thousands of years ago, the stone spirit puppets were once one of the overlords of the inner world, with an extremely violent temperament, causing great trouble for the tree spirits. Later, the Elders' Council intervened, gathering the strength of the 4 major tribes to seal the stone spirit puppets completely within the sacred tree. Why did they appear again? The stone giant puppets harbored a strong hatred toward the seeds. Regardless, upon recondensing and finding themselves blocked by a group of tree spirits, they immediately launched a fierce attack on the surrounding tree spirits. Van hadn't grasped the situation yet and subsequently became the target of numerous stone spirit puppets. No one had expected the stone spirit puppets to be the first to act. Suddenly, the area around the entrance to the gorge descended into chaos. Amid the chaos, Van and his leaf tribe companions became the target of everyone's attacks. With a silent agreement, everyone dealt with the tree spirits while keeping a close eye on Van and his group, determined not to let go of the essence of the sacred tree. After being struck by the giant rocks, Feng Heng was knocked against a large tree behind him and then fell to the ground. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, pretending to be unconscious, while sneakily glancing at the game hints. Ding! The player has submitted the essence of the sacred tree to the leaf tribe. The completion rate of the mission trade mission from the Leaf Tribe has reached 100%, the mission cannot be over-complete. The player can seek Elder Senzo to claim the reward. Ding. The player's friendship level with the Tree Spirit Tribe has decreased by 2 points. Ha. What a stroke of luck. Feng Heng saw the game hint appear, and he was instantly delighted. Upon careful consideration, it made sense. The Tree Spirit Tribe originally just wanted to obtain the Nature's Heart Crystal from the altar of the Wood God, but now that they had obtained the higher level essence of the sacred tree, the mission was naturally completed with extra credit. Feng Heng glanced again at Van, who was currently in trouble. As for the damaged seed, he decided to hand it over to Van for now. They could repair it, and he would come back to retrieve it later. Chapter 2207 The Rescue. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the Tree Spirit Tribe fighting over the seed and dealing with the stone spirit puppets, Feng Heng quietly stood up and made his way toward the periphery of the Ring of the Ages exit. Just as he was about to leave, Feng Heng couldn't help but shout back. Elder Van, make sure to protect the essence of the sacred tree. I am going to seek help from Great Elder Senzo. Indeed. It was the essence of the sacred tree. Upon hearing Feng Heng's words, the surrounding Tree Spirit Tribe members had no more doubts. The essence of the sacred tree was crucial for nurturing the sacred tree. They wouldn't let Van and his group leave easily. Already under pressure from all sides, Van, upon hearing Feng Heng's words from afar, his expression turned even colder, cursing Feng Heng as a fool. What's the meaning of this? If you are running away, just run away. Why shout about getting reinforcements? Even if you really intended to get reinforcements, was it necessary to shout it out so openly for everyone to hear? At this moment, most of the Tree Spirit Tribe's attention was focused on Van Group and the Stone Spirit Puppets. Initially, they didn't pay much attention to a human who was just trying to escape, so Feng Heng was allowed to slip away from the encirclement. Furthermore, Feng Heng had already used his vampire bloodline ability to manipulate the remaining 2 seeds, tightly wrapping them in elite blood and using the bloody mist to mask the natural energy overflow from the essence of the sacred tree. Although it couldn't be completely concealed and some more leaked out, it was incomparable to the natural energy ripple from the seed in Van's hands. The Tree Spirit Tribe naturally ignored it, thinking it was just residue from Feng Heng's previous contact with the essence of the sacred tree. Who could have imagined that Feng Heng had secretly kept 2 seeds? However, upon hearing Feng Heng's mention of calling for reinforcements, someone from the Tree Spirit Tribe immediately chased after him, attempting to intercept him. You want to run? Don't let him call for reinforcements. At the edge of the battlefield, several members of the Root Tribe chased after Feng Heng. Huh. A smirk appeared on Feng Heng's lips. In the next moment, vines began to rapidly coil and twist around his feet. Whoosh! Feng Heng suddenly accelerated, leaping forward from the ground with a swift motion. Huh? Several pursuing Tree Spirit Tribe members couldn't help but emit a light gasp. They saw Feng Heng's agile movements as he swiftly broke free from the entangling roots, putting some distance between himself and them. What's going on? Was he that agile in his movements? It seemed like he hadn't sustained too much injury after all. Was it all a disguise before? As several Tree Spirit Tribe members were about to pursue, they found Feng Heng's figure completely disappearing from the forward space after a few leaps. Losing track of Feng Heng, they could only stop and look at each other. This human. He was too peculiar. On the other side, Feng Heng stepped into a secondary space projection and quickly headed towards the outskirts of the Elders' Council. With the Tree Spirit Tribe's abilities significantly enhanced after the spiritual domain network blockade was disrupted, his escape skills were not weak either. If he was determined to flee, ordinary people couldn't stop him. Let Van and the others help distract the firepower. Escape first. This time, Feng Heng had outsmarted Van. To avoid any further trouble, he thought he should quickly go find Elder Senzo and collect the mission reward. He also decided to help Van by calling for reinforcements. With that in mind, Feng Heng exited the secondary space projection and transformed into his bat form, heading towards the gathering place of the Tree Spirits. Inside the Tree Spirits Elders' Council, the conflicts between the various tribes had reached their conclusion, and they were now regrouping at the periphery of the council in 4 directions, maintaining a safe distance and remaining vigilant. Feng Heng returned to the temporary base of the Leaf Tribe, descending from the air and reverting to his human form. I need to find Elder Senzo, it's urgent. The 2 Leaf Tribe members at the entrance to the temporary base were unaware of what had occurred, but it was evident that Elder Senzo had given them instructions. Upon seeing Feng Heng, they nodded and led him into the base. Great Elder. You are back? So soon? What about them? Senzo sensed a hidden ripple of sacred tree aura emanating from Feng Heng, feeling somewhat puzzled. Elder Van has run into serious trouble. Feng Heng pretended to be anxious, quickly recounting the events he had encountered, omitting the part where he intentionally triggered the withering of the sacred tree's main body to condense its power, as well as the fact that he had 2 additional seeds hidden on his person. Senzo's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Before entering the Elders' Council, there was an unspoken agreement among the various tribes that to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control, none of the elders at the Great Elder level from each tribe would personally engage in the conflict. Each tribe had to rely on their own abilities to obtain as many Nature's Heart crystals as they could from the altar of the wood god. According to Senzo's original prediction, it would have been great if Fang Heng could find a few Nature's Heart crystals in the altar of the wood god and bring them out of the Ring of the Ages. It was just a matter of luck. Never did he expect that Fang Heng would hit the jackpot this time. Fang Heng actually managed to find the essence of the sacred tree from the altar of the wood god. But why? Why did the Elders' Council initiate the final stage of the sacred tree ahead of schedule? Senzo was momentarily puzzled. This is not good. Senzo quickly realized that now was not the time to dwell on these thoughts. Then and the others must be in serious trouble. If it was just the Nature's Heart crystals, the tribes could still maintain restraint, but once it involved the essence of the sacred tree, even the great elders within the tribes would be unable to resist taking action. Senzo said in a deep voice, "Immediately gather the personnel. We will go to rescue them together. Since we have found the essence of the sacred tree, it belongs to us naturally, and we will not allow it to fall into the hands of other tribes." The Leaf Tribe members responded in unison, "Understood." Seeing the Leaf Tribe members around him preparing to move out for the rescue, Fang Heng asked, "Elder Senzo, what exactly is the essence of the sacred tree? Is it really that important?" "It's extremely important." Senzo's expression turned serious, his tone resolute. "For us, the Leaf Tribe, we must obtain the essence of the sacred tree. It must not fall into the hands of other tribes. Elder Senzo, it seems there are some things you haven't told me." Senzo looked coldly at Fang Heng, "Knowing too much isn't necessarily a good thing for you." "Fair enough," Fang Heng shrugged. "Then let me guess. I suppose it's related to the selection of the next Elders' Council and leader of the Tree Spirit Tribe, isn't it? Cultivating the next sacred tree? The essence of the sacred tree is crucial for cultivating the sacred tree of the Leaf Tribe, right?" Senzo looked at Fang Heng, his expression slightly surprised. Clearly, he hadn't expected Fang Heng to know about the cultivation of the next sacred tree. "It seems you know quite a bit." Senzo initially didn't want Fang Heng to know too much about their Tree Spirit Tribe, but seeing that Fang Heng already knew quite a bit, he decided not to hide it any longer. "You are correct. The leaders of the Tree Spirit Tribe in each generation are selected through the cultivation of the sacred tree. Whichever tribe successfully cultivates the most thriving sacred tree ultimately becomes the leader of the Tree Spirit Tribe." Chapter 2208 Division The Nature's Heart crystal we sought in the Elders' Council earlier is used to infuse power into the sacred tree. As the sacred tree gradually grows, its energy requirements will continuously increase, necessitating external sources of strength to supplement it. As for the essence of the sacred tree, it is inherited from the previous ancient sacred tree and can provide tremendous power to the sacred tree, greatly enhancing its strength. According to tradition, the essence of the sacred tree will only be bestowed after the selection of the new sacred tree is completed. Senzo's expression grew even more serious as he reiterated, "So it must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Cultivating the sacred tree." Indeed. As Fang Heng listened, he couldn't help but silently nod. The information Sandy obtained from the records was indeed accurate. So now all the major clans are cultivating their sacred trees. At this moment, the main storyline game hint appeared again on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player triggers the main storyline division of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Mission name, Division of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Mission description, all along, as the old generation of sacred trees weakened, the Tree Spirit Tribe relied on the cultivation of the sacred tree to select the leader of this generation of the Tree Spirit Tribe. The player needs to choose a certain Tree Spirit Tribe clan, gain recognition from that clan, join their camp, and assist them in becoming the leader of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Mission requirements: 1. Gain recognition from a certain clan, choose and join their camp, and help them participate and win in the sacred tree cultivation battle. Mission requirements: 2. Assist the clan in obtaining the orthodox inheritance of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Mission requirements: 3. Increase the friendship level with the Tree Spirit Tribe to 2000, maximize the friendship level with the target clan. Mission requirements: 4. Increase the contribution points of the Tree Spirit Tribe to 50 million, and increase the contribution points of the target clan to 50 million. Mission requirements: 5. Obtain the inheritance of the Great Elder within the target clan. Mission reward: after completing all mission branches, the completion rate of the main storyline mission will increase by 30%. Ah, I see. After Senzo's explanation and the game hint, Fang Heng more or less understood the situation. The main challenge in the early to mid stages of the game was how to find the tree spirit tribe, gain their trust, and open the gateway to the inner world under the hostility of the spawns, helping the tree spirit tribe return to the inner world. In the late stage, as the power of the spawns was greatly weakened and the tree spirit tribe entered the inner world, it turned into internal turmoil among the tree spirit tribe. The player needed to choose one of the tree spirit tribes and help them reunify the entire tree spirit tribe. Originally, in the late stage missions, there should have been a large number of player forces participating in the various tree spirit tribes, fighting each other, with the superior ones eliminating the inferior ones, until the strongest tree spirit tribe with the assistance of the players was selected. Now it seemed that because he had completed the early to mid-stage missions in a very short time, other players had not yet entered the game world, and currently, he was the only one belonging to the player faction. Feng Heng furrowed his brow. This was troublesome. Now he understood. No wonder the game had given clear hints from the beginning, requiring him to follow the tree spirit tribe's faction all the way. It seemed to be paving the way for the mid to late stage missions. In the late stage, the difficulty of the missions lay not only in helping a particular tree spirit tribe win control over the entire tree spirit tribe but also in gaining favorability and a significant contribution from the tree spirit tribe. Given the temperament of the tree spirit tribe, achieving this was extremely difficult. Not to mention that his favorability with the entire tree spirit tribe was negative at the moment. As for the leaf tribe, he had offended them even more severely. What a scam. But alright. There was also good news. At least now, he understood the game's mission targets pretty well. Of course, there were still a few unsolved mysteries. Such as why the tree spirits suddenly disappeared, why the passage to the inner world suddenly broke, where each tree spirit tribe's sacred trees came from, and so on. But for now, these questions didn't seem as important. Feng Heng, the essence of the sacred tree is extremely important to us. There will inevitably be a fierce battle soon. Will you come with us? Ding. The player triggers a side mission protecting the essence of the sacred tree. Mission name, protecting the essence of the sacred tree. Mission requirements, with your help, Van obtained a piece of the essence of the sacred tree. But Van is currently under attack by various other tribes and stone spirit puppets. Please assist the leaf tribe in rescuing the trapped Van and the essence of the sacred tree from the ruins of the tree spirit tribe's elders council. Mission reward, leaf tribe friendship, leaf tribe reputation, tree spirit tribe reputation. Feng Heng looked at the side mission that appeared and sighed inwardly. What a headache. At least for the leaf tribe, they were not a suitable collaboration partner. Their favorability rating kept dropping from time to time, and even though he helped them a lot along the way, they didn't even extend an invitation to join their camp. And for such a high difficulty mission, they only offer a bit of friendship and reputation? Was it all just for nothing? Feng Heng looked at Senzo, continuing, Senzo, do you still remember that you promised me about the advancement in natural science inheritance? Feng Heng's meaning was clear. Let's talk about the next step next time. How about you settle the previous promises first? Senzo listened, his expression showing some displeasure. Feng Heng, the situation is urgent now. There's no time to help you advance in natural science. You come with us first. If the rescue of Van fails and the essence of the sacred tree falls into the hands of other tribes, the entire leaf tribe may become subservient to other tribes. By then, the ceremony you promised may not be possible to fulfill. You are on your own. As he spoke, a leaf tribe member hurried over, reporting, Great Elder, we are ready to depart at any time. Senzo nodded and hurriedly left under the escort of the tree spirit tribe. Ding. The player's favorability rating with the leaf tribe decreased by 1 point. Ding. The player's favorability rating with the leaf tribe has reached a critical value. Please be careful, player. Feng Heng watched Senzo's departing figure and couldn't help but squint. Hey. The tree spirit tribe was threatening him? No reward? Even denying the rewards acknowledged by the system. They were bullying him, huh? Feng Heng's premonition was correct. Cooperating with the leaf tribe was not a good choice. It would be better to choose a more suitable candidate from among the other tree spirit tribe factions. So be it. For today, he would stop here. As for the mission to rescue Van, he had no interest in participating. After all, he still carried 2 essences of the sacred tree. The lifeblood enveloping the 2 seeds of the sacred tree seemed like a balloon being continuously inflated. As the natural energy released by the seeds of the sacred tree was continuously compressed, the pressure on the balloon was gradually increasing. Chapter 2209 The residents in the temporary base of the Leaf Tribe. Several members of the Leaf Tribe saw Feng Heng wanting to leave, somewhat surprised. Feng Heng, are you leaving? The Great Elder is already waiting for assembly at the entrance of the Elders' Council. Yeah, tell the Great Elder that I was injured when infiltrating the Ring of the Ages earlier, and my strength has greatly diminished. In order not to affect the Great Elder's affairs, I won't follow along for now. I will come to visit again after everything is over. Several members of the Leaf Tribe looked at each other, realizing that there didn't seem to be a reason to stop Fang Heng. Before they could say anything else, Fang Heng had already transformed into bat form and quickly departed. Meanwhile, outside the domain of the Ring of the Ages. At this moment, nobody knew that besides the incomplete seed in Ven's hands, 2 intact seeds of the sacred tree had already been taken away by Fang Heng. All the attention of the Tree Spirit Tribe was focused on Ven and his group, who were being besieged by the Stone Spirit puppets. Ven and his group were suddenly in a dilemma. Having obtained the essence of the sacred tree, they naturally didn't want to give it up easily, while also wanting to flee as soon as possible. But with the remaining 3 major factions of the Tree Spirit Tribe blocking their way, they wouldn't let them leave easily. What's more troublesome was that more and more Stone Spirit puppets were pouring out from the depths of the Ring of the Ages. The Stone Spirit puppets seemed to attack indiscriminately, but more of their attacks were focused on them. Go. Break through. Van knew they couldn't hold out for long, blood vessels appearing in his eyes as he once again entered the Tier 2 state. Even if it cost them their lives, they had to escort the essence of the sacred tree to safety. From the right. The Great Elder will come to support us, hurry. A day later. Fang Heng, in bat form, landed slowly at the edge of the human camp. To avoid unnecessary delays, Fang Heng traveled day and night this time. Even so, it took a full day to return to the temporary camp. Over the course of 3 days, under the leadership of Ji Hating, the camp had been preliminarily established. The exclusive research team and security team belonging to Omnitech Company had officially moved in. Seeing only a few of Ji Hating's subordinates at the periphery of the camp, Fang Heng inquired and learned that everyone was in the outside world, so he immediately passed through the teleportation passage back to the outer world. Besides the teleportation passage in the outer world, the group was discussing Sandy's latest research findings. When they saw Fang Heng's figure emerge from the passage, they stopped their discussion and turned their gaze towards him. Sandy was the most excited, eagerly approaching. Mr. Fang, the seeds. Did you get the seeds? Quickly, let's see. Yeah. Fang Heng opened his hand, presenting the seed enveloped in elite pure blood to everyone. Yes, that's it. Sandy was thrilled, leaning in to observe the form of the seed. This matches perfectly. I have read similar descriptions in books. So, the power of the old sacred tree exists in the form of seeds after extraction. Clariway nodded slightly as she sensed the power emanating from the seed. She could perceive the vast natural energy overflowing from the seed. It was probably because Fang Heng was able to envelop the entire seed in rich lifeblood, masking most of its aura. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to sneak the seed out from under the noses of so many tree spirit tribes. Ji Hating stood beside everyone, observing. Fang Heng, do you need me to take it to the lab for some research? No need. Fang Heng felt that with the current human technological capabilities, there wouldn't be many discoveries in a short time. Moreover, once the seed left its own body, it would release strong natural aura fluctuations once it lost the cover of lifeblood. There were also some tree spirit tribes in the outer world. If too much time passed, they might sense it and cause trouble. Time was limited, so there was no need to waste it. But it can help with the research. Fang Heng threw a nature's heart crystal toward Ji Hating. Ji Hating took the crystal, looked at it with a solemn expression, and then turned to hand it to his subordinates, whispering a few words in their ear, instructing them to conduct the next tier of research. As for what came next, Fang Heng lifted his head and glanced at Abakaya not far away. Abakaya had already sensed the fluctuations of natural energy in Fang Heng's hands, and divines came twining towards him, enthusiastically conveying a spiritual construct to Fang Heng. The mood was cheerful and joyous. In summary, it was a desire for food. Fang Heng glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, the ripple caused by the seed's dispersal will be strong. Move back a bit. Hey, I am talking to you." Mojai I listened and extended out to pull Sandy, who kept edging forward, back. Under the escort of several psychic guards, Ji Hating also stepped back a distance. Fang Heng stretched out his hand and retracted the undulating lifeblood surrounding the seed. Hiss. Without the blood shadow, the elite essence of the seed immediately burst forth with a powerful ripple of natural energy. A green light rapidly spread outwards. Visible waves of green natural energy rippled outward from the seed as the center, constantly washing over the surroundings. Ji Hating watched closely, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. This is one of the powers he possessed been seeking all along. Just by absorbing the ripple, Ibakaya's vines appeared restless, even extending further outward. In fact, on his way here, Fang Heng released the sacred tree seed several times, allowing the inflated balloon to deflate. After 2 minutes, the accumulated natural aura ripple finally dissipated completely. The ores emitted by the two seeds gradually became calm. Ibukiya sensed the powerful power of the seeds and is even more delighted. The vines rapidly wrapped around them, enveloping the entire periphery of the seed, continuously conveying the emotion of wanting to devour to Fang Heng. Without Fang Heng's command, Ibukiya didn't actively absorb, but rather lingered beside the seed, absorbing as much of the overflowed natural aura ripple as possible. A pitiful appearance. Go ahead and absorb. Fang Heng shrugged. After the seeds were absorbed, the sacred tree could obtain corresponding skills, but initially, the skills possessed a duration limit. Fang Heng sensed that the time limit is quite long enough for him to find a way to solidify his skills. Hiss. Ibukiya immediately transmitted a burst of cheerful emotions, and at the same time, the vines surrounding the seed surged rapidly, enveloping the seed. The seed radiated a gentle light within the vines. Once again, natural energy overflowed uncontrollably. Even stronger than before, concentric circles of natural energy ripples spread outwards. On the upper floors of the building, Victor leaned against the iron railings and shouted at Fang Heng, reminding him, Fang Heng, the energy ripple is too strong, it has exceeded the resistance range of the Niam alloy barrier. Chapter 2210. Calculating. Fang Heng looked towards Ji-Hating. Ji-Hating nodded. You don't have to worry about the Federation. They also have detection of energy ripples, but they are all in a semi-abandoned state now. After the tree spirits regain their strength, the Federation's operational policy has adjusted. At most, there will be some reconnaissance, but no active attacks. Good. Fang Heng nodded and said, Victor, it's okay. Release the control of the power. Alright. Fang Heng had a clear idea. The spiritual domain blockade network had completely failed, and with the greatly increased strength of the tree spirits, they wouldn't stand a chance against them. Even if they detected the natural energy ripples, they would likely mistake them for the tree spirits and wouldn't come over to investigate. He was more concerned about the tree spirits. With Ibukiya's absorption, the diffusion of natural energy emanating from the seeds didn't weaken but instead became stronger. The intensity made Fang Heng frown involuntarily. The ripple of power was too strong. Such a ripple, the tree spirits in the outside world would definitely sense it. If he didn't want to confront the tree spirits, it would be best to find a way to evacuate quickly. The absorption process lasted for more than half an hour. Ibukiya's emanating ripple gradually stopped. Ding. The player's soul collective Ibukiya absorbs the essence of the sacred tree. Ding. The player's Ibukiya awakens the ability Tree Realm Seal, not solidified. Duration, 48 months. Ding. The player's Ibukiya awakens the ability Spatial Extension, not solidified. Duration, 24 months. Skill, Tree Realm Seal. Skill description. Ibukiya constructs a special inner world inside, which can seal external targets into the inner world and continuously absorb their strength. If the target's strength exceeds the world's suppression, there is a chance to break free from the seal. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Compared to the brief introduction when he obtained the seeds, the skill now had more detailed supplementary explanations. Tree Realm Seal. Reading the supplementary explanation, Fang Heng suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed that the inner world where the tree spirits lived was like a seal of the sacred tree. Setting that aside from being able to seal enemies, could sealing also be considered a life-saving skill that could trap oneself in the Tree Realm Seal? Fang Heng tried to communicate with the sacred tree, Ibukiya. Indeed. His guess was correct. It was just that currently, Ibukiya had just entered the growth stage, and its strength was still insufficient, so the sealing world it created wasn't very strong. The sealed world created was small, and the creatures that could be sealed weren't very strong. Secondly, the range of the skill needed to be within Ibukiya's reach to be released. Not bad. It was a skill that could be developed. Fang Heng pondered for a moment and then looked at the second skill. Skill, Spatial Extension. Skill description. Ibukiya can break through spatial limitations to enter other worlds, and can absorb energy, grow, and fight in various spatial worlds simultaneously. Ibukiya branches can be extended through ritual magic arrays, sharing health point and all attributes with all sacred trees. The branches of Ibukiya living in various worlds will still be suppressed by different worlds. Skill description. If the teleportation passage is destroyed, the energy of the Ibukiya branch in this world will gradually be exhausted until it dies completely. Skill description. If the main body of Ibukiya is destroyed in the main world, the energy of the Ibukiya branch in the secondary world will gradually be exhausted until it dies completely. Ding. The player mastered the ritual magic array Tree Realm Descent. Ding. The player can extend Ibukiya branches to any world with an adaptability greater than 0 through ritual magic arrays. Ding. Ibukiya has adaptability in various worlds, and Ibukiya's combat effectiveness will be enhanced or weakened in various worlds. A few worlds are not suitable for Ibukiya to survive and cannot grow at all. Spatial Extension. Fang Heng muttered to himself, carefully examining the skill. Based on his understanding, once Ibukiya was bound to the main world, He could summon adult Abakuya extension branches directly in various worlds in the future. Setting aside world adaptability for now, theoretically, the extended branches of Abakuya would share health point and all attribute abilities with the main body. He no longer needed to convert Abakuya into seed form with Clearway's help and then slowly redevelop in a new world like before. For the current Abakuya, this was definitely an essential godly skill. Feng Heng couldn't help but clench his fist lightly. This was quite a wave. With this skill. Raising his head, Feng Heng thought about the situation he would soon face. Considering the huge ripple of the essence of the sacred tree just leaked out, the tree spirits were likely to come and investigate. At the current stage, with the greatly increased strength of the tree spirits and the main storyline still needing them, it wasn't suitable to engage in direct confrontation with them. For safety's sake, it was better to transfer Abakuya back. Transfer Abakuya's main body to the zombie apocalypse, and then use the ritual magic array to teleport the Abakuya branches over. This way, it would avoid direct conflict with the tree spirits. Plus, the zombie apocalypse was in a newbie zone and couldn't be invaded. Abakuya was almost invincible. Immediately take action. Just now, he obtained more than 70 leaves of life from the leaf tribe, and he could think of other ways to restore Abakuya's strength from the tree spirits. It was not impossible to restore Abakuya's strength in a short time. Moreover, after Abakuya returned to the zombie apocalypse, it could spread without restriction and slowly improve. Feng Heng quickly calculated in his mind. Seeing Feng Heng standing still for a while, Sandy approached and asked, "Feng Heng, what's up? Everything okay?" "Yeah," Feng Heng snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at Clearway, asking, "Clearway, can Abakuya be sent back again?" "Huh?" Clearway was somewhat surprised. "It was just teleported here, and now it has to be teleported back? It took a lot of leaves of life to reach this stage. Start over again?" Feng Heng explained, "The sacred tree has gained spatial strength and can grow across space. The tree spirits will come soon, and it's dangerous for Abakuya to stay here. This time, let's send Abakuya back again, and we won't need to relocate anymore in the future." Clearway roughly understood and nodded. "Okay, but in that case, the remaining energy of Abakuya can only maintain the teleportation passage to the inner world for up to 1 hour. Alright, that's enough. Let's hurry and get started." Clearway immediately began to disperse Abakuya's strength, restoring it to its seed state. Feng Heng rubbed his temples again, feeling a headache coming on. Chapter 2211 The Island. So, the next step was to continue completing the main storyline, and the biggest issue was still finding a qualified ally from the tree spirit tribe. The leaf tribe was the one he had the most contact with since entering the game. They were super teammates. The other tree spirit tribes did not seem very easy to get along with. It would be extremely difficult to from scratch to build friendship. Let's split into 2 steps. Abakuya expanded immediately after returning from the zombie apocalypse. By then, we can also open several ritual magic array passages in the world of the vampires, allowing Abakuya's branches to spread over, speeding up its growth, and using the beacon radar we obtained earlier. Feng Heng paused, then continued, "I will try to contact the other clans of the tree spirit tribe and see if we can cooperate with them. This step is quite difficult, so we need to consider alternatives." "But Feng Heng." Mojai Ai listened to Feng Heng's words, pondered for a moment, then asked, "Do we really need to collaborate with the tree spirit tribe?" Mojai Ai scratched his head and continued, "I mean, do you really care about the world lord of the world of forests?" Feng Heng was taken aback. Did he care? Was that even a question? Of course, he cared. The world lord signified ownership and authority over the entire world. It was a must-have. And even the qualification of being the world lord was just his first step. Next, he had to rely on the power of the world of forests to deal with the entire holy court. As Feng Heng spoke, he blinked slightly, immediately understanding Mojai Ai's implication. Right. He realized he had been trapped in a misconception all along. Following the progression of the main storyline and mission guides, until the final step, he could have become the world lord. The qualification of the world lord of the world of forests. The thought of being the world lord of an advanced game world was just delightful. He had always been aiming for this goal. But in reality, did he really need this qualification as the world lord? Upon careful consideration, not really. He already had the zombie apocalypse and the vampire apocalypse, and the zombie apocalypse even had a newbie protection period, immune to external attacks. From a safety perspective, wasn't it much better than this broken world? What he really needed was the power of this world. As for the resources of this world, he had his zombie clones. In the worst-case scenario, he could slowly move everything. Move it all. But, worst-case scenario. After waiting for over a month, the world of forests might open to the outside world. By then, other players, even various game forces from the Holy Court, could enter the world of forests and compete for the main storyline and the World Lord's authority. When that time comes. A hint of determination flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. By now, he had a pretty good understanding of the main storyline of this world. The prerequisite for completing the final mission was to choose any one of the tree spirit clans to help them rise to power and unify the entire tree spirit race. So, the simplest method. He just had to take out all the tree spirit clans. Just like what a Night Owl, the anti-Federation forces, did before. Since he couldn't complete the main storyline himself, he would just cut off everyone's route to becoming the World Lord directly. If he did not do missions, nobody else could either. They would all be doomed together. All problems solved. Fang Heng couldn't help but look at Mojai and pat his shoulder. Old Mr. Mo, you are also a genius. Huh? Mojai didn't expect Fang Heng to be so excited suddenly. He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Haha, just average. Realizing this, Fang Heng suddenly felt like a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Finally, no more cooperation with these idiot teammates. The psychological burden was suddenly gone. So, what to do next was very simple. Do everything possible to improve his own strength. So, the simplest way. Fang Heng shifted his gaze to the gradually shrinking sacred tree Abakuya in front of Clearway. That's right. It's Abakuya. All major tree spirit clans were nurturing their own sacred tree seeds. I don't know where they got these inherited sacred trees from, but since Abakuya belonged to the same lineage as the sacred tree, it should also be possible to cultivate it using a similar method. Even from Sandy's intelligence, it appeared that the sacred trees could devour each other to achieve a rapid improvement effect. Thinking of this, Fang Heng couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. Devour them. Although the next step still involved contacting the tree spirit tribe to gather information, Fang Heng no longer felt the disgust he had before, forced by the missions to cooperate with the tree spirit tribe. His mood was completely different. Ji Hating didn't quite understand what Fang Heng and Mojai were discussing. He had just received a report from his subordinate and walked over to interrupt their conversation, his expression somewhat serious. Fang Heng, the Federation has detected unusual movements from the tree spirit tribe. It seems they are heading in this direction and are expected to arrive at the island within 1 to 2 hours. Can you identify which clan it is? All 3 clans are coming, and the first to arrive should be the Leaf tribe. The Leaf tribe again? Hey. Fang Heng couldn't help but chuckle. He and the Leaf tribe seem to have some kind of connection. Outside the island, upon sensing a fluctuation in the essence of the sacred tree's power ripple, Patriarch Rudyard of the Leaf tribe immediately led his people to rush over. It was strange. During their journey, the ripple of the sacred tree essence they had sensed earlier had completely disappeared. Looking around, the entire island seemed unusually calm. Rudyard suddenly looked towards the nearby bushes. Who's there? Fang Heng emerged from the bushes and said, It's me, Fang Heng. Don't be nervous. Fang Heng? Upon seeing Fang Heng, Rudyard couldn't help but frown. This was odd. Why did he seem to be everywhere? How did you end up here? I came back from the outer world to recuperate. I just sensed a fluctuation in natural energy, so I rushed over to take a look. Fang Heng explained as he emerged from the bushes, spreading his hands. I arrived a little earlier than you. When I came, the energy fluctuation had completely disappeared. I checked just now, but didn't find anything. Rudyard didn't doubt him. Instinctively, he felt that Fang Heng was a low-level human. Even if he had the luck to come into contact with the essence of the sacred tree, he wouldn't be able to trigger it. He would just have to obediently hand it over to their tree spirit tribe. Rudyard glanced around and signaled to his subordinates to thoroughly search the island. Fang Heng watched as the tree spirit tribe dispersed quickly to search the island and tried to inquire, Elder, is everything alright with the Leaf tribe now? Is the essence of the sacred tree still safe? Humphrey. Upon hearing this, Rudyard's expression changed immediately, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. Although Rudyard had been in the outer world all along, the Leaf tribe had close contact methods within the inner world. He naturally knew about the series of conflicts that occurred within the Elders' Council in the inner world. The 3 major clans joined forces to attack the Leaf tribe simultaneously. The Great Elder struggled alone, and in the end, the essence of the sacred tree was seized by the Wood tribe. However, they didn't gain any advantage either. We also obtain most of the nature's heart crystals from their hands. Chapter 2212 Threat. Fang Heng's eyelids twitched as he listened. He highly doubted the claim that the 3 major tribes simultaneously besieged the Leaf tribe. It was probably just diplomatic language. It seemed the Wood tribe was indeed strong, to be able to obtain the essence of the sacred tree amidst the attacks from stone spirit puppets and various tribes. What a pity. Is there anything I can help with? You? Rudyard looked Fang Heng up and down, shaking his head, saying, No need. Ridiculous. When did the noble tree spirit tribe need help from humans? Hey! Being ignored again. Feng Heng maintained his smile and secretly marked one of the tree spirit tribe members behind Rudyard with a vampire symbol. I am also a follower of nature. Perhaps you are confident in the strength of your tribe, but we also have some special abilities that may be able to help you. Oh? Is that so? Rudyard looked at Feng Heng, his disdain was evident on his face. As they were speaking, another group of tree spirit tribe members arrived under the leadership of an elder. Seeing the newcomers, Rudyard's already unpleasant expression turned even darker. They were from the Wood tribe. The Wood tribe, upon seeing Rudyard's group, also appeared wary. Both sides kept a distance from each other. Rudyard, aware of what the Wood tribe members were thinking, snorted and said, "No need to guess. The essence of the sacred tree is not in our hands." "Oh, really?" The patriarch of the Wood tribe, Elder Clinner, focused his gaze on Rudyard for a moment, then swiftly condensed an imprint in front of him with both hands. Boom! The earth violently churned. The terrain in front of Clinner suddenly changed as a huge quagmire surged up from beneath the ground, carrying with it immense ripples of power. A gigantic wooden fist burst forth from the mire. Feng Heng's eyebrows shot up, and he quickly leaped backward. What the hell? Why was the aura ripple so strong? The wooden fist, extended forward, pointed its index finger directly at Rudyard in midair. Humphrey. Facing the oncoming fingertip, Rudyard snorted heavily, his face filled with anger. Suddenly, dozens of swirling leaf vortexes blossomed around him. Countless leaves overflowed from the vortexes, flying toward the flying fist. In midair, a huge tornado formed. Crack. 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 The leaf tornado surged forward, fiercely colliding with the wooden dragon, continuously emitting dense cracking sounds. Each leaf was as sharp as a steel blade, and in just a moment, it shredded the fist into splinters of wood. Boom. 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 The scattered wood splinters exploded in unison. Feng Heng suddenly found himself engulfed in a series of explosions, followed by a wave of scorching air rushing towards him. He quickly retreated several meters. Looking up, he saw dozens of leaves piercing through the dust left by the explosion ahead, each one striking the elderly Wood tribe patriarch with a resounding thud. The patriarch's body seemed as solid as wood, standing motionless in place, coldly staring ahead. Feng Heng furrowed his brows. What's going on? The aura intensity had increased significantly compared to before. And clearly, neither of them had used their full strength yet. There was something wrong. Compared to when the spiritual domain network was just unlocked, the overall strength of the tree spirit tribe has increased again. What could have caused this? Could it be that the tree spirit tribe found something within the elders' council that boosted their combat strength? After a tentative exchange between the two elders, they both stopped, each aware of the power disparity between them. The Leaf tribe had a slight advantage. Clinner of the Wood tribe stared at Rudyard. During the earlier probing, he confirmed that he could not sense the aura of the sacred tree from the Leaf tribe. Based on this assessment, it seemed the Leaf tribe hadn't found the essence of the sacred tree. His previous judgment was roughly accurate. If the Leaf tribe had indeed found the essence of the sacred tree, they probably would not continue to linger here. So why did the ripple of the essence of the sacred tree appear just now? And why did it suddenly disappear? Humphrey. Rudyard snorted heavily. Still not leaving? Do you really think I won't turn hostile? Let's go. The elderly patriarch of the Wood tribe knew they wouldn't be a match if it came to a fight, so he didn't want to say much more. He waved his hand and led his subordinates away. Rudyard watched as the Wood tribe departed. The other two tribes were on their way as well. There was no need to fight with the Wood tribe. They could let the other tribes take advantage of the situation. Soon, another tree spirit approached and reported, "Elder, we have inspected the area and found signs of development beneath the island, resembling traces of the sacred tree's growth. However, we haven't discovered the sacred tree itself." Traces of the sacred tree? Rudyard felt puzzled. Why would there be traces of the sacred tree? Cultivated by other tribes? Rudyard lifted his head and surveyed the surrounding area once more. The environment needed to cultivate a sacred tree was extremely harsh. It didn't make sense to cultivate it in this location. And why would the sacred tree disappear? Rudyard couldn't make heads or tails of it, slowly shifting his gaze toward the direction the Wood tribe had left. Rudyard had a premonition. It was likely the machination of another tribe. Especially the Wood tribe. Once they obtain the essence of the sacred tree, their strength will undergo a qualitative transformation. Human, you mentioned wanting to help just now? Feng Heng was reassessing the strength of the tree spirit tribe when he heard this and looked up at Rudyard. Here's your chance. I have heard humans can conduct comprehensive monitoring of the Wood tribe. I want all information related to the Wood tribe, especially recent activities and domains. Ding. The player triggers the Tribal Conflict Mission Threat of the Wood Tribe. Mission Name, Threat of the Wood Tribe. Mission Difficulty, SS. Mission Description, with the essence of the sacred tree in the hands of the Wood Tribe, Rudyard senses a threat from them. He hopes you can gather information about the Wood Tribe. Mission Requirements, assist the Leaf Tribe in finding information about the Wood Tribe. Mission Reward, friendship and contribution points with the Leaf Tribe, reputation with the Tree Spirit Tribe. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint. Why are you targeting the Wood Tribe? Rudyard glanced at Feng Heng. That's not your concern. If you have any information, go to the Tree Whisperers Alliance. They will contact us. With that, Rudyard snorted coldly and waved his hand, leading the Tree Spirit Tribe to quickly depart. Frustrating. Feng Heng muttered under his breath. The Tree Spirit Tribe was as troublesome as ever. Fortunately, Ibukiya, the sacred tree, had been teleported back to the zombie apocalypse world in seed form in advance. Otherwise, if confronted head-on with the Tree Spirit Tribe, it might not have been able to gain any advantage in a fight. At the moment, Ibukiya still needed some time to regain his strength and reopen the passages between the zombie apocalypse world and the world of forests. With the infusion of the Leaf of Life's energy, it wouldn't take long, probably just a day or two to recover. After giving it some thought, Feng Heng headed towards Omnitech Company in the distance. Chapter 2213 Progress Omnitech Company's branch. Earlier, Mojai and his team returned with Ibukiya, which they had cultivated in the zombie apocalypse, while Sandy chose to stay behind, entangling himself in gathering tree spirit-related information at G. Hating's company. Taking advantage of the lack of clues at the moment, the mission progress was temporarily delayed, and Feng Heng also returned to Omnitech Company's branch to rest. Due to the temporary malfunction of the passage to the inner world, the team currently staying in the inner world temporarily withdrew. G. Hating was still in the control room, directing his subordinates to gather manpower and resources, preparing for the next wave to be transported to the inner world together. There was still a lot to do. We have been tracking the traces of the tree spirit race. The Federation is also trying to restore the transition internet and perception internet networks. Once we find any clues related to the Wood Tribe, we will immediately notify our company. Seeing Feng Heng yawning, G. Hating smiled and said, "Tired? How about I have someone take you downstairs to rest?" "Sure, thanks." Feng Heng felt that staying would not be of much help, so he decided to go offline and rest for a while. In the past few days, shuttling back and forth between the inner world and the outer world, he hadn't had a moment's rest and indeed needed some time to recuperate. "Cheng Fan, please take Mr. Feng downstairs to rest." "Sure." One of G. Hating's psychic guards nodded at Feng Heng and gestured with his hand. "Mr. Feng Heng, please follow me." Feng Heng followed Cheng Fan to a guest room on the second floor of the Research Institute. "Mr. Feng Heng, I will wait outside the door. If you have any questions, feel free to ring the bell by the bedside." "Okay, thank you." Feng Heng thanked him and, after roughly freshening up in the guest room, quickly went offline and contacted Mojai. The situation on the zombie apocalypse side was good. Clariway replanted Ibukiya's seed in the zombie apocalypse and used the Leaf of Life to rapidly restore Ibukiya's strength to its juvenile stage. Then it was up to Ibukiya to absorb strength and grow on its own. According to Clariway's premonition, it would take another 2 days for Ibukiya to reach the tier where he could reopen the space passage. Almost there, just 2 days. Feng Heng thought, lying back down on the bed. After a great battle, one always felt especially exhausted, and he fell into a deep sleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. When Feng Heng woke up, it was already the next morning. Outside the door, Cheng Fan knocked on the room's door. After getting permission, the waiter pushed the food cart in. "Mr. Feng Heng, your breakfast is ready." Feng Heng asked, "Where's Director G? Is he still in the main control room?" "He left the Research Institute late yesterday. Director G is preparing to transport a batch of research materials into the inner world and is in communication with the Federation. There will be a high-level meeting with the Federation later. I heard it's related to yesterday's tree spirit attack on the city. If everything goes smoothly, Director G will return with the materials in the afternoon." "Oh. Seeing the tree spirit's strength growing day by day, the Federation must be quite anxious." Feng Heng rubbed his chin, contemplating while having breakfast. Currently, the mission was at a standstill. Should he go find out more about the tree spirit clan? Or should he play it safe and wait for Ibukiya to recover? Playing it safe. Feng Heng decided to play it safe. The tree spirit clan's strength had greatly increased compared to before. He needed to be more cautious. But just waiting around was a bit boring. Feng Heng's gaze fell on Cheng Fan, and suddenly he had an idea. That's right. Psychic abilities. After completing the last mission, he chose psychic control as his reward, but he never had the time to research how psychic abilities level up. Now that he had some free time, he could look into it. Fang Heng turned to Chang Fan. Chang Fan, I heard that you cultivate psychic abilities. How do you usually train in psychic abilities? Yes, Mr. Fang Heng, learning psychic abilities requires aptitude. The learning difficulty is generally high, and aptitude testing usually starts at the age of 5. Only those who reach a certain level will be trained. We were all selected from a young age. Chang Fan explained, usually, the actual training begins after the age of 13. After undergoing 2 months of basic awakening training, there will be a year of control training. After that, there will be a month-long intensive training session every 2 years. Intensive training? Fang Heng's eyes lit up. Does the research institute have facilities for intensive training? Chang Fan shook his head. No, we don't have it here. The facilities for psychic training are only available at the Federation's Psychic Research Institute. We have always conducted intensive training sessions there. Ding. The player triggered side mission The Path to Unlocking Psychic Strength. Mission name, The Path to Unlocking Psychic Strength. Mission description, despite mastering basic psychic studies, you know nothing about psychic abilities. Perhaps you can take the first step on the path to unlocking psychic strength by visiting the Psychic Research Institute. Mission reward, psychic experience points. A mission triggered, huh? Fang Heng was somewhat surprised. In the past, unless it was a skill advancement mission, there had never been a situation where a mission was triggered. Seeing Fang Heng's interested expression, Chang Fan couldn't help but ask, Mr. Fang Heng, do you want to go take a look? Is it convenient? Chang Fan hesitated for a moment, then nodded, it's possible. Ji Hating had instructed that Fang Heng's requests should be accommodated as much as possible. It might be a bit troublesome. The research institute was jointly established by Omnitech Company and the Federation, so there are many federal teams inside. If you are going, we need to be careful. I suggest you conceal your identity. Alright, I understand. Just a moment, I will go arrange spatial transmission for you. The Federal Psychic Research Institute. After dinner, Chang Fan led Fang Heng through the transition passage into the research institute. For the past 2 days, the Federation has been on level 1 alert, closely monitoring the movements of the Tree Spirit clan. To ensure combat readiness, the Federation is currently undergoing emergency intensive training. Chang Fan guided Fang Heng through the hallway. The Starry Meditation Hall. The outer wall of the hall was made of single-pane glass, allowing only those outside to see what was happening inside. The entire hall was crafted to resemble being set within a starry sky. At the center of the hall, there was a black stone. Several psychic modifiers were gathered around the stone, their eyes closed in concentration. These people all look quite young. Yes, they have just started learning psychic abilities. Their ages range from 13 to 15, and they are currently undergoing Tier 1 cultivation in psychic abilities. Fang Heng looked interested. Would you mind introducing them? We call the first step of psychic cultivation opening the mind. Chang Fan's gaze shifted to a giant stone in the hall as he nodded and explained, this stone is called the Obsidian Stone, obtained from the spawns. It can stimulate the mind, open the mind, and enhance psychic energy. However, using it comes with significant negative effects, specifically causing damage to the body. Chapter 2214 Damage Physical Injury? Fang Heng couldn't help but feel suspicious. We have calculated that the special power fluctuations induced by the Obsidian Stone stimulate psychic abilities, but the body will gradually weaken. We are still exploring the reasons for this, and currently there are no solutions, Chang Fan said, shaking his head. Perhaps you are unaware that when initially selecting psychic ability users, physique is also a very important assessment criterion. If the physique does not meet the standard, even if their psychic talent is excellent, they cannot go far in the path of psychic abilities. So after passing the preliminary assessment at 4 to 5 years old, the subsequent training focuses more on physique until the age of 12 when formal psychic training can begin, Fang Heng pondered as he looked through the glass at the obsidian stone in the center of the hall. According to Chang Fan, practicing psychic abilities would lead to a decline in physical strength. Indeed. Even the spawns were extremely fragile. Once their outer crystal shield defense was breached, a spike of lifeblood could easily kill them. Well, let me tell you about the next training stage. We currently understand that psychic cultivation consists of only 3 stages. Chang Fan patiently explained, the first stage, opening the mind, as you have seen, involves using the obsidian stone provided by the dependents for psychic refinement, gradually honing psychic strength to a certain level. During this stage, our physical fitness is also affected and gradually declines. Once it reaches a certain limit, the body can no longer endure it, and further refinement becomes impossible. After that, we officially enter the second stage, where we learn various psychic skills and abilities, enhancing our control over psychic abilities. This aspect is closely related to psychic talent. As for the final step, it involves directly implanting chips in the body using various technological means to amplify psychic strength. Feng Heng listened, furrowing his brow. The first and second tiers were understandable, but the third tier involved body modification? It did not sound entirely plausible. At least he had not seen any signs of modification on Charlene. Feng Heng asked, "Can I give it a try?" "You? Give it a try?" Chang Fan looked somewhat surprised, lowering his voice as he spoke softly. "Mr. Feng Heng, the cultivation of psychic abilities requires a series of preliminary tests to confirm whether one possesses talent. Beginners typically need to undergo a series of tests, and only after their data meets the requirements can safety be ensured. Moreover, as per convention, before formally entering the starry meditation hall for cultivation, at least 6 months of adaptation training are required." "It's okay, I understand. If I encounter any issues, I will stop." "Well. Alright." Chang Fan hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He gestured to a subordinate next to a monitoring probe in the corner, signaling to open the entrance to the hall. Click. The sealed entrance to the hall opened, and Chang Fan led Feng Heng inside. In the starry meditation room, over a dozen 12 or 13-year-old youths sat cross-legged, maintaining a state of meditation, unaware of Feng Heng's arrival. Feng Heng extended his perception and immediately sensed a sharp sensation emanating from the obsidian stone. This sharp sensation targeted his sea of consciousness directly. Staring at the obsidian stone, Feng Heng felt the surroundings becoming somewhat ethereal, and his mind momentarily felt dizzy. Feng Heng immediately became alert, focusing his attention. Ding! The player receives the effect of mental honing. The player's psychic experience points plus 23, ding! The player possesses too many academic skills, resulting in a significantly reduced rate of skill experience point acquisition, ding! The player experiences the effect of mental honing, losing 200 health point, ding! The player's current physique attribute has reached 70 points, immune to the current stage's mental honing health point reduction effect, ding! The player's psychic talent plus 0.000001, mental honing. Feng Heng glanced at the game prompt, contemplating the sensation he just experienced. It felt somewhat like being fooled by the Holy Court before. It seemed like he only experienced momentary dizziness, subtly influenced by mental suggestion without realizing it. It appeared that his body attribute had become immune to the negative effects of cultivation. With that in mind, Feng Heng decided to close his eyes and fully perceive the obsidian stone in front of him. His consciousness fell into a trance again. Ding! The player's psychic experience points plus 23, ding! The player's psychic experience points plus 23, ding! The player's psychic talent plus 0.000001, experience points acquisition efficiency has greatly increased, with dozens generated per second. In the hidden realm, Feng Heng felt as though he was immersed in a swirling sea of stars. Ding! The player's foundation psychic studies level has increased to level 2, warning, due to cultivation effects, the player's foundation physique is permanently reduced by minus 0.5, ding! With each increase in foundation psychic studies level, the player's strength, physique and agility is randomly reduced by 0.5 points, warning, if any of the player's basic attributes fall below 3 points, they will be unable to continue psychic cultivation. Huh? What? Seeing the blood-red warning prompts floating in front of him, Feng Heng immediately snapped out of his cultivation state. His physique attribute decreased? Feng Heng rubbed his chin. So that's how it was. It had nothing to do with the obsidian stone used for cultivation. Psychic cultivation directly affects other basic physical attributes of the body. Despite each level up in psychic cultivation granting a 2-point increase in spiritual attributes, the process also led to a decrease in other physical attributes. No wonder Charlene mentioned before that the strength of the mind and the body complement each other. Studying psychic abilities granted significant boosts in the spiritual aspect with each grade attained, but it also continuously inflicted irreversible damage to the body during the learning process, leading to decreases in attributes like strength, physique, or agility. At first, one could endure it, but as cultivation progresses, if the body's attributes could not keep up, it became impossible to advance in psychic abilities. This meant psychic players also had a hard time as they had to simultaneously learn skills while finding various methods to improve their basic physical attributes. Seeing Feng Heng's changed expression, Chang Fan approached with concern and asked, "Mr. Feng Heng, are you feeling alright? Do you need to take a break?" "I am fine," Feng Heng said, standing up. For ordinary players, the difficulty of cultivating psychic abilities lay in their basic attributes. His basic attributes had been high enough. He could easily withstand these losses. Pure mathematical calculation showed that currently studying psychic abilities was equivalent to a 1:4 ratio of exchanging basic attributes in the physical category for those in the spiritual category. It was a fair exchange. As for how to quickly improve psychic abilities. Chapter 2215 Training. Feng Heng looked up at the obsidian stone and immediately had a conjecture. There were two possibilities. The first was to enhance the intensity of the obsidian stone's mental honing. The second was, according to past experience, that the zombie clones could also inherit the effect of mental honing, depending on the number of zombie clones used. Mr. Feng Heng, shall we go now? I will take you to see another laboratory. Cheng Fan, somewhat worried about Feng Heng's physical condition, led him away from the cultivation room while explaining, after the initial meditation training in the starry meditation room, there is a period of teaching, which mainly consists of existing theories and experiential aspects. If we want significant improvement later on, we will implant chips into the brain. These chips will track individual states, so you don't have to worry about encountering danger during cultivation. They will also enhance the body's adaptability to psychic strength. Additionally, there are various body modifications tailored to each individual, some of which are extremely dangerous and life-threatening. At present, what restricts the development of psychic abilities more is the limitation of innate talent. Even the best cultivators, after technological enhancement and equipment support, still end up weaker by more than 10 times compared to the spawns. Feng Heng listened and understood most of it. The Federation's training for psychic individuals was divided into two steps. The first step involved elevating the level of psychic abilities and developing mastery over them. The second step was to learn how to utilize psychic abilities and unleash them to their full potential, reaching 100% power. As for the second step, due to the limitations of individual physical attributes, individuals could no longer enhance their psychic levels. Therefore, they could only rely on experiential skills to maximize the effectiveness of their abilities. This step could be considered as icing on the cake. In other academic disciplines, the maximum enhancement for ordinary people is typically around 120%. As for the third step, various body modifications and adaptability enhancements were akin to using external equipment to enhance psychic levels. From Cheng Fan's implication, it was evident that this step carried extremely high risks. Feng Heng rubbed his chin. Are there any more obsidian stones available? Huh? Cheng Fan paused for a moment, then nodded, saying, when the laboratory was initially established, the spawns provided us with over a dozen pieces, but because of the dangerous energy fluctuations they emitted, we only selected one of moderate intensity. The rest have been temporarily sealed. Let's go, take me to see them. The efficiency of cultivation was related to the obsidian stone. The premise was that the physical attributes met the requirements and could withstand the mental wear and tear effects during cultivation. This was speculation and still needed validation. Well, Cheng Fan hesitated. Mr. Feng Heng, could you give me some time? I need to do some paperwork, and according to regulations, entry into the lower danger zone requires full accompaniment by a Federation Army officer. Sure, take your time. Oh, by the way, I also want to conduct some special human experiments. Human experiments? Okay, help me find a few trustworthy psychic enhancers. Feng Heng said, his eyes reflecting contemplation. If his speculation was correct, and the only thing limiting human advancement in psychic abilities was physical attributes, perhaps he could greatly enhance the abilities of psychic scholars at Omnitech Company in a short period. Tell them I will let them attempt to further enhance their psychic abilities. What? Cheng Fan's pupils dilated at the words. Enhancing psychic abilities. Was that really possible? Cheng Fan immediately realized the importance of this matter and lowered his voice, asking, Mr. Feng Heng, does this matter need to be concealed from the Federation? I am fine with it. Just consult with Mr. G, Feng Heng replied. The current strength of the human camp was severely suppressed. Feng Heng did not mind slightly increasing the strength of the human camp. Feng Heng didn't mind slightly boosting the strength of the human camp. In the future, when antagonizing the Tree Spirit clan, the Human Federation could be an ally worth pursuing. Who knows, it might yield remarkable results. Alright. Go get ready, I also need to go back and make some preparations. Okay. Federal Central Assembly. Ever since the spiritual domain blockade network established by the spawns had failed, the entire human world's top echelons knew that the greatest crisis for humanity had arrived. There were endless meetings and deployments every day. There were a few meetings that Ji-Hating could not avoid and had to personally attend. While Ji-Hating was in the middle of a meeting and coordinating the mobilization of resources and material shipments upon receiving messages from his subordinates, he was intrigued to learn that Feng Heng was also interested in psychic abilities. A visit? Well, as long as his identity was concealed, there shouldn't be any issues. Huh? What's this? There was a way to significantly enhance psychic abilities through a ritual? As Ji-Hating read the messages coming in on his phone, his heart suddenly began to pound uncontrollably. Was it true? From the very beginning of his contact with Feng Heng, Ji Hating had contemplated gradually exploring other abilities beyond human control through him. In the past few days, research on the liquors and the nature's heart crystal had already begun. Of course, due to the connection with the inner world, he couldn't fully devote himself to it, so Ji Hating knew progress wouldn't come so quickly. But he never expected that the first breakthrough would actually be in psychic abilities. Ji Hating quickly lowered his head and pondered. His trust in Feng Heng had already been established. Since Feng Heng believed there was a way, there was a high probability of success. It would likely involve individual experiments conducted by Feng Heng, with lingering doubts about how much psychic ability could ultimately be enhanced. And then there was, using this condition as leverage, how much benefit could be gained in negotiations with the Federation. With the spiritual domain blockade network failing and the Tree Spirit clan showing signs of unrest, the Federation urgently needed a substantial increase in strength. If Feng Heng could really enhance psychic abilities comprehensively, as long as the enhancement could reach 30%, Ji Hating was confident that the Federation would make certain concessions for Feng Heng. If there was a chance to reach 50%, he might even persuade the Federation to cooperate with Feng Heng to deal with the Tree Spirit clan. Ji Hating thought for a moment before immediately sending a message to Ching Fan, coordinate everything with Feng Heng. I will handle the Federation side. Remember not to reveal Feng Heng's identity for now. Notify the Federation first and use Dr. Feng's forged identity to contact them. I will come as soon as possible. 2 hours later, Feng Heng returned to the Federation training room under Ching Fan's guidance. They entered the 6th basement. At the entrance of a large alloy metal door, Captain Shi Ting-Wu of the Federation's Psychic Team 2, along with a group of psychic soldiers and half-mechanized guards, awaited them. Suddenly receiving a report that they were to fully cooperate in human experiments related to psychic abilities, Shi Ting-Wu felt a vague sense of unease. There hadn't been any breakthroughs in psychic abilities for a long time. Even the spawns were helpless. To the spawns, human talent was generally lacking, making it difficult for them to make any breakthroughs in psychic abilities. Chapter 2216 Experiment with no prior warning. This sudden urgency for human experimentation. Was it because of recent activity among the Tree Spirit clan? In Shi Ting-Wu's view, this human experimentation was extremely rushed. He could not help but question its safety. However, since the orders had come from higher-ups, he could only grit his teeth and comply. Is this Dr. Feng? Shi Ting-Wu immediately focused his gaze on Feng Heng and said, Hello, Dr. Feng, I am Shi Ting-Wu. The Federation has assigned me to oversee this collaborative human experimentation. Our team will assist you in the experiments. Hello, nice to meet you. Shall we begin? Feng Heng nodded, then glanced at the row of over 10 Federation psychic scholars behind Shi Ting-Wu, gesturing towards several large crates behind him. In addition to them, Ching Fan also arranged for some psychic enhancers from Omnitech Company to accompany them. Several bodyguards also brought along several large wooden crates on carts. Let's go. As the group moved the crates, Shi Ting-Wu suddenly raised his eyebrows, his gaze shifting towards the tall middle-aged man behind Feng Heng. That person. Shi Ting-Wu sensed an extremely dangerous aura emanating from him. Who was he? In the brief moment their eyes met, Shi Ting-Wu suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Brother Ting-Wu, don't just stand there, let's go, someone called out to him, breaking his reverie. Cheng Fan patted Shi Ting-Wu's shoulder. Oh, right. Shi Ting-Wu and Cheng Fan were both psychic scholars and had collaborated frequently before, so they were very familiar with each other. Cheng Fan explained, Dr. Feng has made significant breakthroughs in psychic research recently. We have already conducted conventional experiments, and their feasibility has been verified. Now, we want to conduct some secret human experiments using the power from the stones left behind by the spawns. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. If any issues arise, we will stop immediately. Alright, I am counting on you. Shi Ting-Wu withdrew his gaze. For safety, he checked Feng Heng's identity report again, then signaled for his subordinates to open the entrance passage door. The ripples emitted by the obsidian stone would gradually spread. In the short term, it wasn't noticeable, but over time, it could cause irreversible damage to living organisms. Therefore, the Federation had established safe zones in the 6th basement, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving on regular days. Please follow me. Feng Heng nodded and followed the others into the basement. They traversed a long pathway, and after a metal door lifted up ahead, they entered a spacious underground warehouse. Scattered throughout the storage room were over a dozen pieces of obsidian stone. The largest one was about 6 meters tall. Everyone, we have arrived. They stood still in the warehouse, exchanging glances before focusing their attention on Feng Heng. Okay. Feng Heng stepped forward. Standing in the center of the hall, he could clearly feel the stimulation emanating from the obsidian stone. He closed his eyes. Ding, the player receives the mental honing effect, gaining psychic experience points plus 83, ding. The player suffers from psychic wear and tear, losing 200 health point, ding. The player's current physique attribute has reached 100 points, immune to the current stage's psychic wear and tear effect on health point reduction, as expected. As the stimulation from the obsidian stone gradually increased, the player could gain more experience points through skills. Of course, this also meant an increase in the negative effects of psychic wear and tear. It would require the player to have stronger physical attributes. Feng Heng opened his eyes and nodded gently at Cheng Fan nearby. Cheng Fan understood and signaled for his subordinates to move the crates they had brought along into the center of the hall. "What's this?" Shi Tingwu curiously asked Cheng Fan in a hushed tone. "Some specimens." The subordinates of Omnitech Company moved the crates to the center of the hall, opened the locks on the exterior of the crates, and then quickly pushed them backward, showing particular caution. Click, click, click. The lids of the crates automatically lifted, and shaky figures emerged from them. They were zombies. Seeing the zombies hidden in the wooden crates, Shi Tingwu's face slightly changed. The Federation soldiers behind him immediately raised their beam weapons at the zombies. "Don't be nervous. These are specimens provided by the company and are part of the experiment." Cheng Fan waved his hand to signal, "They pose no danger." Shi Tingwu furrowed his brows deeply. So, these zombies in front of him were replicas created by Omnitech Company. The first encounter with zombies was during Feng Heng's intrusion into the research institute last time. In such a short time, Omnitech Company had already made the latest developments with zombies. Controlled by Feng Heng, the zombie creatures slowly gathered around the largest piece of obsidian stone. Feng Heng began to see game prompts appearing on his retina. Ding. The player's zombie clone, normal form, receives the mental honing effect, gaining plus 83 psychic experience points, ding. The player's psychic talent increases by plus 0.000001, ding. The player's current physique attribute has reached 100 points, immune to the current stage's mental honing effect on health point reduction, ding. The liquor receives mental honing damage, which will be inherited and endured by the player, effective. Feng Heng felt a stir in his heart. Cultivating psychic abilities could also exploit the bug of using zombie clones to do the work. Excellent. This issue was resolved. With the zombie clones continuing to cultivate psychic abilities in place, Feng Heng turned to Cheng Fan behind him and nodded. "Ready, we can begin." In truth, Cheng Fan didn't know the specific tests Feng Heng wanted to conduct either. Feng Heng had simply asked him to help select a few suitable psychic scholars to participate in live sample tests. Cheng Fan found himself in a dilemma. While Feng Heng said he wanted to choose specific individuals for the tests, he hadn't provided specific criteria for selection. Well, he might as well close his eyes and pick randomly. He would choose a few trustworthy ones. 3 psychic ability users from Omnitech Company stepped forward. As agreed with the Federation beforehand, aside from Omnitech Company, the Federation would also send 3 soldiers to participate in the human experiments. Just like Omnitech Company, the Federation didn't provide specific conditions. They could choose anyone who had completed formal psychic training. Shi Tingwu couldn't shake the feeling that this experiment was peculiar. In the past, experiments always had various requirements and restrictions. Today, there were no restrictions at all, which instead made people feel strange. He simply adopted the pattern of volunteering and selected 3 soldiers. Shi Tingwu said solemnly, "Experimenters, step forward." Yes. In the crowd, a row of 3 soldiers stepped forward together, their expressions somewhat serious. The research project had reached the final stage of human testing, theoretically with a very low risk factor. But who could guarantee 100% safety? After all, accidents had happened before. After all, on the path of exploring strength, one always had to pay some price. Feng Heng glanced at the row of 6 people standing in line, signaling with his eyes toward the neatly arranged row of boxes at the edge of the warehouse. Chapter 2217 Potion. Just now, several security guards from Omnitech Company moved the boxes from the cart and piled them up there. "Thank you all for participating in the experiment. Relax a little, there won't be any risks in the experiment. Now, do you see those 7 boxes? Each box contains a corresponding potion. You just need to inject all 7 potions one by one." The crowd looked at each other. "Inject experimental potions?" Cheng Fan saw the crowd's expressions and explained, "Everyone, please rest assured, the potions have been tested for toxicity and there won't be any problems. Let's begin." Several participants in the human trial had prepared themselves mentally in advance, but having to inject so many potions at once still caught them off guard. Wow, in the past tests, they usually tried to test only 1 potion at a time to avoid interference between drugs affecting the test results. Now, all of a sudden, they were going to inject 7 needles? Were they really not afraid of the experimental data being interfered with? Watching as the crowd stood still without moving, Xian Wu frowned. Begin. Yes, sir. 3 Federation soldiers obeyed the order, marching towards the boxes in formation. They opened the boxes to reveal them packed full of syringes. The Federation soldiers proceeded to inject the potions into their bodies one by one. There seemed to be no immediate change. Since they had come this far, the other 3 individuals also summoned their courage, one by one injecting the potions into their bodies. 7 injections in a row. After completing the injections, the crowd returned to their original positions, standing in a line. Chang Fan felt somewhat uncertain. Looking to a team member beside him, he quietly asked, "How do you feel?" "I feel strangely comfortable, actually." The team member clenched and unclenched their fists several times, nodding. "I feel much better than before, actually." Chang Fan was suspicious. "Alright, the injections are completed." Feng Heng clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention and continued, "Now, you can once again utilize the power of the obsidian stone for mental honing, just like when you all underwent Tier 1 cultivation in the past." "What? Utilize the obsidian stone for the next step of cultivation?" The crowd listened, their expressions subtly changing. Those participating in the human trials had already reached the limit of what they could endure in mental honing. Normally, with age, before the age of 40, after prolonged training, the limit of mental honing might increase slightly. It was for this reason that every 2 years, the Federation conducted unified training sessions to attempt to break through the limit of mental honing and enhance psychic abilities. Each attempt to break the limit, if successful, was fine, but if failed, it would inevitably cause considerable damage to the body. Afterward, they would need to rest and recuperate for almost half a month. In extreme cases, one might even lose their life. Seeing the hesitation among the crowd once again, Xian Wu couldn't help but frown and said in a deep voice, "This is an order. Why haven't you started yet?" "Yes." The 3 Federation psychic enhancers accepted the command and walked towards the obsidian stone ahead. Facing the obsidian stone, the 3 of them sat cross-legged, focusing their minds to proceed with the next step of meditation cultivation. The 3 psychics from Omnitech Company kept an eye out, taking a few hesitant steps and quietly observing the state of the 3 Federation testers. "Huh?" A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them simultaneously. They realized that the situation didn't seem as bad as they had imagined. After entering the state of meditation, the 3 Federation members quieted down and weren't forcefully forced out of meditation due to backlash. This meant that they had entered the state of mental honing. Could it be that the potion they just used was really effective? Chang Fan's eyes lit up as he saw the situation unfold. If the potion had no effect, these people would have fainted long ago due to being unable to withstand the mental honing. Of course, there could be some coincidences, such as them coincidentally experiencing significant breakthroughs during this period. But the probability of this was very low, not to mention all 3 of them experiencing such a rare probability simultaneously. Chang Fan urged his subordinate team members, "What are you standing around for? Why aren't you following along?" The 3 psychics from Omnitech Company participating in the test knew they couldn't delay any longer, so they had no choice but to follow along and sit cross-legged in front of the obsidian stone, entering a state of meditation. Soon, they also noticed something unusual. The mental honing felt exceptionally smooth and fluid. It felt as if they were back to the state when they first encountered meditation. The power of the mind's essence was continuously increasing. 5 minutes later, meditation continued. The underground warehouse fell into silence. The faces of everyone present showed hints of astonishment and excitement, occasionally glancing at Feng Heng. With the current situation, the experiment was probably successful. All 6 people had successfully entered the state of mental honing simultaneously. And it had lasted for a full 5 minutes. This couldn't be just luck. There must be some breakthroughs each of them could explain. It must be related to the experimental potion just now. That potion. How did it achieve this? Both Chang Fan and Xian Wu were scholars of psychic studies, and they were more excited than ordinary people to discover that there could be further breakthroughs in mental honing. Xian Wu couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Feng Heng, the potion you just used. It's a special modified potion for genetic enhancement." Feng Heng looked at the individuals currently undergoing cultivation and explained, "After taking the potion, it can permanently enhance the body's various attributes and resistances. Through my research, I found that practicing psychic cultivation continuously decreases the body's attributes. As the body gradually weakens, it reaches a point where it can no longer withstand the mental honing of the obsidian stone. This is why psychic abilities reach their so-called limit." After Feng Heng's explanation, everyone nodded silently. This explanation was also a mainstream viewpoint, and the Federation had conducted many targeted experiments on it, but they had never found a good solution. Fang Heng's solution was simple: directly enhance the body's qualities through the potion. As for the potion, it was extracted through Kaiyu Yao King's research on the zombie virus. Currently, in the laboratories of the zombie apocalypse, they had successfully developed 7 special potions through research on the Hyla virus. After consuming all of them, the total physical attributes would increase by at least 12 points. Those with better talents could even increase by 15 points, and it was possible to reach 20 points under the limit state. Even if only the minimum of 12 points was increased, it would be enough for psychic scholars to undergo another thorough mental honing training, significantly increasing their psychic levels. Soon, people began to withdraw from the cultivation state. After all, the various physical qualities of the psychic scholars participating in the trial were already very weak. Merely increasing by 15 points was far from achieving complete immunity to mental honing, quickly reaching the limit of single cultivation. But it hadn't reached the limit of cultivation where psychic abilities could be improved yet. Chapter 2218 The reduction. The individuals participating in the human trial exchanged excited glances, their eyes shining with excitement. They felt it. Their psychic abilities had been significantly enhanced. This kind of enhancement hadn't been felt in a long time. And it hadn't even reached its limit yet. After a period of recovery, they would soon be able to proceed to the next step of cultivation. And they could continue to improve. Chang Fan and several of his subordinates who participated in the trial exchanged glances, suppressing their excitement and maintaining calmness. Chang Fan asked, "Did you feel any abnormal reactions during the trial process?" Everyone shook their heads in unison. "Not at the moment." "Okay." Chang Fan turned to Fang Heng and said, "Dr. Fang, after the mental honing is over, they will need some time to rest. During this break, I will take them to the laboratory for further physical data testing." "Alright, go ahead. Before you leave, have them drink the recovery potion." Fang Heng pointed to the last box on the right side of the warehouse and said, "Bring them back after the testing." Understood. This time, the individuals participating in the test cooperated more smoothly, quickly gulping down the blue recovery potion. Together with Chang Fan, they returned to the laboratory for physical data testing. Fang Heng and Shi Yanwu remained in the warehouse with their companions, waiting. Shi Yanwu looked at Fang Heng, his gaze a bit more intense than before. "Dr. Fang, forgive my presumption, but do the potions you have prepared have any side effects? Are there any special requirements for the users?" "There are no adverse effects, and there are no special requirements for the users. However, the quantity of potions is limited, so it may not be possible to provide them to everyone in the short term." "No side effects? Does this mean that the entire psychic soldier corps could undergo a qualitative transformation?" Excitement surged in Shi Yanwu's heart. He was eager to try the new potions developed by Omnitech, hoping to break through the limits of psychic abilities. But he held back. Shi Yanwu took a deep breath, calming himself down. For safety reasons, he would wait for the experimental reports to come out. And they would come out soon. While waiting for the data testing, Fang Heng sat down cross-legged. More than a dozen zombie clones surrounded the obsidian stone, accelerating their psychic cultivation together. After more than half an hour, a game hint appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Ding! The player's psychic level has been upgraded to level 10. Ding! The player can advance in psychic studies. The player needs to sacrifice 10 points of basic attributes, excluding spirit and hidden attributes. After sacrificing, the basic attribute will permanently decrease by 10 points. Fang Heng's heart stirred. Advancing in low-level psychic studies was very simple. It only required sacrificing ordinary basic attributes. At least, it seemed simple for him. For ordinary players, directly consuming 10 basic attributes would be quite damaging. After some consideration, Fang Heng chose to sacrifice strength attributes. Once strength reached a certain limit, its specific manifestation would stabilize at a certain level. Further improvements would require slow accumulation. With 10 points of strength, the most significant difference would be several hundred points of damage with a single punch. Ding! The player sacrifices 10 points of strength attributes. The player's psychic level is upgraded to low-level level 1, skill, low-level psychic, level 1. Type, academic. Skill description, you are gradually sensing the power of the mind. You are progressively enhancing your psychic abilities through mental honing. Skill description, increase 10 points of spirit, and 10 points of willpower. An additional 2.5 points of spirit and 2.5 points of willpower are gained for every level increase. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of level 15. Additional skill, Psychic Guard. After advancement, low-level Psychic does not have additional skills. It only inherits the Psychic Guard skill from basic psychic studies. Additionally, you will receive a total of 5 attribute points with each grade increase. However, he estimated that when leveling up, basic physical attributes would still be randomly deducted. Of course, overall, It was definitely a gain. So let's continue. Level up. Federation Research Institute. At this moment, the 6 psychics who had just participated in the human trials had their blood drawn ruthlessly, and they were temporarily placed inside large precision instruments for full-body scans. Behind the glass wall, more than 10 research personnel gathered in front of the screen, all showing expressions of astonishment as they saw the various data displayed on the instruments. All the values were completely normal. The only difference was that the subject's physical qualities had experienced a significant increase in a short period. At the same time, calculations indicated that their tolerance for mental honing had also greatly increased. Moreover, various data suggested that their current tolerance for mental honing was far from reaching its limit. Was it the effect of the potion? Did the potion directly enhance individual physical qualities? They had never heard of such a potion. As the people whispered among themselves, the door to the room behind them clicked open. "Sir." Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone's expressions immediately became serious, and they respectfully stepped aside. The newcomer was the leader of the laboratory team. Following him into the room was Federation Military Department Deputy Director Kleinman. Kleinman was responsible for the development of the entire Federation Psychic Special Forces. "Mr. Lebo, please introduce the situation to Sir Kleinman." "Yes." The leader of the research room stepped forward and said, "We have conducted detailed blood tests and residual body analysis on the first batch of subjects. We did not find any drug residues or abnormal reactions in their bodies, confirming that the drug has the lowest level of danger. In addition, with the assistance of the drug, the subject's physical qualities have significantly improved, and their ability to withstand mental honing has correspondingly increased." Listening to the team leader's report, Kleinman frowned and interrupted, "Please wait a moment. Are you saying that after taking the drug, the subject's physical qualities were immediately enhanced, leading to soldiers being able to withstand higher levels of mental honing? Is that correct?" "Yes." "Is it a permanent enhancement?" Kleinman looked at the team leader and asked, "Is the potion only effective for those who have mastered psychic abilities? What about ordinary people? Can they use the potion to improve their physical qualities?" The members of the research team looked at each other. In fact, they were curious about this as well. "We haven't received the potion, so we can't confirm this for now." Kleinman frowned. Omnitech Company's special human trials seemed to be in a hurry this time. He didn't take it seriously at first, until the laboratory leader sent him a message, informing him of the significant breakthrough in psychic abilities. "A potion with no side effects?" Kleinman asked, "After taking the drug, what is the estimated percentage increase in psychic abilities?" The leader of the research team looked at the others, took a deep breath, and said, "The data varies depending on the individual. The specific final value is not guaranteed to be 100% accurate. Based on the various data we have, we estimate that the target individuals can ultimately increase their psychic foundational abilities by 90 to 150%. Chapter 2219 Multipliers. What? Kleinman's pupils suddenly contracted. Twice as much? Assuming psychic strength could increase by 100%. Then, in terms of overall combat strength, the specific performance could be increased by at least 150%. How did Omnitech achieve this? On the side, Chang Fan, who had participated in the experiment, was also shocked by this number. Can it really increase so much? If that's the case. Chang Fan's heart raced faster and faster. Originally, he thought that a 10% increase was already crazy enough. To be able to increase to 150% in a state of limit. If the final experiment confirms it. Kleinman couldn't sit still anymore and asked, "Where is Director G?" Chang Fan replied, "Director G is still participating in the Federation's high-level meeting. I have submitted the experimental data to Director G, and he will come immediately after the meeting." Kleinman looked at Chang Fan and asked, "Chang Fan, how is your company's potion production? If everything goes smoothly, with the full support of the Federation, can Omnitech Company supply safe potions to the entire Federation army? Covering all is a bit difficult. Some of the raw materials are special extracts, which take a lot of time to obtain. Currently, the company can immediately provide 500 doses, with a daily output of about 20 doses. If the Federation invests without regard to cost, we can expand production, and the output can increase to 200 doses per day within a week, with continuous growth afterward." Chang Fan reported the data without hesitation. This matter had been specially discussed with Feng Heng. Kleinman calculated in his mind. Still too slow. The entire Federation only has 12,000 combat personnel who can control psychic abilities, and the real combat elite control is at 5,000. Even with a daily production of 200 doses of potion, it would take a month to equip the elite teams. And the soldiers still need time to cultivate. The threat from the Tree Spirit clan was imminent. Every day delayed, the situation could undergo earth-shaking changes. Moreover, if subsequent experiments confirmed that the potion was also effective for non-psychic cultivators. Just the number of potions needed for the army is far more than 1 million. This valuable potion that can enhance physical attributes would not only be desired by soldiers but also by Federation officials. If the news were to spread, even those tycoons outside would flock to it. This project is a federal secret, entering the highest level of confidentiality. Remember to strictly block all information and report this matter to Minister Ray immediately. Yes, sir. After thinking for a moment, Kleinman looked at Cheng Fan again and asked, I heard that just now was only Dr. Fang's Tier 1 experiment. Cheng Fan cautiously swallowed and nodded slightly. What? Just Tier 1? So the experiment had not ended yet? Everyone in the research room looked at Cheng Fan. Already an increase of 80% to 150%, and this was not the limit yet. As Dr. Fang said, just now was only the Tier 1 experiment, which was intended for preliminary verification. If successful, he hopes to invite a small number of personnel to participate in the Tier 2 experiment. Under the scrutiny of so many people, Cheng Fan felt some pressure and continued, the Tier 2 experiment is much more dangerous than Tier 1, and there may even be a probability of death, but... Kleinman evaluated the risk of this test in his mind and asked, but what? But Dr. Fang said that once the experiment is successful, the final increase will be much more significant than Tier 1. At this, the entire room suddenly fell silent again. Hearing this, everyone felt a bit unbelievable. Significantly more significant than Tier 1? After all, the Tier 1 experiment could almost double psychic abilities. So if Tier 2 succeeds, could the overall psychic strength increase by several times? It seemed a bit too unbelievable. Let's go and see together. After hearing Kleinman's explanation, Kleinman immediately couldn't sit still, nodding to indicate that everyone should go to the basement together. He had to see for himself. See what Dr. Fang's Tier 2 human experiments were like. 6th basement. Fang Heng was still sitting in front of the largest piece of obsidian stone, maintaining a meditative state with his eyes closed. After entering the low level of psychic level, the speed of cultivation suddenly slowed down. It required more zombie clones to continuously gain experience for 24 hours to ensure subsequent efficiency. As he pondered, Kleinman arrived at the underground warehouse with a group of people. Sir. Seeing Deputy Director Kleinman, who was 2 levels higher than him in the military department, approaching personally, Shi Yanwu's expression became solemn, and he saluted along with his soldiers. Wasn't Kleinman supposed to still be participating in a remote video conference? Why did he come personally? Could it be? He had a premonition. The test results were very good, so Kleinman gave up halfway through the meeting and came to check the situation. Dr. Fang. Kleinman looked towards Fang Heng. Hello, nice to meet you. I am Kleinman, responsible for the Federation's Psychic Military Department. Fang Heng had already heard the movement and exited his meditative state, standing up, nodding to Kleinman, and then glanced at the group of accompanying researchers and Cheng Fan behind him. Nice to meet you. Have the test results come out? Yes, they have, and the results are very good. Kleinman said, glancing at the several potion boxes placed against the wall, and said in a deep voice, Dr. Fang, the potion you developed has been confirmed to greatly help in enhancing psychic abilities. On behalf of myself and the Federation's Psychic Military Department, I thank you for your contribution to the military. Fang Heng remained calm, waving his hand. You are welcome. The leader of the research group stepped forward and said, Dr. Fang, we have prepared the volunteers for the experiment you need to recruit. If you are ready, we can start the 2nd stage of cultivation at any time. Yes, the 2nd tier of testing is very dangerous and may cause some other unknown negative effects, and accidental death is also possible. Are the participants psychologically prepared and willing to take this risk? Don't worry about that. Even if there is only a 10% chance of success, we are willing to try. Kleinman said, nodding towards Stone Yanwu beside him. Beside Stone Yanwu, 16 soldiers stood in a row. The primary condition for the Federation military has always been obedience to orders. However, when it comes to this part of the experiment involving unverified and extremely risky human testing, the military respects individual wishes. Dr. Fang, these are all volunteers for the Tier 2 human experiment. They have been informed of the risks in advance. No need for so many people, just 2. Fang Heng looked at the soldiers and reiterated, the risk is very high. Who is willing to join the test? Step forward. Chapter 2220 Transformation. As soon as the words fell, everyone stepped forward together. The soldiers looked at Fang Heng, their eyes showing some hidden excitement. The slots were limited. There had been rumors circulating that the effects of the Tier 1 experiment were surprisingly good. Didn't Deputy Director Kleinman come in person? It was said that the currently developed potions were limited in quantity and could only satisfy a small number of people. As for the Tier 2 testing, the potion was even scarcer, and the limit of psychic strength improvement was much higher than that of Tier 1. At the moment, participating in the test was an excellent opportunity for improvement. Even though there might be great risks, many people were willing to try it themselves. Feng Heng shrugged and pointed casually, "You too?" "Yes." Hueco and another selected soldier's expressions suddenly brightened, and they stepped forward. Everyone looked at Feng Heng with curiosity. So how would the Tier 2 testing be conducted? And were there any new potions? Feng Heng made no other movements, just turned his head to look at the Prince of the Vampires, Carl, who had been following him all along, and nodded. "Carl, let's begin." Everyone couldn't help but shift their gaze to the tall middle-aged man beside Feng Heng. Carl had entered the game world through the vampire teleportation passage not long ago, and had been following Feng Heng ever since. Shi Yanwu once again focused his gaze on Carl, feeling a slight movement in his heart. The first time he saw Carl, he felt an invisible pressure from him. Even just now, he had someone investigate Carl's identity in private. Strangely, there was no record of this person in the Federation's comparison database. So who was he? Carl was leisurely examining the two Federation soldiers who were about to participate in the Tier 2 human trial. From the perception of vampire lifeblood, these two Federation soldiers were too weak. Their physical fitness was comparable to that of a child. "Oh? It's you two? Not bad, come closer." The two soldiers walked towards Prince Carl at his words. "There's a saying among humans, to gain strength, you must pay an equal price. Are you willing?" Carl looked at the two with a playful expression in his eyes. "Hee, just kidding with you." Before the two could answer, Carl chuckled and pointed at them one by one. Kai. The two participating soldiers suddenly felt a huge force pouring into their bodies along their brows. At the same time, a dark red light condensed at their brows. Feng Heng quietly watched from the side. There were two methods he could think of to quickly improve physical fitness. Kaiyu Yaoking's developed potions. And the inheritance of vampires. According to Carl, each person could increase their attributes by about 15 points with potions. Accepting the conversion personally conducted by a Vampire King level figure, humans could directly increase their basic physical attributes by 100 to 120 points. Even after entering the vampire altar and undergoing blood baptism, the total attribute increase could reach 200 points, which was normal. Of course, the vampire altar wasn't so easy to enter. The two trial participants felt their blood boiling rapidly in their bodies, and their pupils were quickly covered with a layer of blood red. They also fell into an endless sea of blood before their eyes. The core source in their bodies continued to steam up, and waves of heat followed the blood in their bodies, spreading throughout their bodies. This warm and comfortable feeling made them feel like shouting out loud. The two almost simultaneously closed their eyes. After completing the conversion, Carl nodded gently at Feng Heng and stood beside him. After a moment, the conversion was complete. Feng Heng looked at the two Federation soldiers who slowly opened their eyes and asked, "How do you feel?" Hueco and the other soldier who completed the vampire conversion looked at each other. After the vampire conversion, the various attributes of the two had greatly improved in a short period of time, which made Hueco feel a very strange sensation. He felt like the whole world had become somewhat different from before. Clearer. The two didn't know what had happened to them, but when they looked at Feng Heng, they subtly felt the overflowing power from him, and even had the illusion of wanting to submit to him. It seemed that they instinctively didn't want to go against anything Dr. Feng said. Hueco also didn't know what had happened to him. He cleared his throat and said, "I feel great. I have never felt this good before." Feng Heng nodded and pointed to the largest obsidian stone in the hall. "You two, let's begin. Now you can start mental honing through the obsidian stone." The two of them felt a bit of anticipation in their hearts upon hearing this, and walked straight towards the largest obsidian stone in the center of the hall. "Wait a moment." Feng Heng raised his hand to stop them and said, "Change to the two smaller obsidian stones on the side. They will have a smaller short-term impact." "Yes." The two nodded again and walked towards the smallest obsidian stone on the far left side of the hall, until they reached the obsidian stone and sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state. Feng Heng quietly asked Carl beside him, "How is it?" "Your Majesty, rest assured, aside from using strength, their basic attributes have reached the level of a normal marquis. It's no problem for them to resist the ripple of the small obsidian stone." "Well done." Under the gaze of everyone, Hueco and the other soldier sat cross-legged in front of the obsidian stone for mental honing. Time passed minute by minute. The two sat in front of the obsidian stone motionlessly, like old monks in meditation. An hour passed. The expressions on everyone's faces went from initial doubt to later astonishment, and finally became somewhat strange. An hour of continuous meditation? Why could they maintain it for so long? Wouldn't they suffer from the negative effects of mental honing? Pa. Fang Heng felt a little tired, yawned on the side, and said, "It seems almost done. Has Director G not arrived yet?" Chang Fan cautiously withdrew his gaze from the two cultivators, and apologized, "Sorry, Dr. Fang, the meeting on the Federation side hasn't ended yet. As soon as the meeting ends, the director will come immediately." "It's okay, I am not in a hurry." Fang Heng looked at the group of Federation people not far away and said, "I estimate it will take a long time for them to finish. You will probably need a long time for data testing too. I suddenly had some new ideas and plan to go back to adjust some experiments. I won't stay here any longer. Please record the subsequent data for me." Okay. The group of Federation research personnel didn't know how Fang Heng did it, but they were amazed by everything that was happening before them. They simply thought Fang Heng was a genius researcher and nodded one after another, saying, "You have worked hard." Chapter 2221. Borrowing. Fang Heng looked at the laboratory supervisor and asked, if possible, to ensure the progress of the experiment, Omnitech would like to borrow the largest obsidian stone for research. This. Obviously, the laboratory supervisor couldn't make such a decision and looked at Klein. "Of course, you can take it now, and complete the procedures later." Klein's gaze towards Fang Heng had already changed. At other times, it wouldn't be a problem for Omnitech Company to borrow the obsidian stone for research. It was just that the step-by-step approval process would take at least half a month. But now, it was an exception. Developing psychic potential as quickly as possible and improving the overall quality of the Legion. The sooner, the better. Klein didn't mind giving Omnitech Company the green light on this matter. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to go and handle the procedures. "Thank you." Fang Heng looked at Chang Fan again. "Notify me immediately after it's delivered to my laboratory." "Okay, Dr. Fang, I will take you back first." The crowd watched as Fang Heng and his group left. Only the Federation people were left in the basement warehouse. The laboratory supervisor glanced at the two who were still in the mental honing state, then at Klein, and cautiously asked, "Sir, should we wake them up first?" "No need, let them continue." Klein said, looking at his subordinates, "Why can their mental honing state last so long?" According to Dr. Fang's theory, the participants' physical strength has been greatly enhanced in a short period, enabling them to break through the limits and withstand the short-term negative effects of mental honing. "You mean they are completely immune to the negative effects of mental honing?" "Yes, according to our calculations, it would take at least 3 times the physique of an average person to be completely immune to the short-term negative effects of mental honing." Klein looked surprised. "Are you saying their physical fitness has tripled?" "Just now?" "Yeah." The research team leader nodded while looking at the two practitioners in front of the obsidian stone. "It's indeed hard to believe, but data doesn't lie. After it's over, I will immediately start body testing, and we will submit the specific data immediately after they complete the test." Klein couldn't help but feel shocked and then asked another crucial question. How did he do it? To greatly enhance someone's physical fitness in such a short time. With the current technology of the Federation, the only thing that could be done was mechanized transformation. But after countless tests, mechanized transformation did not affect mental honing. The crowd glanced at each other. No one present could answer Klein's question. Recalling the individual who had followed Fang Heng earlier. Just pointing at the two from a distance with his finger? And then their physical fitness underwent a qualitative enhancement? Isn't that absurd? What means did Dr. Fang actually employ that they couldn't perceive? Find out who this person named Carl is. Understood. The Federation's central meeting ended at noon. During the meeting, Ji Hating had been almost constantly distracted, keeping in touch with the outside world. He was the first to learn about the significant breakthrough on Fang Heng's side through Chang Fan's message. After preliminary testing, the laboratory concluded that, theoretically, after Fang Heng's Tier 2 experiment, the two subjects could enhance their psychic abilities by at least 10 times after reaching the limit of mental honing. The laboratory estimated a potential increase of 1,220% in abilities. Seeing the numbers on the report, Ji Hating initially wondered if he was seeing things. With this development, humanity's progress in psychic abilities was rapidly advancing, and they could even faintly see the figure ahead of their spawns. Upon carefully reading the report, Ji Hating was even more astonished. How did Fang Heng manage to enhance the soldier's physical strength in such a short time? Hurriedly concluding the meeting, Ji Hating ready to return to the laboratory immediately. He wanted to clarify everything as soon as possible. Just as he was about to leave the meeting hall, two senior Federation officials approached. "Mr. G, Minister Ray requests your presence." The Federation was also in a hurry. At what stage were the psychic experiments of the Omnitech Company? How did such a big breakthrough suddenly emerge? Could their newly developed potion be used for mass transformation of the entire Federation's team? Could the production keep up? Could this breakthrough in psychic abilities become a life-saving straw against the tree spirit tribe? Shortly after, Ji Hating met Minister Ray in the adjacent meeting room. Director Ji, I heard there has been a significant breakthrough in psychic studies recently. You have given us quite a surprise all of a sudden. Well done. Ray Ching-ong was the deputy director of the military department. The psychic corps established by the Federation fell under his jurisdiction. After receiving the news, Minister Ray personally stepped in, showing the Federation's seriousness about this incident. Ray Ching-ong uttered with a smile, but you have kept the confidentiality so well, haven't you? I only simply found out about this. How long have you been developing this? There's no need to be so guarded against us, is there? Minister Ray, you jest. Actually, I was simply about to report this to you. Ji Hating smiled bitterly. Things happened too suddenly. He had only recently learned how considerable Fang Heng's breakthrough in psychic studies was. Not to mention the Federation, he was also quite shocked. Minister Ray, to be honest, this matter is related to Fang Heng. Seeing no one else around, Ji Hating leaned in and whispered a few words in Minister Ray's ear. Fang Heng. After listening, Minister Ray's expression became serious, muttering this name under his breath. He remembered the incidents involving Fang Heng during the previous attacks by the Tree Spirit Tribe on the Federation's Central Research Institute. After that, there were the joint investigations launched by the spawns regarding our Ouroboros. Be careful, this person is very dangerous to deal with. I understand. Ji Hating knew the considerable breakthrough in psychic studies was crucial for the Federation, so he openly talked about Fang Heng's involvement, roughly explaining the joint cooperation between them. Upon hearing this, Ray Ching-ong lowered his head in contemplation. Currently, the Federation had completely cut off contact with the spawns. At least, they couldn't restore it in the short term. But considering that a few years later, the spawns would inevitably return to the world. After all, Fang Heng was associated with our Ouroboros. Once the spawns returned, they would have to consider their relationship with Fang Heng again. Chapter 2222 The Test. Minister Ray, we have known each other for a long time, you should understand me, Ji Hating said seriously. My standpoint has never changed. Humanity will never submit to the dependents or the Tree Spirit Tribe. We must wield enough power to protect ourselves. I understand your point. I will report this matter to the higher-ups. Minister Ray glanced at Ji Hating, then checked the time before saying, all right, let's not dwell on this. It's getting late, and the validation experiments on psychic abilities should be underway. Let's go together and see the specifics. Okay, please. Soon, Ray Ching-ong and Ji Hating returned to the Federation's Psychic Research Institute through the teleportation passage. Inside the main research room of the institute, Hueco and another soldier who participated in the test had just finished a 3.5-hour cultivation session. They were being brought into the research room for subsequent human data monitoring. An assistant from the laboratory knocked on the door and respectfully entered, handing over 2 reports. Gentlemen, we have conducted preliminary tests on the participants' physical data. The results greatly exceeded our expectations. The subject's physical indicators are approximately 4 to 7 times higher than those of ordinary individuals, reaching an outstanding level that cannot be achieved through training alone. In addition, the preliminary data analysis and testing on various side effects have only revealed one issue so far: the participants are somewhat resistant to intense light stimuli. This is very strange. We have conducted tests, and they are not affected by light sources, but they experience psychological discomfort. We will conduct further research on this matter. No other side effects have been discovered, and we will continue to observe them in subsequent tests. Ji Hating looked at the detailed report for the first time, carefully reading through it. He couldn't help but lift his head and look through the one-way glass at the 2 soldiers who had undergone the Tier 2 human trial. A 4 to 7 times increase in physical attributes. This was the surprise Fang Heng had brought him. He even felt tempted to try it himself. Ray Ching-ong closed the documents in his hand and asked, how do the testers feel now? They feel great. After a continuous 3.5-hour cultivation session, according to the 2 individuals, they have made significant breakthroughs in psychic abilities. They feel there are no issues with their bodies and are excited mentally. They believe they are far from reaching their limits and are eager to continue their mental honing practice to see where their limits lie. Ray Ching-ong and Ji Hating looked at each other. Shi Yan-woo, who was accompanying them, nodded in agreement. He actually understood the soldiers' feelings very well. Not to mention these ordinary soldiers, even he felt eager. He couldn't wait to participate in the Tier 2 testing under Drive Fang's technological assistance and see how far psychic abilities could be enhanced. Minister Ray asked, have there been any field tests? The data on paper was only a preliminary assessment. Seeing is believing. You need to see practical application in order to have confidence. Reporting, sir, we have just arranged a round of spiritual barrier tests. The simulated barriers constructed by the participants are 4.2 times stronger than the barriers before the trial, the officer reported. Ray Ching-ong's pupils contracted sharply at this news. So high? The research room supervisor nodded and said, "Sir, the next round of field tests is ready. We will arrange it at training ground number 3. It's estimated that it will officially commence in 5 minutes. Would you like to come and see?" Minister Ray had this intention and nodded, saying, "Yes, let's go and take a look." Soon, a group of research personnel followed Minister Ray to training ground number 3 for observation. "Minister Ray, this is the opponent we have selected for the participants in the experimental trials. Their personal strength level is very close to that of the test subjects before undergoing the human trials. We will conduct a live combat exercise to test the specific effects of psychic abilities in combat," explained Shi Yanwu. Through the glass windows of the third-floor viewing platform, everyone could see Hueco and the other participants already positioned on one side of the training ground. Minister Ray nodded in approval, saying, "Very good." Shi Yanwu was also excited. The data on paper alone was enough to be thrilling. How would the actual combat results turn out? Based on his intuition, they would definitely not be disappointing. In fact, they might even be overwhelming. The thought of the entire core capabilities undergoing such a transformation filled Shi Yanwu with uncontrollable excitement. Inside the training ground, under the guidance of research personnel, both sides prepared to enter. Just as they were about to begin the tests, an assistant hurriedly entered and whispered to Minister Ray, "Minister Ray, Minister Roble has arrived with his team." Roble was also one of the deputy directors of the military department, responsible for overseeing the semi-mechanized Federation Army. It seemed Roble had also received the news. Minister Ray had some calculations in mind and nodded, saying, "Bring them over." After a moment, a slightly corpulent middle-aged officer entered the viewing area of the training ground amidst the crowd. "Minister Ray, congratulations. I heard about the breakthrough in psychic research. The upper echelons of the Federation have decided to invest heavily in it." "Oh, it's nothing. It's just a small breakthrough. The news has been exaggerated. The project is still in the research phase," Minister Ray replied, knowing Roble's intentions. Both sides came from the military department, where there was competition as well as cooperation. Roble's subordinates were primarily responsible for the semi-mechanized army, which numbered several hundred times more than the psychic corps. Due to the scarcity of soldiers who could truly master psychic abilities in the Federation due to talent, in terms of combat power, they couldn't even beat a semi-mechanized soldier in a one-on-one fight. Therefore, in the past, the Federation had invested heavily in mechanical modifications. Now, with the significant breakthrough in psychic research, the upper echelons of the Federation had received the report and were ready to increase investment in psychic research. Upon hearing the news, Roble couldn't sit still and had come to see the situation for himself. A small breakthrough. From what I have heard, it's more than just a small breakthrough. The upper echelons have already decided to increase investment in psychic research. You know, relying solely on semi-mechanized soldiers, we still can't beat the tree spirits, he remarked. Chapter 2223 A Competition. Roble smiled and then looked at Ji Hating, admiringly saying, "Director Ji is indeed remarkable. When will you help us with the research on the mechanized soldier system?" "Ah, just kidding. We have been conducting related research on mechanical modification all along. But as you know, the development has been limited by materials science for many years now, and it's been difficult to make breakthroughs in the short term," replied Ji Hating. Roble didn't dwell on this topic and instead looked towards the training ground. "I heard you are preparing for a test?" "Yes, we are about to begin field testing. Do you mind if I watch?" "Of course, please do. By the way, let me introduce you. This is one of our recent developments in the military department. It has an integrated mechanical skeleton and the latest 7th generation brain chip. The 7th generation chip allows the machine to temporarily take over the body for more efficient feedback, making it more reliable than the human nervous system," Roble explained, gesturing to a half-mechanized soldier standing nearby. "We happen to be in the testing phase as well. Why don't we take this opportunity to have a friendly match and learn from each other?" he suggested. Hearing Roble's proposal, the others became wary and exchanged glances. Testing a new generation chip? Was it really just a coincidence that they brought soldiers along? It was clearly premeditated. Minister Ray didn't want to complicate things further and refused, saying, "No need. It's just an internal test for now. When it comes to the next public test, we will need the assistance of the mechanical department. Fighting against psychic-enhanced soldiers would undoubtedly put them at a severe disadvantage. After all, one side would be wearing mechanical battle armor and equipped with various beam weapons. On the other hand, the psychic side only had an external spiritual barrier and the ability to pierce with spiritual power. At most, They had the Federation-provided light beam energy shield. Of course, on the battlefield, if multiple psychic soldiers could gather and collectively launch a mental assault, they could instantly overwhelm a fully armed semi-mechanized soldier. But in a one-on-one situation, with semi-mechanized soldiers prepared and their mechanical armor coated with a special layer to resist metal shock, how could they fight? There was simply no way. In the past, psychic soldiers on the battlefield were mostly support units and rarely directly engaged in combat. No worries, we won't use external armor. It's just a normal test. I am actually quite curious. Robal's smile faded, replaced by a serious expression. Recently, with the situation regarding the Tree Spirit tribe, everyone's under a lot of pressure, and we urgently need to enhance our strength. So, we have upgraded the internal chips in advance. I won't hide it from you. Part of it is designed for defense against mental strength, specifically to deal with the Tree Spirit tribe. Psychic abilities and the natural energy of the Tree Spirits share similarities. We wanted to take this opportunity to test it, Robal explained. At his words, everyone fell silent. An internal chip tailored for defense against mental strength, capable of effectively avoiding spiritual power-piercing attacks. The military department had been intentionally targeting the spawns in the past. They just hadn't anticipated such significant changes in such a short time. At this point, Minister Ray knew that this visit was likely orchestrated by higher-ups in the Federation, deliberately sending Robal to assess the situation. Minister Ray turned to G. Hating and asked, Mr. G, what do you think? Well, G. Hating hesitated. It was said to be a friendly match. But losing wouldn't just be a matter of losing face. If they lost too badly, the Federation's high-ups might think they had overestimated themselves. This could lead to a reduction in investment in psychic abilities, and their influence in research and cooperation would decrease as well. G. Hating thought for a moment before nodding. I personally think there's no problem with the match. To avoid any possible complications during the experiment, I suggest consulting with Dr. Fang first. Of course. G. Hating's subordinate had already contacted Fang Heng and established a remote communication channel with him in front of everyone. Fang Heng's face quickly appeared on the remote screen. Fang Heng was still in the Omnitech Company Research Institute, overseeing the delivery of the obsidian stone to the storage room and setting up a batch of zombie clones for psychic level grinding. He was just halfway through setting up the zombie clone grinding mission when he received G. Hating's video call. So, he hurriedly went out and answered the video call. Boss G, what's the urgent matter? G. Hating nodded to Fang Heng and briefly explained the military department's proposal for the match. Dr. Fang, will the match have any negative impact on the research? It won't have any impact, but... Robal, thinking Fang Heng was hesitant, chuckled and said, don't worry, the entire testing process will be monitored. Everyone will stop when necessary, and it won't cause any serious injuries. That's not what I meant. I just feel that having the match without wearing armor might be a bit unfair, Fang Heng replied with a smile, waving his hand. But never mind, it's fine. I have no objections. Let's do it as you say. After it's over, send me a report. I will need to make some adjustments. With that, Fang Heng ended the call and hurried back to continue setting up the zombie clone grinding. In the audience room, everyone exchanged glances. Wow! Was Dr. Fang really that confident? To let the Federation's semi-mechanized soldiers fight directly in their external mechanical armor? Seeing Fang Heng's confidence, Minister Ray also gained some confidence. Alright, let's give it a try. Soon, under the guidance of research personnel, 2 semi-mechanized soldiers from the Federation military department entered the training ground. Unlike Fang Heng, the training department wasn't as confident and didn't dare to let the soldiers wear external mechanical armor. Hueco and the other participant, who had just been converted into a vampire, found it strange to see the new opponents. Why had the opponents suddenly become semi-mechanized soldiers? They soon learned the reason through their earpieces. It was a special arrangement by the military department. All right then. They wouldn't think too much about it. Let's fight. The significant improvement in psychic abilities gave them plenty of confidence. Uchiha was eager to fight. The 2 semi-mechanized soldiers from the Federation military department entered the battlefield, their gazes coldly fixed on Hueco and his companion. In the past, there had been frequent exchanges and learning between different departments of the military. They had extensive experience in fighting against psychic soldiers. As long as they were careful, there was hardly any chance of failure. The research personnel quickly retreated, and Minister Ray's voice echoed from the speakers inside the training ground. Simulated combat training, stop at will. Begin. At that moment, Hueco swiftly raised his hand and attacked. It was an aggressive move. Mental manipulation. Chapter 2224. The effect what? Ho! Across from them, the semi-mechanized soldiers who had just drawn their guns suddenly contracted their pupils, feeling a powerful force slamming into their bodies from the right side, causing them to lose control and fly sideways. Boom. A heavy impact sounded. In the observation room on the third floor, everyone fell silent for a moment. The shock they had been waiting for. No one expected the battle to end so quickly. The moment the battle began, the two semi-mechanized soldiers were blasted out by an invisible psychic force, crashing heavily into the alloy glass on either side. Crushed. After just a few hours of training, the psychic soldiers could completely overwhelm the semi-mechanized soldiers. In just a single move, the two semi-mechanized soldiers hadn't even had the chance to draw their weapons before losing their ability to counterattack. Hueco stood on the training ground, watching the two Federation semi-mechanized soldiers struggling to get up, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Refreshing. The practical effect of psychic control was more than 3 times stronger than before. Previously, lifting an object weighing roughly twice the body's weight with psychic strength was almost the limit. Now, it felt effortlessly easy. With a slight lift of his hand, the semi-mechanized soldiers opposite him were completely lifted from the ground and suspended in midair. It seems the battle is over. As long as mental strength was fully concentrated, the semi-mechanized soldiers were no match at all. On the observation platform, everyone saw the semi-mechanized soldiers being effortlessly lifted into the air again, and their expressions once again became strange, occasionally casting suspicious glances at Robo. The mechanized soldiers were completely overwhelmed. Didn't the new generation of chips have strong resistance to mental strength? It seems like they didn't at all. Robo stared down below, his eyes also showing unimaginable astonishment. What's going on? Their new generation of internal chips didn't have the slightest effect on psychic abilities. No. In fact, there was interference, but its effect was very limited. If it were just a simple mental piercing, the internal chips could react to resist it. However, the attack method Hueco had used earlier was through external mental manipulation, which could largely bypass the interference of the internal chips. It seems we are almost done here. Seeing the visible improvement in the strength of the psychic modifications, Minister Ray was very pleased. He turned to Robo and asked, "Robo, do you think we should try again with armor?" Robo looked at Minister Ray and then at the two psychic scholars in the field, nodding. "Minister Ray, congratulations. I suggest we give it another try and see where their limits lie." Minister Ray nodded, saying, "Good." 3 minutes later, the semi-mechanized soldiers, now wearing armor, entered the battlefield for the second time. Less than a minute into the battle, the two of them, along with their external armor, were once again lifted into the air by Hueco and another psychic modification, continuously slammed against the walls, making a series of booming collision sounds. Ji Hating's eyes were also filled with a shocked expression. Such effects would usually require more than 20 psychic scholars to gather and still had a high probability of failure. After all, the more people involved, the easier it was for mental control to become chaotic. Now, only 2 people could achieve. Robo was truly impressed. A significant breakthrough in psychic abilities was a great thing for the entire military department. Minister Ray, Director G, I will immediately report the relevant test situation to the superior, and I will suggest immediate development. If you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. Our mechanical modification department will provide maximum cooperation. Thank you, and well done. Ji Hating's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. With Robo's words, it meant they would receive the maximum support from the Federation soon. They would be able to fully mobilize Federation resources in the future, making everything they did much more convenient. 5 days later. In a secret underground research area provided by the Federation. As Clairway and others chanted rhythmically in front of the magic array, greenish light spots slowly appeared on the magic array in front of them. Ibukuya's roots overflowed from the magic array, gradually extending outward and slowly piercing into the surrounding ground. Success. Clairway opened her eyes, looking at the roots of Ibukuya emerging from the continuously operating magic array, a hint of joy in her eyes. The branches of Ibukuya's roots spread into the world of forests through the magic array. The roots deeply penetrated the ground and quickly spread outward. Soon, vines and branches sprouted from the ground, covering the entire underground research area in a blink of an eye. Ibukuya successfully took root in the world of forests and began to sprout and grow. With the slow absorption of power in this world, the magic array passage would continue to operate without the need for further manipulation. Fang Heng quickly established a mental communication link with Ibukuya. After 2 ray growths, Ibukuya was still in a weak period and needed to absorb a large amount of energy to fully recover. Relying solely on Ibukuya's self-absorption of energy was a bit slow. It would be best to obtain some leaves of life from the Tree Spirit clan to accelerate Ibukuya's recovery speed. Just as he was thinking, he heard Mojai Ai's voice in his earpiece, "Mr. Fang, the Federation people have arrived. I am taking them to the conference hall on the 2nd floor." Okay, I will be right there. Second floor conference hall in the research area. Minister Ray entered the hall under the escort of a group of Federation guards. In the past few days, through Ji Hating's mediation, Feng Heng and the Federation had completely put aside their previous grievances and worked together. However, a different mode of cooperation was adopted with the Federation. A mode with Ji Hating as the intermediary. In general, Feng Heng had no direct contact with the Federation, and all cooperation was done through Ji Hating as the intermediary. Although this was a bit troublesome, it provided room for maneuver. Even if the spawns returned later, the Federation would not directly confront them. In the face of the huge threat from the Tree Spirit clan, the Federation's primary task was still self-preservation. We have already started full-scale production of the relevant potions. With the resources provided by the Federation, the production can gradually increase. It is estimated that it will take a month to equip all the Federation psychic military forces, and we will continue to supply them afterward until all Federation forces are equipped. As for the Tier 2 blood mist injection, Feng Heng shook his head and explained, time is too tight. It's not just a matter of providing resources to improve efficiency. It will take a long time to achieve full coverage of the military department. Chapter 2225 Information After testing, the physical fitness of the vampire-converted psychic scholars saw a massive improvement. It could be considered a qualitative change. After subsequent psychic mental honing, the majority experienced a several-fold increase in abilities. Due to the sudden and drastic enhancement, it directly led to the Federation's psychic warriors being equipped with outdated gear, necessitating reconfiguration and manufacturing. According to the Federation's evaluations, once all personnel were properly equipped, the combat strength of human psychic warriors could reach about half the level of ordinary spawns. It was already beyond anticipated intensity. However, from Feng Heng's perspective, converting vampires was also a very resource-intensive task for the vampire princes. Under normal circumstances, converting 3 individuals a day was about the limit. Even lower-level Duke vampires could convert humans, but the post-conversion increase in basic attributes was only about 1/3 to 1/7 that of princes. The difference was significant. After discussions, the Federation decided it was best first to establish a group of elite teams to ensure top combat strength. So, after expending their origin power, 4 vampire princes sequentially converted a total of 100 elite psychic scholars selected by the Federation within 5 days. Afterward, the exhausted vampire princes retreated to the Vampire King's coffin for temporary rest. The Federation was unaware that the converted psychic scholars, while physically indistinguishable from humans, had become vampires themselves. The world of the vampires had strict tiers. Players could resist the suppression brought by bloodlines and challenge those above them. However, NPCs found it difficult to do so. Perhaps one day, if there were conflicts between the Federation and Feng Heng, these converted vampires might directly rebel. The Federation was unaware of this possibility as they believed cooperation with Feng Heng was still reliable. With Ji Hating's help, many of the collaborations with Feng Heng became very smooth. Good, we are ready to assist whenever needed. There's another matter for this visit. Minister Ray handed a file to Feng Heng, saying, we had compiled a report on the recent appearances of the Tree Spirit clan in certain areas. There were significant signs of Tree Spirit activity in these regions. Additionally, there were multiple reports of attacks in various Federation sectors. After integrating the reports, we did find significant anomalies in some regions. This is the report we compiled. We are preparing for a small-scale exploratory operation against the Tree Spirits in the near future. Targets will be selected within the highlighted areas. I have already obtained approval from my superiors. We will formally test the comprehensive capabilities of the psychic transformation team in combat, which will serve as an official field test. Minister Ray's expression turned solemn as he stood up and continued, Dr. Feng, on behalf of the Federation, I invite you to participate in directing this operation. Before coming, the Federation had already agreed to support the development of psychic warriors fully. However, some members of Parliament were still wavering to some extent. If they could demonstrate the results of transforming psychic warriors, it would solidify their resolve and save a lot of trouble. So, the Tree Spirits seem to be quite active recently. Feng Heng took the report handed to him by the soldier and carefully examined it. It was strange. It didn't match his expectations. He had assumed that the recent tasks of the Tree Spirits were primarily focused on nurturing the sacred trees, with more intertribal conflicts among themselves. Now, it seemed that within the inner world, the Tree Spirits were all doing fine, but there were various attacks by Tree Spirits in the human world. Moreover, the locations of the attacks on humans were quite scattered. It was perplexing. What did the Tree Spirits want? It was strange. What were the Tree Spirits up to? Weren't they supposed to focus on nurturing sacred trees? Why were they constantly attacking human domains? The information in the file made Fang Heng feel increasingly uneasy. The Federation also found it strange and, for the time being, couldn't figure out the purpose of the Tree Spirit clan. So, they dispatched a team to investigate, but there had been no progress so far. Combined with the Federation's own inadequate strength and the fact that most of the spatial transmission network was paralyzed, they were mostly on the defensive when attacked by the Tree Spirits, constantly in a weak position. The significant enhancement of the psychic transformation team gave them hope. The Federation was preparing to attempt a small-scale counter-offensive to gauge the effectiveness of the psychic transformation team in actual combat. At present, we have prepared several pre-selected operational targets. These areas are all under the control of the rebel forces of the Tree Whisperers Alliance, Minister Ray said as he marked several circles on the map displayed on the Research Institute's big screen. We have been maintaining restraint until now, and we have never actively explored areas after they have been occupied. Now it's time to make some counterattacks. Ding. The player has obtained relevant information. The player has completed the mission The Movements of the Wood Tribe. Ding. The player can submit the Federation data collection to the Leaf Tribe in exchange for mission rewards. Ding. The player can also further explore some of the locations in the document or try to obtain more information to increase the mission reward. Fang Heng glanced down, then re-examined the map, focusing on the circled areas and the small annotations beside them. The towns occupied by the Tree Whisperers Alliance were distributed across the map. At first glance, they didn't seem to have any special connection. They were just closer to the primeval forest. Are you prepared? Where do you lean towards striking? This is what we came to discuss this time. We want to choose one of these 5 areas. Fang Heng looked at the map and pointed to one of the towns. How about this one? Alright, that works, Minister Ray nodded, looking at Fang Heng. Then he asked, any reason for choosing it? The Wood Tribe occupies that area, and I heard they are somewhat easier to deal with. For the Federation, there wasn't much difference between the 5 selected backup locations. So they simply followed Fang Heng's suggestion. Good, then it's settled. Let's make arrangements. Fang Heng pondered for a moment, then asked, when do we start? Tomorrow, at 2 a.m. Fang Heng glanced at the time. It was already 8 p.m. just 6 hours away. Fang Heng reminded, during this time, the strength of the Tree Spirit clan has increased rapidly. We need to be extra careful. We know, that's why this operation is a joint effort. We have made thorough preparations, and we have insiders in the Tree Whisperers Alliance. They have confirmed that there aren't many Tree Spirit guards in the town, and the internal defenses are very sparse. Alright, then I will go with you to take a look. Go in person. Minister Ray frowned. Initially, he just wanted to command remotely with Fang Heng. After all, personally approaching the combat zone was very dangerous. Fang Heng was crucial now, as it related to the upgrade of the entire Federation psychic core. After considering, Minister Ray suggested, shouldn't we reconsider? Going there in person might be dangerous. It's fine, Fang Heng waved his hand. I have had contact with the Tree Spirit clan before, and I can defend myself. Seeing Fang Heng's insistence, Minister Ray didn't insist further, nodding, alright, we will try our best to ensure your safety. Chapter 2226 Small Town Midnight. The small town controlled by the rebel forces of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. The Federation was already in position, lurking outside the town. Each team was prepared for battle. The psychic warriors were fully armed. Uchiha was also among the team. After days of intense training, they had finally pushed their mental honing to the limit their bodies could bear. He believed his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. This was his first mission after the transformation. Failure was not an option. Not just him, but everyone in the elite psychic team led by Xian Wu was filled with fiery determination. The entire team had been brought to optimal condition and awaited orders from the command post. Occasionally, people glanced to the right. Dr. Fang. They had heard that Dr. Fang would personally oversee the operation. But they hadn't expected Dr. Fang to join them on the front line. It was strange. Every time Uchiha saw Dr. Fang, he felt an inexplicable sense of submission, as if he instinctively didn't want to disobey any orders from Dr. Fang. Uchiha told himself it was probably just a sense of gratitude towards Dr. Fang. Gratitude for helping him break through the bottleneck of psychic abilities. Operation starts. With the commands relayed through their earpieces, under the cover of night, each federal team infiltrated into the town. Fang Heng glanced at the others and immediately followed suit. According to the intelligence obtained by the Federation beforehand, there were only a dozen or so tree spirits in the town, all gathered in the warehouse area, and there were no elder-level tree spirits among them. It was not a big problem. This surprise attack was mainly to see what the tree spirits were up to, as well as to test the strength of the psychic transformers and complete the mission assigned by the Leaf Tribe. Soon, the psychic team dealt with several unlucky patrols of the Tree Whisperers Alliance using psychic shockwaves, and the Federation smoothly entered the warehouse area of the town. At the entrance of the large warehouse, a few guards from the Tree Whisperers Alliance were sitting on chairs chatting quietly. "Did you hear something over there?" One guard suddenly seemed to vaguely hear something and looked up towards the distance, seeing shadows approaching in the darkness. The guards couldn't help but be alert, picking up their beam weapons placed beside them and staring into the darkness. "Hey! Who's there?" Several of them stood up immediately, shouting, skulking around. "Come out now. If you don't come out, I will shoot." Bang. The next moment, before the guards could continue shouting, they all felt a momentary daze in their minds, and everything seemed to fade away, as if they were in a trance. Then, a severe tearing pain surged from their heads, as if they had been hit by an invisible heavy blow, and they were violently thrown back, crashing heavily into the outer wall of the warehouse behind them. Charge! The psychic team quickly advanced and surrounded the periphery of the warehouse. Reporting to the command post, the area has been secured, and the warehouse has been locked down, please advise. Well done. Prepare to invade the interior of the warehouse. Confirm the presence of tree spirit guards inside and be extremely cautious. Understood. Shi Yanwu nodded and signaled to his subordinates to prepare for the invasion. After counting down with hand gestures, the warehouse door was forcefully opened by the team with a bang. Who goes there? Inside the warehouse, many members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance were busy. When they saw the warehouse door suddenly burst open, they were startled and turned to face the entrance. Seeing the federal attire worn by the members of the psychic team, they immediately realized. Oh no! It's the Federation. The Federation has invaded the town. In the next moment, invisible psychic shocks sent them flying. Feng Heng, who had been following behind the team, entered the warehouse and frowned suddenly, shouting, "Watch your step." Swoosh! 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 Looking down, they saw tree roots rapidly shooting towards them like serpents. Don't let them get close. Mind control. The team once again used their psychic abilities to forcefully repel the approaching tree roots from the ground. In the rear of the warehouse, the tree spirits immediately interfered with the Federation's actions using their spell abilities upon seeing the sudden intrusion. Swoosh! 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 In midair, thick wooden spikes flew towards the team. Quick! Deploy the barrier. A barrier formed from their mental strength was erected in front of the team, blocking the enormous wooden spikes. Boom! Under the intense impact of the wooden spikes, the spiritual barrier trembled with a booming sound. Boom! Immediately after, the wooden spikes burst upon the barrier. Counterattack! Both sides began a long-range spell duel. Feng Heng observed from the side. The barriers condensed by the federal psychic scholars were strong enough to withstand the tree spirits' long-range spell attacks. They had no problem defending themselves. However, they lacked effective long-range attack means compared to their opponents. The tree spirit group was hiding deep within the warehouse, making it difficult to lock onto targets for psychic attacks. Seeing the battle turning into a long-range magic duel, Feng Heng couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was a waste of time. Things could change at any moment. It would be better to help them end this quickly. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and tried to approach the cover at the back of the warehouse from the side. Huh? Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. Several previously hidden wooden tribe members suddenly appeared from the corner of the warehouse, swiftly approaching him. Close combat? The next moment, a loud shout came through the earpiece, "Dr. Feng, be careful. Don't let them get close." Boom. 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 The wood tribe members exploded before they could fully reach him. Feng Heng was suddenly enveloped in a violent explosion. Damn it. It was a wooden clone. Feng Heng was sent flying by the sudden explosion of the wooden clone. Ding. The player suffers 22,263 points of explosion damage from the wooden clone and enters a knockback and burning state. Ding. Due to the effect of the undying body, the player's knockback and burning state end, Feng Heng's charred skin quickly regenerated, and with agile movements, he performed a double leap in midair, swiftly approaching the back of the warehouse once again. His premonition from before was correct. After breaking through the spiritual domain blockade network, the tree spirits received a boost. And after entering the Elders' Council, their overall strength received an additional increase. After 2 consecutive boosts, the normal tree spirit's strength had reached the level of elder abilities before the spiritual domain blockade was opened. Be careful, protect Dr. Feng. At the rear, the psychic team immediately used mind control to fling away the wooden clones attempting to approach Feng Heng, one by one, crashing them into the walls, creating explosions to buy time for Feng Heng. Chapter 2227 Killing Whoosh. What? The tree spirit members, hidden in the dark and concentrating on their spells, suddenly saw a figure appear before them. Feng Heng clenched his fist. Bang. The Wood Tribe member was caught off guard as Fang Hang's fist struck him hard in the face. Huh? Fang Hang felt a jolt in his heart. His punch felt like it had hit a solid granite, with a powerful recoil surging through his fist. Bang! The Wood Tribe guard was knocked back by Fang Hang's punch. So tough? Fang Hang wondered. He had thought that punch would send the Wood Tribe member flying. The next moment, roots swiftly extended from the Wood Tribe guard's body. Whoosh! 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 The roots swiftly rushed towards him. Fang Hang manifested a great holy sword in his hand and fiercely slashed forward. Ka! The long sword severed the roots attempting to approach him. Fang Hang lightly tapped his foot on the ground, leaping up once again and swiftly approaching the retreating Wood Tribe guard. This time, instead of punching, he reached out and grabbed the Wood Tribe guard, lifting him up into the air with one hand before hurling him fiercely towards the high ground behind. Under the suppression of his strength, the Wood Tribe member was thrown high into the air by Fang Hang. Instantly, the Wood Tribe member became exposed within range of the psychic team's attacks. Opportunity. Take him down. Shi Yanwu shouted upon seeing the situation. After the prolonged spell exchange between the Periphery and the Tree Spirit Tribe, Fang Hang finally created an opportunity for them. Simultaneously, dozens of spiritual piercing attacks were aimed at the airborne Wood Tribe guard. The Wood Tribe guard lost his mobility in midair. Suddenly, he was hit by dozens of consecutive spiritual piercing attacks, causing his face to turn extremely pale as he entered a sustained daze, and his health point was depleted within a few seconds. Ding! The player assists the federal team in killing the Wood Tribe guard. Ding! Currently in anonymous mode, killing Tree Spirit members will not affect the favorability rating or contribution points of each Tree Spirit tribe. Public information will affect the favorability rating and contribution points of each Tree Spirit tribe, so players should choose carefully. Well done! Fang Hang shouted. Following suit, he rushed towards another nearby Wood Tribe member, reaching out and grabbing another Wood Tribe member hidden behind cover, and fiercely throwing them into the air behind. Following that was another round of concentrated spiritual piercing attacks from the Federation psychic team. The airborne Wood Tribe member was completely defenseless, and their health point was quickly depleted. Stop him! The Wood Tribe member immediately realized that Fang Hang's presence posed a great threat to him and attempted to intercept him. Thrust. Wooden spikes shot out from the ground beneath Fang Hang's feet. However, Fang Hang's movements were extremely fast. Coupled with his perception ability far exceeding that of ordinary players, he managed to evade the wooden spikes before they formed. It was difficult for normal spells to catch up to him. Even if they did catch up, they couldn't inflict any actual damage on him. In less than 2 minutes of fighting, the Wood Tribe squad leader noticed that several more Wood Tribe members were thrown into the air by Fang Hang and then killed by the Federation team from behind. Retreat. Realizing that the situation was unfavorable, despite feeling deeply humiliated, the Wood Tribe squad leader had to grit their teeth and signal for the team to retreat. Want to run? Stop them. After enduring so much torment, seeing that the enemy was almost worn out, now they wanted to run? Naturally, Shi Yanwu was unwilling to give up like this. Seeing this, he led the federal team members to rush out and forcibly used psychic attacks, leaving 2 Wood Tribe members behind. Wanting to pursue further, Shi Yanwu felt Fang Hang's hand on his shoulder. Captain Shi, let's not chase. Huh? Affected by the negative effect of mental honing, psychic scholars generally had weak physiques and were not good at pursuit. Shi Yanwu hadn't planned to chase, he just ran out symbolically. After all, there was a half-mechanized federal team outside blocking the way. What if they could stop 1 or 2? Don't rush, patience is key. Shi Yanwu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Okay, got it. Although he didn't quite understand what Fang Hang meant by patience is key, it didn't matter now. The experimental psychic combat was successfully completed, which could be considered a great success. Throughout the process, he observed every detail of his team's combat. Their combat strength soared. Even without Fang Hang, solely relying on the team's abilities, he was confident they could slowly defeat these dozen or so Tree Spirit members. Fang Hang's joining just greatly accelerated this process. Shi Yanwu immediately reported through the walkie-talkie, "Command post, the Tree Spirit tribe has been defeated, the warehouse is secure, please advise." Soon, feedback came from the communication channel within the command post. Team C report. We have found the breakthrough of the Tree Spirit tribe. The enemy has broken through the encirclement we set up at point C. Team, be alert, no need to pursue, maintain vigilance in place. Understood, the Tree Spirit tribe has broken through and retreated from the town. The town has been completely sealed off by us. The team is currently clearing out the stubborn members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. Captain Shi Yanwu's team, well done. Please stay put, a search team will enter the warehouse to search together. Understood. The battle ended in just 5 minutes, ending with the escape of the tree spirit tribe. Feng Heng quickly reviewed the situation in his mind. Elder-level tree spirit members didn't appear, and just clearing out these ordinary tree spirit members took some effort. If the number of tree spirit members increased, the battle would surely become even more difficult. Perhaps this was the difficulty of the advanced game world. That's good. The stronger, the better. Otherwise, how could he deal with the Holy Court using the world of forests? And there were still fights to be had. Huh? Walking out from the corner behind the warehouse, Feng Heng suddenly saw something shiny in front of him. Evolution crystals. Feng Heng subconsciously reached out and grabbed it. The shimmering crystal quickly absorbed into his hand. Ding! The player obtained the item Rainbow Crystal, an item for leveling up to level 41. The drop rate seemed very low. Feng Heng pondered for a moment. Perhaps he could use this opportunity to further increase his character level. Search. Shi Yanwu waved his hand on the side, signaling his team to thoroughly search the warehouse. Seeing Feng Heng still lost in thought, he couldn't help but walk over and ask quietly, "Dr. Feng, are you alright?" "I am fine." Feng Heng came to his senses, waved his hand, and turned to look outside the warehouse. Previously, he had let several members of the Wood tribe leave, but he had his suspicions. As they left, he had already marked the Wood tribe members with vampire markings. He could go after them and check any time. Chapter 2228 Catching a big fish. After all, he was fishing for bigger fish with a long line. He still had some missions from the Leaf tribe, and he was curious why the Wood tribe people would attack human towns for no reason. What tricks were they playing behind the scenes? Shi Yanwu didn't know what Feng Heng was thinking. He withdrew his gaze and began to assess the layout of the warehouse. After the recent skirmish, the already dilapidated warehouse became even more scattered. A message came from the command post. "Shi Yanwu, we have just learned from several suspected members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance who were captured that the Alliance has been cooperating with the Tree Spirit tribe to collect special ore. The ore should be in the warehouse now. Please check if it's there." Understood. Shi Yanwu looked at his subordinates and asked, "Have you found the ore?" "Yes, over there." "Let's go take a look." Shi Yanwu immediately followed a few soldiers to the corner of the warehouse. Feng Heng also followed to inspect. Several boxes stacked along the wall contained ore. What kind of ore is this? It looked like unrefined ore, with small white spots still visible. If it weren't for the information from the command post, Feng Heng would have thought it was some kind of inferior ore at first glance. The soldiers looked at each other, shaking their heads in confusion. None of them were experts and they couldn't figure it out. Feng Heng crouched down, picked up a piece of ore from the box, and examined it in his hand. Gain hints immediately appeared on his retina. Ding! The player discovers item unrefined white energy ore. Ding! The player's mineral exploration and mineral detection skills are detected. The player obtains partial information about the item. Item: unrefined white energy ore. Current ore rating: F. Energy contained: very little. Description: a natural companion energy ore, containing extremely weak spatial energy. This ore needs to be refined through special rituals before use. Description: requires level 180 or higher special or smelting technology or level 30 or higher magic smelting technology to refine this item and extract white energy crystal sources. Huh? Seems like it's an energy ore? Feng Heng's mind raced. The Tree Spirit tribe occupied this place for energy ore? Indeed, whether it was the Tree Spirit tribe, the spawns, or humans, everyone needed energy resources. It couldn't be considered a problem. "Dr. Feng, do you know what this ore is?" Feng Heng glanced at Shi Yanwu beside him and nodded. "Yes, it's a special ore that can be turned into an energy source after extraction." Energy ore. Shi Yanwu couldn't help but mutter to himself, as if realizing something. He reopened the walkie-talkie to contact the command post. "Command post, we have found what appears to be residual energy ore from the Tree Spirit tribe in the warehouse. We request an investigation into whether recent attacks by the Tree Spirit tribe are related to the mining area." Understood, we are gathering information. It will take some time. "Captain, we have got some information." While waiting for feedback from the command post, another Federation soldier hurriedly approached from outside the warehouse and reported, "We just asked members of the Tree Whisperers Alliance. They have been assisting the Tree Spirit tribe in developing an abandoned mine in the eastern part of the town. It's said that the Tree Spirit tribe only wants this type of ore with white frost spots. The frost ore dug up is temporarily transported to the warehouse, and supposedly, every noon, the Tree Spirit tribe personally transports the ore back." "A mine?" They exchanged looks, all with a puzzled expression in their eyes. The command post soon came with a message. "Psychic team, we have found some information related to the town's mining area. The eastern mine is called Red Rock Mine, privately owned by the town. It was completely abandoned 12 years ago after Federation approval. The Red Rock mining area previously discovered a companion ore called White Frost Stone during excavation. This type of ore contains very little energy, but extracting the energy requires several times more energy, so White Frost Stone is considered worthless as a companion ore. In addition, we have just compared recent attacks on other towns by the Tree Spirit Tribe and found that 30% of the attacked areas are related to this type of White Frost Stone ore. We have reason to suspect that the attacks by the Tree Spirit Tribe on us are related to White Frost Stone. Upon hearing the command post's reply, the group fell into silence once again. White Frost Stone? So, White Frost Stone still holds some mysteries they didn't know about? Fang Heng's mind suddenly raced, and he had a guess. Could it be? Is the energy of White Frost Stone used for the sacred tree to absorb? In the past, he had tried to directly feed energy crystals to the sacred tree, Ibukiya. However, most of Ibukiya's power couldn't be directly absorbed. They could only absorb natural energy or convert strength through Ibukiya's special blood abilities. Could the Tree Spirit Tribe have another way? Fang Heng rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Let's try it. Fang Heng immediately contacted Mojai Aoi through remote communication and sent him some video information to investigate. Captain, while searching the town, we found another batch of ore outside. We captured some miners hired by the town and interrogated them quickly. Another subordinate entered the warehouse and continued reporting. It is said that the Tree Whisperers Alliance of the town began collecting White Frost ore under the instructions of the Tree Spirit Tribe a long time ago. However, about 30 years ago, the Tree Spirit Tribe's demand for the ore disappeared completely. In recent times, the Tree Spirit Tribe suddenly has a great demand for White Frost Stone again. The Tree Whisperers Alliance sent back the stockpiled White Frost Stone accumulated over a decade a few days ago, but it wasn't enough. The Tree Spirit Tribe instructed them to mine the mountain continuously for 24 hours to obtain White Frost Stone. So urgent. Fang Heng furrowed his brows upon hearing this, then glanced at Shi Yanwu beside him. It seemed there was indeed an urgent need. Could it be that his guess was correct? Does the Tree Spirit Tribe need this to nurture the sacred tree? Shi Yanwu asked, where is the ore being transported to? Can we find out the gathering place of the Wood Tribe? I am not sure. The Tree Whisperers Alliance is only responsible for mining the stone. The transportation and guarding of the ore are handled by the Tree Spirit Tribe themselves. I see. Hand the people over to the interrogation department. We are preparing to evacuate. Understood. Ding. The player defeated the Wood Tribe occupying the human town and obtained some relevant information. Current mission, tracking the movements of the Wood Tribe. Mission completion rate increased. Ding. The player can seek Leaf Tribe missions for rewards or further investigate and gather more information to enhance mission rewards. Chapter 2229 In-depth investigation. Fang Heng watched as the members of the psychic team prepared to evacuate and asked, Captain Shi, is the operation ending here? Yeah. Shi Yanwu nodded and said, the purpose of training the team has been achieved. Moreover, this was just a probing action against the Tree Spirit Tribe. We have obtained some clues, and after returning, the Federation will launch a detailed investigation into the White Frost ore. I believe we will discover something soon. On the other side of the communicator, Minister Ray's voice came, Dr. Fang, if the ore is crucial to the Tree Spirit Tribe, they may return after getting wind of our investigation. This could lead to a large-scale conflict. It's not safe here. I will have the psychic team escort you back to the research institute. No hurry, Minister Ray. I think it's a bit slow to go back and investigate. The Tree Spirit Tribe that fled into the primeval forest hasn't gone far. I suggest a deeper investigation. What? A deeper investigation? There was a moment of silence in the remote command room at this suggestion. Another voice from a tactical advisor came over the communication channel. Dr. Fang, are you sure you can locate the exact position of the Tree Spirit Tribe's retreat? Yes, I have a special method of tracking. People in the command room looked at each other. The operation had been successful at this stage. But if they could expand their gains? Undoubtedly, pursuing the fleeing Tree Spirit Tribe for further reconnaissance. If there was a chance to catch them all at once, why not? At least they might find the hiding place of the Wood Tribe. However, it also carried great risks. After a moment's thought, Minister Ray said, I understand, Dr. Fang. Please wait a moment. This is a major issue, and we need some time to discuss it. I will go and have a look first. You can discuss. With that, Fang Heng picked up a few pieces of White Frost ore and stuffed them into his backpack. He left the Federation team to clean up and evacuated ahead. Whether or not the Federation would participate, he was determined to go and see for himself. It concerned the nurturing of the sacred tree. If the Tree Spirit Tribe really had a way to trigger the energy inside the White Frost Stone for the sacred tree, Ibukiya couldn't be left out. Besides, There was also a side mission to investigate the Wood Tribe. It was worth the risk. Go and see. Report to the command post, Dr. Feng is going alone to investigate. We can't stop him. Once again, there was silence in the command post. Feng Heng and they were merely in a cooperative relationship. No one could stop him. Ji Hating nodded. Dr. Feng is strong, and he's always careful. If he encounters trouble, he won't force his hand. I believe he will be fine. Still not entirely reassured, Minister Ray directly opened Shi Yanwu's communication and ordered, Shi Yanwu, follow him, ensure Dr. Feng's safety, maintain contact with the command post at all times, and the half-mechanical squad will also participate in the follow-up mission. Understood. After leaving the town, Feng Heng continued to track the location of the Tree Spirit tribe. Along the way, he kept his Federation communicator open, allowing the Federation to keep track of him. After half an hour of pursuit, he was about to enter the primeval forest area. Feng Heng realized that several marked Wood Tribe individuals had been in the primeval forest for some time. They weren't far from here. It seemed that the area was a gathering point for the Wood Tribe. Sizzle, sizzle. After a burst of static from the communicator, Mojai Ai's voice came through. Mr. Feng, we have got feedback on the investigation of the White Frost Tour. Let's talk offline. Alright. Feng Heng stopped in place and activated a blood-red magic array beneath his feet, going offline. As soon as he went offline, Mojai Ai's personal phone call came in. Mr. Feng, I just had a look at the footage of the White Frost Tour from Starfish Company. They said it's a rather special or cold energy white crystal. If successfully extracted, it's very valuable. It's somewhat similar to the universe crystal, providing a large amount of energy. But it's even rarer than the universe crystal because it contains a small amount of spatial strength. So, its market price is higher. But its applicability isn't as strong as the universe crystal, and its demand isn't as widespread. Generally, it's very effective when used as energy supply in large spatial element magic arrays. Mojai Ai flipped through his notebook and continued. Also, Lu Yanlong mentioned that Starfish Company's professional team analyzed it. The energy value contained in this ore is very, very low. It's classified as a very inferior ore. Even their professional mining companies like Starfish Company can't refine a perfect energy white crystal from several tons of similar ore. But since we have found this kind of ore in this world, it means there's probably another branch of mining areas in the world. They are willing to cooperate in collecting the ore, and the cooperation terms are the same as before, a 20 to 80 split, with us getting 80% and them 20%. Feng Heng thought for a moment and shook his head. Let's forget about the cooperation. Tell them to decline. We don't have the time for that now. We will talk about it if we have the chance in the future. Alright, no problem. Feng Heng ended the call and didn't immediately go back online to the game. Instead, he lowered his head and pondered. Something felt off. Needed for large spatial element magic arrays? Did he guess wrong? Wasn't this thing supposed to provide energy to the sacred tree? Feng Heng went online again, and it was still dark outside. Through his headset, the voice from the command post came again. Dr. Feng? Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. The Federation has decided to launch follow-up pursuit actions against the Wood Tribe. The various action groups are on their way. Please keep your communication open, and we will link your location through positioning. Alright, the Wood Tribe hasn't ventured deep into the primeval forest, so we will catch up soon. Feng Heng temporarily disconnected the communication and relied on his perception to track as he stepped into the primeval forest. After another half hour of fast pursuit, Feng Heng could sense that he was getting closer to the location of the reporter. Huh? Suddenly, Feng Heng's heart raced as a warning surged. Swish. Swish. Several spear-like wooden spikes shot out continuously from the dense forest ahead. Not good. There's an ambush. Feng Heng immediately tried to dodge to the side, but before the wooden spikes reached his body, they exploded one after another in the air. Boom. 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 Feng Heng couldn't dodge in time and was immediately engulfed by the exploding shock waves. The shattered fragments of the wooden spikes exploded again and again. Whoosh. 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 Seeing Feng Heng being engulfed by the explosions, the Wood Tribe guards hiding in the dense forest quickly gathered towards the explosion point. Chapter 2230 Buried, huh? Where did he go? The Wood Tribe guards were puzzled when they couldn't find Feng Heng's figure after the explosion. They looked at each other in disbelief. They had clearly seen the intruder being engulfed by the explosion just a moment ago, so how did he suddenly disappear? What kind of method did he use to escape? The Wood Tribe guards cautiously observed their surroundings, confirming that there were no traces of the intruder. They reluctantly dispersed again and hid in the surrounding dense forest. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had entered a secondary space projection state, hiding in the periphery of the forest. The concealment ability of the tree spirit tribe had greatly improved, making it impossible for even vampires with their perception abilities to detect him. This was troublesome. Feng Heng muttered to himself. Carefully observing, Feng Heng noticed over a dozen wood tribe members hiding in the dense forest ahead. And that was just what he could observe. Dr. Feng, please be careful. The Federal Command Post, through the miniature camera on Feng Heng's body, witnessed the previous battle and was startled, fearing that Feng Heng might have encountered some mishap. They quickly reminded him to be careful. All combat teams are on their way and are expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Okay. Feng Heng nodded and left the alert range of the wood tribe, finding a safe place to conceal his aura. From his backpack, he took out a demonic mask. Wait for the Federation to arrive passively. That wasn't going to work. He decided to take the initiative and attack. With that in mind, Feng Heng put on the demonic mask. The face, melted like wax, slowly slipped off his face through the artifact. His passive talent skill activated. Magic rays spiraled around Feng Heng's body. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Lickers emerged swiftly from the magic rays and immediately charged toward the front of the forest. What are those things? The wood tribe guards hidden in the forest saw the lickers, creatures they had never seen before. Unlike normal lickers, the lickers Feng Heng summoned had a dark metallic sheen covering their bodies. They were original devouring bodies fused and transformed into lickers. Stop them. Seeing the black lickers rushing towards them, the wood tribe guards shouted, immediately condensing their mental strength and counterattacking with wooden spikes. Boom. 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 The wooden spikes triggered a series of dense explosions. The group of lickers at the forefront was blasted out by the exploding wooden spikes. Under the impact of the explosions, cracks appeared on the black keratinous layer covering the lickers' bodies, and black liquid quickly oozed out from the cracks, rapidly repairing the outer keratinous layer. Whoosh. 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 The lickers were blasted away but leaped back in midair using their double leap skill, swiftly returning towards the tree spirit tribe. They were so difficult to deal with. The wood tribe guards frowned, their expressions becoming serious. What kind of monster was this? The powerful defense of the lickers posed a threat to the tree spirit tribe. In the depths of the primeval forest, the wood tribe members noticed the commotion in the external alert zone and rushed to support, using their natural element skills to intercept the intruders from behind. A large number of giant-sized wooden spikes were continuously condensed and launched toward the group of lickers, attempting to intercept them outside the blockade line. The group of lickers was pushed back by the explosions caused by the wooden spikes. When the natural element spells paused, the lickers found an opportunity and immediately charged forward again. Wave after wave, the wood tribe was exhausted from dealing with them. Bury them. The wood tribe captain quickly realized that ordinary means couldn't deal with the group of lickers. He immediately shouted, "Wooden spike burial." Understood. The wood tribe guards condensed a special imprint in front of them. Ka. 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 Suddenly, huge wooden spikes shot up from the ground. The lickers were crawling rapidly along the ground when they were suddenly lifted into the air by the wooden spikes rising beneath them. The sharp wooden spikes pierced through the lickers' bodies, pinning them to the giant wooden spikes. The lickers, trapped by the wooden spikes, struggled frantically to break free. But it was futile. Vines and wooden spikes wrapped around the trapped lickers, gradually pulling them into the ground until they disappeared completely. Ding! Your lickers were affected by the special skill wooden spike burial and died instantly. On the other side, Feng Heng slowly revealed himself in the bushes, his brow furrowed. Another high-tier decisive skill. Once successfully executed, it could ignore health point and instantly kill. The tree spirit tribe was still difficult to deal with. Feng Heng snorted. The advanced game world. Indeed not simple. But he also had improvements. In these 5 days, through continuous psychic cultivation, Feng Heng's psychic abilities had reached mid-tier full level, and his spirit and will attributes had also greatly increased. As for advancing to high-tier psychic abilities, he would need to complete special advancement missions. The specific triggers for these advancement missions were currently unknown. Anyway, leaving aside various psychic means, the improvement in his spirit attribute allowed Feng Heng to control the zombie clones more effectively. Well, let's play. Feng Heng focused his mind and remotely controlled the lickers to fight. Whoosh! 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 The densely packed group of lickers immediately dispersed and spread out in the forest, rushing towards the wood tribe from various angles. The wood tribe's wooden spike burial skill could instantly kill the targeted lickers, but it required the wood tribe to focus and cast the skill individually on each target, and it wasn't easy to do so continuously. Dealing with a small number of lickers wasn't a problem, but once their numbers increased, the wood tribe would struggle. A human wave tactic. Feng Heng saw through the enemy's weakness and directed a large number of lickers to spread out and surround the wood tribe from various directions. Wood swamp. The Wood Tribe guards also had their own countermeasures. They quickly condensed another special imprint talisman in front of them and shouted. Hiss. The ground slowly wriggled, forming an impassable swamp in front, attempting to slow down the approaching speed of the lickers. Wooden spikes also continuously emerged from the swamp. Hee hee. Feng Heng chuckled softly when he saw this, focusing his mind again. Secondary space projection. Whoosh. 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 Faint spatial white spots suddenly appeared beside the lickers already leaping into the air. The group of lickers rapidly entered the secondary space projection. What? Where did the lickers go? The Wood Tribe guards were startled to see the lickers disappearing into the spatial fluctuations. Chapter 2231 Arriving at the battlefield. Whoosh. When the spatial fluctuation appeared again, the licker once again burst out from it, already crossing a large swampy area ahead, just less than 10 meters away from the Wood Tribe. Whoosh. 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 A large number of lickers leaped out from the spatial rift, emitting beast-like roars, pouncing towards the guards of the Wood Tribe. The defensive line arranged by the Wood Tribe in front was torn apart in an instant. Once they approached the enemy, the lickers immediately revealed their sharp fangs. Caw. 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 The sharp claws and teeth of the lickers scraped across the bodies of the Wood Tribe, emitting a very dry sound. It sounded more like the scratching of claws on granite. The defense ability of the Wood Tribe was considered the highest among the 4 major races, and they even had some degree of melee capability. Upon regaining their senses, they quickly condensed wooden spears to counterattack, attempting to fend off the approaching lickers. But compared to long-range spells, the melee ability of the Wood Tribe was significantly inferior. The entire Tree Spirit Tribe was not adept at melee combat. Many spells required maintaining a safe distance for casting. Once the distance was closed, panic set in, the lack of casting space, and the guards of the Wood Tribe immediately fell into a disadvantage, with a significant decrease in attack intensity. Similarly, although the lickers seemed to have a great advantage, it was also difficult for them to inflict substantial damage on the Wood Tribe in a short time through melee attacks. The hardened skin of the Wood Tribe was extremely tough. The two sides were immediately entangled in a fierce battle. Seeing the two sides once again fall into a stalemate, Feng Heng took out a pair of high-tier tactical goggles from his backpack. These were psychic weapons developed by the Federation, capable of better converting psychic strength into mind control abilities. Like grabbing objects remotely. Let's see how it performs in real combat. Feng Heng put on the goggles, concentrated his mental strength, and aimed at one of the Wood Tribe members fighting the lickers. Whoosh. A Wood Tribe member was influenced by Feng Heng's psychic control, and his body was lifted uncontrollably into the air. The Wood Tribe immediately sensed something and turned to look toward Feng Heng's concealed position, raising their hands as several small wooden spikes flew toward him. Humphrey. Feng Heng snorted lightly and dodged aside. Bang. 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 The wooden spikes exploded one after another on the trees behind him. At the same time, Feng Heng lost control of the Wood Tribe. Useless skill. Feng Heng complained. Even after reaching mid-tier, psychic abilities still had poor actual combat effectiveness and were easily interrupted by enemies. It was nowhere near as easy as controlling the blood of enemies in vampire form. After a simple attempt, Feng Heng gave up on using psychic abilities to intervene in the battle. It was easier to control blood. So Feng Heng continued to manipulate blood to intervene in the battle. Just as the targeted Wood Tribe member broke free from psychic control, as soon as he landed, he suddenly frowned. A very strange sensation. His blood seemed to be influenced by some force, accelerating its flow uncontrollably. He had to hold his breath and concentrate, trying to control the anomaly in his body. But it was ineffective. Meanwhile, lickers swarmed towards him from all sides. Nice effect. Feng Heng watched as the Wood Tribe's health points slowly depleted under the combined assault of blood burning and the licker swarm, preparing to find the next victim. A message from the Federal Command Team came through his earpiece. Dr. Feng, our teams have gradually arrived at the battlefield and are currently surrounding you from behind to assist. The situation up ahead is intense, please be careful not to be accidentally injured. Understood. Here they come. Feng Heng's mind raced. Handling the Wood Tribe alone was too inefficient. Fortunately, the Federation had arrived. He could observe their actions. This time, the Federation's operation was entirely different from the adaptability test just now. The Federation directly dispatched a mixed team of psychics and semi-mechanized units for combat. During this time, the Human Federation had been constantly provoked by the Tree Spirit Tribe, almost being stepped on their face by them. The Federation soldiers were all holding back their anger. Charge. The semi-mechanized units arrived first, aiming their beam weapons. The psychic warriors concealed in the forest took cover and began remote spiritual piercing. The Wood Tribe, currently engaged in combat with the liquor swarm, found it difficult to pay attention to the situation behind them. Suddenly, they were affected by spiritual piercing, freezing stiffly as if their minds went blank, standing still. Seizing the moment when the Wood tribe was stunned, the semi-mechanized units launched a coordinated long-range attack. The dense beams burst the controlled tree spirit members one by one. With the liquor swarm in the front and the Federation's psychic players assisting with control, along with the Federation's semi-mechanized troops outputting firepower from the rear, the tree spirit tribe members were burst one by one. The slaughter speed increased significantly. Fang Heng couldn't help but nod in approval. It seemed that using multiple types of units in coordination was the correct approach. Fang Heng spoke into his communicator. The Wood tribe guards this area tightly and has not retreated yet. They are likely delaying the time for reinforcements. I will leave this to you. I will sneak in to investigate. Be careful. Without waiting for a response from the command post, Fang Heng swiftly darted toward the depths of the forest. Inside the command post, everyone watched the image of Fang Heng rapidly advancing on the screen, shaking their heads helplessly. They didn't bother trying to dissuade him anymore. Anyway, they understood that Fang Heng wouldn't listen to them. Minister Ray nodded. Understood. Dr. Fang, please be extremely careful and ensure your safety. After several waves of battle, the Federation had gained a further understanding of Fang Heng's overall strength. They knew that with Fang Heng's abilities, at least self-preservation wouldn't be an issue. Fang Heng once again entered the secondary space projection, swiftly passing by the tree spirit tribe engaged in battle, until he reached the rear area guarded by the tree spirit tribe. Passing through areas obscured by dense branches and leaves, Fang Heng saw an ancient giant tree emerging in the forest. And at the center of the giant tree, a temple? Fang Heng's eyelids twitched slightly. It was a building in the style of the tree spirit tribe. The entire temple seemed to be dug out from the center of the giant tree. Or rather, the temple was built inside the hollow giant tree. It seemed that the temple had been established for at least several decades. But the external giant tree still maintained ample vitality, emitting a natural aura under the sunlight. Fang Heng concealed himself in the bushes and observed for a moment. Temple of Incantation. Fang Heng murmured to himself. He remembered seeing several similar tree spirit tribe buildings when collecting related information. Many temples of incantation, after being renovated by the Human Federation, even became modern tourist attractions. So at that time, neither he nor Sandy paid much attention to them. The Federal Command Center also saw the temple clearly through the miniature camera embedded in the communicator. Chapter 2232 Temple of Incantation. After a brief silence, feedback came through the earpiece. Fang Heng, after comparing the images, we confirm that this temple is a temple of incantation belonging to the tree spirit tribe. There are a few branches scattered in the primeval forest, and in the past, the tree spirit tribe did not tightly guard the temple of incantation. We have discovered many abandoned temples of incantation, most of which were heavily damaged. The temple of incantation you see now has also been discovered by us unregistered. At that time, due to its high degree of damage, it was considered worthless and had been abandoned for a long time. Comparatively, the temple seems different from when it was abandoned. It seems that the tree spirit tribe has renovated and rebuilt the temple during this time. Additionally, we have just investigated, and there have been several recent attacks by the tree spirit tribe, 3 of which are suspected to be related to the temple of incantation. Thank you, I understand. Fang Heng temporarily cut off communication and continued to focus his gaze on the periphery of the temple of incantation. Judging by the timeline, as the passage to the inner world was destroyed, most of the temples of incantation gradually lost their function over time. But recently, with the disruption of the spiritual domain network and the reopening of the teleportation passages to the inner world, various temples of incantation have once again come into use. So, what are the temples of incantation for? What's inside them? Fang Heng couldn't help but wonder. The tree spirit tribe. What are they up to now? Could it be related to the cultivation of the sacred tree? The thought of cultivating the sacred tree filled Fang Heng with excitement. Let's go in. Fang Heng's gaze swept over the 2 wood tribe guards outside the temple of incantation, and with a light tap of his toes on the ground, he once again entered the secondary projection state and quickly approached the temple. As the majority of the wood tribe guards who originally guarded the temple had gone to support the area under human attack, the guard was particularly lax. Using the secondary space projection skill to bypass the guards at the entrance of the temple, Fang Heng entered the temple without encountering half a guard inside. The interior space of the temple was also not small. Fang Heng emerged from the secondary space projection and walked a short distance along the passage when he suddenly heard voices in the distance. How did humans discover us? I don't know. Maybe they found information about the temple, or maybe it's just luck. Damn it. Fang Heng's heart stirred, immediately switching to his natural science form, concealing his aura. and cautiously approaching the direction of the voices from the right. Soon, as he delved deeper into the passage, the voices from afar became clearer. No, Elder Lorenzo is still collecting natural energy. If we interrupt the natural passage, the Elders' Council will be in danger. The conversation of the tree spirit tribe came from the hall at the end of the passage. Huh? Natural passage? The passage linked to the inner world? Fang Heng keenly captured the important information in the conversation and slowed his pace, contemplating. Right. Could the white frost ore found in the hall be related to the natural passage? Fang Heng maintained steady breathing, concealed his aura, stood behind a pillar, and cautiously peeked out toward the hall. Magic array. In the center of the hall, a ritual magic array revolving slowly. 6 Wood tribe members were gathered around the ritual magic array, jointly manipulating it. Seemingly focused on controlling the magic array, and anxious about the human invaders outside, they did not notice Fang Heng, who was secretly observing at the entrance of the hall. Vita, the Federation is very strange this time. Their strength has greatly increased, and there are many of them. We may not be able to hold on for too long. Hold on a little longer. I have already sent a message to the other end of the teleportation passage. Elder will return as soon as he receives the message. How long will it take? I don't know. At least 10 minutes. How long exactly? We might not have time. Stop asking. If you have time, why don't you come over now to help us maintain the operation of the magic array? Okay, the tree spirit who advocated retreat sighed and said, Vita, hurry up. The situation outside is not good. All of our people have rushed to support. Once the Federation enters the periphery of the temple, we will have to abandon it immediately. Shut up. Vita glared at his companion, stopping him from continuing. The entire hall fell silent once again as the 6 tree spirits focused all their mental power on controlling the magic array. Fang Heng hid in the shadows, observing the large magic array in the center of the hall from afar. Being too far away, he was concerned that using his omniscient eye to observe the magic array would attract the attention of the tree spirit tribe. So, he merely stood at a distance, watching. Fang Heng could deduce that this magic array was not the teleportation magic array extracted from the sacred tree branch by Claraway. Odd. The teleportation passage doesn't lead to the inner world? Fang Heng couldn't help but mutter to himself. Where does it lead to? Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly, and retreated along the passage until he confirmed he was out of the tree spirit tribe's perception range. Then he reopened the communication channel with the Federation headquarters. Command post, did you all see what just happened? Yes, we received some slight interference, and the images were a bit blurry, but the audio was clear after processing. Inside the command post, a staff member beside Minister Ray said, Dr. Fang, based on the recent conversation and the images, we believe that the ritual magic array in the teleportation passage is closely related to the frequent activities of the tree spirit tribe. Correct, I agree. Fang Heng nodded and asked, what's the situation outside now? The tree spirit tribe is still resisting stubbornly, but we have gained the upper hand. We are currently adopting a conservative combat rhythm to avoid casualties. We can resolve the battle in at most 10 minutes. At this point, the people in the command post couldn't help but feel uplifted. The terrifying overall strength increase of the tree spirit tribe. In the past, they would have retreated directly. It was Dr. Fang's significant transformation and enhancement of the psychic warriors that gave them confidence. Dr. Fang, we judge that the magic array is dangerous. According to the conversation of the tree spirit tribe, a group of wood tribe elders is leading a team into the secret passage. Once they leave, the situation may become very unfavorable for us. Minister Ray pondered for a moment, then communicated with several staff members and continued, Fang Heng, we will try to accelerate the attack. We estimate that we can break through the tree spirit tribe's blockade in the shortest time possible, around 5 minutes. At that time, we can invade the periphery of the temple and immediately disrupt the ritual magic array of the tree spirit tribe, preventing the wood tribe elders from returning through the teleportation passage. I think we don't need to be in such a hurry. What? The people in the command room were stunned again when they heard Fang Heng's words. We all know the nature of the tree spirit tribe. Even if we capture them, we won't be able to extract any useful information from them. It's better to take this opportunity to weaken their strength. Fang Heng paused for a moment before continuing, I can interrupt them when they perform the reversal ritual and use the magic array to teleport. This will cause serious internal injuries to both the ritual controller and the teleporter. Chapter 2233 Closing the net. Minister Ray raised an eyebrow at Fang Heng's words, immediately understanding the hidden meaning within. Once the tree spirit tribe used the teleportation magic array to bring back the wood tribe elders, they would launch a full-scale ambush. Taking advantage of the enemy's injuries, they would strike together. They aim to eliminate as much of the tree spirit tribe's remaining forces as possible. Fang Heng continued, I really want to know what tricks this group of tree spirit tribe is up to using the teleportation passage. Minister Ray remained silent for a moment before nodding. Feng Heng, this is very dangerous. No problem, leave it to me. I will take care of the guards outside first. Be careful not to let the wood tribe escape. When you enter the periphery of the temple, stay quiet and don't disturb the tree spirit tribe controlling the ritual. After a brief discussion within the command post, everyone quickly agreed to Feng Heng's plan of action. Alright, be careful. Got it. Feng Heng acknowledged with a soft grunt and closed the communicator. Facing elder-level tree spirit tribe members who had experienced 2 significant boosts in power, Feng Heng didn't dare to say he was 100% confident. For him, this was just an exploratory mission. If necessary, he would unleash his full power. With a plan in mind, Feng Heng turned around and quietly headed back to the exterior entrance of the temple. Of course, before taking action, if there was an opportunity, he wouldn't mind trying to deceive some information out of the tree spirit tribe. Outside the temple of incantation, 2 wood tribe members were feeling nervous as they were tasked with guarding. They were uncertain about the situation outside the periphery where a Federation attack had occurred. Things seemed grim. Just as the 2 guards were on edge, they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Who goes there? They exclaimed, turning around warily, only to feel a momentary daze in their eyes upon seeing the newcomer. Realizing it was the Great Elder, their expressions changed. Great Elder, what are you doing here? One of the guards said, followed by another adding, Great Elder, we have been attacked by the Human Federation. Please intervene. I am already aware. Feng Heng stood with Hellfarm's compound eye closing rapidly behind him, as he gently raised his hand to reassure the 2 guards, fear not. They are merely a group of humans. They are not worth worrying about. I took care of them on my way here. What about Elder Lorenzo? Elder Lorenzo is following your orders to gather the power of nature in the Winter City domain. Due to the sudden attack by the Human Federation, Elder Lorenzo is now on his way back, the guard replied, suddenly furrowing his brows. He noticed a strange distortion on Feng Heng's face. What? Great Elder. This was bad. Suddenly, the 2 guards reacted simultaneously. Something was not right. There was something wrong with this Great Elder. Po. In the next moment, a dense surge of lifeblood burst forth behind Feng Heng, rushing towards the 2 guards. The dense lifeblood instantly formed a large barrier, enveloping Feng Heng and the 2 wood tribe members within. Enemy invasion. The 2 wood tribe guards shouted in alarm, simultaneously retreating quickly, attempting to increase the distance between themselves and Feng Heng. However, the shouts of the wood tribe guards were firmly sealed within a large blood screen that swiftly enveloped them from the outside. Their voices could not be transmitted. Feng Heng quickly caught up and swung the metal rod in his hand forward. Boom. A wood guard was hit by the metal staff heavily. With a thud, his body fell backward uncontrollably. Kai kai kai. Dense blood chi spears immediately appeared on the blood-red barrier behind the wood tribe. Dense blood spikes pierced into the wood tribe's body from behind, exploding out streams of blood essence. His lifeblood even gradually seeped into the wood tribe's body. This time, Feng Heng did not hold back and attacked with all his might. He did not care about the consumption of his lifeblood power. He only wanted to get rid of the 2 wood tribe guards in the shortest time possible. Under the astonished gaze of the other tree spirits, his companion was continuously smashed by Feng Heng's metal rod without any resistance. Let him go. The guard shouted and condensed a wooden spear to stab at Feng Heng. Boom. Boom. The long spear landed on Feng Heng's body and immediately caused a series of explosions. Feng Heng's back was instantly blasted open. Without any intention of stopping, Feng Heng continued to swing his metal rod and chase following another wood tribe member. The blood essence trapped the wood tribe member on the spot. According to Feng Heng's past experience in group fights, he would just stare at one of them and kill him. Boom. As the exploding blood essence spear continued to corrode his body, the wood tribe finally could not withstand it and exploded on the spot. Feng Heng turned his head again, brandishing his long staff to deal with another member of the wood tribe. Not good. Being stared at by Feng Heng's scarlet eyes, the wood race suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. Whoosh! Feng Heng moved closer in a flash and swung his rod. Bang! The wood tribe was knocked back by the attack. Behind him, cold blood essence exploded and rapidly invaded his body. The wood tribe wanted to call for help, but their voices could not be heard. They wanted to escape, but Feng Heng suppressed them repeatedly until they could no longer resist the gradually freezing blood in their bodies. Boom! 2 guards exploded on the spot, one after the other. Quite troublesome, Feng Heng muttered under his breath as his wounds slowly healed, retracting the blood barrier. He shook his arm and looked into the distance. Dealing with the 2 wood tribe members quickly consumed a significant amount of elite pure blood. In total, it took a little over 2 minutes. In the distance, the Federation had also accelerated its process of clearing out the Wood Tribe members from the periphery according to plan. The vampire's barrier not only blocked communication between the Wood Tribe and the outside world but also interfered with the Federation communicators. As the blood barrier dissipated, communication was finally restored, and the voice from the command post swiftly came through. Dr. Fang? Dr. Fang? Can you hear me? We have gained control of the situation, clearing out the remaining Wood Tribe members. We will move towards the central temple position immediately. How are things on your end? I am fine. I have dealt with the guards outside the Temple of Incantation. When you come over, keep it low-key to avoid attracting the attention of the Tree Spirit Tribe inside the temple. Understood. In merely a few moments, Fang Heng's previous wounds had completely healed. The long sword that had been slung on his behind had worn down during this time and now transformed into a short blade. It seemed he would need to find another opportunity to gather some blood. 5 minutes later, soldiers from various federations hurried to the scene, swiftly surrounding the entire Temple of Incantation, concealing themselves in the shadows. Shi Yanwu approached with another person, nodding. Dr. Fang, my superiors have directed me to assist you in your next move. All right. Fang Heng nodded lightly, then glanced behind at the interior of the temple, lowering his voice as he asked, by the way, have you ever heard of the Winter City domain? Shi Yanwu looked puzzled, repeated the name quietly to himself, and then shook his head. Never heard of it. Chapter 2234 Cold Winter Strange. Fang Heng distinctly remembered the two Wood Tribe members saying just that. The Wood Tribe Patriarch led a group to the Winter City domain to gather the power of nature. But what exactly was this Winter City domain? Dr. Fang, do you need to investigate the Winter City domain? Fang Heng nodded, glancing towards the periphery. Arrange things here. I will go in first and take a look. Since we are doing this, let's do it thoroughly, including dealing with the Wood Tribe Patriarch. Alright, please be careful. Shi Yanwu nodded, gesturing for his subordinates to conceal themselves and fortify the defensive line around the periphery, following Fang Heng's instructions. There were only 6 Wood Tribe members in the entire temple. In addition to them, there was the Wood Tribe Patriarch who was about to be transported back, along with several accompanying Tree Spirit guards. If all went well, Fang Heng would make his move during the teleportation process of the Tree Spirit Tribe. Due to the disruption of the magic array, the strength of the Tree Spirit Tribe would be significantly weakened. Let's do this. The soldiers of the Federation held their breaths and focused. They hid around the temple and prepared to fight. Meanwhile, Fang Heng once again concealed his aura and stealthily approached the central hall of the Temple of Incantation. Inside the central hall of the temple, the ritual magic array emitted a faint yellow glow. The 6 Tree Spirit members stood at the 6 corners of the ritual magic array, concentrating on controlling it. 15 minutes had passed since the previous argument. The good news was that there was no movement outside. This meant that the Federation's offensive had been temporarily halted. Just when Tano was starting to get impatient, suddenly, a faint blue light appeared from the magic array. It's a signal. Vita, seeing this, eyes lit up with joy, whispered, everyone, there's a signal coming from the magic array. The Elder is back, and they are preparing to initiate reverse teleportation. Understood. Tano quickly shut his mouth and, along with the others, focused their attention, accelerating their mental strength to inject it into the magic array in preparation for the teleportation. The collective mental strength was extracted and injected into the magic array. Under the drive of their mental strength, the magic array entered the second tier and continued to operate. Huh? Suddenly, Tano felt something, glancing at the ritual magic array ahead, then turning to look at Vita beside him. Vita. I know. Vita had already noticed the anomaly in the magic array. At this moment, she stared at it intently, her eyes filled with puzzled expression. The magic array was indeed still under their control, but strangely, whenever she let her guard down for a moment, the magic array would automatically accelerate. For some reason, the speed of the automatic operation was increasing, getting faster and faster. It was as if there were invisible hands manipulating the magic array in secret. What's going on? Whoosh. 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 Right now, she had already gathered everyone's strength to suppress the magic array's acceleration, but the magic array was already somewhat out of control and was still slowly accelerating. Vita. What exactly happened? Tano panicked. Why did he have to encounter an accident at this time? Vita's forehead was covered in a layer of cold sweat as she said, I don't know. The magic array is fine. Maybe the other end is in trouble. Don't panic. The magic array is still under control. Focus and stabilize it. We can do it. Understood. The group once again focused their mental strength to control the magic array. However, it was ineffective. The magic array's speed continued to increase uncontrollably. It was like a truck out of control on a highway, still accelerating. Vita couldn't stop it, So she had to expend even more mental effort to control the direction of the bus's operation and ensure its safe travel, hoping to prevent any issues from arising in the short term. As the magic array began to operate, a teleportation channel appeared above the hall. 3 figures gradually appeared in the teleportation passage. They were on the verge of completing the teleportation. Suddenly, Vita's expression changed drastically. This was bad. The magic array began to spin uncontrollably, crazily absorbing their mental strength. What on earth was happening? Vita had always been in charge of controlling the magic array. It had been so long, but she had never encountered such a thing. Hold on a little longer. Vita's expression became extremely serious, beads of sweat dripping down her face as she exerted all her strength to slow down the magic array. But it was simply impossible. Their mental strength seemed to have no effect on the magic array whatsoever. It was completely out of control. The magic array crazily drained their mental strength. The only good news was that the reverse teleportation was still rapidly condensing. But how long could it last? Tano shouted, "Vita! Think of something quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, the magic array had reached its limit. At the same time, the shadow in the center of the magic array exploded. Boom! The violent explosion sent all 6 Wood tribe members who were controlling the magic array flying, crashing heavily into the walls of the hall. Everyone was severely injured without exception. Vita still didn't know what had happened to the magic array until now, only knowing that there had been an unexpected explosion. She struggled to get up, lifting her head to look at the central magic array. 3 figures appeared in the center of the magic array. Elder. Vita breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, amidst the misfortune, the reverse teleportation was successful. Elder Lorenzo and the 2 accompanying Wood tribe members safely returned through the reverse teleportation, appearing in the center of the magic array. Fang Heng was hiding behind a stone pillar not far from the entrance of the hall. At this moment, the magic array swirling in his right eye gradually dimmed. Fang Heng stared intently at the 3 figures in the center of the magic array. The Wood tribe patriarch and the other 2 Wood tribe members who returned through the teleportation passage each held a pale golden jar in their hands. The jars were about half a meter tall and resembled vases in shape. Huh? Jars? What could be inside them? Fang Heng's attention was immediately drawn to the 3 jars, curiosity bubbling within him. It seemed like there was a connection between their entrance through the teleportation passage and these jars. His heart pounded with anticipation. The 2 accompanying tree spirit members who returned with the elder suffered from a severe backlash. Their bodies went limp, and they collapsed to the ground, causing the jars they were holding to fall with a thud. Elder Lorenzo had a trickle of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He staggered, barely managing to support himself with one hand as he knelt on one knee. His body trembled slightly as he breathed heavily. The latter part of the teleportation was affected by intense spatial disturbances. He and the 2 accompanying tree spirit members had suffered severe internal injuries. Fortunately, the sacrificial jars were unharmed. Elder. It's nothing serious. Protect the sacrificial jars. Lorenzo raised his hand and signaled the others to protect the golden jar. Then, he looked around and asked, "What's going on?" Chapter 2235. The Jorvita and several injured companions struggled to their feet, carefully protecting the fallen golden jars. They then nodded and reported, "Elder, the Federation suddenly attacked the town, and then they chased us to the temple. Our people are still outside engaging with them." Wait. Lorenzo abruptly raised his hand to stop Vita from continuing. He turned to look behind him, his gaze piercing straight toward where Fang Heng was hiding. "Who goes there?" Lorenzo furrowed his brow, immediately pointing towards Fang Heng's hiding spot. Whoosh! 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 In midair, several root tendrils condensed into wooden spikes, swiftly thrusting towards Fang Heng. He had been detected. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat, immediately leaping aside to evade the attack. He landed gracefully in front of the tree spirit group, openly inspecting the 3 pale golden jars they guarded. Just moments ago, he faintly sensed a unique natural energy fluctuation emanating from the jars. What on earth could this be? Fang Heng's curiosity grew stronger. What on earth could this be? Fang Heng's curiosity grew stronger. "Human, you were with the Leaf tribe earlier." Lorenzo realized that Fang Heng looked familiar and quickly recognized him. A hint of anger appeared in his eyes as he said, "So it was you who led the Federation here. Kill him." Without even giving Fang Heng a chance to speak, several Wood tribe members in the hall launched an attack on Fang Heng. Several consecutive wood thorns were stabbed towards Fang Heng. "Ha ha. Boring, do you only know this trick?" A hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Fang Heng's mouth. He flipped his wrist, God's long sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward quickly. Boom! The wooden spikes launched from midair burst open under the sweep of Fang Heng's sword. Disrupting the operation of the magic array, Several members of the Wood tribe suffered a considerable backlash, causing their released spells to be much weaker than before. Press on. Feng Heng, sensing the enemy's weakness, narrowed his eyes abruptly and swiftly wielded his long sword to break through the magical attacks, darting forward rapidly. Meanwhile, the Federal Command Post observed through miniature cameras that Feng Heng was in conflict with the Tree Spirit tribe. A warning immediately sounded through the headset. Dr. Feng. Be careful. Don't engage in direct confrontation, lead them away from the temple, our people are ready to support. Feng Heng did not answer. He quickly approached the tree spirits and slashed his sword forward again. The Wood tribe guards, seeing Feng Heng approaching them, became extremely vigilant and attempted to wield their wooden spears to defend themselves. The wooden spears, enhanced by natural energy, were incredibly resilient, but evidently not enough to contend with a divine weapon. Bang! The moment the spear and the holy long sword made contact, the spear was directly severed and nearly half of it flew away. Boom! 2 Wood tribe members were simultaneously sent flying by the impact of the divine long sword. Feng Heng's gaze focused on Tano beside him. The tree spirit tribe brought out a pale golden jar from the teleportation passage. And Tano happened to have one in his hands. That thing. Feng Heng tapped his toes lightly and quickly changed his target, approaching Tano quickly. Vita seemed to have realized what Feng Heng was going to do and shouted, "Stop him!" More than 10 dense wooden spikes came stabbing towards Feng Heng from all directions. Tano realized that he was being targeted, and his expression changed drastically. He desperately retreated, trying to maintain a distance from Feng Heng. Whoosh! In the next moment, Feng Heng's body was enveloped in a layer of faint spatial fluctuations. Secondary space projection. Feng Heng stepped into the spatial projection, and the dense wooden spikes pierced through the shadow left behind by his body. Spatial ability. The pupils of the tree spirits shrank when they saw this. Tano felt an extreme sense of danger. When he saw Feng Heng again, Feng Heng had crossed a large distance in front of him and stepped out of the fluctuating space in front of him. Feng Heng's divine long sword, infused with powerful holy energy, swung towards him. Get out of the way. Sensing the threat of death, Tano, in this critical moment, disregarded the golden jar on his arm guard. He threw aside the jar and formed an imprint in front of him with both hands. Tano's body visibly hardened rapidly, forming a barrier of hardened wood in front of him. Layer upon layer quickly condensed in front of him, resembling tree rings, forming a protective wooden barrier, until finally, all the barriers were shattered one by one with resounding booms. The longsword heavily struck Tano. Boom. In his hardened wooden state, Tano was fiercely knocked back by the sword. Feng Heng glanced at Tano, then without pursuit, immediately picked up the fallen pale golden jar from the ground. Ding! The player has obtained the item, Tree Spirit Sacrificial Jar, Type, Special Item. Level, Rare. Description: a sacrificial bottle created by the tree spirits to collect and store the power of the world. The process is extremely complicated. The finished product can store a large amount of world energy, but it requires special methods to infuse and extract energy, only natural energy. Current energy remaining, 21.38%. Ding! The player has been detected to possess advanced natural science. Through the relevant ritual, the player can absorb the energy in the sacrificial jar. Ding! This item is a special item. The player can choose to spend 50 King of Gods points to store it in his bag every time. This item will drop after death. What the hell? Looking at the game notification, Feng Heng's heart skipped a beat. Something that could store natural energy. Natural energy could be absorbed? For the sacred tree? Did he strike a fortune? Several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. Before he could figure it out, he suddenly sensed something approaching him rapidly from behind. At the same time, a great sense of danger rose in his heart. Not good. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. He instinctively flipped his wrist and stuffed the sacrificial jar into his backpack. Ding! The player has consumed 50 King of Gods points to store the tree spirit sacrificial jar. He was delayed for a moment. When he turned around again, a huge wooden fist was already in front of him. It was too late to dodge. At the last moment, Feng Heng raised a holy sword in front of him in an attempt to block the fist's attack. Boom! The huge fist smashed into the holy long sword. Feng Heng felt a huge impact coming at him, directly sending him flying backward. The scenery in front of him rapidly retreated. Ding! The player has received 23,628 points of impact damage and has been sent flying. Calculating player's physique and strength attributes. This status is still in effect. He directly smashed through 3 walls behind him, followed by an explosion. With the giant wooden fist as the center, an explosion occurred. Ding! The player received 125,000 points of explosion damage. Feng Heng only felt his eardrums hurt from the shock, and the scenery in front of him even swayed a little. Before he could fully recover, before his body could recover from the explosion, the wood shavings left behind by the giant wooden fist exploded again. Chapter 2236 Ambush. Boom. 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 A series of intense explosions. The densely packed game hints flashed once again on the retina. Ding. The player suffers secondary consecutive explosion damage of 6,628 points, with additional damage increase. Ding. The player suffers secondary consecutive explosion damage of 6,921 points, with additional damage increase. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions caused the wooden structure of the surrounding buildings to loosen. The roof above collapsed, and the wooden blocks that were harder than ordinary stones fell and collapsed, pressing Feng Heng into the falling pile of wood. In the hall, a little further away from Feng Heng, the golden jar in Lorenzo's hand was already placed beside him. He placed his hands in front of him, still maintaining the state of condensing the mark, and his breathing was a little hurried. What a troublesome human. It was finally settled. Quick. Go check on the sacrificial jar. Don't let him take it away. Lorenzo, anxious about the safety of the sacrificial jar, shouted to his wood tribe subordinates, motioning them to check. Suddenly, he noticed something else, and his pupils contracted abruptly. What? He saw a slight movement under the collapsed wooden block. There was movement? He was attacked by his high-intensity spell head-on and was still alive? Boom. With a resounding explosion, the pile of shattered wood burst open, and a figure covered in blood leaped out from within. Without looking back, he swiftly flew towards the right side of the temple, carrying the sacrificial jar. It was Feng Heng. He took away the sacrificial jar. Lorenzo's eyes widened with fury as he shouted, "Chase him! We must not let him take away the sacrificial jar." Several wood tribe members immediately followed suit and gave chase. Lorenzo, seething with anger, closed his eyes tightly once again, concentrating his mental strength. Tree ensnarement. Boom. 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 The next moment, dense wooden spikes emerged from various crevices in the walls of the main hall. The immense destructive force caused the entire temple to become dangerously unstable in an instant. This was too much. Feng Heng ran forward, realizing he had provoked something beyond his control. Continuous gigantic wooden spikes shot out from all directions of the passage. He had to continuously jump and dodge in the extremely narrow space while fleeing forward, occasionally avoiding large wooden arrows continuously piercing him from behind. This was bad. The elder of the tree spirit tribe went all out. Even after sustaining serious injuries, they can still fight like this? Feng Heng couldn't help but inwardly comment. The interior of the temple itself was made of wood. This environment is even more suitable for the wood tribe to fight in. Retreat. Lure them out. Then, capture them all at once. With that in mind, Feng Heng turned around provocatively, glanced at the wood tribe members who were chasing after him, sneered and accelerated toward the outside of the temple. Stop. Put down the jar. Don't let him go. The tree spirit tribe was cursing outside the temple of incantation. A contingent of Federation combat troops had already been lying in ambush around the periphery, quietly surrounding the entire temple of incantation. Is this a bit too much? Feeling the slight vibrations beneath their feet and hearing the continuous explosions coming from the temple ahead, the Federation soldiers couldn't help but feel a bit nervous, tightening their grip on their weapons. Attention all squads. Dr. Feng is guiding the tree spirit tribe away from the temple, preparing for an attack. Ensure Dr. Feng's safety at all costs. Understood. The Federation soldiers in each squad remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the temple ahead, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Here they come. As soon as the words fell, Shi Yanwu spotted a figure darting out from the sacred tree hall. It was Feng Heng. Feng Heng's current state looked extremely miserable, his clothes tattered from the explosions, almost entirely soaked in blood. Get ready. Seeing the figures chasing Feng Heng emerge from the temple, the Federation soldiers all focused their attention. As soon as the wood tribe completely left the temple, Shi Yanwu shouted, "Lock on to the targets. Fire! Fire!" Instantly, a dense barrage of energy beams shot toward the startled wood tribe members chasing Feng Heng in the air. Wood tribe patriarch Lorenzo, along with several of his subordinates, had just chased out of the temple when they saw the beams covering from all sides, a flash of anger crossing their eyes. Despicable humans. How dare they set traps outside? Just as they were about to prepare to cast nature spells to resist, suddenly, including Elder Glenn, several wood tribe members' expressions flickered momentarily. What? Before they could react, their brains were hit with a sudden, intense stabbing pain. Psychic attack. Spiritual piercing. The entire elite psychic team led by Shi Yanwu simultaneously unleashed spiritual piercing. This move proved extremely effective against the wood tribe, who had been continuously depleted and heavily injured. Several Wood Tribe guards who rushed out of the temple were directly stunned by the spiritual assault. Even the Wood Tribe patriarch, Lorenzo, felt a wave of dizziness as if he had lost his senses, temporarily losing his ability to resist. Boom. 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 Almost simultaneously, the Wood Tribe was completely covered by the dense beams of the artillery artifact. Taking advantage of this delay, Feng Heng had already retreated to the Federation's rear, immediately controlling the second wave of lickers to surge forward. The Federation's beam weaponry unleashed a remote coverage fire attack. Its intensity was more than sufficient to deal with ordinary Wood Tribe members. However, it might not be enough to handle the Wood Tribe patriarch. With the enemy heavily injured by now, they couldn't afford to let them escape. Boom. 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 Sure enough, after the explosion caused by the concentrated beam weapon attacks, a massive ring-shaped shield rose from the ground. The shield resembled a towering wooden mound, protecting Elder Glen at its center. It deflected each external blast one by one. In the next moment, Feng Heng controlled a large number of lickers to rush toward the wooden shield. The horde of lickers climbed rapidly up the wooden mound, enveloping the entire structure and relentlessly scratching and attacking from the outside. Keep going. Blast them. The commanders of the Federation's semi-mechanized team issued their orders. The concentrated beams of light weapons shot out continuously. The continuous beams of light exploded on the annual ring shield. The Wood Tribe elder, Lorenzo, who was hiding behind the wooden wheel shield, was covered in blood and looked extremely miserable. Lorenzo's eyes were filled with rage. Humans. Shi Yanwu saw that Lorenzo still could resist and immediately shouted, "Continue. Attack him." Spiritual piercing can penetrate through a significant portion of the shield, directly affecting life forms behind it, including the ring-shaped shield before him. However, targeting becomes more difficult. Under the continuous barrage of spiritual piercing from 50 psychic soldiers, Lorenzo felt like his head was about to split open. He couldn't help but clutch his forehead, letting out a painful cry. The shield at the periphery gradually lost control, starting to decay and explode. Boom. Keep blasting. Feng Heng had firmly locked onto Lorenzo using his vampire marking skill, ensuring that he wouldn't be able to escape using any special skills. Chapter 2237 Killing. Meanwhile, Feng Heng keeps a close eye on Lorenzo's health point. The Federation's decision to strengthen psychic abilities paid off. The earthen shield held up against physical attacks from outside, but it could not withstand spiritual piercing. Lorenzo's health point rapidly dropped under the targeted onslaught of 50 enhanced psychic soldiers. Otherwise, relying solely on him, let alone whether he could win, at least if Lorenzo really wanted to escape, he didn't have any good countermeasures. Lorenzo's sea of consciousness was continuously bombarded by psychic attacks, feeling as if it was on the verge of an explosion. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead uncontrollably, rendering him unable to continue controlling external natural spells. The wooden shield lost control and collapsed in an instant. Boom. 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 The lickers lying on the wooden shield were thrown out by the explosive shock waves. Intense beams of light bombarded Lorenzo and exploded upon impact. Without any protection, Lorenzo's health point was instantly emptied. Hints flashed rapidly across Feng Heng's retinas. Ding. The player has killed the Wood Tribe patriarch, Lorenzo. Ding. Currently in anonymous mode, killing tree spirit tribes will not affect favorability ratings or contribution points. Public information will affect the favorability ratings and contribution points of tree spirit tribes. Player, please choose carefully. Ding. The player can disclose this information to obtain additional reputation points as a reward. This action will result in a change in the friendliness of some tree spirits and a change in the branch mission. Ding. The player has received 100 King of Gods points. Ding. The player received 12 pieces Tier 1 Rainbow Crystal. Success. Feng Heng briefly glanced at the game hints but chose not to disclose the information about the kill for now. Considering potential future missions involving the Wood Tribe, there was no need to antagonize them right away. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in the mission rewards anyway. Aside from this, there was another important matter. Whoosh. Taking advantage of the federal team's lack of confirmation regarding Lorenzo's death, Feng Heng swiftly moved forward, quickly approaching the location where Lorenzo had exploded. He carefully searched the area. He found it. On the ground, 2 dark golden jars lay quietly in place. Ding. The player acquires 2 pieces of Tree Spirit's sacrificial jar. The player can spend 100 King of Gods points to store the items in the backpack. Excellent. Grab them. Feng Heng heaved a sigh of relief. He saw something on the ground from the corner of his eye. What was this? Feng Heng couldn't help but look at a branch that had fallen not far from the sacrificial jar. After the recent explosions, the golden jars were now covered in dust, appearing somewhat dim. However, this particular tree branch seemed unnaturally vibrant green. Feng Heng picked up the branch and examined it closely. Ding! The player obtains an unknown tree branch. Hint, triggered by natural science. You realize that the tree branch contains some unknown information, but you lack the relevant skills. Try upgrading your natural science tier or seek alternative methods to decipher the information. Interesting. Feng Heng thought to himself as he stashed the tree branch into his backpack. He decided to take it back to Clairway for further inspection. At the rear, after confirming that it was safe, the federal team also went forward to inspect the battlefield. Dr. Feng, are you alright? With the operation not yet concluded, Shi Yanwu remained vigilant, accompanied by several psychic soldiers as they approached. He glanced cautiously at the entrance of the Temple of Incantation and asked, "Are there still enemies inside the temple?" "I am fine," Feng Heng nodded, also turning to look at the temple entrance. "It's possible. Let's go, we will thoroughly explore the temple again." "Alright." With the most powerful Wood Tribe Patriarch dealt with, any remaining Wood Tribe members inside the Temple of Incantation were no longer a major concern. Shi Yanwu communicated with the command post via walkie-talkie and signaled for his team to assemble, joining forces with the half-mechanical squad to explore the temple's interior. Soon, everyone entered the prayer hall in the center of the temple again. The two tree spirit individuals who had previously returned through the teleportation passage remained unconscious on the ground. Upon inspection by Federation soldiers, they were immediately restrained with chains and carried away. Report. The search of the Temple of Incantation has been completed. Apart from the two unconscious Wood Tribe members, no other enemies were found. Good. Shi Yanwu nodded, feeling a sense of relief. With this, the operation could be considered a perfect success. The performance of the psychic team in combat was commendable. As their captain, he was extremely satisfied. Shi Yanwu surveyed the arrangement in the hall, his gaze quickly drawn to the central teleportation magic array. "Dr. Feng, do you know about this magic array?" "Yeah, it's some kind of teleportation magic array." Feng Heng replied, currently crouching in front of the magic array, carefully observing. He hadn't had the chance to examine it closely before, but now he finally had the opportunity. It appeared to be a large magic array with teleportation capabilities. However, the destination of the teleportation wasn't the inner world. Based on the conversation of the tree spirits earlier, it seemed to lead to a place called the Winter City Domain. Feng Heng turned to Shi Yanwu beside him and asked, "Any updates on the Winter City Domain?" "We have searched through the database and compared, but we haven't found anything." "I see. Could it be that it's not a region of this world?" Feng Heng furrowed his brow. The magic array had sustained some damage in the recent battle. Repairing it wouldn't be too difficult. Should he just repair the magic array and activate it to see where it leads on the other side of the teleportation passage? Feng Heng couldn't help but ponder the idea. There was another complication. He realized that the magic array and the entire external structure of the Temple of Incantation were perfectly integrated. They couldn't be separated for individual use. They would have to move the entire Temple of Incantation along with the internal magic array. Otherwise, they would probably have to rely on Abakuya to replicate and construct an identical one. But doing so would take more time and would require consuming Abakuya's strength. "Captain, we have searched through the temple. We found some unused energy ore and collected some remaining items left by the tree spirits. We are ready to take them back for analysis." Shi Yanwu nodded to his subordinates and continued addressing Feng Heng. "Dr. Feng, have you found anything? We have detected tree spirits approaching this location. It's not suitable for us to continue fighting continuously. Our superiors have instructed us to gather valuable clues and items and withdraw quickly." "Yeah, I understand," Feng Heng replied as he stood up. The Wood Tribe held the Temple of Incantation in high regard. They would immediately come to support if they sensed something was wrong. Feng Heng believed that the Federation's strategy was sound. There was no need to force a confrontation with the Wood Tribe. After all, the primeval forest ultimately belonged to the tree spirits. A raid was just a raid. If they really wanted to fight head-on, they could not fight in the enemy's advantageous area. Feng Heng looked up and said, "According to my analysis, the tree spirits used some kind of special teleportation magic array here. They also used the Hoarfrost Stone ore to provide energy for the magic array. As for what the tree spirits are doing, I don't know yet. It seems that it might be related to an area called the Winter City Domain." Chapter 2238 traces Dr. Feng. We have recorded the entire process related to the magic array. For safety reasons, let's withdraw first, Shi Yanwu suggested. "No, thanks," Feng Heng waved his hand. "You go ahead, I will stay and take another look." This. Shi Yanwu hesitated for a moment. His mission was to ensure Feng Heng's safe return to the research institute. But now that Feng Heng refused to leave, what should he do? The command post quickly relayed a message. Shi Yanwu's team, Well done. You can now withdraw. Dr. Fang will remain for independent action, and we will dispatch other teams for protection. Understood. Through this battle, the command post personnel also realized something. Fang Heng's personal abilities were outstanding. At least, self-defense wouldn't be a problem. Alright, Shi Yanwu nodded at Fang Heng. Be careful. Very soon, Fang Heng watched as the people from the Federation left quickly with the resources they had collected, leaving behind an empty temple of incantation. Fang Heng once again walked to a hidden corner of the temple and switched to his natural form, allowing himself to remain silent and hidden. 2 hours later, a group of Wood Tribe members hurriedly entered the temple area. The leading Wood Tribe patriarch's face was grim. They had rushed here immediately upon receiving the report of the incident in the town. They hadn't expected another mishap. The entire temple of incantation had been destroyed. The elders who had been guarding the temple and the other tribe members were nowhere to be found. Everyone knew in their hearts that their situation was dire. The Federation. The Wood Tribe patriarch, Kleiner, clenched his fists. But to him, things seemed very suspicious. They were well aware of the Federation's strength. Unless they launched a full-scale attack, it was unlikely that they could defeat the elders guarding the temple in such a short time. Not very likely. After a tribe member inspected and reported, "Elder, there are signs of abnormal damage on the magic array." Upon hearing this, Kleiner walked over to observe the magic array for a moment, his brow furrowed. So that's how it is. Despicable humans. It turned out that they had secretly destroyed the magic array, causing an abnormality in the magic array's operation. This made sense. Elder Lorenzo hadn't died. He had merely been trapped on the other side of the teleportation passage by the Federation's design. It was a stroke of luck in misfortune. Seeing Elder Kleiner silent for a long time, the tribe members couldn't help but ask softly, "Elder, what should we do now?" "Repair the magic array and send reinforcements to continue entering the temple of incantation. The sacred tree has already absorbed some strength, and the new temple is under construction. It will be ready for use in a while. Let's hold on for another month," Kleiner finally spoke. Understood. Fang Heng listened quietly for a moment, and his sharp ears caught the name of the sacred tree, sparking a sudden realization. The sacred tree. One of his targets. Just listening to their conversation didn't seem to yield any useful information. As Elder Kleiner was about to leave, Fang Heng had a sudden idea. From a distance, he left a vampire mark on the elder. Ding! The player successfully marked Wood Tribe Patriarch, Kleiner, who goes there. The moment the mark hit, Elder Kleiner keenly sensed something and swiftly turned to look toward Fang Heng's hidden position. Oh no! He's been discovered. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. Kleiner's strength might be even greater than the previous Wood Tribe Patriarch, Lorenzo, and he wasn't injured. Run! Fang Heng didn't dare to be careless at all. He immediately entered the secondary space projection and swiftly departed. Kleiner furrowed his brow, staring intently in the direction Fang Heng had left. Who was that just now? Extremely strong stealth abilities, almost fooling even him. Was it someone from the Leaf Tribe? Elder, we. No need to pursue. Kleiner stopped the Wood Tribe members who were trying to chase Fang Heng, shaking his head. Send more guards, and make sure to protect the teleportation passage. We need to quickly assist Elder Lorenzo's return. Yes. Understood. At night, in the area of the Island Research Institute. Bright green light gradually bloomed from the leaf in Clairway's palm. Ah, it's a spatial marker. Clairway, concentrating on triggering the natural energy of the branch, suddenly opened her eyes, a hint of surprise in them. A marker? Fang Heng also looked surprised. The branch Clairway held was the one that had emerged shortly after the killing of the Wood Tribe Patriarch. Upon retrieving it, Fang Heng immediately handed it over to Clairway for examination. A spatial marker. It points to another world, Clairway nodded, confirming her observation. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Indeed, the magic array found in the Temple of the Tree Spirits was also related to teleportation. So, did the Tree Spirits teleport into another world? A world called the Winter City Domain? It seemed like things were getting more complicated by the minute. The world of forests itself is a vast world. Could there be another world nested within it? Fang Heng felt skeptical and turned his gaze to Sandy, who was studying the jars nearby. Sandy, do you have any thoughts? Sandy scratched his head upon hearing the question and replied, I have no idea. I am completely clueless. I have never come across anything like this in the ancient books. But these jars seem to be sacrificial jars used to absorb energy. I looked it up, and they were originally used to cultivate sacred trees. But how exactly they are used, I still need to find out. It seemed like a dead end. Everyone glanced at each other, momentarily directionless. Mojai I asked from the side, should we also create a marker magic array and teleportation passage to try? Then we can go in and see for ourselves. We might figure everything out then. Feng Heng shook his head and said, I am worried we might be discovered by the Holy Court. Mojai I quickly grasped the situation. The Holy Realm was still pursuing Feng Heng. While the world of forests was protected, other worlds were not. If the world of forests was involved in other events, the Holy Realm might intervene, complicating matters. The difficulty of the mission would be unpredictable. Chloe sensed the state of the sacred tree and shook her head, saying, it might not be possible in the short term. The magic array needs to work in conjunction with the temple and the sacred tree. Given Abakuya's current condition, it will take some time to fully simulate a temple. Feng Heng thought for a moment. The side mission to investigate the Wood Tribe triggered by the Leaf Tribe has gathered enough data. At least the mission has been completed beyond expectations. One option was to submit the mission to the Leaf Tribe and try to glean some information from them. If that didn't work out, then waiting was the only choice. The Federation was also continuing its investigation. With the Federation's capabilities, they should be able to obtain some information sooner or later. That seemed like the best course of action for now. Let's split up, said Feng Heng. Chloe, you continue to stay here and take care of Abakuya. Gu Qingzu will ensure your safety. All right, she responded. Mojai I suggested, then I will go to the Starfish Company to get some spatial crystals. We will need those to activate the Tree Spirit's magic array. It's better to be prepared in advance. Okay. All right, I will go through the Federation database to find any information related to the Tree Spirits, Sandy mused, contemplating how to extract the energy hidden inside the sacrificial jars. With their action plan in place, everyone dispersed to their tasks. Feng Heng immediately transformed into his bat form and rushed toward the gathering place of the Leaf Tribe. Chapter 2239. Reporting. After half a day, Feng Heng quickly made his way to the Tree Whisperers Alliance and found the Leaf Tribe members within the alliance. I have accepted Elder Rudyard's mission and have gathered intelligence on the Wood Tribe. I need to report to him personally, Feng Heng explained to the Leaf Tribe member. The Leaf Tribe member recognized Feng Heng and agreed to accompany him. I will take you there, but I hope you are not deceiving me, they said, leading Feng Heng back to the primeval forest. 2 hours later, Feng Heng arrived at another small gathering point of the Leaf Tribe within the primeval forest and met Rudyard. Feng Heng, Rudyard greeted, clearly busy. Having just finished handling his tasks, Rudyard nodded as Feng Heng was brought over by the tribe member. Nice to see you again. I hope you can bring me some valuable information and not waste my time, he said. Of course, my time is precious too. Feng Heng replied promptly, handing over the Wood Tribe information file he had obtained from the Federation earlier. After integrating various clues, I have located several gathering points of the Wood Tribe. One of them caught my attention. Take a look. Rudyard accepted the report from Feng Heng and flipped through a few pages, showing genuine interest. Interesting. Please, tell me more. A town occupied by the Tree Whisperers Alliance. We investigated it and discovered that they were extracting a special crystal or called White Frost Stone. I discovered that the Wood Tribe has a significant demand for this type of ore recently, and all the collected ore from the town has been secretly transferred by them. Rudyard seemed to have little reaction to this news, nodding, and then? What else did you find? Please, continue. I secretly tracked them and found that the White Frost ore was being transported by the Wood Tribe into a temple of incantation identified in the primeval forest. Upon hearing this, Rudyard's demeanor changed abruptly, a glint of sharpness appearing in his eyes as he asked, You discovered the temple of incantation occupied by the Wood Tribe? Are you sure? There were guards from the Wood Tribe near the temple, Feng Heng clarified, so I didn't get too close. But I can confirm it was the temple of incantation, without a doubt. Very good. Rudyard nodded in satisfaction. Initially, when he used a Federation to target the Wood Tribe, it was only a temporary idea. Feng Heng's luck was indeed remarkable to have discovered a temple of incantation belonging to the Wood Tribe. The unresolved matter of the Wood Tribe seizing the essence of the sacred tree from them needed to be properly addressed. Rudyard roughly flipped through the files in his hand and asked, were there no specific coordinates or map of the temple in the files? No. Feng Heng shook his head and continued, the information was obtained through the Federation's network. I was concerned that marking the coordinates of the temple might alert the Federation and interfere with your plans. So, I refrained from using a map. However, I recognized the location and could have led you there. Feng Heng deliberately refrained from marking the location. With the Leaf Tribe's tendency to betray allies once they get what they want, handing over the marked point would likely have left him out of the loop. Rudyard didn't dwell on it much, nodding, so be it, accompany us on this trip. Now? Yes, right now. It's quite far, we may not be able to get there in a short time. Humphrey, Rudyard scoffed disdainfully. Ridiculous. The Federation has spatial transmission networks. Do you mean to say that we, the tree spirits, cannot have teleportation passages? A hint popped up in Fang Hang's field of vision. Ding. Current mission threat from the Wood Tribe is resolved. The player gains 8 Leaf Tribe Friendship Points, 2,000 Leaf Tribe Reputation Points, and 400 Tree Spirit Tribe Reputation Points. Ding. Triggered mission, Pathfinder. Mission name, Pathfinder. Mission difficulty, C. Mission requirements. You have discovered the Temple of Incantation held by the Wood Tribe. Please lead the Leaf Tribe to the exact location of the Temple of Incantation. Mission reward, affinity with the Leaf Tribe, Leaf Tribe reputation points. Fang Hang, come with us. Under the urging of the 2 members of the Leaf Tribe, Fang Hang followed them into the teleportation channel of the Leaf Tribe's habitat. 7 hours later. Late at night. After the Federation's surprise attack earlier in the day, the Wood Tribe had reoccupied the temple and repaired it, strengthening the number of guards. In the woods not far from the temple, Fang Hang peered out and indicated ahead. That's it, the Temple of Incantation. There are many Wood Tribe guards lurking near the temple, he added. I was spotted here during the day, so I didn't get close enough to explore inside. Fang Hang withdrew his head once more. Elder Rudyard surveyed the temple and uttered a soft sound of acknowledgement. Wood Tribe. Finally discovered your Temple of Incantation. It's time to settle the score from last time. Rudyard's eyes flashed with a cold determination as he whispered, get ready to strike. Yes, Elder, responded the accompanying Leaf Tribe members. The Leaf Tribe members moved closer to the temple. To Rudyard and his group of Tree Spirit Tribe members, Fang Hang had served his purpose by leading the way. With no further utility, they paid no heed to his safety, leaving Fang Hang alone where he stood. Fang Hang was content with this arrangement, watching from afar as the Leaf Tribe swiftly approached the cursed temple. In his heart, he silently cheered them on. Let the fight begin. The Leaf Tribe mobilized more than 50 members for this operation. Coupled with Elder Rudyard, their overall strength seemed formidable to Fang Hang. However, Fang Hang wondered if there was a Wood Tribe patriarch guarding the temple. At least, Kleiner, the Wood Tribe patriarch he marked during the day, was not among them. If there were elder-level guardians, there might be heads to collect later. Fang Hang narrowed his eyes, swiftly switching to his natural form to conceal his aura. He cautiously approached the temple. Soon, a commotion erupted outside the Temple of Incantation. Who goes there? Intruders. It's the Leaf Tribe. Report. Leaf Tribe invasion detected. Quickly, the first group of Leaf Tribe members who approached the Temple of Incantation was spotted by the Wood Tribe, triggering an alarm. Shouts and sounds of battle swiftly shattered the night's peace. A full-blown civil war erupted between the Leaf Tribe and the Wood Tribe. Rudyard swiftly led his people, dispatching several guards hidden in the woods as they charged forward. In moments, they reached the entrance of the temple. The next moment, several massive wooden spikes shot out from the temple entrance. Boom. 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 The spikes exploded consecutively at the entrance, the intense shockwaves temporarily driving back the invading Leaf Tribe. Fang Hang hid in the nearby bushes, crouching low, silently astounded. Sure enough, there was a Wood Tribe patriarch guarding the cursed temple. Rudyard. Patriarch City, accompanied by his subordinates, arrived at the entrance. Seeing Rudyard leading an assault on the temple, he wore an expression of anger. How dare you openly defy the orders of the Elders' Council and attack the sacred temple of another clan? Chapter 2240 Restriction in the past, while the various tribes of the Tree Spirit clan competed to nurture sacred trees, most of the competition was conducted openly, with the Elders' Council overseeing and enforcing strict rules. Many things were regulated, such as refraining from actively destroying the sacred temples of other clans and refraining from physical conflict between clans. Now that the Elders' Council is no more, the constraints of these rules are diminishing. But the Wood Tribe didn't expect the Leaf Tribe to come directly for them. They even directly killed their own kin. Humphrey, ridiculous. Rudyard sneered mockingly. The Elders' Council told us not to fight among ourselves. But what about when you and the other 2 tribes took the elite essence of our sacred tree? How did you behave then? In consideration of kinship, I will give you a way out. Take your people and leave, or else, you will stay here forever. You are delusional. City roared in anger, and massive wooden spikes extended from the giant tree of the Temple of Incantation, viciously thrusting toward the Leaf Tribe. Both sides had ignited their fury, plunging into fierce combat once again. Fang Hang remained hidden nearby, watching the Tree Spirit clans engage in battle. It was evident that the Wood Tribe was slightly inferior in overall strength compared to the Leaf Tribe, and with fewer numbers, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Boom. After a brief skirmish, City, the patriarch of the Wood Tribe, was subdued by Rudyard. He was lifted high by a swirling vortex of leaves and slammed heavily into the trunk of a nearby tree. Struggling to rise, City's sturdy body bore deep marks from the sharp leaves. When he looked again, several clansmen had already died in the hands of the Leaf Tribe. The remaining 5 members of the Wood Tribe gathered around, encircled by the Leaf Tribe in the center. Rudyard! How dare you! City's gaze pierced Rudyard, his fists clenched, his anger reaching its peak. In fact, during the last struggle for the essence of the sacred tree, the 4 major tribes had still maintained great restraint, preserving their dignity by refraining from harming their own kin. Unfortunately, the Leaf Tribe had suffered heavy losses as they became the primary target of the Stone Spirit Puppet's attacks. Several of their kin had died under its assault. The losses were devastating. Rudyard had already earned the resentment of the other tribes. Although the Leaf Tribe members didn't directly die at the hands of the other tribes, what was the fundamental difference? If it weren't for the other 3 tribes blocking their way, how could their kin have died? It was simply a trick of using others to do the killing. Ha! How is it? Rudyard looked at Elder City of the Wood Tribe coldly, his eyes full of killing intent. Hand over the sacrificial jar and I will let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for not reminding you. You will all die here today. City's breath grew heavier. He realized that Rudyard wasn't joking. Rudyard truly intended to kill them. Weighing the pros and cons, City had to make a choice. Rudyard. The Wood Tribe will remember this. Let's go. City reluctantly left behind 2 jars of sacrificial jars, waved his hand, and quickly departed with the injured members of the Wood Tribe. Tell your great elder that this temple of incantation is now under my control. If anyone dares to challenge, they are welcome to come find me anytime. Rudyard coldly smirked, gesturing to his Leaf Tribe subordinates. No need to see them off. Watching from the shadows, Fang Heng raised an eyebrow at the scene. Rudyard looked like he was going to kill everyone and showed no mercy to his kind. However, he did not expect that he would let them go at the last moment. So, the Leaf Tribe also doesn't want to escalate the situation and completely break off with the Wood Tribe? Fang Heng quickly evaluated in his mind. The relationships between the major tribes of the tree spirits were truly unpredictable. Forget about it. Following from so far away, wasn't it just to snatch heads? With the Wood Tribe patriarch heavily injured now, it was a perfect opportunity. Snatch some heads. Fang Heng had already made up his mind. He immediately threw a blood-tracking skill towards the rapidly retreating Elder City's figure from a distance, then followed into the secondary space projection, swiftly chasing after City. City, the Elder, and his group of 6 were mostly heavily injured, so they weren't running fast. Once they left the area of the Temple of Incantation, they slowed their pace and took a moment to catch their breath under a giant tree. Are you really okay, Elder? It's nothing, City waved his hand. This time, we were ambushed by the Leaf Tribe and sustained heavy injuries. Oakley, your injuries are the lightest, and you move the fastest. You should go back and report this to Elder Kleiner immediately. Tell him to bring reinforcements as soon as possible. We only have 3 temples, and if this one is taken, our cultivated sacred trees will fall far behind the Leaf Tribe. Even if we have the essence of the sacred tree. As he spoke, City's expression changed slightly, and he leaned against a nearby tree, taking a brief rest. Seeing this, the others came over to support him, concern evident in their eyes. Elder, you. City suppressed the flare-up of his internal injuries and waved his hand. It's fine. Remember everything I said just now. Go back and report immediately. Yes, Elder. Upon hearing this, Oakley quickly noted down everything City had said and promptly returned to report to the clan. City watched the Wood Tribe swiftly depart, took a deep breath, and turned to the remaining few clan members, nodding. The clan will definitely come to support us once they know. My consciousness is in extreme disarray right now, and I need some time. Just stay here and guard me. With that, City began to concentrate on restoring his disrupted sea of consciousness. Understood, Elder. The remaining 4 Wood Tribe members weren't as badly injured as City. They immediately stood guard. Within minutes, a member of the Wood Tribe suddenly uttered a soft exclamation and turned to look at a patch of bushes behind them. What's that sound? Rustle, rustle. All 4 members of the Wood Tribe were simultaneously drawn to the sound emanating from the bushes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Turning around, they saw a large number of lickers rushing out from the bushes ahead. Be careful. Enemy attack. The Wood Tribe's expressions changed drastically as they immediately leaped into a defensive stance. Several wooden spikes shot out from the air, fiercely aiming at the approaching lickers. Boom. 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 The exploding wooden spikes and subsequent chain explosions drove back the horde of lickers attacking from the bushes. However, before the guards of the Wood Tribe could catch their breath, another wave of lickers surged out from all directions of the dense forest. Be careful. There are so many of them. Protect the Elder. While Elder City was still in the process of recovering his consciousness, part of his perception remained vigilant outside. Hearing the cries of his people, he forcefully interrupted the half-completed meditation, abruptly opening his eyes. In City's eyes, bloodshot red veins filled his vision. Seeing the creatures emerging from the bushes, his anger surged uncontrollably. He had seen similar creatures before. They were lickers. The Leaf Tribe. It must be them. The first thing that came to City's mind was the human who was with the Leaf Tribe. Chapter 2241. The pursuit. City quickly formed an imprint in his hand. Boom. Whoosh. 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 Giant wooden spikes erupted from the ground, centered around City. Round after round, the massive spikes shot out continuously, resembling blooming lotus flowers, spreading rapidly outward in all directions. TSK. TSK. The licker that was pouncing on the Wood Tribe was pierced through by the giant wooden spikes from the ground, and it was forced into the air. Tiny vines and barbs extended out from the wood, trapping the licker. Squeak. Squeak squeak. The wooden spike carried the struggling licker as it slowly sank into the ground. Ding. The player's zombie clone, fusion licker form, has been affected by the special skill Wood Spike Burial skill and has died. The player's zombie clone will revive in 4.32 hours, burial by wood. Another round of the finishing move skill not far away, Fang Hang hid in the dark and controlled the lickers. When he saw the 20 or so lickers' death hand appear on his retina, his heart skipped a beat. Large groups of lickers were pierced through by the wood spikes and dragged to the ground. After that, they were completely killed. Ha. Interesting, let's do it again. Let's see how many times you can use this move. Fang Hang noticed that City was now at the end of his strength. In his prime, City was indeed a formidable opponent. But things were different now. Even employing the human wave tactic would be enough to overwhelm him. Go. Let's see how many more times he could use such a large-scale move. The dense group of lickers continued to rush out from the bushes, once again pouncing on City and the other Wood Tribe members. When the Wood Tribe guards saw Elder City exterminate a large number of licker, they didn't even have time to relax before they saw more lickers coming out from the surrounding trees. Their hearts sank. What the hell was that? Why were there so many of them? And so difficult to deal with? City's face was also extremely gloomy. Despicable Leaf Tribe. They actually colluded with the humans to set up a trap for them. He finally understood. As soon as the humans arrived, the Leaf Tribe followed suit. This matter itself was very strange. Moreover, the Leaf Tribe had already let them leave, but the humans caught up to them not long after. It was obvious that there was a problem. Everything was a scheme of the Leaf Tribe. The Leaf Tribe wanted to get rid of him with the help of humans. Did they think they didn't know? But now, City had to admit that he had been forced into a desperate situation. City's eyes brimmed with intense hatred as he whispered to the few tribesmen around him, his voice low, "Wait for my signal, I will try to create a distraction for you. If anyone manages to escape, remember to tell the tribe elders that the Leaf Tribe has allied with humans. The temple attacks were orchestrated by the Leaf Tribe. My death is also linked to them." The guards from the Wood Tribe, upon hearing the word death, were startled. They all turned to City, their expressions questioning. "Elder, you. Make sure the Great Elder is extremely cautious of the Leaf Tribe. Have you all understood?" City's resolve for death was firm as he stared at the tribesmen, his voice sharp. The guards from the Wood Tribe, their eyes slightly reddened, replied in unison, "Yes. We understand." City looked at the lickers that were still coming out of the bushes and pouncing at them. He formed a mark on his palms. Only by sacrificing himself would he have a chance to let his companions pass the news back. White wood burial. Boom. 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 The power of nature surged. The earth trembled violently around City. In the next moment, dense clusters of white tree trunks rose from the ground around City, rapidly growing thick foliage visible to the naked eye. Almost instantly, they entangled and trapped the horde of lickers attacking from all directions. A secret technique inherited by the Wood Tribe. Using one's own life as nutrients, it can extend a large number of tree trunks to trap enemies. The white branches that bound licker had a special life force absorption effect. Once they bound the enemy, it would be difficult for them to break free. With the help of the nutrients absorbed from the entanglement, the white branch continued to grow rapidly. Taking advantage of the time that City had bought for everyone, the remaining 4 Wood Tribe members quickly broke through the blockade of the lickers and retreated in different directions. Oh no! Fang Heng, still controlling the horde of lickers from the shadows, was momentarily stunned by City's sudden desperate move. So decisive? He had intended to slowly wear City down like boiling a frog in warm water, but he hadn't expected City to go all out immediately. Realizing that City was buying time for his companions to escape, Fang Heng didn't hesitate any longer. He burst out from the foliage. Chase. Although he didn't appear in the battle, The Wood tribe could guess his identity from the liquor. In the best-case scenario, he did not intend to let any tree spirit tribes escape. Don't even think about running. City's life was nearing its end. As he watched the Wood tribe members scatter in all directions, the divine light in his eyes gradually faded until it disappeared completely. At the same time, Feng Heng swiftly darted towards one of the Wood tribe members attempting to flee. Whoosh! The long metal rod in his hand struck forward, creating a sound of breaking the air. Boom! The Wood tribe guard that Feng Heng had his eyes on was struck by a metal rod. His body paused for a moment before he was sent flying backward. This was troublesome. Sensing the impact of the metal rod in his hand, Feng Heng secretly cursed. It was as if he had hit a hard granite. It was very hard. The Wood tribe was far more resilient than the other tree spirits. A single blow was far from enough to cause serious injuries. Then let's do it again. Whoosh! Feng Heng tapped the ground lightly with his toes and chased after the Wood tribe member who was sent flying. Bang! 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 Feng Heng relentlessly pursued, completely overwhelming the Wood tribe guard with several fierce strikes from his metal long rod. It was a hard-fought victory to take down the guard, but when he turned back, the remaining 3 scattered Wood tribe members had vanished without a trace. This was bad. Although Feng Heng could still vaguely sense the lifeblood ripples of the remaining few, chasing them down individually would waste too much time. Moreover, if he delayed any longer, their lifeblood ripples would quickly fade away. It was impossible to catch them all. Forget it. Feng Heng made a rough estimation in his heart and shook his head helplessly, giving up on the plan to continue chasing. At the very least, he had already gotten the kill. This was not a loss. Feng Heng turned around and looked at the area covered by dense white trees. In the end, City used a self-destruct skill to die, so he did not receive a kill hint. However, through the white thicket, Feng Heng could see a few sparkling crystals. The rainbow crystals needed for leveling up had indeed dropped. Feng Heng raised his hand, and several rainbow crystals flew into his palm. Chapter 2242 Dimensional Realm, Ding. The player obtains 8 pieces rainbow crystal. What's this again? After acquiring all the rainbow crystals, Feng Heng notices a darker crystal remaining at the center of the dense forest. Could there be something else good? Feng Heng's heart stirs, and he forms an imprint with his hands before him. Relying on his psychic ability, the dark crystal slowly floated in the air and slowly floated toward Feng Heng. It floated in front of Feng Heng and was grabbed by him. Ding! The player has obtained an item Nature's Heart Crystal, Energy Crystal. Ding! The player can submit this item to the Leaf Tribe to gain friendship points, contribution points, and reputation with the tribe, or to other tribes if preferred. Ah, it's the Nature's Heart Crystal. Feng Heng murmured to himself. This was the item that the Tree Spirit tribe in the inner world was previously fighting over. He had obtained 4 of them before and had clearly attempted to research them upon returning. It was strange that this item couldn't directly activate the absorption of the sacred tree, Ibukiya. Thus, its actual purpose remained unknown for the time being. Meanwhile, Ji Hating was also researching the crystals, but there hadn't been any feedback yet. Unexpectedly, City also possessed one. Well, might as well accept it. There was no way he would submit it. The Tree Spirit tribe could turn hostile faster than flipping a page, so one couldn't rely on their friendship. Such valuable items were best used personally. Since the Nature's Heart Crystal could not be stored in his backpack, Feng Heng followed the old method and temporarily wrapped the crystal in the sheath of his lifeblood short blade, carrying it with him. After completing this task, Feng Heng takes another look around before quickly heading back towards the direction of the temple. Time had been somewhat delayed. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any changes on Rudyard's end. By the time Feng Heng returned to the temple, it was already more than 10 minutes later. Feng Heng realized that he was overthinking. The Leaf Tribe continued its usual behavior of burning bridges. They had completely taken over the temple, searching every nook and cranny, with no one caring whether Feng Heng was still alive. At this moment, in the central hall of the temple, the magic array had been roughly repaired. It did not seem to be in use. Next to the center of the magic array, there was a new jar. It seemed Rudyard had just obtained it from City. Excellent. Seeing the fully repaired ritual magic array in the grand hall, Rudyard's lips curve into a smile as he nods approvingly. Everyone has done exceptionally well this time. I will report truthfully to the Great Elder, and Elder Farouk will arrive soon to help us activate the magic array. We will stay here during this time to prevent the Wood Tribe from returning. We must protect the magic array at all costs. Yes. Understood. A few guards of the Leaf Tribe checked the entire temple and reported, Elder, we have checked. There are still many white frost tores in the warehouse next door, but there aren't many. I am afraid it can only maintain a small portion of the magic array's transmission. Alright, make a note of it, handle it with care. I have already contacted the Great Elder. Soon, Elder Farouk will arrive with a batch of white frost ore to help us complete the teleportation, Rudyard says, glancing at Feng Heng as he enters the grand hall. Rudyard doesn't have a good solution for the energy shortage issue. Additionally, have we discovered any channels through which the Wood tribe obtains their ore? The members of the Tree Spirit tribe look at each other, shaking their heads. Elder, we are still investigating. When Feng Heng walked into the hall and heard Rudyard's conversation, he couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. It sounded like the Tree Spirits were very interested in the White Frost Ore. The White Frost Ore was very rare in this world. The Federation had always believed that the White Frost Ore was a type of energy ore that could not be used. If they were to hoard it, it would take up space. Therefore, in the past, other than hoarding a small portion for research purposes, the Federation had never really mined the White Frost Ore on a large scale. However, Mojai contacted the Starfish Company, a supersized ore resource company. They should have an abundance of not only white frost ore but also highly refined white energy crystals after elite processing. In simple terms, as long as you pay, getting the goods would not be an issue. After Rudyard finished giving orders to his subordinates, Feng Heng asked, "Are you in dire need of white frost ore?" "In need?" Naturally," Rudyard replied, looking at Feng Heng. "What about you? Do you have a way to get some? I have heard you have quite the relationship with the Federation. Perhaps you could leverage that?" "I am not that close with the Federation, but I can certainly try," Feng Heng responded, pondering for a moment before continuing. "From what I know, the Federation isn't fully aware of the value of white frost ore, so they haven't extensively mined it. However, there might be some reserves internally. I can't guarantee access to them, though." Rudyard waved it off. "All right, give it a try. White frost ore is just a special type of energy ore. Extraction is extremely labor-intensive for the Federation, and transporting large quantities of white frost ore is also very challenging. If I can find a high-quality extract for white frost ore." Feng Heng looked at Rudyard as he spoke. "It's indeed very difficult. I want to know why you need the white frost ore." "Oh? Was that so? You can get it just because you know the purpose?" Rudyard glanced at Feng Heng and smiled contemptuously. He did not take Feng Heng's words too seriously. He only felt that he was bragging. After the white frost ore was collected, it needed to be purified by the special method of the tree spirit race before it could form a usable space energy ore body. This part was very troublesome. Ordinary humans could not purify it at all. Not to mention him, even the entire human federation would not be able to produce a crystal. At most, it would purify the white frost ore a little. Rudyard thought for a moment. What was there to argue with a human who knew nothing? "Ha ha ha ha, good, good, good. I will wait for you. I will take as much as you have." Having successfully captured the Wood tribe's altar, Rudyard was in high spirits and engaged in further conversation with Feng Heng. He could not help but feel that Feng Heng was exaggerating. Since white frost ore was not a secret to the tree spirit tribe anyway, he casually explained, "Do you know about the dimensional world?" Feng Heng furrowed his brow. "Ignorant humans." Rudyard shook his head, his eyes revealing a sense of superiority as he continued, "The main body of this world is a crystal. When the crystal is impacted from the outside, it breaks into countless fragments, which are the dimensional realms. The larger fragments are strong, while the smaller ones are weak. We are just one of the larger ones within the elemental realm. Each fragment possesses extremely potent energy. We greatly need this energy, but large-scale extraction of natural energy would cause significant damage to the fragments. That's why we have to venture into other dimensional realms to collect energy. And white frost ore is the energy required for the operation of the magic array when entering other dimensional realms. Do you understand everything now?" Chapter 2243 or Requirement. Feng Heng listened to Rudyard's explanation and suddenly understood. So, what Rudyard had just said was the world view of the tree spirit. In this world, it was divided into countless realms. The tree spirit tribes referred to it as the dimensional world. The spawns called it the chaotic flow universe. Players termed it the world boundary or the game world. In reality, they were all essentially the same thing. It was evident that Rudyard was referring to other low-tier game worlds when he mentioned the dimensional worlds of the other fragments. These were worlds even lower in rank than the world of forests. The only strange thing was the mention of extracting energy. The so-called energy extraction? The fact that the tree spirit tribe had the ability to extract energy from other game worlds was indeed surprising. Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean by extracting energy?" "By using the vessel of sacrifice, we can extract energy from the world. This energy can provide a large amount of power for nurturing the sacred tree. Do you understand now?" Feng Heng certainly understood. He understood completely. Everything now made sense. Wow, so the sacred tree actually strengthened itself by plundering energy from other world boundaries through rituals. Essentially, The sacred tree was also a kind of thief, and the white energy crystals were meant to power the teleportation passages. It turned out that the teleportation passages built by the tree spirit tribe had flaws, and most likely could only be supplied with energy using white energy crystals. After all this, it seemed that the tree spirit tribe had indeed been searching for energy to nurture the sacred tree recently. It was just that the way they were nurturing the sacred tree was different from what Fang Heng originally anticipated. Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind. So, could Uchiha could also use the same ritual to rapidly advance? Fang Heng raised his head and asked, if I can get my hands on a large amount of refined white frost stone, what kind of reward would the Leaf Tribe be willing to offer me? Hey, you think you can get your hands on that? Rudyard dismissed it, waving his hand. We have everything you need. I want to enter the dimensional world to take a look around, and I also want to see the sacred tree cultivated by the Leaf Tribe. That's no problem at all, but first, you will need to get your hands on enough white frost ore. Fang Heng was about to ask further questions, but Rudyard lost interest in continuing the conversation. He waved his hand to interrupt. Enough with the questions. Get the white frost ore first, then we will talk. Ding. The player triggered mission scarcity of ore. Mission name, scarcity of ore. Mission description, the Leaf Tribe lacks a type of ore called white frost ore. If you can provide it to the Leaf Tribe, they will reward you accordingly. Mission reward, friendship with the Leaf Tribe, contribution points with the Leaf Tribe, reputation points with the Leaf Tribe. Special description, this mission can be completed repeatedly. Fang Heng glanced at the game hint that popped up, nodded, and temporarily left the main hall. He still had some doubts about the dimensional world that he had yet to solve. Although Rudyard verbally agreed to allow him to enter the dimensional world and see the sacred tree cultivated by the Leaf Tribe, the game hint didn't confirm this deal. Fang Heng speculated that it was probably just something the Leaf Tribe mentioned casually. He couldn't be entirely certain. Should he? Fang Heng rubbed his chin. Should he give it another try? Perhaps he should trust Rudyard for now. At worst, he would lose a few loads of ore. In the future, he would make them pay back 100-fold. Even so, Fang Heng still had two plans in mind. He was going to summon a group of zombie clones and dig an underground tunnel from the outside of the forest to the temple. If the Leaf Tribe didn't give him face, then they wouldn't have a good time either. At most, everyone would play dirty together. The Wood Tribe settlement. Upon learning of the news that the temple had once again been seized by the Leaf Tribe, there was uproar within the Wood Tribe. The Leaf Tribe. They dared to act directly, even joining forces with humans to kill two elders from within the tribe. No wonder. Reflecting on today's events, the Wood Tribe had already felt that something was amiss. Now, upon careful consideration, it all became clear. So the Leaf Tribe had long since allied with humans. And they even set a trap for them to fall into. The great elder of the Wood Tribe's expression condensed heavily, a hidden anger flickering in his eyes. The loss of the two elders was a devastating blow to the Wood Tribe. Everyone, we need to come up with a strategy immediately. The Temple of Incantation is of utmost importance. If it falls into the hands of outsiders, the efficiency of the sacred tree's energy replenishment will significantly decrease. We must find a way to reclaim the temple. We must show the Leaf Tribe some colors. This matter cannot be let go easily. We must fight them. For the revenge of our elders. The Wood Tribe was stirred with fervor. After all, the Wood Tribe originally occupied only a few prayer-cursed temples. With one less now, only two remained. What could they accomplish with just that? And there were even the lives of two elders at stake. They couldn't just let it go. They needed an explanation. Everyone, please remain calm. The great elder of the Wood Tribe had just rushed back from the inner world not long ago and personally called for this meeting. He waved his hand to calm down the excited crowd and said in a deep voice, currently, the sacred tree is still absorbing the essence of the sacred tree seeds, and its energy recovery status is much better than we anticipated. We still have a great opportunity. The Leaf Tribe's actions are meant to provoke us, to make us act recklessly and fall into their trap. If we engage in a direct confrontation with the Leaf Tribe, we will be the ones at a disadvantage. We will only be playing into the hands of the other two tribes. The crowd looked at each other. The elder's face showed discontent, saying with bitterness, Great Elder, I understand your point, but did City and the other elder sacrifice themselves in vain? Of course not. The Great Elder shook his head. Slaughtering our own kind is a taboo within the tribe. Humans even emphasize the importance of a just cause. Currently, the Leaf Tribe has given us an opportunity. The Soul Tribe still presides over this term of the Elders' Council. We can invite our fellow tribesmen to witness this event together and let the Soul Tribe make a decision. Upon hearing this, the people couldn't help but feel moved. Saying to let the Soul Tribe make a decision actually meant to unite with the other tribes to confront the Leaf Tribe. Elder, will the other tribes agree to join us in confronting the Leaf Tribe? They will. The Great Elder nodded and continued, "The Leaf Tribe has gone too far this time." The stronger and more arrogant the Leaf Tribe became, the more the other tribes worried about their dominance and the more they would gather together. After all, in the end, only one sacred tree could remain, and there would be only one victor. This had been a deeply ingrained consensus among the tree spirit tribes since ancient times. No one wanted the Leaf Tribe to be too far ahead. The next morning, the Lickers returned to the Temple of Incantation, pulling 2 carts filled with high-tier white frost ore. Rudyard was in discussion with several members of the Leaf Tribe regarding matters concerning the Wood Tribe. He found it strange. Since yesterday, he had ordered his people to strengthen the defenses of the Temple of Incantation and remain vigilant against any attempt by the Wood Tribe to reclaim the temple. Yet, a whole night had passed without any disturbance. There was no movement from the Wood Tribe at all. Instead, they had spent the entire night on high alert, without proper rest. Had the Wood Tribe been intimidated? Not even daring to make a sound? Rudyard couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. After discussing for a moment and finding no anomalies, a tribesman stepped forward to report. "Elder, Feng Heng has returned." "Feng Heng?" The tribesman approached and whispered a few words in Rudyard's ear. Rudyard was somewhat surprised. Had Feng Heng managed to obtain white frost ore? Chapter 2244 Baron Elder, "We have checked it, and it is indeed white frost stone. Its quality is better than any we have seen before." The main hall of the Temple of Incantation, after inspecting the ore, a Leaf Tribe guard muttered to Rudyard's ear, then respectfully stepped aside. "Too little." Rudyard glanced at the 2 carts temporarily placed in the corner without a detailed examination, then shook his head. "Feng Heng, is this all you could obtain?" "The Federation's reserves of white frost ore are limited, but we can still manage to obtain some more. However, it will take some time to transport them from elsewhere." Feng Heng looked at Rudyard and continued, "The ore is still on its way. While we wait, I would like to visit the dimensional world, and also, I would like to see the sacred tree cultivated by the Leaf Tribe." Rudyard instinctively felt a bit reluctant about Feng Heng seeing the sacred tree and the dimensional world, but he hesitated only for the sake of the white frost stone. As he was pondering, a Leaf Tribe member hurriedly approached and whispered a few words in Rudyard's ear. "Soul Tribe?" Rudyard frowned at the news, feeling somewhat puzzled as he said, "Understood, let's go meet them." Seeing Rudyard's change in expression, Feng Heng asked, "What's going on?" "It's an internal matter within our tree spirit tribe." Rudyard waved his hand. "You wanted to visit the dimensional world, right? Next, we will open the teleportation passage to the dimensional world. You can come along and help. But don't blame me for not warning you. It's not a good place there. And remember, just observe with your eyes, don't ask too many questions, and don't meddle too much. Otherwise, no one can guarantee your safety." Ding. Upon completing the side mission Scarcity of Ore, which can be repeated multiple times, the player receives 4 points of friendship with the Leaf Tribe, 2,000 contribution points with the Leaf Tribe, and 2,500 reputation points with the Leaf Tribe. Ding. The player has triggered a side mission Gathering Dimensional Strength. Mission name, Gathering Dimensional Strength. Mission description, Rudyard hopes you will assist the Leaf Tribe team in absorbing the energy of the dimensional world after entering it. During the process of gathering dimensional strength, you will encounter various dangers. Please protect the Leaf Tribe team and collect as much dimensional strength as possible before safely returning. Mission requirements, during the process of gathering dimensional strength, you will encounter various dangers. Please protect the Leaf Tribe team and collect as much dimensional strength as possible before safely returning. Mission reward, increase in Leaf Tribe friendship, contribution points, and reputation points. Rudyard nodded and glanced at another young tribe member beside him, gesturing, "Ova, when you go to the dimensional world later, take him with you." The young Leaf Tribe member beside him nodded respectfully. "Yes, Elder, I understand." Rudyard nodded and left the hall with the 2 tree spirits. Rudyard let out a soft hum and hurriedly left the hall with 2 tree spirit tribe members. Why the rush? Feng Heng watched Rudyard leave and wondered what trouble the tree spirit tribe had encountered this time. He was quite tempted to go and see for himself. Ova approached with 2 Leaf Tribe members and beckoned, "Human, please follow us. The teleportation is about to start." "All right." Well, compared to anything else, Feng Heng was more interested in the dimensional world. One step at a time, he would first check out the situation in the dimensional world. Following Ova, Feng Heng once again arrived at the central hall of the Temple of Incantation where he had been yesterday. Huh? Looking at the scene in the hall, Feng Heng couldn't help but let out a light exclamation. The hall was completely different from when he had left yesterday. The walls and ceiling of the entire hall were covered with lush green vines. It looked like the whole place had been completely transformed. Several Leaf Tribe members had already gathered in front of the magic array at the center of the hall. Behind the magic array sat an elderly leaf tribe elder. A subtle natural aura emanated from him. Ova respectfully approached and bowed to the leaf tribe elder. Elder Farouk, I have been tasked with opening the dimensional world passage to collect dimensional energy. Fang Heng's gaze lingered on Elder Farouk for a moment. He hadn't seen this elder when he left yesterday. So, the leaf tribe had sent 2 elders to guard the temple of incantation? Farouk opened his eyes and glanced at Ova and Fang Heng behind him, nodding. I understand. Let us begin. I will protect your journey. Thank you, Elder, Ova said respectfully as he stepped forward and received the sacrificial jar from Farouk's hands. Then, Ova gestured for over a dozen leaf tribe members behind him to enter the center of the magic array. Fang Heng followed and stood inside the magic array. As the leaf tribe members outside the magic array chanted, the external teleportation magic array slowly activated. Fang Heng noticed that Elder Farouk was also holding a green branch. The branch emitted spatial strength fluctuations mixed with a natural aura. Blue light gradually lit up, and a small teleportation channel appeared in the center of the magic array. Spatial fluctuations. We are going, Ova said, carrying the sacrificial jar, and stepped into the teleportation passage, disappearing. Fang Heng followed Ova's footsteps and entered the passage with him. Soon, everything around him turned into a void. When Fang Heng's vision was restored, he realized he was standing on a barren hill. Ding! The player has entered an unknown world. Ding! The player's attributes are reduced by 6% due to the influence of the current world. Ding! The player has crossed the world boundary, and a pursuit team dispatched by the Holy Realm will attempt to lock your position again in 9+15. Additional increase due to the Holy Weapon skill, hours, as expected. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. The dimensional world was indeed a collection of game worlds as understood by the player. Moreover, the world of forests could even connect to the outside world. Similarly, this outside world could be tracked by the Holy Court. Fang Heng became alert, quickly scanning his surroundings. Looking around, on the barren sandy ground, cracked lines resembled dried-up veins spreading into the distance. Fang Heng's gaze soon focused on a protruding rock slab on the right side of the teleportation magic array. Dense magic array patterns could be seen on the surface of the rock slab. Ova's target was the rock slab. After seeing the rock slab, Fang Heng immediately walked up to it, conducted a brief inspection, and then nodded to the line of Leaf Tribe members behind him. The Leaf Tribe members promptly followed suit, forming a circle around the rock slab. Fang Heng joined them, standing beside the rock slab and carefully observing. The rock slab had been around for a long time, with cracks covering its surface. However, it had recently undergone some repairs, which didn't seem to affect the overall functionality of the magic array. Let's get started, Ova said. He had brought a total of 22 Leaf Tribe members into the dimensional world. 6 Leaf Tribe members promptly positioned themselves at the 6 focal points of the magic array, while the rest stood guard around the perimeter of the rock slab. Before commencing, Ova took out a crystal from his hand and glanced at Fang Heng, saying, "Human, we will need your help in guarding the magic array. Remember, no matter what happens, do not let anything interfere with our operation of the magic array. Understand?" Chapter 2245. A small wave Ova greeted with a nod and then ignored Fang Heng, walking forward to place the golden sacrificial jar at the center of the magic array before starting to chant. As the chanting continued, mental strength was infused into the magic array. The ancient magic array slowly began to operate, triggering the crystal in Ova's hand to vibrate along with the entire ground, emitting a buzzing sound. Fang Heng stared at the magic array, his brow furrowed. He could feel it. The natural energy of this world was being slowly gathered, then extracted through the special magic array on a stone slab, and finally concentratedly poured into the sacrificial jar. This world. Fang Heng muttered to himself. The fluctuations in natural energy were minimal, suggesting that they had been extracted numerous times by the tree spirit tribe. Was this a deserted world? And then there was the crystal in Ova's hand. Nature's heart. So, the absorption of dimensional energy also required the assistance of nature's heart? Huh? Suddenly, Fang Heng's heart stirred. There was a life form rapidly approaching this location. The Leaf Tribe scattered around, who had been on guard, all became aware of the approaching enemy and became vigilant, looking around. Ova, who had been controlling the magic array, was also distracted by the external situation and warned, "Be careful, they are coming." Fang Heng lifted his head to look into the distance. On the barren land far away, a layer of rapidly spreading sand dust gradually appeared. Upon closer inspection, the sand dust turned out to be composed of swarms of insects. A type of large insect creature, they had the same color as the sand, with irregularly shaped bodies, hard shells, and sharp protrusions, as if they had evolved a unique form to survive in this harsh environment. The insect creatures beat their wings rapidly, maintaining a swift low-altitude flight. A member of the Leaf Tribe shouted, "They are sandwing beetles." Don't let them get close to disrupt the operation of the magic array. The sandwing beetles, with their bodies closely adhering to the ground, gathered in the air and rushed toward the direction of the magic array. The Leaf Tribe guards, seeing the situation, launched the first attack. They swiftly condensed natural arrows in their hands, aiming at the approaching swarm of sandwings. Swish. Swish swish. The magical arrows pierced through the air with a series of sonic booms. The elite archers of the Tree Spirit Tribe were almost capable of achieving 100% accuracy in targeting weak points. Coupled with the unique natural elemental strength of the Leaf Tribe, each arrow could penetrate through a dozen layers of sandwing beetles. It seemed like the Leaf Tribe had gained a decisive advantage. However, in reality, the Leaf Tribe didn't dare to be careless at all. The number of sandwing beetles was extremely high. Stimulated by the magic array, many sandwing beetles continuously surged from all directions of the barren land. It seemed endless. The swarm of sandwing beetles gathered in a rapidly moving mass, appearing like a swirling sandstorm in the distance. We can't let them disrupt the operation of the magic array. The Leaf Tribe guards continued to release magical arrows, intercepting the approaching sandwing beetles. Insect swarm tactics. Feng Heng watched from the side for a moment, muttering to himself as he raised his hand beside him. Whoosh! The crimson short blades behind quickly condensed into a mass of blood. Kai! The blood condensed into a blood sphere, piercing a distant swarm of sandwing beetles. The spear pierced through dozens of insect creatures, then burst in the air. Boom! A large number of insects were swallowed by the exploding blood, and a large number of them died. However, in the next moment, even more sandwing beetles surged forward, filling the gaps left by the fallen ones. Ding! The player kills a sandwing beetle and gains 1 reputation point with the Leaf Tribe and 1 reputation point with the Tree Spirit Tribe. With a lift of his hand, Feng Heng's lifeblood condensed behind him, reforming into the shape of a short blade. Live forms from the other world. Judging by their individual strength levels, they appeared to be relatively low, roughly equivalent to creatures from elementary worlds. In a one-on-one situation, ordinary members of the Tree Spirit Tribe could easily overwhelm them. Feng Heng had been dealing with high-level creatures all this time. He was not used to encountering low-level monsters. Then there was no need to waste the lifeblood short blade. Instead, he could seize the opportunity to gather some lifeblood strength. Although the lifeblood strength within the sandwing beetles was weak, their sheer numbers made up for it. Plus, killing sandwing beetles could still provide a small amount of reputation with the Tree Spirit Tribe. Even though reputation might not be useful, it didn't hurt to rack it up while he was at it. With that in mind, Feng Heng takes out the demon mask he carries with him and puts it on his face. Because the passive effect of his talent, Mutation Infection, would affect the effectiveness of collecting lifeblood, Feng Heng temporarily disabled the passive Mutation Infection ability. Relying on the combat strength of the liquor group was already sufficient to slaughter a wave of them, so the passive Mutation Infection effect was completely unnecessary. Kai. The passive talent skill was activated. A large number of liquor groups surged out from the magic array, immediately pouncing on the vast swarms of sandwing beetles ahead. When faced with lower-tier enemies, the liquors instantly transform into killing machines. Their sharp claws effortlessly tear through the bodies of the sandwing beetles. In comparison, most attacks from the sandwing beetles cannot penetrate the defense of the liquor groups. And most importantly, Feng Heng had summoned thousands of liquors. In the blink of an eye, facing the swarms of sandwing beetles pouring in from all directions towards the central magic array, the liquor groups retaliated even faster. Relying solely on their claws, they carved out a safe area amidst the chaos. The safe area was even rapidly expanding outward. Several members of the Leaf Tribe could not help but cast a scrutinizing glance toward Feng Heng. Even they had to admit that Feng Heng had quite the skill when it came to dealing with these insect monsters. And that Feng Heng had a way of dealing with these insect monsters. Ding! The player has killed the sandwing beetle. The player has obtained 1 Leaf Tribe reputation point. The player has obtained 1 Tree Spirit Tribe reputation point. Ding! The player has obtained the recognition of a small number of Leaf Tribe members. The player's Leaf Tribe friendliness +1, Leaf Tribe guard team's friendliness towards you +5. Ding! The player has killed the sandwing beetle. The player has obtained 1 Leaf Tribe reputation point. As the liquors massacred a large area, the game notifications on his retina quickly refreshed. Occasionally, there would be an increase in the tree spirit's friendliness. Feng Heng turned his head and looked at the tree spirits guarding the magic array behind him. He was a little surprised. The tree spirits could take the initiative to increase their favorability? What the hell? Feng Heng did not think too much about it and continued to focus his gaze on the magic array that Ova and the others were operating. Ding! The player has discovered an unknown magic array. Ding! The player needs to upgrade the relevant skill level or obtain more information to obtain more hints. The magic array was most likely used to absorb the so-called dimensional energy. The golden sacrificial jar was the vessel. He might be able to let Abukia use it in the future. He had to memorize the magic array first. A rapidly spinning magic array appeared in Feng Heng's right eye. Ding. The player is currently engraving an unknown magic array, super large. Ding. Based on the player's attributes and skills, the player's success rate is 73.2%. Suddenly, a slow channeling bar appeared above Feng Heng's head. 2 hours later, as the lickers continued their slaughter, the battlefield was filled with broken limbs and stinky blood. Even the blood slowly seeped down through the cracked barren land. He could begin the next step. Feng Heng opened his eyes. His luck today was a little bad. He had a 72% chance of success, but he failed twice in a row. He only succeeded in engraving the magic array on his third attempt. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. Feng Heng slowly raised his hands in front of him and raised them high. Chapter 2246 Additional items. The blood on the battlefield was immediately drawn by the power of the vampires, slowly rising into the air. Kai. The blood gurgled and bubbled as if it was burning and emitted a green-black mist. The blood and limbs were quickly burned to remove the impurities. After Feng Heng advanced to the king's bloodline and further enhanced his mental strength through recent studies in psychic abilities, he no longer needed the cumbersome process of refining blood to the same extent as before, nor did he have to establish a large number of altars. The prerequisite was that he needed to consume a large amount of his main body's spiritual energy to do it personally and accept the slower blood purification efficiency. In the rear, several guards of the Tree Spirit clan watched as the blood blob gradually floated up in the air, swiftly coalescing into a cohesive mass. Initially, their eyes betrayed a mixture of astonishment and curiosity, but soon, this expression transformed into one of disdain. Ding! The player's friendliness with the Tree Spirits is decreased by 2 points. Feng Heng glanced at the game hint out of habit. Forget it. He was already used to it. He couldn't even be bothered to think about why his friendship level had dropped. If it dropped, so be it. Onward. His lifeblood quickly gathered in the air. Despite the large expanse of blood sea coalescing in the air, the truth was that the lifeblood of the sandwing beetles contained relatively low inherent strength, resulting in an unexpectedly high impurity content within the blood sea. It was estimated that after true purification was completed, obtaining a purified blood fragment the size of a pinky finger would already exceed expectations. The blood boiled rapidly in the air as if it were boiling. The impurities formed a green mist through the burning, and a large amount of debris fell from the blood ball. Slowly. It was just a hack anyway. Feng Heng was not in a hurry. In the rear, Ova and the others became fully relieved when they realized that all the mutant worm creatures had been intercepted by Feng Heng's summons. They focused entirely on controlling the magic array. Previously, they couldn't resist the sandwing beetle swarm so easily. Often, they had to give up and retreat after just over an hour. With Feng Heng's help this time, the chanting lasted for several hours without interruption. Ova and the others had a great time grinding along the way. Until the mental strength of several leaf tribe priests like Ova had depleted to a similar extent, the chanting gradually ceased. The magic array came to a slow halt. The sandwing beetles surging from all sides also began to disperse gradually. Members of the Tree Spirit clan turned their gaze towards Feng Heng one after another. In front of Feng Heng, the blood sea in the air underwent repeated burning, rapidly condensing and shrinking until it formed a fragment the size of a fingernail. Whoosh! The small portion of lifeblood rapidly merged into the short blade behind Feng Heng. Feng Heng shook his head. At least over 100,000 dead sandwing beetles, and in the end, only this tiny amount condensed. It was better than nothing. What else could he do? Feng Heng clapped his hands and looked at Ova as if nothing had happened. Ova also glanced at Feng Heng. He didn't say anything more. He just nodded. Send a transmission signal to Elder Farouk. We are preparing to return. Yes. The members of the Leaf Tribe gathered once again at the center of the teleportation magic array beside the stone slab. Ova, in particular, carefully protected the sacrificial jar in his hands. After a moment, the teleportation magic array emitted a faint glow. Prepare to return. Feng Heng and the others returned to the hall through the magic array and appeared in the center of the teleportation array. Ova slightly bowed and reported, Elder Farouk, I am glad to report that we have not failed your trust. You have done very well, Farouk acknowledged, noticing Ova's significant gains this time. He raised his hand gently and glanced at Feng Heng standing behind Ova. It's inconvenient for a human to stay here. Take him down. Yes, Elder. 2 Tree Spirit clan members approached from behind, one on the left and one on the right, intending to escort Feng Heng out of the hall. Feng Heng couldn't help but shrug at the words. TSK. Tree Spirits. As always, burning bridges after crossing them. Fang Heng remained in place, showing no intention of leaving. He asked, "What about Rudyard? He promised to take me to see the condition of the sacred tree." The other Leaf Tribe member replied, "The elder has already left and hasn't returned yet. For now, please leave with us." Fang Heng smirked, his gaze lingering on the sacrificial jar for a moment before asking, "What about tomorrow? Will you continue then?" "I don't know." Ova, exhausted from continuous control of the magic array, shook his head upon hearing Fang Heng's question. "Human, thank you for your help. If there's any news, the Elders' Council will inform you." "All right." Fang Heng said no more and turned to walk outside the temple. He had gathered enough information today. Information about the dimensional world, the magic array for absorbing dimensional energy, the dimensional world teleportation passage, the teleportation markers, and the sacrificial jar. It seemed that he had all the important tools he needed. Perhaps he could try to replicate it? There was no hurry. Fang Heng calmed himself down. Right now, he still lacked one thing. He would bring another cart of goods over tomorrow. When Rudyard returned, then it would be possible to figure out how exactly the Tree Spirit clan manages to rapidly enhance the power of the sacred tree through the sacrificial jar. Planning can wait until then. Leaving the Temple of Incantation, Fang Heng immediately retraced his steps through the passage in the primeval forest back to the town, preparing to procure another batch of white frost stones. Halfway back, Fang Heng suddenly noticed something. He frowned and turned to look to the right. What was that? Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, a dense number of wooden spikes shot out from the bushes on the right and stabbed toward him. It was an ambush. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. Boom! Immediately, there was another intense explosion before him. This time, Fang Heng, already experienced, reacted swiftly and promptly escaped into a secondary space projection at the first sign of danger. Boom! 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 Wooden spikes in the air exploded continuously. Where is he? Members of the Wood Tribe hidden among the tree spirits hurriedly rushed to the spot where Fang Heng disappeared, searching everywhere for his figure. Strange. They had just seen someone leaving the temple. How could he suddenly disappear without a trace? Everyone was puzzled and looked at each other. Was it someone from the Leaf Tribe? I didn't get a clear look. It was a human, probably from the Federation. Will our target be exposed? Should we act preemptively? No need for that yet. I will report to a few elders. You guys continue to lay an ambush and wait for further instructions. Understood. Ding. The player triggered an emergency side mission ambush by the Wood Tribe. Mission name, Ambush by the Wood Tribe. Mission description, you have discovered the Wood Tribe hiding in the primeval forest, preparing an ambush. Their target is likely the Leaf Tribe. Please relay this information to the Leaf Tribe immediately. Mission requirements, escape from the Wood Tribe's ambush area and relay the message to the Leaf Tribe. Mission reward, increase in friendship with the Leaf Tribe, increase in reputation with the Leaf Tribe. Ding. The player can also choose to abandon this mission and select another tribe mission line. In the secondary space projection, Fang Heng quickly glanced at the game hint and then turned to run. The Wood Tribe was coming. It seemed the Wood Tribe was not willing to take losses lying down either. 2 elders died yesterday, and today they are here to reclaim their territory. He was lucky. On his way back, he happened to step into the encirclement of the Wood Tribe hidden outside the temple. Fang Heng understood the crux of the matter, and his face immediately revealed a hint of excitement. Interesting. Elder Rudyard had just gone out and had not returned yet, and the Wood Tribe had come to counterattack at this time. What a coincidence. It was hard not to make a connection. Could it be that Rudyard was set up by the Wood Tribe? Hee. Good. Fight, fight. The more intense the fight, the better. Muddying the waters. Fang Heng immediately changed his plan and headed back to the temple. Chapter 2247 Ambush outside the Temple of Incantation. Several guards of the Leaf Tribe saw Fang Heng coming and going, their expressions turning cold as they stopped him at the gate. Elder Rudyard has not returned yet. Please leave. Fang Heng was accustomed to the attitude of the Leaf Tribe and didn't mind. He paused and asked, where did Elder Rudyard go? Are you sure he's still safe? The expressions of the Leaf Tribe guards changed instantly. Human, what do you mean by that? It's nothing. I just encountered an ambush by the Wood Tribe outside. Fang Heng explained briefly about the attack he faced from the Wood Tribe outside. Upon hearing this, the guards also realized that the situation was grim. The Wood Tribe? Are you sure it was an attack by the Wood Tribe? Is what you are saying true? I have no reason to lie to you. If you don't believe me, you can go and investigate for yourselves. The captain of the guards' expression changed several times. This is bad. The Wood Tribe may be targeting the temple. Elder Rudyard had just left, and the temple guards were weak. If the Wood Tribe people concentrated their forces on the Temple of Incantation, It would be difficult for them to defend it. Can you contact the Elder? We haven't been able to reach him for a while. Activate the remote mirror immediately. I need to report this to the Great Elder. Please, Great Elder, make a decision. The captain of the guards looked at Feng Heng, warning, come with us and don't wander. With that, the captain left 2 Leaf Tribe guards to guard the entrance of the temple, while the rest hurried back into the Temple of Incantation. Ova and the others, who had just gone down to rest, quickly returned after receiving news of the Wood Tribe's siege. They entered a side hall and used a magic array to activate remote communication with the Leaf Tribe's headquarters. Moments later, the face of the Great Elder Senzo appeared in the magic mirror. Seeing Feng Heng's presence through the remote mirror, the Great Elder was momentarily surprised. How did Feng Heng appear everywhere? Ova quickly recounted what had happened earlier. Great Elder, we haven't heard from Elder Rudyard yet. After hearing the whole story, Senzo pondered for a moment and said, earlier today, the major tribes decided to discuss the issue of sacred tree cultivation together. Rudyard went as a representative to participate in the discussion. All 4 major tribes were present, so the Wood Tribe shouldn't have openly turned hostile during the meeting. I believe the Elder should be fine. Upon hearing that Rudyard was safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ova continued, Great Elder, it seems that the Wood Tribe likely took action during the discussions. How should we deal with their conspiracy? Feng Heng couldn't help but chuckle. It was clear that they were the ones who took the Temple of Incantation, so how did it become a conspiracy by the Wood Tribe? But upon closer thought, Feng Heng found it odd. At first glance, it seemed like the Wood Tribe was luring them away from the temple. But if it were Feng Heng playing such a trick, he would have attacked the Temple of Incantation immediately after luring Rudyard away. Now, several hours had passed. It was getting dark. What were they waiting for? Why hadn't they attacked yet? Even the day-old food was going cold. Senzo also considered this possibility, his brow furrowed, silent. I will find a way to contact Rudyard. Later, Elder Ven and Elder Ian, along with the Elders' Council, will come through the teleportation passage to assist in defending the Temple of Incantation. You must assist the 2 elders in protecting the bottle of nature and the saplings of the sacred tree. Senzo was unusually cautious. He wondered, were the Wood Tribe determined to engage them in a mutually destructive conflict? That possibility seemed unlikely. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between the 2 sides. There was no need to benefit the other 2 major tribes. Also, make sure to double-check the saplings of the sacred tree and the Temple of Incantation. We cannot afford any mistakes. Since it concerned the saplings of the sacred tree, Senzo had to be extra cautious. He decided to assign 2 elder-level combatants to ensure control of the situation. Ven was among the top combatants among the younger generation of elders. With him present, there shouldn't be any major issues. Considering the worst-case scenario, with 2 elders and the honorary elder guarding the saplings, their combined combat strength along with the branches of the sacred tree, Senzo was confident they could withstand an onslaught from the entire Wood Tribe for a while. Ova and the others bowed in unison. Yes. Understood. As the remote mirror slowly dissipated, Ova stood up and said, Everyone, Elder Ven and Elder Ian are on their way. Prepare the teleportation passage immediately. Don't panic, it's just the Wood Tribe. If they dare to come, they will pay the price in blood. Understood. Soon, everyone went their separate ways. Ova immediately sent someone to the side hall to prepare for the activation of the emergency teleportation passage. The Leaf Tribe guards formed several reconnaissance teams to investigate the true intentions of the Wood Tribe outside. Ova hurriedly took a few people to the main hall and reported the situation to the honorary elder, Farouk. Just as they finished reporting and left the main hall, 2 Leaf Tribe members hurriedly approached, their eyes carrying a hint of panic. Don't panic, Ova asked, what's the matter? It's the magic array. We just discovered that the energy of the emergency teleportation passage is rapidly decreasing. It must be due to external interference. Ova's heart sank. Being interfered with for no apparent reason. It must be the work of the Wood Tribe. Let's go, take me to see. The emergency teleportation magic array was in the side hall on the right side of the Temple of Incantation. The magic array was slowly activated by several of his companions from the Leaf Tribe. Ova checked the situation of the magic passage and his heart sank. The Leaf Tribe operated the teleportation passage in the outer world through ritualistic energy infusion, enabling teleportation to various points. However, the Leaf Tribe's teleportation ability was extremely limited within a short period. In the past, energy could be swiftly restored through the power of the sacred tree. But now, with the death of the tree spirit and the influence of external forces, the recovery speed of the entire magic array had been suppressed to its limit. Optimistically, they could complete one more teleportation. But thereafter, it would be troublesome. Ova, forcibly completing the teleportation will cause significant damage to the teleportation passage. It's estimated that it won't be repairable in the short term. We only have one chance for teleportation. Ova's voice was firm. Don't worry about what comes after, just activate the teleportation. As an honorary elder, Farouk didn't participate in internal decisions but only dealt with special affairs within the tribe. At present, they needed the presence of the two elders, Van and Ian, to oversee the situation. Yes. Without further delay, everyone immediately began to activate the teleportation magic array. Of course, there was a significant risk in forcibly activating the magic array. If the residual energy within the magic array wasn't sufficient to complete this teleportation, they would face whatever came their way. As the magic array spun rapidly, the teleportation magic array suddenly became erratic, flickering intermittently. This isn't good. Quick! Increase the energy output. Ova, the magic array is unstable. Several Leaf Tribe members controlling the magic array turned pale. The energy is already at its maximum. This is bad, it's going out of control. Quick! Think of something. Ova felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead, his heart filled with anxiety. What could he do? All he could do was to push through and hope for the best. Chapter 2248 Maintaining Steady. We can do this. Feng Heng watched from the sidelines, hearing every word of the conversation between the members of the Leaf Tribe. He pondered whether he should lend a hand. It didn't seem necessary. Maintaining the balance between the Wood Tribe and the Leaf Tribe was crucial for reaping benefits. Moreover, he truly didn't want to see the face of Van. As he was thinking, a game prompt appeared on his retina. Ding! The player has triggered an emergency side mission. Maintain the magic array. Mission name, maintain the magic array. Mission description: the energy of the Leaf Tribe's teleportation magic array is being interfered with by external influences, which could potentially lead to the failure of this teleportation. Please attempt to maintain the magic array to successfully complete the teleportation. Mission requirements: maintain the magic array to complete this teleportation. Mission rewards: Ova Team Friendship plus 50, Left Tribe Friendship plus 20, Leaf Tribe Contribution Points 100,000, Leaf Tribe Reputation 100,000 points. Failure penalty: affinity with the Leaf Tribe -5. The rewards were so much higher than before? Feng Heng hesitated. Not to mention friendliness, contribution points could be exchanged for the Leaf of Life to speed up the growth of Abukia. Just as he was feeling conflicted, the game hint appeared again. Ding! Currently, the player's friendliness is approaching the critical point. A decrease in friendliness will cause the Leaf Tribe to become hostile. Please be careful, TSK. Foolish Leaf Tribe. Feng Heng immediately dispelled the thought of intervening. Helping you would be absurd. He muttered to himself. Just as he was inwardly complaining, another game hint flashed on his retina. Ding! Triggered by previous mission rewards, failure of this mission will significantly increase the difficulty of subsequent Yi Tribe mission lines. It is recommended that the player accepts this mission line. Ding! Triggered by previous mission rewards, failure of this mission will result in a significant decrease in the player's favorability rating with the Yi Tribe. It is recommended that the player accepts this mission line. Feng Heng's pupils contracted suddenly. He swiftly stepped forward, placing his hand on the magic array. The game hints were crystal clear. The external enemies were much stronger than the Wood Tribe had anticipated. Maintaining the balance between the two sides was crucial to reap greater benefits. The Leaf Tribe's teleportation magic array had to be completed. Buzz. As Feng Heng's hands made contact with the magic array, a surge of green light emanated from it. Ova's team had been desperately operating the magic array, nearing their limits, when suddenly they felt a powerful mental strength flowing into the magic array from the side, gradually stabilizing its restless energy. They turned their heads to look. It was actually Feng Heng. A human could actually help them stabilize the magic array? Feng Heng's omniscient eye rapidly spun in his right eye's pupil as he loudly commanded, "Concentrate." The members of the Leaf Tribe, upon hearing this, felt a surge of determination and quickly redirected their focus back to the magic array. The swirling magic array rapidly stabilized. As the magic array was completed, the figures of Elder Van, Elder Ian, and over 20 accompanying members of the Leaf Tribe materialized in the center of the magic array. Crack, crack, crack. Rapidly appearing cracks spread across the floor attached to the magic array, quickly extending outward. Bang! The entire magic array inscribed on the ground exploded with a resounding bang, turning into dust. Ding! The player completed the mission. Maintain the magic array. The players Ova Team Affinity plus 50, Leaf Tribe Affinity plus 20, Leaf Tribe Contribution Points plus 100,000 and Leaf Tribe Reputation Points plus 100,000. Luckily, they managed to resolve the situation just before the magic array shattered. It was a close call. Ova wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling as though he had just endured a battle spanning centuries, leaving him exhausted. Turning back, Ova cast a grateful glance towards Feng Heng. It was fortunate that Feng Heng had lent a hand at the last moment. Reflecting on the incident now made him feel a bit shaken. If the teleportation had failed, there was even a chance that Elder Van and his group could have been trapped forever in the spatial turbulence. Elder Van, Elder Ian, are you both alright? Ove composed himself and respectfully bowed to Elder Van and his companions. Van nodded. During the process of teleportation, he encountered a huge spatial turbulence. We are fine, the impact was minimal. Tell me about the situation here, Elder Van requested. Yes, Elder, Ove quickly recounted the events that had just transpired. Currently, the Wood Tribe has hidden themselves outside the Temple of Incantation. We await your guidance, Elder Van. Humphrey, just the Wood Tribe, nothing to worry about. Elder Van replied with a hint of disdain. Just the Wood Tribe dares to be so audacious? If they dare to come, they will face a real fight. Elder Van was confident they could handle them. Suddenly, Van saw Feng Heng standing in the crowd and frowned. For some reason, Van had a bad feeling. He is here too? Who? Ove's gaze followed Elder Van's direction, landing on Feng Heng. He nodded and explained, Mr. Feng Heng was invited into the Temple of Incantation by Elder Rudyard. He was the first to discover the Wood Tribe's Temple of Incantation. Perhaps due to Feng Heng's assistance on 2 occasions, Ove's favorability towards him had greatly increased, prompting him to speak up for Feng Heng. Just now, Feng Heng noticed the Wood Tribe members hiding around the periphery of the Temple of Incantation and alerted us in advance. Elder Van frowned. Feng Heng again. Every time he encountered Feng Heng, his luck always seemed to take a turn for the worse. Alright. Elder Van didn't dwell on Feng Heng's matter any further, instead lowering his gaze to the damaged teleportation magic array on the ground. He continued, what about the spatial fluctuation just now? The teleportation magic array has been affected by a strong external interference. I suspect that it was done by the Wood Tribe. Ove nodded and continued, it was thanks to Feng Heng's help that we were able to barely maintain the operation of the magic array. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Elder Van glanced at Feng Heng again, remaining silent this time. He had indeed suspected, for a moment, that Feng Heng might have been behind it all. Now, it seemed unlikely. Several accompanying members of the Leaf Tribe inspected the magic array and approached Elder Van. Elder, we have checked. The magic array has been completely destroyed by external forces. It's unlikely to be repaired in the short term. Elder Van furrowed his brow. It must have been the work of the Wood Tribe. They have severed the teleportation passage of the Temple of Incantation. So the Wood Tribe wanted to fight to the death? Van's gaze gradually turned colder. What about the movements of the Wood Tribe outside? We have sent people to investigate. We have confirmed the presence of Wood Tribe members hiding around the periphery of the Temple of Incantation. They haven't made any moves yet, and we haven't initiated any attacks either. After a brief reconnaissance, we immediately withdrew. Humphrey, the Wood Tribe. He had been fooled by the Wood Tribe, nearly dying in the teleportation passage, and even had to rely on a human to be saved. Elder Van felt extremely displeased. Let's go, take me to see for myself. The Wood Tribe surrounds without attacking, I want to see what they are up to. Elder Van, please be careful, Elder Ian, who came with Van, reminded him. The Wood Tribe's actions are peculiar. To avoid any deceit from them, I will stay here temporarily. Please make sure not to stray far from the temple, lest you fall into the Wood Tribe's trap. Very well, I will leave it to you, Elder Ian. After a brief discussion to understand the situation facing the Temple of Incantation, Van immediately led his subordinates to confront the Wood Tribe outside the temple. Seeing Ove follow Van's group as they left the temple, Feng Heng also cautiously followed. To assess the situation. Chapter 2249 Alliance outside the Prayer Temple, Van and his subordinates stepped into the hidden domain of the Wood Tribe. As they stepped forward, there was a sudden rush of whooshing sounds from ahead, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What? Van's pupils contracted. They saw dense wooden spikes shooting out from the thick forest, ambush. Van's anger surged. Initially, he only intended to confront the Wood Tribe peacefully, but they showed no honor, launching a surprise attack without warning. The Wood Tribe. No respect even when given the chance. Countless sharp leaves converged around Van, forming a whirlwind that swept toward the dense onslaught of wooden spikes. Boom. 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 The flying leaves sliced through the incoming wooden spikes, shattering them into fragments that scattered in the air. With a single explosive move, Van shattered the Wood Tribe's ambush. He snorted disdainfully and shouted ahead, Wood Tribe. What kind of cowardly tactics are these? Dare to come out and face me? There was no response. Only more wooden spikes came rushing toward Van. Humphrey. Van felt his anger rising. He formed a seal with both hands in front of him. Boom. The swirling leaves became even denser, swirling towards the incoming wooden spikes. If that's how it's going to be, don't blame me for being ruthless. The memory of almost losing his life in the teleportation passage fueled Van's anger even more, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Charge. Leave none standing. The members of the Leaf tribe immediately surged forward into the thick foliage, attempting to locate the Wood tribe hidden within. Suddenly, several members at the front of the group realized something, their movements freezing simultaneously. Hiss, hiss. Snake-like hisses emanated from the foliage. In the next moment, Van's expression turned extremely serious. Looking carefully, they saw tree roots sticking close to the ground under the cover of the trees in front of them, slithering towards their feet like snakes. Kai. Snake-like hisses emanated from the foliage. In the next moment, Van's expression turned extremely serious. Upon closer inspection, beneath the covering of foliage ahead, they saw tree roots tightly hugging the ground, swiftly darting toward them like serpents. Hiss, 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 hiss. As soon as the roots touched the ground beneath their feet, they immediately wrapped tightly around their ankles. It was the Root tribe. The roots swiftly coiled upwards from the ankles, immobilizing several of the Leaf tribe guards who had charged ahead. The Root tribe's unique skill. Touch of the Serpent. While other tribes may have similar techniques, their effectiveness pales in comparison to the Root tribes. Once entangled, it was extremely difficult to break free. Whoosh. Soul Pursuit. Just as Van took a step forward to assist the tribe members ensnared by the touch of the serpent, he suddenly sensed a small black thorn flashing past on his right side. Startled, he quickly dodged, swiftly retreating. Van narrowly avoided the black thorn, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Looking up again, he saw that the tribe members entangled by the tree roots had completely given up struggling. They all stood motionless as if their souls had been sucked away. Soul Pursuit. Among the 4 major tribes, the abilities of the Soul tribe were the most eerie. While the Soul tribe's combat strength was the weakest among the 4, their array of tactics made them the most dreaded by the other tribes. What was going on? Why did the Soul tribe join the battle? It was only at this moment that Van realized they were not only surrounded by the Wood tribe but also by the Root tribe and the Soul tribe. They were being attacked by all 3 major tribes. Fortunately, after retreating, the enemies hidden in the foliage did not pursue them further. Soul tribe. Root tribe. When did you start collaborating with the Wood tribe? Van cautiously stood outside the attack range of the Soul tribe, coldly surveying the dense forest ahead, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There was a faint sound from the forest. A young woman emerged from the foliage. Fang Hang had been following at the rear of the group, but now his gaze was drawn to the woman as well. Soul tribe. Among the tree spirit tribes, the appearance of the Soul tribe bore the closest resemblance to humans. Van. Tippy. Seeing Tippy emerge from the foliage, Van's expression became extremely serious, and he asked, "What does your Soul tribe mean by this?" "The Elders' Council has decreed that no tribe shall harm their own kind. We had a prior agreement as well. You first cooperated with humans to raid the Temple of Incantation belonging to the Wood tribe. After that, you killed members of the Wood tribe, including 2 of their elders." Tippy explained, shaking her head, "This is something we cannot tolerate." Van's pupils contracted sharply, several thoughts flashing through his mind. Killed 2 great elders of the Wood tribe? Before coming here, Van had inquired about the situation from the elders of his own tribe and had also asked Tova for relevant information. They had only mentioned a conflict between the Leaf tribe and the Wood tribe, resulting in casualties among the Wood tribe. But killing 2 elders? Was Rudyard really the Truthless? A hint of doubt flashed through Van's mind, followed by a cold smirk. He found Rudyard's actions quite to his liking. Killed the elders? Ha. Killed is killed. So what? What's wrong with it? The Leaf tribe's principle is an eye for an eye. If you are not as skilled as others, being killed is just your due. Humphrey? No harming our own kind? What a joke. Now you are telling me about the Elder Council's orders? Where were you earlier? How did the 3 major tribes deal with us outside the Ring of the Ages? Are the lives of Wood tribe members precious while those of the Leaf tribe are not? Clinner, an elder of the Wood tribe, said coldly, "Shut up. Back then, outside the Ring of the Ages, we always left room for negotiation. We never truly harmed our own kind. The deaths of Wood tribe members occurred in the chaos of battle, at the hands of the stone spirit puppets. Ha 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 ha. What a great excuse. You blocked our way, watched our injured kin die at the hands of stone spirit puppets, and you call that not harming our own kind? Deaths in battle chaos?" Thinking back to the situation, Van was enraged, his eyes reddened as he laughed. "Good. Very good. So today, the 3 major tribes want to unite, huh? You, the Soul tribe, and the Root tribe aren't any better. You all just want to seize our temple of incantation, don't you? No need for so many excuses. Come at us with all you have got. Tippy watched Van, whose emotions were unusually intense. Van, we don't want to escalate things. We can talk. Talk? What is there to talk about? Van sneered, looking at them. Block our teleportation energy, trap us here, and then talk? Fine, I will ask you again. Where is Elder Rudyard? Today he talks about a meeting of the 4 factions, inviting Elder Rudyard to the Elders' Council meeting, but until now, Rudyard hasn't returned. Is he in your hands? Tippy's brow furrowed. Things were heading in a direction she didn't want to see. Not good. Compared to the other 2 tribes, the Soul Tribe and the Root Tribe were somewhat calmer. Chapter 2250. Negotiating. This time they came to persuade the Leaf Tribe to return the Temple of Incantation. After all, the Leaf Tribe went too far by killing 2 elders of the Wood Tribe. On one hand, the Soul Tribe wanted to control the fighting between the tribes to a certain extent, and on the other hand, they did want to restrain the Leaf Tribe. The Leaf Tribe was already very powerful and behaved arrogantly. Currently, they had also occupied the Temple of Incantation, making it increasingly difficult to deal with them. But they did not expect that the negotiator sent by the Leaf Tribe this time would be someone with a hot temper like Van. If it were someone else, they might have been able to calm down and discuss terms. But Van himself had a bad temper. With new grudges and old resentments combined, Van had completely lost his cool. Elder Rudyard and I are discussing future cooperation, and he's doing well. Well? Well, my foot. Van sneered. Since you 3 tribes have decided to join forces to swallow us, the Leaf Tribe, there's nothing more to say. The people of the Leaf Tribe will fight to the end. Whoosh. As he spoke, Van condensed an imprint in his hand. A huge tornado of wind, carrying sharp leaves, surged toward the group. The first to be harmed were not the members of the Soul Tribe or the Wood Tribe, but the group of Leaf Tribe members trapped by the spells of the Soul Tribe and the Root Tribe. Seeing this, the brows of the 3 tribes furrowed. Should they first deal with their own people? Is the Leaf Tribe really that truthless? Tippy's heart skipped a beat, shouting, "Stop him!" Buzz. A green defensive barrier rose in front of them. With everyone's effort, the tornado of leaves crashed against the barrier, making continuous scraping sounds as it gradually dissipated. Taking advantage of this delay, Van had already led the Leaf Tribe to retreat quickly. Several elders from the 3 major tribes looked at each other. Except for the Wood Tribe, the other 2 tribes didn't intend to resort to violence. Their aim was to pressure the Leaf Tribe into submission and gain some benefits in the process. It seemed that the Leaf Tribe was even more stubborn than they had imagined. Even the alliance of the 3 major tribes didn't intimidate them. Elder Clinner of the Wood Tribe glanced at Van and the retreating Leaf Tribe members, his voice deep with seriousness. "Everyone, you have all seen it. I have said it many times before. The Leaf Tribe won't back down easily. It's as if we have done something wrong. Elder Tippy, technically, the new leader hasn't been chosen yet, and the leader is still from your Soul Tribe. Isn't the Leaf Tribe disrespecting you?" Tippy shook her head, pretending not to detect the insinuation in Elder Clinner's words. "The Leaf Tribe has indeed strayed onto a wrong path, but they are still our kin. The Soul Tribe does not want to see inter-tribal bloodshed." Humphrey. Clinner snorted heavily. "The Leaf Tribe never thought of us as kin when they killed 2 of our Wood Tribe elders." "Elder, please stop." The Root Tribe elder turned to Tippy, and continued, "We trust that the Soul Tribe will explain." "Elder Tippy, it seems that the Leaf Tribe is unwilling to surrender the Temple of Incantation. What do you think we should do?" Tippy looked at the dozen or so Leaf Tribe captives left behind and said, "If they are unwilling, then we must take it by force. But I will say it again, let's not escalate tribal conflicts. I don't want to see any more of our people sacrificed in this meaningless battle." "Ha ha ha, don't worry. With your words, we will handle it with tact," Clinner chuckled. Tippy listened and let out a soft sigh. The Leaf Tribe's resolute attitude indicated that they wouldn't be easily persuaded. When emotions run high, who can guarantee complete control? As they spoke, a Wood Tribe member stepped forward to report, "Elder Clinner, the perimeter magic array blockade has been completed. The teleportation magic array for the Temple of Incantation has been disabled." "Very good," Clinner nodded, then looked at Tippy. "Now that the teleportation passage has been completely sealed, it's the perfect time to take action. Everyone, let's begin, damn it." Despicable Wood Tribe. Van returned to the Temple of Incantation with his group of escaping Leaf Tribe members, his anger boiling. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Especially the Soul Tribe and the Root Tribe, siding with the Wood Tribe. They were especially detestable. Wasn't it just their intention to swallow the Temple of Incantation they occupied and the sapling of the sacred tree? He couldn't let them succeed. Van immediately gathered everyone to prepare for a fierce battle. Hearing about the alliance of the three tribes, everyone felt immense pressure. Regardless, the Temple of Incantation and the sapling of the sacred tree must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Ova suggested. Elder, currently, with the Wood tribe joining forces with the Soul tribe and the Root tribe, their overall strength has greatly increased. It will be extremely difficult to withstand their attack. Perhaps we need to rely on the power of the sacred tree sapling. Good. Go report to Elder Farouk. Van nodded, his eyes shimmering with determination. The sapling of the sacred tree was his greatest confidence. With the assistance of the sacred tree sapling, even if facing all three major tribes simultaneously, what could they do? He still had a chance. Furthermore, after Great Elder Senzo discovers the anomaly in the magic array, he will definitely come to support it. Just hold on until then. Elder Ian frowned as he listened to what was happening outside. He regretted letting Van go out alone to investigate. Engaging in a war with all three major tribes simultaneously was unwise. But as Van said, the sapling of the sacred tree must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Feng Heng, listening nearby, felt a stir in his heart. Wait a minute. What were they talking about regarding the sapling of the sacred tree? Could it be the sacred tree cultivated by the Leaf tribe? Feng Heng felt like he had captured important information, and his heart began to race. Watching the Leaf tribe members anxiously discussing how to deal with the joint attack of the three major tribes, and considering the very low favorability rating between him and Van, Feng Heng decided not to risk asking Van. It wasn't until Ova accepted Van's order to report to Elder Farouk that Feng Heng found an opportunity. He followed Ova out of the hall. Thanks to completing several previous side missions, he managed to improve his friendship with Ova to a decent level. At least there was no hostility. He could still strike up a conversation. Ova, is there anything I can help with? Thank you, Feng Heng, but it's not necessary. Ova shook his head, leading two guards toward the central hall. The Wood tribe is facing a great crisis right now, and your involvement wouldn't be suitable. Rest assured, we can resist the three major tribes, and they will pay the price for their betrayal. Feng Heng shrugged but didn't give up. He continued to briskly follow. Are you going to report to Elder Farouk now? Yeah, that's right. As they spoke, Ova arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Pushing open the doors and entering the hall, Ova knelt down on one knee and bowed to the honor Elder Farouk, who was seated behind the magic array. Elder Farouk. In the Tree Spirit tribe, the honor elders were typically highly experienced and each had their mission. They usually refrained from getting involved in internal disputes within the tribe. For instance, the current Elder Farouk has always been dedicated to nurturing the sacred tree. Even the previous sacred tree was cultivated by him. His experience is comparable to that of the Leaf tribe's great Elder Senzo. Chapter 2251 The Sapling Get Up, Farouk said, opening his eyes and raising his hand gently in a gesture for his attendants to approach. Why the rush? Has something happened to our tribe? Elder, we have been under attack by the combined forces of the other three tribes. They have erected barriers outside, severing our teleportation channels to the outside world, demanding we surrender the Temple of Incantation. Fortunately, Elder Van and Elder Ian have come to support us. The two elders have instructed us to safeguard the sapling of the sacred tree. Ova paused, then looked to Farouk and continued, at crucial moments, we will retaliate, hoping to harness the power of the sacred tree sapling. I understand. I will do my best. Thank you, Elder. Ova nodded respectfully, then continued, Elder Farouk, is there anything else we should do? Please instruct us. Farouk shook his head and said, at the moment, the natural energy of the sacred tree sapling is far from sufficient. Unfortunately, the teleportation channels have been destroyed. Relay to Van that even if the Temple of Incantation falls into the hands of other clans, the fragments of the sacred tree sapling must be protected. As for the rest, use your own judgment. Understood, Elder Farouk. Ova bowed respectfully once again. Feng Heng glanced at Farouk. Previously, Ova had expended considerable effort collecting numerous sacrificial jars containing dimensional strength, now placed beside Farouk. So, was Elder Farouk specifically in charge of overseeing the sacrificial jars? And then there is the sapling of the sacred tree. From what they are saying, the sapling cultivated by the Leaf tribe is currently inside the Temple of Incantation? Or was it personally guarded by Farouk? Where could it be? Why couldn't he see it? Outside the temple, as the sealing barriers gradually took form, the three major tribes ceased their concealment and converged on the Temple of Incantation from various directions, surrounding it tightly, indicating a siege was underway. Tippy, an elder of the Soul tribe, wasn't keen on engaging in direct conflict with the Tree Spirit clan. She hoped the Leaf tribe would see reason and hand over the Temple of Incantation. But judging from the Leaf tribe's stance, it seemed unlikely to be that simple. Tippy still harbored a glimmer of hope for peaceful communication with the Leaf tribe. However, as soon as the Wood tribe approached the temple area, The leaf tribe struck first. Whoosh! 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 Triggers set around the periphery of the temple activated the magic array traps beneath the feet of the gathered individuals. Instantly, a dense flurry of leaves rapidly swirled, forming an impenetrable wall of wind blades in the air. From all directions, they converged toward the trigger area of the traps. Over 20 members of the wood tribe caught in the center of the trap suffered relentless attacks from the flying leaves, unable to defend themselves in time. More than 20 wood tribe members fell to the ground, heavily wounded, with casualties amounting to over half. Simultaneously, other squads also fell victim to traps hidden by the leaf tribe near the temple, causing chaos in each group. The leaf tribe. Having suffered losses, the faces of the three major tribes turned grim. Ha ha ha. Van, seeing the traps he had foreseen successfully triggering, stood before the temple and burst into laughter, mocking, "You think you can seize the temple of incantation from my leaf tribe with just this? Dream on. Want a fight? Bring it on. The leaf tribe will see it through to the end. Humphrey. Stubborn fools." Clinner, the patriarch of the wood tribe, who suffered the most severe injuries in this wave, suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Tippy, what are you waiting for? If we keep waiting, do you want the leaf tribe to get reinforcements and settle our fates once and for all?" Tippy sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. "Please remain calm. This matter cannot be resolved simply with force. Elder Tippy, that's not how it works. Do you see any intention from them to negotiate?" The elder of the root tribe spoke with a cold expression, though inwardly feeling the heat of frustration. After all, the traps set by the leaf tribe were aimed at all of them. The root tribe also suffered significant damage. Glancing at Van, who was grandly speaking, the elder of the root tribe said, "In my opinion, we can only use force first to calm them down before they will listen to us." Before Tippy could respond, Clinner furrowed his brow and said sharply, again and again, "Do they think the wood tribe is just made of mud? Even if it means risking our lives, the wood tribe will demand justice. If your soul tribe lacks the courage of a leader, then stay here and watch." With a wave of his hand, the elder of the wood tribe led his people in an attack towards the temple of incantation. "Humphrey, we will follow suit," the elder of the soul tribe said coldly. "I urge everyone to show mercy and spare lives," Tippy said, sighing inwardly at the scene. The casualties among ordinary members were barely acceptable, but the death of an elder would be a significant blow to the entire Tree Spirit clan. No one would emerge as a true victor in this situation. Things hadn't unfolded as she had hoped. For now, she had to cut through the chaos and quickly gain control over the leaf tribe, then figure out the next steps. "Let's go, we are joining in too." At that moment, all three major tribes made a move against the leaf tribe. Seeing this, Van shouted and led his subordinates, the leaf tribe members, into the fray. Tier 2 stage. Van's figure suddenly doubled in size, making him extremely conspicuous in the crowd, like a giant. At the same time, entering the Tier 2 stage, Van's physical attributes rapidly improved, even directly altering his combat mode. Close combat. Ha! Bring it on. Van sneered and swiftly darted forward, heading straight into the fray. The enhanced attributes and natural resistance he gained made Van completely disregard ordinary nature spells. Two elders saw the dire situation and hurriedly intervened, barely managing to engage Van. 2 against 1. Yet Van held his ground. He even seemed to gain the upper hand in the exchange. Exciting, they are really getting into it. Fang Heng remained out of the fight, observing the battle from within the temple, his mind alert. Well. Van had significantly boosted his strength since their last encounter. Go get him. Fang Heng silently cheered on the wood tribe. It would be best if both sides suffered losses, leaving him with opportunities to capitalize. Seeing Van's valor, the faces of the three tree spirit tribes turned sour, and they all joined the fray. At one point, Van found himself facing the encirclement of 3 leaf tribe elders. It had to be admitted, individually, the leaf tribe was formidable. But the other 3 tribes had the advantage in numbers. Witnessing the shamelessness of the 3 major tribes launching another assault on a leaf tribe, taking advantage of their superior numbers, the leaf tribe members guarding the temple couldn't help but mutter in indignation. After the initial fierce struggle, Van's stamina began to dwindle under the onslaught of the 3 elders. Ova shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry, everyone. Elder Farouk promised us he would intervene at a critical moment." As if in response to Ova's words, the entire temple of incantation began to emit a faint blue light. Within this blue light, vibrant natural energy surged. Chapter 2252 Bloom. The blossoming of natural energy caused the 3 elders engaged in combat with Van to change their expressions instantly. "What? It's the power of the sacred tree." The pale blue energy rapidly emanated from the temple of incantation, overflowing outward. Under the cyan light, Verdant climbing vines rapidly grew along the Temple of Incantation, spreading throughout the temple in an instant, enveloping it and even spreading rapidly outward toward the earth outside the temple. The area covered with climbing vine vegetation seemed to provide the leaf tribe with a continuous supply of energy, dispelling their fatigue and restoring their strength to its peak, even increasing by another level. However, the other three major tribes felt differently. The vines covering the ground beneath their feet seemed to absorb their strength, leaving them feeling weary as their strength rapidly diminished. Watch out for those vines. Fall back. Several elders recognized the sacred tree vines and shouted for their people to retreat, quickly moving away from the area covered by the vines. The three major tribes dared not to continue fighting in the vicinity of the vine-covered domain, instead retreating and maintaining a distance from the leaf tribe. Leaf tribe. The root tribe elder surveyed the forest ahead, his expression somewhat peculiar. I didn't expect them to bring the sapling of the sacred tree here. He found it strange. How could the leaf tribe store such an important sapling of the sacred tree in the Temple of Incantation? It's not hard to guess. Today is different from the past. With the loss of the protection of the old sacred tree, gaining control of the Temple of Incantation requires the sapling of the sacred tree to be nurtured again. The leaf tribe probably had no choice but to do so. I see. The crowd nodded in agreement. The root tribe elder then realized something and turned to glance at the wood tribe beside him. Wow. So they knew all along. That meant these people. Their goal was not just to reclaim the temple. But rather. The root tribe looked towards the temple shrouded by the domain of vines, a hint of greed reflected in their eyes. Indeed. The sacred tree sapling nurtured by the leaf tribe. Who wouldn't want it? After the brief confrontation with the leaf tribe, the three major tribes all realized that the leaf tribe's strength had significantly increased once again. The overall strength of a tribe is directly proportional to the strength of the sacred tree they nurture. If this continues, the leaf tribe will likely emerge as the final victor in the battle over the sacred tree. If they could seize this opportunity to divide and devour the sacred tree sapling of the leaf tribe. The root tribe elder licked his lips slightly and asked, "What do you all think?" "It's very troublesome, but we have long anticipated it, haven't we?" said Clinner, the elder of the wood tribe, his eyes revealing unabashed ferocity. No wonder the leaf tribe has been so audacious. They must be fearless, disregarding their own kin and resorting to massacre. How long can they keep this up? I am curious to see how much energy they have to squander on the sacred tree sapling. In its sapling state, the sacred tree's strength is weak and requires continuous external energy supply to unleash its power. So the most direct and simplest way is charge straight in. Rush over. Find a way to deplete the strength of the sacred tree sapling. That's the plan. Let's go together. Break through the sapling barrier. Clinner, the elder of the wood tribe, let out a disdainful snort and raised his hand in a signal. His wood tribe subordinates all used long-range spells to bombard the Temple of Incantation directly. They didn't aim to kill, just to consume the energy of the sacred tree sapling through remote attacks. Being tree spirit tribes, they were very aware of each other's weaknesses. Bang. 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 Wooden spikes exploded one after another around the periphery of the Temple of Incantation. The barrier formed by the vines firmly protected the temple within. Similarly, the energy layer of the sacred tree sapling was greatly affected, rapidly weakening. Seeing this, Van furrowed his brows, let out a cold snort, and shouted to his companions, "They want to deplete the energy of the sacred tree sapling. Stop them." With that, Van led the leaf tribe warriors charging out again. Watching the two sides engage in combat again, Fang Heng remained at the back observing. Things are getting intense. The fluctuations in strength released by the sacred tree sapling are incredibly strong. Which side should Fang Heng root for? After some thought, he decided it's best to have the leaf tribe emerge victorious again, while the other three tribes are severely injured and retreat. Then he could go in and claim the heads. And maybe figure out a way to get hold of the sacred tree sapling of the leaf tribe. As he pondered, Fang Heng noticed two members of the leaf tribe walking out from the rear hall. The expression of these leaf tribe individuals was solemn, and they whispered a few words to Ova, who was nearby. Upon hearing this, Ova's expression also became unusually solemn, and he quietly turned around and headed towards the rear. Fang Heng's curiosity was piqued, so he promptly followed. "Ova, what's going on?" Fang Heng asked. Without looking back, Ova continued walking along the passage behind the Temple of Incantation and replied, "Fang Heng, Elder Farouk urgently summoned me. It might be trouble with the sacred tree sapling. I will come with you. Maybe I can help," Fang Heng said as he followed. Ova felt anxious in his heart and didn't refuse. Soon, Ova returned to a side hall of the Temple of Incantation with several leaf tribe guards. In the hall, Elder Farouk was seated in the center of a large magic array. Fang Heng's eyes widened. He had never seen this magic array before. It wasn't there when the Federation searched the temple. It must have been set up recently. Looking again, he saw Farouk holding a clump of green saplings spreading out waves of green energy. Fang Heng sensed a strong natural aura. Under the influence of the sapling's energy fluctuations, vines were flourishing all around. The moment Fang Heng saw the sapling, his heart thumped heavily, his gaze drawn to it. The sacred tree sapling. This thing was likely the sacred tree nurtured in secret by the major tribes. Beside Farouk, 6 members of the Leaf tribe were sitting around the magic array, focusing on operating the ritual magic array. Placed at the center of the ritual magic array was a golden jar. The sacrificial jar. Fang Heng recognized the jar at first glance. Faint golden light spots overflowed from the jar, forming starry dots like the Milky Way in the air, drifting slowly towards the sapling in Farouk's hand. A peculiar glint flickered in Fang Heng's eyes, and the omniscient eye in his right pupil began to rotate. Combined with the magic array under everyone's feet. He already understood. Through the operation of the magic array, the vessel of sacrifice contained energy that could be absorbed by the sacred tree sapling, which would then release energy. That's the deal. But it's strange. Why would the sacred tree sapling be here? Shouldn't this thing be protected with all the Leaf tribe's might for their future? But no time to think about that now. What needs to be done is to memorize the structure and operation of the magic array. The phantom of the magic array in Fang Heng's right pupil rotated rapidly, focusing on the magic array and quickly recording it. Ding. The player discovered an unknown magic array large scale. Ding. The player is replicating the magic array. Current success rate, 100%. Chapter 2253. Entering again. Fang Heng's channeling bar slowly appeared above his head. However, the others present couldn't see this unique channeling bar belonging to the player. Elder Farouk perceived the arrival of several people in the hall and opened his eyes. Oda respectfully bowed. Elder, have we encountered any trouble to convene us? Please instruct. Elder Farouk sighed softly in his heart and said, the offensive from the 3 major tribes is stronger than we anticipated. This time it came too suddenly, and the energy of the sacred tree sapling is not sufficient. The energy in the nature vessel was just absorbed recently and is limited. It's afraid it won't be able to support us for long. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd became even more serious. If the energy couldn't support them, the power that the sacred tree sapling could exert would be greatly diminished. In that case, there would be a high probability of the Temple of Incantation being breached by the other 3 tribes. Once in such a situation, if the sacred tree sapling's clones were plundered by the 3 tribes, the entire Leaf tribe would suffer devastating losses. Previously, you entered the dimensional world through the sacrificial jar to obtain energy. You are familiar with the situation in the dimensional world. The situation is urgent now. I need you to enter the dimensional world again and strive to obtain a large amount of dimensional energy to provide to the sacred tree sapling clones in a very short time, to buy us more time. Yes, Great Elder, we will do our best. Ova knew that it was a critical moment. Despite being physically and mentally exhausted, he still nodded in agreement and instructed his subordinates to prepare the teleportation magic array to enter the dimensional world. Elder, I need the sacrificial jar to collect dimensional energy. Spare sacrificial jars will be sent to you. Hurry up and come back. Understood. Ova stepped forward to receive the sacrificial jar handed over by the Leaf tribe guard. Just as he took a couple of steps back, he realized that Fang Heng seemed to be in a daze beside him, so he couldn't help but remind him in a low voice, Fang Heng? Got it. Ding. The player successfully obtained the magic array. Unknown. Ding. The player needs more academic skills or information to obtain more hints about this magic array. Ding. The player needs more information to fully control this magic array. Finally, the magic array was engraved at the last moment. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief, then glanced at the sacred tree sapling in Farouk's hand before leaving the hall with Ova. Ova. Walking side by side in the passage, Fang Heng finally found an opportunity to ask the question on his mind. Was the thing we saw in the elder's hand just now the sacred tree sapling? Is it cultivated by your Leaf tribe for participating in the tribal inheritance battle? Yes. Ova nodded. Sure enough. Fang Heng's heart stirred, and he continued to probe. The situation is not good. If the sacred tree sapling is destroyed by other tribes, in that case, the sacred tree will undoubtedly suffer severe damage. Ova took a deep breath and continued, Fang Heng, what we saw just now was a clone of the sacred tree sapling. The sacred tree is divided into 4 parts, 1 main body and 3 clones. After the clones absorb energy, they will merge back into the main body at the fastest speed to provide nutrients for the sacred tree sapling. In addition, the clones also possess some abilities of the main body, but if a clone dies, the main body will be seriously injured. The other 3 major tribes are targeting us this time, undoubtedly to seize the Temple of Incantation and the sapling clones. So that was the case. Fang Heng understood. Just what he saw was merely a clone of the sacred tree sapling. With this realization, Feng Heng couldn't contain his excitement. Even just a clone emitted such powerful energy fluctuations. How much energy could the main body of the sacred tree contain? If he could find a way for Abakuya to absorb it, wouldn't that be fantastic? He needed to come up with a plan quickly. Feng Heng couldn't help but lower his head in contemplation. Speaking of which, if the sacred trees of the tree spirit tribe have main bodies and clones, does Abakuya, his family member, have similar abilities? Wouldn't it be convenient if he could also split into a main body and clones? Feng Heng. Ova, unaware of Feng Heng's thoughts, continued speaking when he saw Feng Heng fall silent. I need you to wait here for a while. We will immediately head to the dimensional world after opening the teleportation passage. At that time, we will need you to find a way to help us enter the dimensional world and absorb energy. Ding. The player triggers a special side mission. Re-enter the dimensional world. Mission name, re-enter the dimensional world. Mission difficulty, SS. Mission description, the Leaf Tribe is besieged by the other 3 tribes and is still struggling to resist with the power of the sacred tree sapling. Currently, the energy of the sapling is gradually depleting. Please accompany Ova to enter the dimensional world to quickly obtain new dimensional energy. Mission requirements, obtain enough dimensional energy through the sacrificial jar and return safely. Hand the sacrificial jar to the Great Elder Farouk. Mission reward, Leaf Tribe friendship, Leaf Tribe contribution points, Leaf Tribe reputation, Tree Spirit Tribe reputation, Ova's team friendship. Got it. Feng Heng nodded. Watching Ova enter the hall and close the door, Feng Heng quickly logged off, took out pen and paper, and hastily copied the magic array engraved in his mind. Done. Feng Heng muttered to himself, quickly dialed an emergency call to Mojai Ai's assistant, and remotely sent the blueprint of the magic array to them. As soon as Mojai Ai logged on, the assistant would immediately hand over the blueprint to Clairway for analysis and research. After completing all this, Feng Heng logged back in. Coincidentally, Ova had also finished preparing and hurriedly arrived with 6 other Leaf Tribe members. Feng Heng, the situation is extremely dire right now. In order to obtain more dimensional energy to power the magic array, we must enter a higher tier dimensional world. The dimensional energy there is more abundant, but it's also more dangerous. We have no choice but to go there. As Ova spoke, he took a deep breath. Furthermore, our remaining white frost stone energy ore is also insufficient. There are very few tribe members who can accompany us on this journey. This means we will be in even greater danger. I am sorry, but we have no choice but to take this risk. Will you help me? Of course. Time is of the essence, let's go. Alright. Ova nodded solemnly. Ding. Your friendship with Ova's team increases by 20. Ding. Your friendship with the Leaf Tribe increases by 1. Ding. The player enters an unknown world. Ding. The player is influenced by the current world. All attributes decrease by 27%. Ding. The player has crossed the world boundary, and a tracking team sent by the Holy Realm will attempt to lock onto your location again in 9+15. Additional time due to the Holy Weapon skill, hours. Feng Heng's vision gradually became clear from blur, and he slowly opened his eyes, his pupils adjusting to the surroundings. Looking around, Feng Heng realized he was in an area of rock formations. Large and small stone spires rose from the ground, scattered around in an orderly manner, like being in a forest constructed of stones. Chapter 2254 Guiding Feng Heng, let's begin. Ova said, waving his hand to signal his subordinates from the Leaf Tribe to gather around an ancient stone slab nearby. The ancient stone slab was adorned with intricate traces of a magic array. Ova carefully inspected the magic array and breathed a sigh of relief. Good news, the magic array hadn't been damaged during this period. This would save a significant amount of time in repairing the magic array. Accompanied by members of the Leaf Tribe, they all approached and stood at the 7 corresponding points of the large magic array. Only 2 tribe members remained with Feng Heng to guard the operation of the magic array. Ova had no other choice. The remaining supply of white frost ore was severely depleted, and this was the Leaf Tribe's last combat capability. Let's begin. Ova placed the sacrificial jar at the center of the magic array, raised his hand in a signal, and slowly infused his mental strength into the magic array. Buzz. The magic array slowly rotated, absorbing the dimensional world's power. Ka-ka-ka. The earth trembled slightly. Heavy shadows emerged from the crevices of the stone forest, moving towards the direction of the magic array. Rock puppets. Feng Heng frowned. He hadn't expected to encounter a somewhat familiar creature here. Rock puppets belong to a type of elemental creature. They were tough opponents, possessing strong vitality, defense, and strength attributes, and were immune to most spells and physical negative effects. Moreover, rock puppets even had the innate ability to manipulate earth and soil attacks. In terms of strength, This world was roughly equivalent to a mid-tier game world. Be careful. They are coming. The two Leaf Tribe members responsible for guarding immediately condensed natural energy and launched ranged nature spells with arrows. Swish. Swish. The arrows, imbued with natural element energy, had incredible penetrating power. Coupled with the shooting expertise of the Tree Spirit clan, almost every arrow would deal critical damage and could even penetrate through several rock puppets. Often, with 2 or 3 critical hits from arrows, a rock puppet would explode on the spot. It seemed like the Leaf Tribe's output was strong, but unfortunately, there were just too many rock puppets. As the magic array operated, more and more soil puppets gathered towards it. Relying solely on the 2 Leaf Tribe members wouldn't be enough to clear them all, and this was under the condition that Ova carefully controlled the magic array to operate at the slowest speed possible. Otherwise, the rock puppets would appear even faster. Ova was well aware of this, and he couldn't help but look at Feng Heng, a hint of anxiety on his face. Here he comes. Ova turned his head and saw Feng Heng again putting on his mask. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Magic arrays condensed and spiraled around Feng Heng's body. A group of lickers burst out from the magic array, immediately rushing towards a group of rock puppets ahead. Unlike when dealing with sandwing beetles, rock puppets' outer defense was evidently stronger. Though the lickers' normal claw attacks could break through their defense, all additional effects like viruses and bleeding were completely immune. The efficiency of the lickers in killing was somewhat lacking. But Ova was somewhat relieved at the sight. He was very grateful to have Feng Heng's help this time. This was an opportunity. To him, the efficiency of the lickers in killing the rock puppets wasn't crucial. What mattered most was the flesh of the lickers. The attacks of the rock puppets were almost entirely physical and couldn't deal lethal damage to the lickers. After being attacked, the lickers would often be sent flying, only to bounce back into the fray with renewed vigor. Soon, many lickers formed a meat wall around the periphery of the dimensional magic staff, effectively blocking the incoming rock puppets. Whether through melee attacks or using their remote earth control abilities to smash, none of the rock puppets could truly kill a licker. Thus, the lickers stood invincible, quickly encircling the outer layers of the central magic array under Feng Heng's control, firmly sealing off the exterior. Since the rock puppets couldn't fly, they couldn't enter the protective circle and could only collide with each other outside the periphery. Feng Heng knew his limitations and couldn't be bothered to go over and deal with these unrewarding rock puppets. Instead, he let his actions become lazy and automated. He even glanced back to check on Ova's situation in his spare moments. Ova and his companions were fully focused on maintaining the operation of the magic array. Knowing that Feng Heng could hold off the rock puppets, Ova and his companions devoted themselves entirely to the operation of the magic array, speeding up the absorption of dimensional energy. Feng Heng watched for a moment, unable to help but smirk. It seemed that Ova was already putting in a lot of effort, but the extraction speed still felt too slow. Perhaps it had something to do with the Tree Spirit clan itself. The Tree Spirit clan wasn't well versed in alchemy. They relied on natural science to provide psychic energy to the magic array. Just the efficiency of energy conversion alone was very low. Maybe. Feng Heng focused his gaze on the magic array that Ova was controlling. Perhaps there was a way to modify it? Ova was fully concentrated on controlling the magic array, but he noticed Feng Heng staring at him out of the corner of his eye and turned to look at him. Feng Heng caught Ova's gaze and asked, "Need any help?" "What?" Ova responded. "I mean the magic array," Feng Heng clarified, pointing towards it as he approached and gently placing his hands on it. Sizzle. As mental strength poured in, Ova's pupils contracted. He suddenly felt a tremendous surge of mental energy flowing through the magic array. Feng Heng explained, "You guide me to familiarize myself with the magic array." Ova immediately understood and nodded, "All right." Instantly, the magic array accelerated its operation. Ding! The player receives guidance from Ova, gaining partial information on the operation of the magic array. Even without Ova's guidance, Feng Heng could have figured out the operation of the magic array with a little more time and perhaps a few wrong turns. But with Ova's guidance, things became much simpler. Following Ova's mental guidance, Feng Heng quickly familiarized himself with the structure of the magic array. After a complete operation of the magic array, Feng Heng understood the entire structure well. After a few more runs, he no longer needed Ova's guidance and could operate it autonomously. 5 minutes later, Ova opened his eyes, somewhat incredulous as he looked at Feng Heng beside him. Feng Heng had actually seized control of the magic array directly from him and was now controlling the entire operation. What was even more terrifying was that Ova hadn't realized Feng Heng's mental strength was so high, enough to match the entire team's combined strength. Chapter 2255 Bonus. Ova didn't know that, apart from Feng Heng's naturally high mental strength, the key to achieving this lay in the utilization rate of mental strength in the magic array. Feng Heng possessed a max level in high-tier alchemy, coupled with scholarly inheritance and exceptionally high alchemy talent, which terrifyingly boosted the operation of the magic array. On the other hand, the tree spirit tribe's efficiency in using natural energy in the magic array was less than 40%. With one factor increasing and the other decreasing, Fang Heng's efficiency appeared exceptionally terrifying. Instantly, the vessel of sacrifice's absorption of dimensional energy surged. It doubled. Simultaneously, stimulated by the rapid operation of the magic array, the number of rock puppets around skyrocketed again. The flesh shields formed by the liquor group firmly blocked the stone spirit puppets ahead. At this moment, Fang Heng's consciousness had completely immersed in the magic array. With gradual usage of the magic array, his understanding of it deepened. So that's how it is. The magic array was initially constructed by the tree spirit tribe, resonating with the fluctuations of natural energy. Thus, many aspects of it seemed redundant or imperfect when viewed through an alchemical lens. Activating the magic array didn't actually require limiting it to natural elements energy. Other energies could also be used to activate it, rapidly absorbing residual dimensional energy from the world. The prerequisite was to first carry out a series of modifications on the magic array. A timely game hint popped up. Ding! Detected that the player possesses high-tier alchemy. After assessment, the player can currently optimize and modify the magic array. Current success rate of optimization and modification, 7%. Estimated efficiency improvement after modification, 677% to 1230%. As for optimization, Fang Heng lowered his head and pondered. Indeed, from his current perspective, there was still a lot of room for optimization in the magic array. Outside the Temple of Incantation, the battle had already reached a fever pitch. Elder Van single-handedly faced 3 elder-level opponents, yet he still held his ground. A vast amount of nature-infused leaves condensed into a tornado, swiftly sweeping forward. The massive barrier of dried wood fiercely collided with a tornado. Boom! Boom boom! Continuous explosions rang out in the center of the battlefield, causing Van and the 3 elders to be pushed back by the blasts. Catalyzed by the natural energy within the temple's sacred tree sapling domain, Van's injuries slowly began to heal. The 3 elders retreated to the other side, watching Van from a distance. Even the discerning could see that the strength of the sacred tree sapling was nearing its limit. From the very beginning, Van could almost instantly recover under the influence of the sacred tree sapling, but now, it would take him some time to rejoin the fight. The 3 major tribes had stealthily expanded the battlefield into the domain of the sacred tree sapling. Van, you can't hold on much longer, can you? Tippy had not entered the battlefield. She stood behind the crowd, urging, don't engage in meaningless battles. It's not good for our entire tree spirit tribe. Tippy. Stop wasting your breath with him. Elder Cleaner of the Wood tribe snapped, raising his hand once more to attack. Several giant wooden spikes were launched towards the domain of the sacred tree sapling, attempting to further weaken its influence. Huh? What? Suddenly, the Temple of Incantation once again burst forth with a brilliant green light. The intensity of the light was several times stronger than before. Under the shining light, Van instantly felt a powerful force rushing into his body. Strength. It had returned once again. Ha ha ha. Though unaware of what was happening, Van was exhilarated at this moment, laughing wildly as he launched another fierce assault. Seeing the energy of the sacred tree sapling, which had been nearly depleted, suddenly rise significantly, the morale of the wood tribe plummeted, and they retreated once again. Damn the leaf tribe. No wonder they were willing to endure. It turned out they had backup dimensional strength, which could quickly replenish the energy of the sacred tree sapling in a short time. With this, the strategy of exhaustion suddenly became laughable. Tippy. Cleaner turned to look at Tippy, the elder of the Soul tribe, and shouted, why aren't you taking action? Things have came to this point. Do you want our mission to end in failure? The elder of the Root tribe also turned to Tippy, act now. Don't waste everyone's time, Tippy. Tippy shook her head, sighing inwardly as she looked once again at Van, who was charging forward with unstoppable momentum on the battlefield. Van, things have came to this point, which is not what I wished for. My final plea, Leaf Tribe, I hope you can prioritize the greater good and sit down to have a proper discussion. Ha ha ha. Talk? What a joke. Van, feeling he had gained control of the situation, responded loudly, why didn't you talk nicely when you were attacking our tribe before? Now you want to talk? It's too late. Tippy's expression grew solemn, and she no longer spoke much. Slowly, she raised her hands forward in a gesture of sacrifice. What's that? Van felt a powerful ripple of energy, causing his heart to skip a beat as he looked at Tippy. It was actually the sacred tree branch. Seeing the yellowish branch Tippy had sacrificed, Van's pupils constricted, and a look of fear appeared on his face. You brought the sacred tree branch. The sacred tree branch in Tippy's hands emitted a dim yellow light. Crack. Under the influence of the sacred tree branch, the domain power surrounding the periphery of the Temple of Incantation emitted a series of cracking sounds like shattered glass, instantly crumbling away as if it were being destroyed. Bang! The domain power instantly shattered into tiny fragments. Seeing this, Clanner shouted, "Now's our chance. Charge together. Break through their blockade." Ding! The player completes the mission. Return to the dimensional world. The player gains 25 points of friendship with Ova's team, 10 points of friendship with Farouk, 5 points of friendship with the Leaf Tribe, 5,000 contribution points, and 50,000 reputation points. The player also gains 30,000 reputation points with the Tree Spirit Tribe. You have done well. Inside the Temple of Incantation, the honored elder Farouk nodded approvingly. Ova successfully brought back the sacrificial jar, returning before the dimensional energy of the sacred tree sapling was depleted. They obtained a considerable amount of dimensional energy this time, enough to support them for a while longer. Feng Hang stood aside, his gaze still fixed on the magic array in front of Farouk, continuing to observe and trying to understand the magic array more clearly. The magic array in the temple was several levels more difficult than the dimensional absorption magic array, and it couldn't be used directly. It required specific rituals to activate. If he were to try to figure it out on his own, it would likely take a long time, and there was even a chance of damaging the magic array and causing backlash to the operator. Aside from stealing the magic array, there was also the sacred tree sapling within Farouk. If he could steal the sacred tree sapling and have AFK absorb it. Feng Hang was even a bit impatient. Chapter 2256 Delivery. This trip has been so smooth, all thanks to Feng Hang's help. Besides assisting us in dealing with the monsters in the dimensional world, he has always been quite knowledgeable about magic arrays. He believes there's a way to upgrade and improve our magic array, increasing its operational efficiency. Really? Farouk couldn't help but give Feng Hang another glance. It was indeed strange how Ova managed to retrieve the sacrificial jar so quickly. Was it because of Feng Hang? But the magic array of the Tree Spirit clan has been passed down since ancient times. Could it really be further improved? It seemed somewhat unbelievable. Farouk looked at Feng Hang with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. It made one think that Feng Hang might have ulterior motives. Yes, Feng Hang nodded. I can find a way to further adjust and enhance the magic array, but I need more information related to it, including diagrams and ritual procedures. Farouk's brow furrowed slightly. He hesitated. In the past, not to mention borrowing information related to magic arrays, if a human had proposed entering the dimensional world, he would have likely slapped them out without a second thought. What a joke. When did humans become qualified to enter the dimensional world? But times had changed, and now was a critical moment for each clan to compete for victory in nurturing the sacred tree. Feng Hang had already entered the dimensional world twice and had proven to be helpful. Why not let him try? Feng Hang, unaware of Farouk's thoughts, looked up at him. Just completing a special mission had increased Farouk's friendship by 10 points, so there wasn't any immediate hostility. Moreover, this cooperation was advantageous to the Leaf Tribe and theoretically had a chance of success. If they could obtain the operational manuals for the magic array, they wouldn't need to figure things out themselves. It would be a smooth 100% activation of the magic array. Wouldn't that be delightful? After a moment's thought, Farouk made a decision, shaking his head. No, we can allow sharing of the Leaf Tribe's magic array documentation, but the ones related to the sacred tree saplings must remain strictly confidential. Only the Leaf Tribe approved by the Elders' Council is allowed access to this information. I can only apologize for that. Well, if they couldn't deceive him, they would have to figure it out themselves. Feng Hang felt a bit disappointed but still put on a smile, saying somewhat insincerely, "It was presumptuous of me. Being able to borrow some of the magic array documentation is already good enough. I will still try my best to optimize the magic array as much as possible. Also, regarding the White Frost Stone, it's an essential ore for entering the dimensional world. We must quickly acquire more from the Federation. We are in competition with the 3 major tribes, so there's no room for error. Of course, I have already contacted the Federation, and if everything goes smoothly, the White Frost Stone should be on its way. It's expected to arrive tomorrow. Well, you have all worked hard. You are tired, so go rest." Farouk waved his hand. Feng Hang squinted and asked, "Elder, the people from the 3 major tribes outside haven't retreated yet. Are you sure everything is fine?" "Humphrey," Farouk snorted confidently. "With me here, they won't be able to break through this defense with their abilities. With the replenishment of dimensional energy and the strength of the sacred tree sapling, resisting the attacks from the 3 tribes outside the Temple of Incantation was hardly worth mentioning to him." "I see. Then I will take my leave." Feng Hang shrugged, thinking it was pointless. The 3 major tribes seemed threatening, but why didn't they pose any pressure to the Leaf Tribe? Oh well. Ova and Feng Heng nodded together, retreating from the central hall. Feng Heng pondered. Since the three major tribes had been repelled, the chances of seizing the sacred tree sapling were probably slim. Now, he thought of trying to pursue the fleeing members of the remaining three tribes. Perhaps he could gain some additional benefits. That's it. He would seize the opportunity to kill a few patriarchs, gather more nature's heart crystals, sacrificial jars, leaves of life, or upgrade crystals. Walking alongside Ova, he contemplated handing over several books on magic arrays entrusted by the Elders' Council to Feng Heng, and perhaps inquire about Feng Heng's knowledge of magic arrays. Feng Heng, Ova began. What is it? Feng Heng was about to ask when suddenly, he sensed something and furrowed his brows. What? Boom. The entire hall suddenly resounded with a violent boom, followed by intense shaking beneath their feet. What's happening? Oh no. Something's wrong. Ova's expression changed drastically as he immediately turned and hurried towards the rear hall. Feng Heng, seeing the situation, quickly followed Ova, turning back towards the rear hall. Pushing open the doors of the central hall of the Temple of Incantation, they saw Farouk, whose face had turned extremely pale, standing in front of the central magic array. The once verdant sacred tree sapling in his hand now showed signs of withering. The magic array was still spinning rapidly. Meanwhile, the dimensional energy in the vessel of sacrifice was rapidly depleting. What's going on? Feng Heng furrowed his brows tightly. It looked extremely dire. Ova was greatly shocked and hurriedly approached, calling out, Elder Farouk. PFFT. Farouk's pupils contracted suddenly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Don't come any closer. Farouk forcefully stopped Ova, who was about to step forward. Elder. Farouk seemed to have suffered a severe blow, visibly aging within minutes. He forced himself to speak. The Temple of Incantation is under a powerful external attack. Judging from its intensity, it's highly likely the remnant branches of the sacred tree. No, it must be the remnant branches of the sacred tree, only they possess such capability. The remnant branches of the sacred tree. It's the Soul Tribe. The Soul Tribe actually brought the remnant branches of the sacred tree. That's the holy weapon of the Tree Spirit clan. No wonder the sacred tree sapling couldn't resist. What should they do? Ova's mind went blank for a moment, panic making him somewhat at a loss. Elder. What? What should we do? Farouk looked at Ova and the remaining people in the hall, and said in a deep voice, the power of the remnant branches of the sacred tree is formidable. With our current capabilities, we absolutely cannot resist. I am too injured to move for long, but I can still maintain the operation of the magic array for a while. Take advantage of this opportunity. I need you to immediately escort the sacred tree sapling away. Ova, it's up to you. Take them and escort the sapling away. A prompt quickly appeared in Feng Heng's retinas. Ding. The player triggered a special side mission escorting the sacred tree sapling. Mission name, escorting the sacred tree sapling. Mission description, Elder Farouk has been severely injured and can no longer maintain the sacred tree sapling. Please immediately escort the sacred tree sapling out of the Temple of Incantation. Mission reward, Leaf Tribe Friendship, Leaf Tribe Reputation, Leaf Tribe Contribution Points, Tree Spirit Clan Reputation. Let's go. Leave through the back door. I will continue to control the magic array to buy you time. Don't delay. Chapter 2257 Trust. In the midst of their conversation, Farouk reached out to take the wooden box passed to him by his subordinate, placing the slightly yellowed sapling of the sacred tree inside before handing it to Ova. Make sure to protect the sacred tree sapling. Yes, Elder. In a moment of crisis, Ova forced himself to calm down, gritting his teeth as he took the box from Farouk. No matter what, they had to safeguard the sacred tree sapling. Let's go. Ova shouted, immediately leading the more than 20 others present out of the main hall, heading towards the exit of the Temple of Incantation. Seeing this, Feng Heng also followed Ova towards the rear exit of the temple. Outside, after breaking through the defensive field created by the sacred tree sapling, the three major tribes pressed forward, breaking through the temple's perimeter. Van, Ian, and the Leaf Tribe elders were still struggling to delay them at the entrance to the main hall. Feng Heng and Ova hurried towards the rear exit until they reached the position of the temple's back door. This was bad. Arriving at the exit, Ova's heart sank. While the main hall of the Temple of Incantation was the primary target of the three major tribes, there were still some members of the Root Tribe guarding the rear exits, as if they had known they would attempt to escape and had already blocked all exits. There was no time. They had to force their way out. Ova didn't rush out immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath and said, Feng Heng. Feng Heng turned to look at Ova beside him. No matter what, the sacred tree sapling must not be taken by the other tribes. We can only take a gamble. You and I are different. You are human. If something happens to me, you don't need to worry about me. Just leave on your own. Feng Hang fell into a moment of silence. He wanted to suggest, why don't you just give me the sapling, and I will try my best to take you with me. You are strange. You are different from other members of the Leaf Tribe. Aren't you afraid I might suddenly snatch the sacred tree sapling from your tribe? Don't joke. I trust you, Ova said, sighing. If I could, I would entrust the sacred tree sapling to you. Perhaps your abilities are more suitable for protecting and escorting it than mine. Oh? Feng Hang looked slightly surprised. Why not? Even among our Leaf Tribe, only a few understand how to properly protect and escort the sapling. Once a normal person comes into contact with it, the sapling will quickly wither. Even if I were to give it to you now, it would be useless. Really? Feng Hang felt a bit uneasy, looking at Ova, trying to determine if he was being deceived by any subtle expressions or details. After all, he had been fooled by members of the Leaf Tribe too many times, and he was starting to develop some PTSD. Feng Hang, you have helped me a lot. These 2 books are related to dimensional world magic arrays, which might be useful for you in the future. Take them for now, Ova said, almost as if he were settling affairs, pulling out 2 thick volumes from his pocket. I know this situation is tough. Escaping from this surrounded group is nearly impossible, especially considering those elders who can use special secret techniques and have a faint connection to the sacred tree sapling, allowing them to track it. Feng Hang furrowed his brow. For the first time, he realized not all members of the Leaf Tribe were the same. All right. Feng Hang took the books and nodded. Understood. I will try my best to find a way to get you out with me. Thank you. Ova said, patting his cheek, boosting his spirits, then rallying the more than 20 Leaf Tribe guards accompanying him. Go. Together. Break through and protect the Leaf Tribe. Yes. The guards immediately rushed towards the back door, attempting to break through the Root Tribe guards and make their escape. Root entanglement. Outside the door, the Root Tribe, seeing a group of Wood Tribe members attempting to break through, immediately released spells to block them. Like snakes, Roots swiftly crawled toward the Leaf Tribe guards. The guards dared not be careless. Once entangled by the Roots, they would almost lose their combat abilities. The guards were forced to halt and laboriously clear the snake-like roots from the ground. 2 Root Tribe elders stood behind the battlefield, coldly observing the Leaf Tribe being gradually pushed into a corner. Unless they concentrated their divine perception, they could only sense a rough area where the sacred tree sapling might be. Hence, they were unaware that the sapling was currently on Ova. Elders of their stature generally held themselves in high regard. Seeing no elders among the opposing forces, they naturally wouldn't easily intervene. Ova charged into the battlefield, fighting with all his might. However, as he watched his comrades being entangled by roots one by one, their breakthrough becoming increasingly feeble, and even with 2 enemy Root Tribe elders eyeing them from behind, Ova's heart sank deeper and deeper. It was even more difficult than he had imagined. There seemed to be no hope at all. What should they do? Wait, where was Feng Hang? Ova suddenly realized he hadn't seen any sign of Feng Hang. Although he knew deep down that Feng Hang alone couldn't change the tide of the battle. Was today the day they would meet their end here? Just as he was thinking, Ova's pupils constricted as he caught sight of several flashes of red creatures in his peripheral vision. Lickers. A vast horde of lickers quickly poured out from behind the temple. Here they come. They were the special creatures Feng Hang had controlled in the dimensional world before. The horde of lickers spread out instantly towards the front. It was the first time the Root Tribe encountered such powerful creatures, and they were not yet familiar with the characteristics of the lickers. They attempted to eliminate them using long-range skills. However, they soon found out that the lickers' defensive capabilities were terrifying. Ordinary nature arrows were ineffective against them. They could only rely on the skill of entangling roots to temporarily restrain them. Unfortunately, there were too many lickers. There was hope. With the lickers catching the Root Tribe off guard, the battle line even pushed forward by more than 10 meters. Ova even glimpsed a glimmer of hope and was about to make a break for it when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, Ova was startled. Feng Hang? Don't panic. What? Follow me. With that, Feng Hang pulled Ova back towards the rear. Ova didn't know what Feng Hang was up to. Watching Feng Hang lead him back inside the temple, even heading towards a side hall deeper within, Ova grew anxious and said, Feng Hang, relying solely on the lickers won't hold them off for long. We should make a break for it while we still have a chance, or it will only get harder later. I know. Feng Hang said as he led Ova deeper into the Temple of Incantation, heading straight for the lowest level warehouse. We have other options. What? Ova felt suspicious, but he followed Feng Hang forward. Before they even approached the underground warehouse, Ova heard the sound of heavy thudding coming from not far away within the warehouse. That was Chapter 2258 Digging. Now Ova saw Feng Hang push open the door of the warehouse. Entering inside, he couldn't help but be astonished by the scene before him. What in the world? He saw numerous zombie creatures inside the warehouse, each wielding alloy metal pickaxes, vigorously digging along the ground, creating a large pit leading downwards in just a short time. Continuously, zombies carried the wood blocks, shrapnel, and sand excavated from the pit outside the warehouse, stacking them in the underground passage of the third basement. The Temple of Incantation had been repeatedly damaged and repaired, with many parts now showing signs of wear and tear. Feng Heng had previously analyzed that digging a passage would only be slightly difficult. Moreover, with the high-tier alloy pickaxes wielded by the zombie team, the efficiency of excavation was significantly increased. Hey! Seeing the astonishment on Ova's face, Feng Heng patted his shoulder once again. It's too dangerous to go out from the outside. Let's find a way to dig a passage out. In fact, Feng Heng had previously premonitionally excavated a small part of the passage outside the Temple of Incantation using the liquors. It was originally prepared as a precaution against the Leaf tribe. In case of any special circumstances, he could take preemptive measures. Worst case scenario, if needed, he could secretly raid the Leaf tribe and then leave with the materials through the underground passage. However, the tunnel he had premonitionally prepared was dug from the other end outside the Temple of Incantation. The internal passage had not yet been excavated, and they had just started digging from scratch. At this moment, apart from this part, Feng Heng was also controlling zombie clones to accelerate the excavation of another part of the passage. It was anticipated to connect in the middle section. Feng Heng. Ova looked at this scene, finally realizing what Feng Heng intended to do. He was astonished by Feng Heng's actions, speaking somewhat awkwardly. Is this really going to work? Digging a passage now? Is there really enough time? Don't worry, trust me. Feng Heng looked at Ova and said, but now there's still one important issue. Ova gathered his thoughts and nodded, saying, what's the issue? Ask away. You mentioned that the other three major tribes can sense the location of the sacred tree sapling. Indeed. Ova frowned, saying, the ripple of the sacred tree sapling is not strong when it's not activated, but concentrating can still roughly track the sapling's location. Previously, Elder Farouk had a special secret technique to temporarily seal the energy ripple of the sacred tree sapling. Now that the Elder has passed away, if the three major tribes intend to investigate, even if we escape through the tunnel, we will still be discovered. Feng Heng asked, what about the sapling? Ova immediately took out the box he was carrying. Do you mind if I take a closer look? Ova hesitated for a moment, then decisively handed the box to Feng Heng. Please be quick, the sapling will wither faster if it's away from me for too long. Feng Heng glanced at Ova again. Is this guy really from the Leaf tribe? Originally thought it would take some persuasion, but Ova was so decisive. Ova understood clearly that now only by trusting Feng Heng would they have a chance to escape. If Feng Heng was interested in the sapling, it would eventually fall into his hands anyway, and he was willing to trust Feng Heng. Alright. Feng Heng agreed and took the box, opening it with a snap. A small sapling was in the center of the box. Buzz. As the wooden box was opened, the ripple of strength from the sacred tree sapling quickly spread outward. At the moment it left Ova's body, the sapling immediately showed signs of rapid withering. It seemed Ova hadn't lied to himself. With a thought, Feng Heng's lifeblood short blade burst open from behind him, swiftly gathering towards the interior of the box. A lifeblood barrier formed around the sapling's periphery, firmly protecting it in the center. Huh? Ova had been observing Feng Heng's every move. Seeing this, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. The strength of the sacred tree sapling disappeared. It was that strange lifeblood ripple's strength again. He had seen Feng Heng use it more than once, wrapped in the external lifeblood. The natural aura emanating from the sacred tree sapling was instantly enveloped and concealed, leaving only the external lifeblood ripple. At the same time, a game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retina. Ding. The player has discovered a special item sacred tree sapling. Ding. The player lacks effective control over this item. Acquiring the item will result in rapid leakage of the sapling's aura and accelerated withering. Ding. If the player claims the item, they will be antagonized by the tree spirit tribe. Ding. This item cannot be placed in the backpack and will drop immediately upon death. It seemed Ova hadn't lied to himself. The sacred tree sapling had a special preservation method. Click. Feng Heng closed the box and handed it back to Ova, saying, the lifeblood will become ineffective once it's away from me for a distance, but it's enough for you to leave the temple. Okay, thank you. Ova came to his senses, took the box, and carefully concealed it on his person. With the aura issue resolved, now their goal was to buy more time for the zombie team to dig the passage. Feng Heng looked towards the exit of the warehouse. He hoped the Leaf tribe outside would be more supportive and delay a bit more time. I will go out and check the situation, you stay here. Alright. Outside, At the rear of the Temple of Incantation, a large group of lickers were still engaged in a difficult battle with the Root Tribe. Two elders of the Root Tribe glanced at each other, both showing a wary expression. These creatures should be the lickers mentioned by Elder Cleaner of the Wood Tribe. Indeed troublesome. After becoming familiar with the lickers' combat tactics, the Root Tribe quickly changed their strategy. Seeing that it was almost impossible to kill the lickers, all the guards of the Root Tribe decided to use their root tendril entanglement skill to temporarily trap each licker firmly to the ground. Trap them first. Soon, the lickers that lost Fang Heng's control were one by one trapped on the ground and unable to break free. Huh? But again? Suddenly, the guards of the Root Tribe frowned. Just as the lickers were firmly entangled by the root tendril skill and couldn't break free, suddenly, there was a new change. They condensed into pulsating flesh cocoons on the spot. The flesh cocoons rapidly expanded in a very short period of time. In the blink of an eye, massive figures emerged from the flesh cocoons. Fusion tyrant forms. The towering fusion tyrant forms gave the guards of the Root Tribe a great shock, and their expressions immediately turned serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Remote natural spells bombarded the fusion tyrant forms, causing explosions one after another, but it seemed that the roots couldn't affect their advance at all. Entangle them. The serpentine roots quickly spread forward, entwining around the feet of the fusion tyrant forms, firmly trapping them. Under the entanglement of the vine, the fusion tyrant forms tried to struggle forward for a few times, but finally failed to break free. Chapter 2259. Delaying. Two Wood Tribe elders stood at the rear, observing the battlefield, still having no intention of intervening. The fusion tyrant form did indeed look formidable at first glance. But they, being of the Root Tribe, were not weak either. At least, it didn't pose a threat to them. Besides, their mission this time was merely to guard the rear exit of the temple. At the moment, all they needed to do was prevent the Leaf Tribe from escaping. There was no need to stir up trouble. The rest could be handled by the Soul Tribe and the Wood Tribe. The Root Tribe elders had clear thinking. They tried to avoid direct confrontation with the desperate Leaf Tribe as much as possible. After all, there was no need to risk lives unnecessarily. Meanwhile, in the main passage of the temple, in the foyer, Van and Ian, two elders, continued to retreat under the suppression of several enemy elders. After consecutive battles, the two of them had sustained significant injuries. Perhaps none of these injuries mattered. The crucial point was that the sacred tree's branch. Van stared intensely at Tippy, his eyes filled with extreme hatred. The holy weapon of the Tree Spirit clan. Although they could still utilize the residual power of the sacred tree sapling to recover, the enemy possessed a holy weapon. The sacred tree's branch had completely shattered the domain power of the sacred tree sapling along the way. Tippy could see that the Leaf Tribe had been pushed to the brink. They could only persist until now under the protection of the remaining domain of the sacred tree sapling. It had been very difficult already. Van, we need to talk properly. Get lost. Van shouted explosively, once again urging his mental strength forward, forcing several Wood Tribe individuals ahead of him to retreat. Huh? Suddenly, Van caught sight of several red creatures rushing out from the depths of the Temple of Incantation, heading straight for the pursuers. It's the lickers. Be careful. Though the lickers didn't serve much purpose, they still provided Van with a momentary respite. Taking the opportunity, Van immediately leaped backward and glanced quickly behind him. Fang Heng? Of course, he recognized these lickers as being controlled by Fang Heng. Whoosh! 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 More groups of lickers rushed towards the Wood Tribe and Soul Tribe guards ahead. Boom! 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 A series of dense wooden spikes exploded, sending the licker groups flying back, only to swiftly leap back into the air and advance towards the Wood Tribe guards once again. Several Wood Tribe elders furrowed their brows. Lickers. Stubborn creatures. Although the individual output of the licker groups was limited and not lethal, their vitality and agility were exceptional, making them extremely troublesome, like fleas constantly jumping in front of you, blocking your path, and occasionally biting you. Moreover, with a limited space inside the passage, a large number of lickers crowded together, blocking more than half of the passage. Even the elders of the Tree Spirit clan were momentarily at a loss as to how to deal with the licker groups, only able to slowly clear them using sealing skills. Taking advantage of this time, Miles and Ian quickly retreated to join Fang Heng in the rear passage. Van felt anger in his heart. He never imagined he would one day come to the point where he needed a human to help him. Fang Heng. What are you still doing here? Fang Heng smirked inwardly, thinking, you have the nerve to ask? Isn't it because you are not competent enough? Since Van still needed assistance, Fang Heng refrained from provoking him further, simply nodding at Van and a line of wounded behind him, saying, the Elder Farouk requests your presence. Tippy and the representatives of the three major clans took some time to clear out the hundreds of lickers crowded at the entrance. The elders gathered in front of the central passage leading to the temple, exchanging glances. Tippy, why are we hesitating when the main hall is right ahead? Everyone, I would like to remind you that the Leaf Tribe is still a member of our clans. Enough, we understand. We will be prudent. Let's deal with the Leaf Tribe first before discussing it further. We don't want any surprises in the future. Elder Cleaner of the Wood Tribe felt uneasy. The lickers seemed to be buying time. And indeed, they had wasted a considerable amount of time. Although elders from various clans guarded all directions around the temple, Cleaner couldn't shake off the feeling of unease. The group continued to pursue, passing through the pathway until they reached the central hall of the Temple of Incantation. In the central hall, the magic array struggled to maintain its operation. Elder Farouk sat in front of the magic array, his face pale, obviously severely injured. Behind Farouk, Miles and Dian stood in succession. Cleaner frowned. Behind Farouk, there stood a young man he had met briefly. Fang Heng. Cleaner's gaze lingered on Fang Heng for a moment. Elder Farouk ceased the operation of the magic array, took a breath, and spoke. What is the purpose of intruding into our Leaf Tribe's temple? Huh? Your temple? Cleaner chuckled as if he heard a ridiculous joke. From our hands, you stole the temple, and now you claim it's yours. Tippy stepped forward half a step, shaking her head. Leaf Tribe, you have committed the grave sin of killing your own kind. You three clans mobilized forces to come here just for the temple? Farouk shook his head. If that's the case, if we lose, we will return the Temple of Incantation. For a moment, hearing Farouk's straightforward surrender left everyone a little confused. You killed, you robbed, you committed a grave wrong, and now, just by saying I am sorry, returning what you took is enough to settle this matter? Is that too cheap for you? What do you want then? Your Leaf Tribe's conduct is unworthy. Naturally, you lose the qualification to compete for the next leader. I want you to voluntarily give up the inheritance of the Tree Spirit Clan leader, and hand over the sacred tree sapling as compensation to our Wood Tribe. That's the only way to settle this matter. Shut up. Van couldn't contain his anger, glaring fiercely at Cleaner as if he wanted to devour him. To think they wanted the Leaf Tribe to give up the sapling and forfeit their leadership qualification. Absolutely ludicrous. You want our Leaf Tribe to give up competing for leadership? Fine. Come and try it. Let's see if you have the guts. With that, Van entered the battle state once again, natural element runes appearing on his body. He leaped forward, heading straight for Cleaner. Seeing Van personally entering the fray, the Leaf Tribe members immediately followed suit. The two sides clashed once again. Fang Heng remained in the rear, not joining the battle. Instead, he took several steps back, shaking his head inwardly, thinking that Van's temper was still lacking. They had agreed earlier to delay time, so why was he losing his cool now? They could have pretended to agree to the conditions first. Chapter 2260 Stealing Chicken Surrender? Well, that's not entirely out of the question. How about we all sit down and have a proper discussion? Surrendering is surrendering, but for something as significant as this, there should indeed be some sort of protocol, shouldn't there? Let's take it step by step. For instance, to whom should the sacred tree sapling be surrendered? The Wood Tribe? The Soul Tribe? Or maybe the Root Tribe? Doesn't the Leaf Tribe deserve a say in this matter? Shouldn't you try to garner the support of the Leaf Tribe? Or perhaps the three major tribes should have a preliminary discussion? Or would you prefer settling it with a brawl? Fang Heng seemed to think that with a bit more persuasion, he could at least delay things for another half an hour. Unfortunately, he completely blew it, thanks to Van, that infatuated fool. And now, both sides are back in the heat of battle. Fang Heng quickly retreated to the sidelines, looking for an opportunity to strike. Nothing else for it but to seize the chance. Fang Heng swiftly scanned the crowd of Leaf Tribe attackers, focusing his gaze on an old man from the Root Tribe. Hermes. Elder Hermes was already aged, and his strength had declined significantly. Moreover, he was not skilled in close combat and had been staying in the rear, continuously releasing skills to aid in the disturbance. Among all the elder-level tree spirits, Hermes' lifeblood repels are the weakest. He's the one. Fang Heng's pupils instantly flashed with a red light. Elder Hermes was aware of his own capabilities. In recent years, his strength had diminished greatly. This time, he only came along for the ride, so he never truly entered the battlefield. He was just condensing spells behind his back, preparing for a sneak attack when suddenly his pupils contracted, feeling his heart beating violently out of control. Huh? What's going on? Hermes suddenly felt a stimulus, and the spell in his hand suddenly became uncontrollable. His face turned pale in an instant. Before he could catch his breath, he felt his blood flowing faster with each heartbeat. Ugh! Hermes retched, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huh? Van was entangled with the tree spirits, keenly sensing Hermes' anomaly. He seemed to be under a mental attack. That old schemer. He was sneaky. Always hiding in the back causing trouble. Van harbored great resentment towards Hermes. Seeing this, Van seized the opportunity, enduring a few attacks from the tree spirit elders, and swiftly arrived in front of Hermes. He punched forward fiercely, slamming heavily into Hermes's face. Bang! Hermes was still trying to stabilize his lifeblood when he saw a figure flash before his eyes. He couldn't even defend himself properly before Van's fist struck, sending him crashing heavily into the wall behind. Boom! Elder. Several Root Tribe members immediately rushed forward to support him. Fang Heng once again secretly applied the boiling blood effect to the elder from a distance. Hermes's blood boiled and surged once again. He had just been severely beaten by Van, sustaining significant injuries, but these external wounds were nothing compared to the terrifying anomaly of his boiling blood within. Even scarier was that he didn't know the source of this anomaly. What on earth was going on? Hermes was filled with uncertainty. This doesn't seem like the Leaf Tribe's usual tactics. Amidst the astonishment, Hermes covered his mouth and nose, coughing incessantly. Besides Hermes, two of his kin looked on with a mixture of fear and concern. Blood seeped from Hermes' features, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Just took down one. Not far away, Fang Heng silently commended himself. The tree spirit team, seeing their elder Hermes gravely injured, unaware of Fang Heng's meddling, rushed forward to assist. Tippy frowned. Quick, take the elder to rest. Yes. Several Root Tribe guards immediately escorted Hermes away from the battlefield. Unfortunately, watching Hermes gradually disappear from view, Fang Heng inwardly lamented. If only Van could continue to distract that old man for a while longer, perhaps there would be a chance to eliminate him completely. But alas, Van and his companions were greatly outnumbered by the elder tree spirits they were facing. Their endurance up to this point was already commendable. No. This was too good an opportunity to pass up, a tree spirit elder. After a moment's consideration, Fang Heng couldn't resist. Defeating a tree spirit elder typically yielded a few rainbow crystals. Only 4 crystals short of advancing to grade 1. Who knows, there might be some other surprises in store. With a flicker of determination, Fang Heng quietly slipped into the secondary space projection, disappearing from view. Elder, are you alright? Under the support of several guards, Elder Hermes temporarily left the Temple of Incantation and arrived at the Root Tribe's temporary camp outside the temple. He sat down to rest under a large tree at the entrance. Hermes felt the abnormal rush of blood within his body subside slightly. He found it strange. What was happening to him? Was it because he was getting old? After not engaging in combat for a long time, suddenly he fought, and his body couldn't handle it. Was it really possible to have such an abnormal reaction? Fortunately, shortly after leaving the temple, the abnormal acceleration of blood flow disappeared. I just need to rest for a moment. Hermes waved his hand, preparing to meditate in place. Just moments after being blasted by Van, a huge black mark on his chest still faintly ached. As Hermes sat down to meditate, Fang Heng stepped out from a distant secondary space projection, lurking beneath the dense trees. Hey. Trying to escape? Having followed Hermes all the way here, Fang Heng finally found his chance. There weren't many Root Tribe guards nearby. Fang Heng maintained a safe distance from the Tree Spirit Tribe members and activated the Vampire King bloodline within Hermes once more. Whoosh! Hermes' pupils suddenly contracted. He was concentrating on recovering when suddenly, the sensation of blood rushing through his body returned. What was happening? The boiling blood reaction was even more intense than before. Whoosh! Suddenly, Hermes realized something, turning his head sharply to stare at the direction where Fang Heng was hiding. There was something there. Was he influenced by that thing? Hermes tried to shout for help, but as soon as he opened his mouth, his chest surged violently, and he couldn't help but spew out a mouthful of blood. Blah! Elder! The surrounding Root Tribe guards had no idea what was happening. They only saw Hermes suddenly spewing blood again and immediately rushed forward to investigate. Elder, how are you? Hermes felt his blood boiling rapidly, to the point where he couldn't even speak. He had to forcefully suppress the surging blood within him, reaching out his hand, wanting to point to Fang Heng's location. Under the gaze of everyone, Hermes slowly raised his trembling hand, pointing backward. The Tree Spirit Tribe members looked in the direction Hermes pointed. But all they could see was a dense thicket, with no sign of anything else. Chapter 2261 Killing Puff. Hermes spat out another mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper, and he fell heavily backward. Ding! The player has killed the Wood Tribe Elder Hermes. Ding! Currently in anonymous status, killing members of the Tree Spirit Tribe will not affect their favorability rating or contribution points. Publicizing the information will affect favorability rating and contribution points. The player should choose carefully. Ding. The player can choose to publicize this information to gain additional reputation point rewards. This action will result in changes in the friendship of some tree spirit tribes and alterations to side missions. Ding. The player gains 100 King of Gods points. Done. Got a little something. Feng Heng saw the game hints pop up and felt greatly pleased. He reached forward from a distance. The rainbow crystal that burst out after Hermes' death flew into his hand. Ding. 6 pieces Tier 1 rainbow crystal. Ding. The player currently meets the level up conditions but cannot level up in the current state. Please exit the special state of the holy weapon and try to level up. He had the rainbow crystals in hand. Unfortunately, he didn't get any other treasures from the loot. Currently in the state of the simulated character of the holy weapon, Feng Heng couldn't level up temporarily. No rush. He would level up when he found a safe spot. Feng Heng thought as he quickly hid among the crowd. Elder. Elder. Seeing Elder Hermes suddenly drop dead, the Root tribe guards were thrown into panic, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to do. They only felt that Elder Hermes must have died in the battle with the Leaf tribe. Some of them tried to investigate the direction indicated by Elder Hermes before his death, thinking there might be some anomaly. However, Feng Heng had already entered the secondary space projection ahead of time, so the Root tribe found nothing despite their seer. Elder Hermes has sacrificed himself. Inside the temple, upon hearing this news, the faces of the Root tribe turned grim. Tippy's expression also grew heavier. She had been urging everyone to restrain themselves, but it resulted in the death of an elder. Ha ha ha, didn't expect that old man to be so fragile. Van couldn't believe he knocked an elder out with one punch. Upon hearing this, he burst into wild laughter. They are all a bunch of useless fools. Leaf tribe. I will make you pay in blood for this. With the great elder of the Root tribe dead in vain, anger surged among the people, and their attacks became fiercer. Go. Elder Farouk suddenly roared angrily, his voice like thunder. Then, the magic array at the center of the main hall started spinning rapidly, emitting a dazzling light. The shining green light almost illuminated the entire hall, making it impossible to look directly at. The intense waves seemed like they could overturn the entire hall. Retreat. The other elders immediately led their people to step back upon seeing this. In the blink of an eye, taking advantage of the energy eruption, Van and Ian, along with over 10 remaining members of the Leaf tribe in the main hall, broke through to the front right. With a sudden turn of events, everyone was focused on resisting the waves of the magic array and didn't have time to stop Van and his group from escaping. Coincidentally, Feng Heng had just arrived at the entrance of the hall at this moment, still not having exited the secondary space projection, witnessing Van and his group escape. It seems they can't hold on any longer. Originally, he was planning to continue secretly targeting the Tree Spirit tribe with the power of lifeblood, hoping to gain more heads. But now, it seemed there was no longer a chance. Without hesitation, Feng Heng immediately turned and rushed towards the bottom of the temple. Inside the main hall, the magic array gradually lost its light and then bang, shattered on the spot. Elder Farouk's life also came to an end, closing his eyes for good. Everyone looked at each other, a moment of silence descending upon them. In order to buy time for Van and his group to escape, Elder Farouk sacrificed his life to forcibly activate the magic array. Actually, all the elders present saw Van and his group leaving, but they only made a token effort to intercept them, not putting their full effort into stopping them. It wasn't necessary. Some other members of the tribes wanted to pursue but were stopped by the elders. No need to chase. Watching the Leaf tribe people breaking through to the outside, Clinner snorted heavily. Elder. A tribesman came to Tippy's side, glanced in the direction the Leaf tribe people escaped, hesitated for a moment, and asked, the guards outside the main gate might not be able to stop them. Shouldn't we go after them? No need. The sacred tree sapling isn't with them. Reinforce the surveillance outside the temple to prevent them from returning. Understood. Tippy understood the purpose of this expedition. They didn't want the lives of the Leaf tribe people, they wanted to get the sacred tree sapling. Driving away the Leaf tribe had achieved their goal. The remaining 3 major tribes became more wary of each other again, fearing that one might secretly sabotage the other. Go after Van and his people? No time. Everyone knew that if they chased after them, they would only lose the opportunity to search for the sacred tree sapling. Several tribesmen approached to inspect the remnants of the magic array in the main hall. After a moment, a tribesman stepped forward to report, Elders, the magic array is completely damaged and unusable. We didn't find any trace of the sacred tree sapling. Huh? Didn't find the sacred tree sapling? Several elders closed their eyes simultaneously, focusing on searching for the aura of the sacred tree sapling. Strange. Couldn't find it? Why would that be? When they opened their eyes again, they saw the mutual confusion in each other's eyes. They had already sealed off all the entrances and exits of the temple in advance. They were also very sure that the Leaf Tribe didn't carry the sacred tree sapling when they escaped. With Farouk's abilities, he could at most conceal some of the aura of the sacred tree sapling. At such a close distance, the aura of the sacred tree sapling definitely couldn't be hidden. Not to mention, Farouk was already dead. Was it hidden by the Leaf Tribe? Search. Tippy said coldly, search the entire temple. Understood. The tribes immediately dispersed to search inside the temple. Report. Soon, tribesmen returned one after another to report, we have roughly searched the entire temple and have not found any special anomalies. Some areas in the main hall have collapsed, blocking the passage. We are digging and clearing it. It will take some time to thoroughly search the temple. Everyone looked at each other. Where did the Leaf Tribe hide the sacred tree sapling? At this point, it seemed that each tribe had to show their own divine insight. Let's go, take me there to have a look. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had already returned to the lowest level of the basement with Ova, escorting the sacred tree sapling into the passage that was still under excavation. Afterward, follow the passage straight ahead. The zombie creatures are still digging forward. If you reach the end, wait for a while. Soon, after the passage is dug through, you will see the exit. Ova nodded, looking at Feng Heng, and asked, and you? Chapter 2262 Spiritual Curse Prayer. I would stay behind and try to buy you some more time, Feng Heng patted Ova's shoulder. If all goes well, we will meet at the other end of the passage. Alright. Ova looked at Feng Heng and reached out, handing over a rhombus-shaped special leaf. What's this? The inheritance book of the Leaf Tribe, the Spiritual Curse Prayer, Ova explained. My father was once an honorable elder within the tribe, and I have been raised since childhood in the inheritance of nurturing the sacred tree. This portion of prayers is related to the inheritance of nurturing the sacred tree. Please help me safeguard it. If anything happens to me, be sure to pass it on to an elder of the Leaf Tribe. Feng Heng's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but ask, aren't you escorting it yourself? No, I have already got the sapling of the sacred tree with me. Ova's lips twitched with bitterness as he shook his head. As you humans say, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Ding. The player obtained item Spiritual Curse Prayer, Rune Leaf. Ding. The player's current mission escorting the sapling of the sacred tree has changed. Current mission name Ova's Trust. Mission name, Ova's Trust. Mission difficulty, SSS. Mission description. The Temple of Incantation is currently facing a grave crisis, and Ova has been tasked with escorting the sapling of the sacred tree to safety. Please ensure the safe evacuation of both Ova, carrying the Spiritual Curse Prayer, and the sapling of the sacred tree. Mission requirements, 1. Ensure the safe return of Ova and the sapling of the sacred tree to the Leaf Tribe habitat. Mission requirements, 2. Personally escort the Rune of Curse Prayer out of the Temple of Incantation and deliver it to any Leaf Tribe elder. Mission reward, Leaf Tribe Friendship, Ova's Friendship, Leaf Tribe Reputation Points, Contribution Points, Tree Spirit Tribe Reputation, Qualification to join the Leaf Tribe. Alright, leave it to me. Feng Heng said, taking the rhombus-shaped leaf and examining it closely. He casually asked, how does this thing work? It's a kind of special written form, more of a ritual, Ova explained. It requires us, the Leaf Tribe, to activate it through our mental strength. Normal people can't decipher it. Oh, really? Item Spiritual Curse Prayer, Rune Leaf. Description, a special rune item, subject to a low-level seal effect. Description, this item is special and will drop upon death. Ding, detected a low-level seal on rune. Currently, the player has expertise in high-tier alchemy and mid-tier sealing art. The player can attempt to decipher the rune with a 100% probability of success. Feng Heng nodded and glanced at the game hint. It seems to be a kind of seal. Do you mind if I give it a try? Without waiting for Ova's response, Feng Heng attempted to infuse natural energy into the leaf. The rune on the leaf emitted a faint glow, and the low-level basic seal inside was instantly undone by Feng Heng. A pale cyan light emitted from the leaf. The light directly projected onto a nearby wall, revealing rows of recorded text on it. This. Ova watched as Feng Heng effortlessly triggered the Spiritual Curse Prayer, feeling somewhat speechless for a moment. Well, he wasn't entirely surprised by Feng Heng's actions anymore. Feng Heng casually put away the leaf. The Tree Spirit Tribe's utilization of alchemy and sealing arts was still too rudimentary. Breaking their seals was a piece of cake for Feng Heng. To him, the methods of concealing information used by the Tree Spirit Tribe were also quite primitive. You go ahead. I will take care of what's left here. Alright, be careful with everything. Feng Heng watched as Ova and several Leaf Tribe members escorted the sapling of the sacred tree into the underground passage. Then, he looked toward the entrance, which was already being piled up by zombies with debris. With the Tree Spirit Tribe's abilities, breaking through this layer of sandy barrier wouldn't be difficult. So, he decided to add a bit more difficulty for them. Thinking so, Fang Heng immediately controlled the nearby liquor group to completely bury the entrance Ova had entered. While the zombie team was busy arranging, Fang Heng arrived at a smooth rock wall, once again taking out the rune of curse prayer. He infused it with mental strength, projecting the contents of the prayer onto the wall. A large number of zombie clones staggered over, gathering to read the graphical information projected on the wall. Ordinary historical records, journals, magazines, and various miscellaneous books could all be read through zombie clones. However, reading through them wouldn't increase skill experience points, and a large amount of irregular and discontinuous content would be poured into the brain. Reading a small amount was fine, but too much information made one's head buzz. Too much chaotic information pouring in, most of it couldn't be remembered. Whenever it was mentioned later, one had to actively consume mental energy to retrieve the relevant content from the brain. Moreover, this part of memory was difficult to retain deeply. Often, it would be completely forgotten after a few hours. But for books related to skill experience points, using zombie clones to read was undoubtedly the best choice. Soon, game hints began to flash on the retina one after another. Ding! The player's zombie clones, in normal form, have completed partial reading. The player's understanding of the spiritual curse prayer increased by +2. Alright, let the zombie clones do their thing. Fang Heng turned to look back at the entrance completely sealed by sand. From the other side of the passage, the sound of excavation gradually echoed. It seemed the tree spirit tribe had arrived outside. Fang Heng squinted. Well, it's good. Let's add a bit more intensity for them. On the other side of the passage, which was sealed by a large amount of rubble, the three major clans of the tree spirit tribe waited at the entrance for their members to clear the passage. The remaining collapsed areas within the Temple of Incantation had been emptied and thoroughly inspected. No discoveries were made. Only this underground third basement area remained. The missing sapling of the sacred tree must be here. As the tribe members cast wood marsh spells, the sand and rubble blocking the passage slowly sank into the ground. They had cleared a passage of more than 10 meters in length. But ahead, the passage was still congested with mud and sand. Ordinary collapses wouldn't have accumulated such a long stretch of blockage. Clearly, someone had intentionally caused it. Suddenly, two tree spirit tribe members who were casting spells near the collapsed area had their pupils shrink abruptly. What was that? They saw faint flickers of light ahead of the blocked passage. Huh? Spatial fluctuations. Whoosh. 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 In the next instant, flickers burst out from the spatial fluctuations. They immediately pounced on the nearest tree spirit tribe members. Be careful. Kai. 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 Arrows wrapped in natural energy were shot forward, accurately hitting the liquor group that had attacked from the secondary space projection, pushing them back. Lickers. It was them again. Seeing the lickers, the tree spirit tribe immediately realized that humans were causing trouble behind their backs. They immediately retaliated with their shooting skills, joining forces to intercept the lickers' attacks. It wasn't too bad. With everyone working together, the lickers couldn't launch effective attacks and were soon buried deep underground. However, hundreds of lickers continued to emerge from the secondary space projection, interrupting the tree spirit tribe's excavation progress. Chapter 2263 Help Elder Cleaner couldn't help but feel somewhat agitated. It was clear that humans were up to mischief behind the scenes, using the strength of the lickers to delay their progress, yet they didn't have a good way to deal with it. The Temple of Incantation was left by the ancestors of the tree spirit tribe, and no one dared to suggest the blasphemous idea of forcibly destroying it. Under the interference of the lickers, it took nearly 15 minutes to completely clear the thick layer of soil blocking the passage. Immediately, everyone entered the basement warehouse area to investigate. Seeing the scene inside the basement, Cleaner couldn't help but feel extremely surprised, letting out a soft gasp. Odd, there was nothing here? The storage hall seemed to have experienced a fierce earthquake, with debris and rubble scattered everywhere, except for the piled-up mine carts. There was almost nothing else. Something's wrong. Everyone realized something was off, but where was the problem? They all looked at Tippy. Tippy was also bewildered. The lickers clearly emerged from here. How come they were suddenly gone? It didn't make sense. And even the sapling of the sacred tree was gone? A tribesman hurriedly approached and reported, "Elder, we have checked. The mine carts aren't loaded with ore, just some ordinary sand. There's no trace of the sacred tree sapling." Sand? Tippy suddenly realized something and her expression changed slightly. She looked up and said, "Underground." Suddenly, everyone present also reacted. Right. Underground. The elder of the Root tribe immediately condensed an imprint in front of him. Root pierce. The ground surged before them. Several tree roots surged from the muddy ground. Boom. Immediately after, a huge collapse appeared in front of them. People stepped forward a few steps and looked at the dark passage leading downwards on the ground. Soon, their gaze shifted to Clinner, the elder of the Wood tribe. A tunnel? When did this happen? Was it dug out when the Wood tribe occupied the Temple of Incantation? Clinner's expression changed several times, shaking his head. We, the Wood tribe, have never heard of such a tunnel. Not the Wood tribe? The Leaf tribe? Did they dig it out in such a short time? They haven't left long, let's pursue. Regardless of whether the Leaf tribe was prepared or not, they had to chase. After exerting so much effort, they only got a Temple of Incantation? No way. Absolutely not allowed. Meanwhile, Fang Heng was lurking within a secondary space projection. After delaying the pursuers for 20 minutes, he had learned through the remote game hints from the zombie team that the passage below had been dug through. In theory, Ova should be safe by now. Watching the Tree Spirit tribe people chase along the passage, Fang Heng thought for a moment, then left and hurried towards the exit of the tunnel dug by the zombies. Half an hour later, when Fang Heng arrived at the exit of the underground passage on the other side, he found only Van. Fang Heng. Van had been waiting here for a while. Seeing Fang Heng approaching, he stepped forward and examined him with his gaze, asking, "Where's the item?" Fang Heng replied with a question, "And where's Ova?" "Elder Ian has already escorted Ova and the sapling of the sacred tree back to our tribe. They don't need to trouble you anymore." "And what about the spiritual curse prayer?" Van had been waiting at the exit of the passage since his escape. Upon learning that Ova had entrusted such a precious item as the spiritual curse prayer to Fang Heng, he immediately cursed Ova as a fool. Ridiculous. How could humans trust so easily? So, Van had Ian escort Ova back first, while he personally stayed behind to wait for Fang Heng, intending to demand the spiritual curse prayer from him. Fang Heng couldn't be bothered to argue with Van. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the runestone of the spiritual curse prayer forward. Anyway, he had forcibly memorized all the contents of the spiritual curse prayer with the help of his zombie clone. He would take some time to digest it thoroughly after returning, completing the full memory. A game hint promptly popped up. Ding, current player mission Ova's entrustment mission requirements are completed, Humphrey. Van took the runestone and inspected it in his hand, giving a heavy snort. He knew when to seize the opportunity. Luckily, he kept a close eye, otherwise the spiritual curse prayer might have fallen into the hands of outsiders. Van glanced at Fang Heng and said coldly, "Let's go, return to the tribe with me." After spending half a day, Fang Heng and Van safely returned to the Leaf Tribe's habitat through a teleportation passage established by the Leaf Tribe elsewhere. Upon entering the habitat, Van arranged for Fang Heng to rest in a side hall under the supervision of several Leaf Tribe members. Meanwhile, Elder Senzo urgently summoned Van, Ova, and a few others. In this battle, besides the significant casualties among the Leaf Tribe members, 2 Leaf Tribe elders were severely injured, and Elder Farouk sacrificed himself to protect the sapling of the sacred tree, resulting in immense casualties for the entire Leaf Tribe. Fortunately, the sapling of the sacred tree was saved. Ova respectfully handed over the box containing the sapling of the sacred tree to Elder Senzo. "Ova, you did a great job in safely bringing back the sapling," Elder Senzo praised. "You are too kind, Elder." "It was my duty," Ova replied humbly. "Great Elder." Unable to contain himself, Van stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. "This matter cannot be left like this. Please allow me to lead a group to the Wood Tribe and demand an explanation." Elder Senzo's expression darkened, his mood extremely grim. This time, the 3 major tribes conspired against them, nearly costing them the sacred tree sapling. "Van, now is not the time. Step back for now." Rudyard was still under the control of the 3 major tribes, and the priority was to find a way to rescue him. Attacking the Wood Tribe rashly would only unite the other 3 major tribes further, placing the Leaf Tribe in an even more disadvantageous position. Thinking this, Elder Senzo turned to Ova and said, "Ova." "Yes, Elder. You have been studying magic arrays for a long time. Among the younger generation of the Leaf Tribe, you are the most knowledgeable about magic arrays and the cultivation of the sacred tree sapling. With Elder Farouk's sacrifice, the tribe needs you to step forward and shoulder the responsibility of nurturing the sapling of the sacred tree." "Yes, Great Elder. I will do my best. But my strength is far inferior to Elder Farouk's. It may take some time for me to familiarize myself," Ova replied. "Understood. Familiarize yourself as soon as possible. Nurturing the sapling of the sacred tree is of utmost importance. If you encounter any problems, you can seek advice from Elder Yuri. I will inform him in advance," Senzo said. "Do you have any other requests?" Ova hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Great Elder, I would like to request Fang Heng's assistance." "Assistance? From a human?" At this, murmurs arose among the assembled tribespeople. "Oh?" Senzo heard Fang Heng's name once again, feeling perplexed. What kind of power did Fang Heng possess to make even Ova seek his help? Chapter 2264. Taking care of him. The sapling of the sacred tree was safely returned, and Feng Heng contributed a lot along the way. With Ova speaking on his behalf, Senzo's hostility towards Feng Heng relaxed somewhat. Really? Tell me more. What exactly did you need him to do? Feng Heng and I had some interactions in the temple, and I found out he's quite adept at magic rays. With his help, we might be able to enhance the efficiency of the relevant magic rays. Are these things Feng Heng told you? Don't be too quick to trust outsiders, Ova, Van couldn't help interjecting. Remember, he's just a human. Ova argued, Elder Van, Feng Heng is an honored member of the Human Alchemy Magic Association. I have personally confirmed that he's very knowledgeable about magic rays and capable of modifying them. Senzo waved his hand, interrupting their debate. Enough. We do need manpower at the moment. Let Feng Heng stay temporarily to help you construct the magic ray. Tell Feng Heng, once we complete the nurturing of the sacred tree sapling, we will fulfill our promise regarding his advancement in natural science. Ova bowed, yes. Thank you, Elder, for your understanding. Off you go. You are responsible for taking care of the damaged sacred tree sapling. From now on, Elder Van will be your direct supervisor. Report all situations to Elder Van. Understand? Yes. Ova respectfully saluted and nodded at Elder Van before leaving the hall. Elder Van frowned, his dissatisfaction evident as he glanced in the direction Ova had left. Great Elder, since when do we need a human's help? Don't be hasty. I have read the letter left by Elder Farouk before his death. Feng Heng indeed has profound knowledge of magic rays. Without his prior assistance, we might not have been able to save the sacred tree sapling this time. With Elder Farouk's unexpected demise, Elder Yuri is the only one left in the tribe familiar with magic rays. Relying solely on him wouldn't suffice. Senzo chose to involve Feng Heng in the care of the sacred tree sapling out of necessity. He looked at Ven and said, I had some suspicions about Feng Heng, so I am entrusting Ova with the task of looking after the sapling. Ven appeared hesitant, seeming to consider refusing. He could easily engage in physical combat, but delving into magic rays and sapling cultivation was too risky. You just need to keep an eye on that human, Senzo waved his hand. Alright, it's settled then. With this matter concluded, prepare yourself. We still need to meet with the 3 major clans. Understood. After Ova left the hall, he immediately went to look for Feng Heng. Ding, the player has completed the mission Ova's request. Ding, the player gains 70 friendship points with Ova, 20 friendship points with the Leaf Tribe, contributes 500,000 points to the Leaf Tribe, and gains 100,000 reputation points with both the Leaf Tribe and the Tree Spirit Clan. The player gains eligibility to join the Leaf Tribe faction. Receiving the completion hint for the mission, Feng Heng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there were no further complications. As for whether to join the Leaf Tribe faction, he needed to consider it further. Just as he was contemplating, another game prompt appeared. Ding, the player has received the mission reward. The player can choose the Leaf Tribe faction. If you join the camp, the friendliness of the Tree Spirit NPCs will change. Ding, after joining the Leaf Tribe faction, the player can receive some unlocked Leaf Tribe special missions. Ugh. Well, since obtaining the World Lord position wasn't his top priority at the moment, joining or not joining the faction didn't make much difference. He wasn't particularly interested in the Leaf Tribe's special missions either. After some thought, Feng Heng decided to postpone joining for now. Ding, the player can join the Leaf Tribe faction later by finding Ova. Feng Heng, thank you for your help this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to safely escort the sacred tree sapling back. You are welcome, Feng Heng responded cautiously. Although we succeeded in protecting the sapling and returning it to headquarters this time, I doubt the Leaf Tribe will just let it go. Does the Great Elder have any plans for the future? There might be, Ova said, a tinge of sorrow evident on his face as he nodded. With Elder Farouk's sacrifice and few young members in the tribe who understand the sacred tree sapling, the Great Elder just assigned me to assist in the daily operation of one of the sapling's bodies. Feng Heng's interest was piqued. The sacred tree sapling. Feng Heng, you mentioned before that you wanted to make some modifications to the dimensional energy magic array, right? Yes, indeed, Feng Heng nodded earnestly. Initially, he was quite shocked when he saw the Tree Spirit Tribe harnessing energy from the dimensional world. However, it was apparent that the magic arrays constructed by the Tree Spirit Tribe were too crude and inefficient. There was still a lot of room for improvement. After studying detailed information about the magic arrays and even delving into spiritual curses and prayers, Feng Heng's understanding of magic arrays improved significantly. Feng Heng, I need your help. I have already applied to Great Elder Senzo for you to join in the care of the sapling, and he agreed. We will be solely responsible for nurturing one of the sapling's bodies, and we can try to modify the magic array. Really? Feng Heng's pupils contracted at the words. Why did the tree spirit tribe suddenly trust him so much? It was a bit unsettling for him at the moment. Yes, it's true, Ova said, feeling the pressure. After all, his qualifications were still relatively shallow. Safely returning the sapling to the tribe this time was a significant achievement, and the tribe needed people who were skilled in magic arrays and capable of caring for the sacred tree sapling. This opportunity was given to him as a recognition of his contribution. If he could achieve some results, perhaps he could use this opportunity to rise to the position of an elder. Let's go, we can talk along the way. Ova led Feng Heng forward, introducing as they walked. Previously, the sacred tree sapling was managed jointly by Elder Yuri and Elder Farouk, the two honorary elders. As I mentioned before, the sapling consists of a main body and 3 clones. Most of the time, Elder Yuri personally nurtured the main body, while Elder Farouk looked after the 3 clones. Got it. Feng Heng nodded gently, following Ova into the depths of the base. Now, with Elder Farouk's sacrifice, Elder Yuri alone cannot manage the sapling effectively. The Great Elder has selected a few younger members from the tribe to assist Elder Yuri. We will help take care of one of the sapling's clones. In addition, the 2 of us are currently under the supervision of Elder Van. Elder Van reports to Elder Yuri. Okay. Feng Heng furrowed his brows slightly. Hearing Elder Van's name made him instinctively uncomfortable. So, if he understood correctly, Elder Van was like a middle manager in a company, Elder Farouk was the CEO, and Senzo was the big boss. As for him and Ova, they were just the lowest level team leaders. Chapter 2265 Nurturing Feng Heng. To be honest, this mission isn't simple. Ova sounded somewhat worried as he continued. The sapling of the sacred tree sustained some damage during the teleportation process, and fully restoring it might not be easy. Ding. The player has triggered mission sapling cultivation. Mission name, sapling cultivation. Mission description. Ova has undertaken the task of cultivating the sapling of the sacred tree. Please assist Ova in completing the cultivation of the sapling. Mission requirements. Within 30 days, increase the cultivation level of the sacred tree sapling by at least 20%. Current cultivation level increased, 0%. Additional description. The current sapling of the sacred tree is partially damaged. The efficiency of raising the cultivation level will be affected. Alright, let's take it slow. Feng Heng glanced at the hint. He shrugged it off. He didn't feel any pressure. Cultivating the sacred tree sapling wasn't something he cared about. Instead, he saw it as an opportunity to understand how the sacred tree was cultivated. Perhaps he could gain some benefits from it, or even find a way to drain the entire sapling of its strength. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at the sacred tree cultivation area within their clan. We are here. Let's report to Elder Yuri. Okay. They entered the hall of cultivation. Elder Yuri inspected the damaged sapling of the sacred tree several times and shook his head, saying, the situation is dire. The sapling has been partially damaged, which will greatly affect its efficiency in absorbing dimensional strength. To solve this, Elder Yuri furrowed his brows, shaking his head. He said, it's difficult. It will take time to recover. 20 minutes later, Ova and Feng Heng bid farewell. Leaving the hall, they exchanged a smile, both showing resignation. Elder Yuri had given them many instructions and details on taking care of the sapling, but overall, the sapling's condition was still compromised. They could only overcome the difficulties. Let's give it a try, Ova encouraged himself. I will figure out how to gather the resources needed for the magic array reconstruction, and as for the White Frost ore, Feng Heng, you will have to come up with more ideas. Alright. A batch of ore is already on its way, but for the magic array reconstruction, I will need some time to think about it. We will also need to conduct some field tests later. When can we return to the Temple of Incantation? We will leave this afternoon. Ova, Feng Heng's expression turned serious as he spoke. I have thought it over carefully. If we want to rebuild the magic array and significantly improve its efficiency, what we have now is not enough. I need more support. Okay, tell me what you need, as long as it's possible for me to provide. Alright, Feng Heng nodded gently, continuing, firstly, I need to teleport the sapling of the sacred tree away from here. What? The next morning, Van personally escorted the sapling of the sacred tree from the headquarters of the tree spirit tribe to a temple located on the edge of the primeval forest, known as the Temple of Incantation. Van thought the Great Elder and Ova were both crazy. They actually believed this human's nonsense. To enhance the efficiency of cultivating the sapling, they had agreed to Feng Heng transplanting the sapling of the sacred tree outside the headquarters to the Temple of Incantation. In the past, the sapling of the sacred tree had always been tightly protected within the headquarters. It would only be temporarily removed in special circumstances, such as when Elder Farouk needed to take over the Wood Tribe's Temple of Incantation completely. However, they encountered a major problem this time. After Ven and two accompanying elders escorted the sapling into the Temple of Incantation and settled it, Ven was even more surprised. Wow! Things had already. The members of the Leaf Tribe were carrying out extensive reforms in the temple. It seemed like they were gearing up for a major confrontation. Ven waved for one of his subordinates to hand him the blueprints. Though he didn't fully understand them, he was deeply impressed. The entire structure of the Temple of Incantation had been completely overhauled. After the renovations, there were more than 10 additional rooms, each filled with various branch magic rays. Was this for real? Who authorized you to do this? Ven surveyed the group. The tribe members glanced at each other, shrinking their necks. Ova stepped forward and answered, Elder Van, it was Feng Heng and me who developed the transformation plan. We are confident that we can complete it. Van stared at Ova for a moment, suppressing the anger in his heart. He really wanted to twist Ova's head open right now and see what was inside. Ova must have been fooled by Feng Heng, actually believing in such a ridiculous plan. Demolishing and rebuilding the Temple of Incantation? What a joke. Did the magic arrays, passed down for tens of thousands of years in the Temple of Incantation, really need a human to come and overhaul them so drastically? But he decided not to get angry. Van's mind wasn't on this matter anyway. Now that the sapling of the sacred tree had been safely escorted, he needed to hurry back to discuss with the Great Elder how to deal with the three major clans. Ova, where's Feng Heng? He's temporarily gone, heard he's preparing for the next batch of white frost ore needed for teleportation. Okay. As Van was about to leave after finishing his instructions, Ova stepped forward and handed him a list. Elder Van, we will be carrying out most of the construction on the temple. During this time, we will need life leaves and many rare ores. We need the support of the tribe. Van took the list and looked at the densely packed rare materials, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't understand most of it, but he could recognize a few of the highly valuable materials listed. Upon seeing the list that required over 20 life leaves, Van immediately thought of Feng Heng and asked, Ova, do you realize the value of these materials? I understand, but the transformation of the magic array requires these materials, Ova replied. You haven't been deceived by that kid Feng Heng, have you? I warned you to be careful. Before Ova could continue arguing, Van raised his hand and said, all right, I understand. I can't make decisions on this matter. I will report to the elders. You may go now. Once Ova left, Van nodded and instructed the two remaining Leaf Tribe elders who were tasked with watching over the sapling of the sacred tree. Elders, please keep a close eye on Feng Heng while I am away. If he shows any signs of unusual behavior, notify me immediately. Understood. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had already left the primeval forest and returned to Omnitech Company, where he was researching several related magic arrays with Clairua and the team, attempting to create a temple of incantation similar to the one they discussed. Progress was swift, but the biggest issue lay with Abakia. Abakia's current abilities were limited and insufficient to support the construction of the Temple of Incantation. After observing for a while, Mojai suggested, since the sapling of the Tree Spirit Tribe's sacred tree can undergo corporeal and corporal separation, does Abakia possess a similar ability? We have tried, but Abakia doesn't have this inherited ability. Chapter 2266 Division The Tree Spirit Clan had a special ritual that allowed them to divide sacred tree saplings into main bodies and branching entities. The benefit was that these branches enabled the sacred tree to spread out, facilitating faster absorption of energy and quicker growth. However, there were also drawbacks. For example, once separated, the overall strength of the sacred tree sapling would be greatly diminished. Additionally, if a branching entity were to die, the main body would suffer severe consequences, as the branching entity needed to reunite with the main body to channel the absorbed energy back into it, among other things. After discussing for a long time, there was still no better plan. Feng Heng rubbed his temples. Alright, in that case, he would have to resort to another ritual, borrowing trouble, as they say. Undoubtedly, this tactic carried even greater risks. Feng Heng, the White Frost ore is ready for transport to the Leaf Tribe's territory anytime. As the group continued their discussion, Ji Hating, accompanied by two guards, entered the research room. Oh, before I forget, there are a few more things. Our reconnaissance has revealed that the Wood Tribe has reclaimed the Temple of Incantation. The Federation has achieved a partial victory in this phase of the operation and is preparing to confront several openly rebellious factions, including the Tree Whisperers Alliance, to curb the Tree Spirit's arrogance. In addition, the Federation's psychic training program is ongoing. They have decided to expand the elite psychic team and will need your assistance. They hope you can help stoke conflicts between the various Tree Spirit clans to gain an advantage for us. Understood. I will continue my observations with the Leaf Tribe as planned. Stay vigilant, and keep in touch. With preparations complete, Feng Heng once again received a truckload of white frost ore from the Federation and set off toward the Temple of Incantation in the Primeval Forest. In the afternoon, near the boundary of the Primeval Forest, stood a Temple of Incantation. Unlike the Wood Tribe, the Leaf Tribe had managed to locate and control 5 still functional temples of incantation. Van had another mission to attend to, so after safely placing the sacred tree sapling, he hurriedly left with his team, leaving 2 newly appointed elders to guard the sapling's safety. Ova was bustling about, hastily directing the others to begin the ambitious construction of the Temple of Incantation. 2 Leaf Tribe members approached and reported, "Leader Ova, 3 Federation trucks are approaching. Should we intercept?" "No need, it must be Feng Heng returning. He must have acquired the White Frost Stone." Ova stood up from the magic array. "Let's go, we will greet him together." Outside the temple, several trucks gradually slowed down and came to a halt in an open area. The tribe members began unloading crates of ore from the trucks. Feng Heng jumped down from the piloting cabin and waved at Ova when he saw him. "Mission accomplished. We have got the White Frost ore." "Fantastic." Ova approached, and together they entered the Temple of Incantation. He said, "Feng Heng, we have made significant adjustments to the magic array as you suggested, but there are still some parts we are not entirely sure about. We are concerned we might have overlooked something during the reconstruction." "No problem, I will double-check everything." Feng Heng nodded lightly, carefully examining the entire temple. "Is it safe here? Are we at risk of being attacked by other tribes again?" he inquired. "Don't worry, it's very safe here. 2 elders from our tribe are personally guarding, and Elder Ven will also visit frequently. Besides, we are not far from our tribe's habitat. If any danger arises, reinforcements will arrive within an hour." "All right, good to know." "Feng Heng, there's another matter." Ova hesitated, sighing before continuing. "We have encountered a bit of trouble." Feng Heng smirked dismissively. Trouble was par for the course with the Tree Spirit tribe. Smooth sailing would be unusual. For instance, ever since he arrived, several Leaf Tribe members had been tailing him closely, their surveillance barely concealed. "What trouble? Is it Van?" "It's about the construction materials for the magic array and the temple. I have reviewed the material list and reported it to Elder Van. It seems that a significant portion of the required ore and the Leaf of Life cannot be provided by our tribe. We will only get a small portion of what we need," Ova explained with a sigh. He believed Feng Heng could handle the reconstruction of the magic array, but the deep-seated animosity toward humans within the tribe made it difficult for one person to change. "I can try to procure some, but there are also rare ores that humans don't have access to. Additionally, as for the Leaf of Life, I don't have any other sources," Feng Heng replied helplessly. Indeed, one essential resource for the magic array's reconstruction was the Leaf of Life. A small portion was required during the initial setup, and it would also be needed for maintenance in the later stages. It was no wonder the Leaf Tribe valued the Leaf of Life so highly. Ova felt indebted to Feng Heng. He had come out of his way to provide assistance, yet Ova couldn't even secure the necessary resources from within his own tribe. Ova made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "All right, Feng Heng, let's pool our resources together. You list out the ore you can acquire, and I will figure out the rest. I will make sure to get it done." "Okay," Feng Heng agreed. As they spoke, they entered the main hall of the temple together. Inside the main hall, a large magic array was inscribed on the ground. Feng Heng realized that Van's understanding of the magic array was only superficial. Van didn't grasp many basic principles of alchemy. It was like Feng Heng had a systematic education, while Van was simply guessing the answers based on the given solutions. He seemed to take things for granted without understanding the underlying logic. It appeared that the entire Tree Spirit tribe didn't have much knowledge of alchemy. So, the real task of setting up the magic array would fall on him. No problem. After all, he had the zombie clone to help. A significant portion of the basic magic array could be handled by the zombie clone, saving him a lot of effort. Feng Heng rubbed his wrists and walked up to the magic array. "Ova, setting up the magic array will take some time. Let's get started as soon as possible," he said. "Sure." Ova nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. "All right. What do you need me to do?" "Just help me clear out all the unnecessary personnel," Feng Heng replied. "What?" Ova was taken aback. Was that all? Ironically, he couldn't even manage such a simple task. Van was highly suspicious of Feng Heng and had specifically assigned several people to keep an eye on him. "Okay, then please ask them to keep quiet," Ova sighed. Soon, except for the 2 monitors and Ova, the hall was cleared of all unrelated personnel. Feng Heng stood in front of the magic array and took out a demon mask from his backpack, putting it on his face. Whoosh, whoosh. The magic array spun rapidly around Feng Heng. Over 20 lickers shot out from the magic array, landing on the ground and quickly forming flesh cocoons. Then, Ordinary zombies crawled out of the cocoons and began clearing and rebuilding the magic array inscribed on the floor. Chapter 2267 Surveillance. After calculating, Feng Heng found that the original magic array was full of loopholes, to the point where it needed a complete restructuring. So, he decided to dismantle it and start over. Ova watched as the zombies began to arrange the magic array, feeling a bit nervous. This was beyond imagination. Zombie creatures could actually assist in setting up the magic array? Ova took a deep breath, trying to calm his turbulent heart, and quietly observed from the sidelines. But, as he watched, a more and more perplexed expression appeared on Ova's face. He couldn't understand at all. Not to mention the ordinary people outside, even he, someone who had some knowledge of magic arrays, couldn't comprehend the new magic array set up by Feng Heng. It felt like after Feng Heng's modifications, the original magic array had completely transformed into something new. He was completely lost and could only conclude that it was a comprehensive giant-sized magic array. Time passed by, minute by minute. Several hours later, the main part of the giant-sized magic array had been roughly constructed. Feng Heng glanced at the sleepy Ova nearby. It was like doing a math problem. Couldn't understand anything. The more you looked, the more tired you felt. Ova, I can handle things here by myself. We are short on time. You can go help with the 2 magic arrays downstairs. The blueprints are in the box against the wall. Oh, okay. Ova, still a bit drowsy from being awakened by Feng Heng, stumbled over to the corner of the room where the box was placed. He opened it and took out several blueprints. A couple of medium-sized magic arrays. Relatively simple. Ova could understand about half of it with his abilities. At least he could manage to arrange them following the blueprint. Alright, I will take some people and get them set up. Watching Ova leave, Feng Heng scanned the hall again, glancing at the 2 Leaf Tribe individuals who were constantly watching him. Are you 2 planning to stay here? They exchanged glances. Elder Ven has ordered us to assist you throughout the setup of the magic array. Assist? Feng Heng retorted and shook his head. Assist, with these 2 who clearly didn't understand anything about magic arrays? Wasn't this just plain surveillance? Feng Heng sneered inwardly. He was willing to trust Ova and provide him with a chance to cooperate. But he wasn't willing to trust the Leaf Tribe. Considering the Leaf Tribe's consistent habit of burning bridges, he had to plan ahead. Alright, I suggest you both wait outside the door. The magic array fluctuations will be strong. Don't get hurt. Without waiting for the guards to respond, Feng Heng turned away, holding a crystal of cosmic ore in his hand. Swoosh. The magic array in Feng Heng's right eye pupil spun rapidly. Immediately after, the main body of the magic array in the hall was instantly triggered by the energy from the universe crystal. A force gathered, and concentric circles of energy rapidly dispersed from the magic array towards the surroundings. The 2 Leaf Tribe members felt the incoming energy impact, their faces slightly changing. The ripple of the magic array was unexpectedly several times stronger than before. And the energy fluctuations were peculiar. They could feel the oppressive force emanating from the energy fluctuations. Get out! Feng Heng coldly shouted, turning to the group. The energy fluctuations from your bodies are affecting my arrangement of the magic array. Leave immediately. Alright, we will wait for you at the door. The 2 Leaf Tribe observers could only concede and leave the hall, waiting outside. Finally got rid of the troublemakers. Once the Leaf Tribe guards had all left the room, Feng Heng used the additional skill of the Vampire King to create a Blood Shadow clone standing in place, then closed his eyes. To prevent encountering similar accidents, he secretly integrated several small space magic arrays into the giant magic array. With the help of these space magic arrays, he could easily teleport between different spaces within the Temple of Incantation. Whoosh! Spatial strength rippled, and Feng Heng's main body disappeared from the spot in an instant. The next moment, Feng Heng appeared in the 3rd basement area of the Temple of Incantation. Originally, this area used to be a living quarter, but after a series of modifications, almost every room in the Temple of Incantation was equipped with magic arrays of various sizes. The 3rd basement room was intentionally set up by Feng Heng. It was very well hidden, and access was strictly restricted. There were multiple similar rooms around. Around him, zombie clones under Feng Heng's control staggered towards the center. It took Feng Heng a full 5 days to construct the entire giant-sized magic array. On the evening of the 5th day, with Feng Heng's final stroke, the magic array was finally completed. Ding! The player has completed the construction of the giant-sized magic array. The current magic array has passed system verification. Phew. Seeing the game hint, Feng Heng let out a heavy sigh. Finally, it's done. With the system hint, a lot of hassle of double-checking was saved. Ova followed behind Feng Heng, surveying the magic array before him. The densely packed patterns made him a little dizzy. After Feng Heng's modifications, the large master magic array in the hall had been transformed into a supersized one. In addition, The magic arrays in various other rooms were even interconnected, forming a giant magic array network. Ova couldn't help but look at Feng Heng with a hint of admiration. Over the past couple of days, he had witnessed Feng Heng working tirelessly, pulling all-nighters, and devoting himself entirely to constructing the magic array. Putting his all into it. Their entire Leaf Tribe group was swept up in it too. Feng Heng, do you want to take a break first? No need, Feng Heng shook his head. He was feeling perfectly fine now, there was no need to waste any more time. They could proceed directly to the testing phase. Let's get started as soon as possible. Okay, Ova nodded, his demeanor also gaining some excitement. It was time for the next step of testing. To Ova, such a massive giant magic array network, which had taken 5 days of non-stop work just to build, would inevitably have problems when it came to ensuring flawless operation. According to experience, troubleshooting a magic array could take even longer. No rush. It was all part of the process. Discovering problems slowly, solving them. 12 Leaf Tribe members stood in various corners of the magic array under Ova's instructions. Ova placed a vessel of sacrifice in one of the slots of the magic array, then turned to the 2 newly appointed elders in the corner of the hall, nodding towards them. Elders, please. The 2 elders walked to the center of the magic array, placing the sapling of the sacred tree they had been guarding into another central slot. Feng Heng stood at the control position of the magic array, looking at everyone. Please follow my mental strength guidance and assist me in activating the magic array. As Feng Heng spoke, his hands quickly condensed 10 symbols in front of him. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Chapter 2268 Progress. At the next moment, the magic array activated, and a dark red light swiftly lit up around Feng Heng, spreading rapidly to illuminate the entire central magic array and then extending to the whole magic array. Inside the Temple of Incantation, the magic arrays lit up one by one, swiftly connecting and operating. Until the entire giant-sized magic array network triggered. Ova's pupil shrank several times in an instant, looking somewhat incredulously at the magic array before him. Could it be possible that it successfully operated all at once? Whoosh! 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 The giant-sized magic array completed its activation, and a cyan light once again blossomed. The 2 elders, the magic array has been triggered, please act quickly. The 2 chief guards released their control over the sacred tree sapling. At the next moment, the dimensional energy contained within the dimensional jar was swiftly drawn out. The dimensional energy levitated in midair. After being affected by the magic array, it was slowly absorbed by the sacred tree sapling placed at the center of the magic array. The sapling absorbed the dimensional energy, emitting a faint glow. The dimensional energy levitated in midair. After being affected by the magic array, it was slowly absorbed by the sacred tree sapling placed at the center of the magic array. The sapling absorbed the dimensional energy, emitting a faint glow. Success. It succeeded in just one attempt. Not only Ova, but also the 2 elders who had been guarding the sacred tree sapling were astonished. They could clearly feel that after the modification, the efficiency of the magic array activation had been greatly improved. Since there was only a small amount of dimensional energy remaining in the sacrificial jar, it was completely converted and absorbed in less than 2 minutes. No one could determine exactly how much the overall efficiency of dimensional energy conversion had increased. But it was definitely not low. It was estimated to be at least 3 to 4 times. To confirm the specific effectiveness of the magic array, they needed more dimensional energy. Under Feng Heng's control, the magic array gradually ceased operation. Ova immediately approached Feng Heng, his tone tinged with excitement, and asked, Feng Heng, how did it go? Any issues with the magic array? Well, the basic operation was fine. It's just that the testing period was too short just now. The magic array is still in the startup phase, and its efficiency is far from reaching its maximum. Many flaws and issues haven't been exposed during operation. Feng Heng nodded, scanning the people present, and explained, thanks for everyone's assistance. The magic array has been successfully activated. Next, we need to conduct more tests, which will require more dimensional energy. The 2 elders exchanged looks, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. It turned out that they had not yet reached the maximum efficiency of the magic array. Surprisingly, it was because there was too little dimensional energy left in the sacrificial jar, not enough for testing. Feng Heng looked at Ova. It's time to move to the next stage, to gather dimensional energy from a dimensional world. The teleportation magic array has already been integrated into the main magic array, and the white frost ore is ready. We can prepare to enter the dimensional world at any time. Great. No problem. Ova replied, excitement evident on his face. Progress was faster than he had anticipated. So, without hesitation, they pressed on. Continuing. Feng Heng, take a moment to rest. I will go arrange the manpower for the dimensional world expedition. and then we will immediately proceed to the next testing phase, Ova said as he hurriedly organized the team for the Dimensional World expedition. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Turning towards the entrance of the Grand Hall, they saw Van, his face grim, leading a group of Leaf Tribe guards into the hall. These past few days, the Leaf Tribe has been negotiating with the other 3 tribes regarding the seized temples and the imprisoned elders, and there have been several frictions during this period. Finally, under the mediation and deception of Great Elder Senzo and various clans, Elder Rudyard has returned to the Leaf Tribe. Once again, the major tribes have agreed on the boundaries of their disputes. If anyone crosses these boundaries, they will face joint resistance from the other 3 major tribes. Van had just rushed back to the tribe, and only after hearing reports from his subordinates did he realize that there was another problem at home. Ova. That kid. He had actually taken a large amount of rare ores and leaves of life from within the tribe without Van consent. All for the sake of this damn magic array modification experiment. Nearly half of the Leaf Tribe's accumulated warehouse had been emptied. Even including the extremely important leaves of life. It must be that human again who had persuaded Ova. Ova. When Ova saw Van storming in with anger, his expression changed instantly. Oh no. The cat was out of the bag. Originally, Ova had harbored a glimmer of hope. He knew that Elder Van, who didn't trust Feng Heng, didn't understand the magic array and was unwilling to risk the consumption of leaves of life and a large amount of ore. Therefore, he took advantage of the fact that Elder Van was not in the clan to take out the ores and materials in advance. He wanted to show the results to everyone after the modified temple passed the verification. When the time comes, all doubts will evaporate. Unfortunately, before the magic array experiment was completed, Van discovered the anomaly ahead of schedule. Elder, it's my fault. You happened to be absent recently, and the situation was urgent. The cultivation of the sacred tree sapling is of great importance. We couldn't afford any delay. Please forgive me. Ova immediately stepped forward, nodding in apology. Fortunately, we have completed the construction of the magic array overnight. At present, we just need time to verify it. Soon, within a day, we will be able to complete the operation of the magic array and confirm its status. Please, give us one more day. Van couldn't contain his anger upon hearing this, his face turning dark with rage. Was it intentional? Act first, report later? What did you say? The ores and leaves of life have already been depleted? Ova dared not answer. Instead, he bowed repeatedly, praying for forgiveness. Elder, the dimensional energy magic array has undergone preliminary verification. By modifying the magic array, the sapling's absorption efficiency of dimensional energy has been greatly enhanced. The next step of testing requires more secondary energy. We are already preparing to collect dimensional energy through the dimensional magic array. Please, give me another chance. We will definitely succeed. Suppressing his anger, Van turned to the 2 newly appointed elders in the room. The 2 nodded gently at Van. Elder Van, after preliminary confirmation, the efficiency of the magic array has indeed increased, but the time was too short. The magic array has not yet fully operated, and its stability is uncertain. They had witnessed with their own eyes the significant increase in the sapling's absorption speed of dimensional energy after injecting energy into the magic array. As for the final increase and stability, more testing was needed. However, the dimensional energy had been depleted by now. They needed more dimensional energy. Van glanced at Feng Heng, who had been standing on the side all along. Whoosh! In a swift movement, Van flashed through the air and appeared in front of Feng Heng, kicking him forcefully out of the way. Chapter 2269 Camp Bang. Feng Heng had anticipated the attack in advance, but even with his hands blocking in front of him, he was still kicked backward and stumbled back more than 10 steps. Huh? Van's strength seemed to have diminished? Feng Heng's mind raced. On the one hand, Van hadn't exerted his full strength, and on the other hand, it was related to the weakened power of the Leaf Tribe. It seemed that the damage to the sacred tree sapling had a significant impact on the Leaf Tribe. Humphrey. Van kicked out, finally venting his anger with a deep snort. Warning, human. I warn you, don't try any tricks again. Feng Heng, still contemplating taking advantage of the situation, slowly stood up without saying a word. Van then turned to look at Ova. This kid was too young and had been influenced by humans. He was no longer suitable to continue the mission. Now that Ova dared to freely extract the leaf of life and or resources within the tribe, what else wouldn't he dare to do next? Constructing a magic array would consume so many leaves of life? Who knew if Feng Heng was trying to swindle the tribe's resources under the guise of this opportunity? But now that things had came to this point, the magic array had already been completed, and to abandon it would be to waste all previous efforts. Let's give them another day. Van suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, from now on, the construction of the magic array will be overseen by St. Everything will follow St's arrangements. Ova was suddenly shocked and turned to look at St beside Van. He knew St too. St had always been Van's trusted subordinate, but St's understanding of magic arrays was too shallow. He only knew a little more than his peers. To let someone who knew nothing about it take charge. Ova pleaded again, "Elder, please give me another chance." After the testing of the magic array is completed, regardless of the results, Ova is willing to accept any punishment. "Shut up. Do you still think you haven't caused enough trouble?" Van glanced at Ova and continued, "Return to the clan with me, you will be confined for a week to reflect on your mistakes. When the Great Elder returns, you will explain to him personally." "Yes, Elder." Ova knew Van's temper and dared not provoke him further. He shrank his neck and accepted the punishment. "Let's go." Van waved his hand, indicating for his assistants to stay with more than 10 members of the Leaf Tribe while the others quickly left. St stepped forward a few steps, scrutinizing Fang Heng with a condescending gaze. "Fang Heng, I don't know what methods you use to influence Ova, but I am not like them. Don't try to play tricks in front of me. I will be watching you, understand?" Fang Heng thought to himself, the Leaf Tribe is still the Leaf Tribe after all. They are already preparing to burn the bridge before crossing the river. "If things are handled well, I will also strive to get what you want," St said, glancing at the magic array once again, then asked, "What's your next step?" "The magic array has been activated once, and we found a minor flaw that needs to be modified and perfected. Since we have depleted the dimensional energy used for testing, we need to go to the dimensional realm to obtain more dimensional energy. At the same time, we need to adjust the energy absorption magic array synchronously. I predict that this teleportation will take longer and consume more white frost stone resources." "More modifications?" St frowned upon hearing this. "Where will we get the white frost ore? Do we have enough time in a day?" "I have already prepared the white frost ore, and 1 day is enough," Fang Heng reassured St. "I suggest we find a lower-level dimensional world for testing." Since all the ore was provided by Fang Heng, St had no more concerns. He nodded and said, "Very well, let's begin as soon as possible. Remember, you only have 1 day." St waved his hand, indicating for the Leaf Tribe members in the prayer temple to continue preparing the passage for dimensional teleportation. Watching the Leaf Tribe members bustling with preparations for dimensional teleportation, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel excited. Next, he could prepare to test Abakuya's absorption of dimensional strength. An hour later, the teleportation magic array had been prepared. Including St, a group of 20 Leaf Tribe members accompanied Fang Heng. The magic array beneath their feet emitted a faint white light as it slowly activated. "Everyone, we are about to head to the Misty Land. Prepare yourselves." Buzz. Ding. The player enters an unknown world. Ding. The player's attributes are reduced by 2% due to the influence of the current world. Ding. The player has crossed the world boundary. The pursuit team dispatched by the Holy Realm will attempt to lock onto your position again in 9 + 15 hours, additional time due to the influence of holy weapon skills. Upon opening his eyes again, Fang Heng found himself in an area shrouded in thin mist. Beneath his feet lay a soft marshland. Looking around, he saw sparse forests covered in mist and miasma. The magic array slab. He found it. Fang Heng's gaze quickly focused on a large ancient stone slab to the right of the teleportation point. Under the scrutiny of St and his group, Fang Heng walked up to the stone slab, crouched down, and carefully observed the magic array inscribed on it. In Ova's eyes, St only had a slight understanding of alchemy magic arrays. But in Fang Heng's opinion, St was utterly clueless. St's main purpose on this trip was to keep an eye on Fang Heng and prevent any unusual behavior. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and seeing Fang Heng seemingly transfixed in front of the stone slab, St grew impatient and coughed lightly, asking, "Still not done?" He couldn't understand why Fang Heng was so engrossed in a piece of stone. "I was a bit absorbed in it, but it's almost done," Fang Heng said as he stood up and glanced around. "We need to set up a temporary camp here and then move the stone slab to the center of the camp," he continued. "What? We need to build a camp?" St frowned. "Fang Heng, this is the dimensional world. Every minute spent here consumes a large amount of white frost or energy. This was ridiculous. Setting up a temporary camp was pointless. Once the dimensional magic array was activated, countless native creatures would be stimulated and swarm toward them, affecting the camp. Moreover, white frost ore was a rare mineral, and they didn't have so much to waste here. Establishing a camp is necessary. Once the magic array modification is completed, we can replenish the white frost ore we have used," Fang Heng asserted. St fell silent, suspecting Fang Heng of some ulterior motive. Fang Heng thought it was just troublesome. If it were Ova, he wouldn't have wasted time explaining all this. Fang Heng's tone grew heavier. "St, are you questioning my decision and wasting my time? Please understand, the white frost ore used to enter here was provided by me. Without me, We wouldn't even be able to enter here. Every minute wasted here is wasting my ore. Chapter 2270. Collecting St was staring closely at Feng Heng, as if trying to ascertain the truthfulness of Feng Heng's words. Even though all the ore was provided by Feng Heng, the idea of setting up a temporary camp seemed utterly ridiculous. Feng Heng shook his head and no longer paid attention to St, reaching into his backpack to pull out a mask. Since St wasn't cooperating, he would handle it himself. SSSHH, SSSHH, SSSHH. As everyone stood there, the ground beneath their feet churned, accompanied by cries of anguish as a horde of zombie clones crawled out from the earth, dispersing in all directions. Feng Heng had summoned nearly 1,000 zombie creatures in this wave. St's expression grew grave. It was the first time he had seen Feng Heng summon so many creatures at once. What astonished him even more was that these summoned creatures actually took out their axes and began felling trees and gathering miscellaneous items like stones from the surroundings. This is... St quickly realized, squinting his eyes into slits once again. The zombie creatures controlled by Feng Heng were actually able to cooperate to complete some simple material gathering and construction tasks. A member of the Leaf tribe approached St and asked softly, "Leader, what should we do?" "Give him a day, see what tricks he can come up with," St said, continuing to watch Feng Heng's every move. "Go patrol the perimeter, and keep an eye on Feng Heng. Report to me immediately if anything unusual happens." Understood. With things at this stage, St and the accompanying members of the Leaf tribe also began to help in constructing the temporary camp. Meanwhile, Feng Heng opened the game control interface on the spot, remotely controlling some of the zombies for the next steps. The magic array belonged to the comprehensive category, and to improve efficiency, a camp was necessary. Most importantly, beneath the temporary camp, he would excavate the first, second, and even third and fourth layers of the underground domain. The morning light streamed into the forest, casting a faint blue mist in the air under its influence. A temporary camp was established in the center of the forest. It took Feng Heng more than 8 hours to build this camp. 3 floors above the ground and a whopping 4 floors below. Each floor had branch magic arrays arranged. During these 8 hours, St watched as the camp was gradually built step by step. The efficiency was surprisingly high. Due to the rushed construction, the camp structure was almost entirely wooden. To the tree spirit tribe accompanying St, such a structure seemed very fragile and needed careful protection. But there were advantages. As long as the shelter wasn't damaged, when they entered the Misty Realm again, the temporary camp would provide them with great convenience. Furthermore, the camp could be continuously reinforced later on. St had to admit that building the camp had its benefits. The Leaf tribe members worked together to transport the magic array slabs to the center of the temporary camp. Suddenly, St realized he had lost sight of Feng Heng and couldn't help but ask, "Where's Feng Heng?" He just finished setting up the magic array on a lower level. "The lower level?" "Yes." St frowned. "Come on, show me." Entering the lower level, St saw Feng Heng concentrating on arranging the magic array in the basement area. This time, Feng Heng also used a giant-sized magic array constructed using multiple magic arrays. The external construction of the magic array was done by the zombie clones. Simple small-scale magic arrays could be arranged by the Leaf tribe, and he only needed to modify them later. Even so, it was still a huge project. "Feng Heng, the slabs have been transported to the center of the camp as you instructed. When can we start collecting dimensional strength?" St asked as Feng Heng finished linking the last 2 magic arrays and saw St and his men entering. "It's almost ready. We can start preparing soon. The slabs themselves are too fragile. Modifying them directly might irreversibly damage the magic array. For safety, we will add magic arrays around the perimeter to expand the overall effect of the magic array. That's why we had to establish the camp," Feng Heng explained, pausing and looking back at St. "In other words, what we need to protect is the entire camp." St remained noncommittal and took a few steps forward, bending down to inspect the magic array Feng Heng had just finished setting up. He scrutinized it from top to bottom. Well, he couldn't understand it at all. But it sounded okay at first listen. "We will ensure safety. You don't need to worry." "How much longer until the magic array is complete?" St inquired. "If everything goes smoothly, no more than half an hour." "Good, I will wait outside for you." The air in the basement was a bit murky. St signaled for a few Leaf tribe members to continue watching Feng Heng and left with his people. Watching St and the others leave, a faint smirk appeared on Feng Heng's lips. He spoke the truth but didn't finish it. Indeed, building the camp could significantly enhance the overall efficiency of the magic array. Of course, he had a more important purpose as well. Another hour passed. After completing the construction of the magic array, Feng Heng carefully checked it again and, once confirmed it was flawless, gathered everyone on the ground floor of the temporary camp. 6 Leaf Tribe guards stood at the 6 starting points of the magic array. Everyone, after my modification, the dimensional energy absorption magic array will require more mental strength to activate. However, the absorption efficiency will be greatly increased. Currently, the magic array can be operated by up to 24 people simultaneously, Feng Heng explained. The operation of the modified magic array will be different from before, but don't worry, I will lead you through it. Just follow my mental guidance. With that said, Feng Heng looked at St. Well, let's get started, St nodded. At least up to this point, St couldn't find fault with anything Feng Heng had done. He was indeed focused on arranging the magic array. Soon, a Leaf Tribe member placed the sacrificial jar into the groove of the magic array slab and tightly held the Nature's Heart crystal in their hand. As Feng Heng injected his mental strength into the magic array, the entire array emitted a faint white light. The magic array quickly flowed. The surface of the Nature's Heart crystal in a Leaf Tribe member's hand subtly fluctuated. The magic arrays throughout the shelter immediately triggered. Under the influence of Nature's Heart, the dimensional energy bottle began to slowly absorb energy. St kept a close eye on the changes in the magic array and the sacrificial jar. It seemed that the efficiency of absorbing dimensional energy from the sacrificial jar was similar to before. Everyone, I will gradually increase the absorption speed of the magic array for external dimensional energy. Additionally, creatures in this world will be enhanced due to the accelerated extraction of dimensional energy. I predict that the number of creatures attacking the camp will significantly increase, so please ensure the safety of the camp, Feng Heng warned. You can rest assured, leave the safety of the camp to us while you focus on activating the magic array. Chapter 2271 Strengths didn't pay too much attention to Feng Heng's warning. After all, this was just a lower dimensional world. No big deal. Gesturing for his subordinates to leave the camp area, St began to prepare for the aggressive creatures that the magic array would soon attract. Soon, faint dots appeared from the mist surrounding the camp. These were the fog-hidden moths, unique creatures inhabiting this world. Larger than typical moths in normal dimensions, they used a special acidic liquid as their primary means of attack, often hiding within the mist to launch surprise assaults. Dealing with them was troublesome due to their ability to hide. However, now, a large number of fog-hidden moths flocked towards the camp, their presence no longer concealed as they buzzed loudly, losing their hidden effect. Whoosh! 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 Nature spells arrows streaked through the forest, swiftly piercing through the airborne fog-hidden moths. Unable to dodge, they fell one by one to the ground, taken down by the spells unleashed by the Leaf Tribe. For the Leaf Tribe, dealing with these low-level creatures was no issue. Often, a single arrow could penetrate through multiple fog-hidden moths. St glanced back at the camp. The structure was basic wood, with many gaps. Even standing outside, St could easily see Feng Heng inside, controlling the main magic array. At first glance, Feng Heng didn't seem to display any suspicious behavior. Once again turning his attention to the external battlefield, St couldn't help but furrow his brow. This wasn't his first time entering a dimensional world to gather dimensional energy. But today seemed different. The speed at which the fog-hidden moths appeared had noticeably increased. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large number of fog-hidden moths emerged from the mist, enveloping the temporary campsite with their buzzing sounds. So many. St raised his hand and unleashed a scattered arrow with his mental strength, clearing out a large area of the approaching fog-hidden moths. Bang! 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 St warned, be careful. There are a lot of fog-hidden moths. Don't let them get close to the camp. Understood. Meanwhile, Feng Heng and 6 other members of the Leaf Tribe were inside the camp, jointly controlling the dimensional absorption magic array. They were far from reaching the limit of what the magic array could activate. Feng Heng glanced at the Leaf Tribe guards outside. They seemed to be holding up well, able to endure the situation. Well, then let's give them a little more intensity. With that in mind, Feng Heng remotely controlled a zombie clone located in the basement area. In a secret room excavated underground, Feng Heng's blood shadow clone had already placed an empty sacrificial jar in the center of the branch magic array. Buzz. The sacrificial jar immediately emitted a faint light, starting to absorb dimensional energy. Almost simultaneously, the other 6 members of the Leaf Tribe who were controlling the magic array felt something and opened their eyes, looking towards Feng Heng. No need to panic. The magic array is advancing to the next stage, which will increase some mental strength consumption. These are all normal phenomena. Just continue to maintain the operation of the magic array, explained Feng Heng. Hearing Feng Heng's explanation, everyone calmed down and continued to close their eyes, focusing on operating the magic array. These Leaf Tribe members were just temporary recruits gathered for this purpose. Their understanding of the magic array was limited to injecting mental strength into it. The Leaf Tribe recruits didn't think much about it. After all, Feng Heng was the one who arranged and modified the magic array. If Fang Heng said there was no problem, then there was no problem. Meanwhile, the Leaf Tribe guards who were closely monitoring Fang Heng showed a serious expression. They exchanged glances. While they couldn't comprehend everything, they could clearly see the efficiency of the sacrificial jar absorbing dimensional energy. The improvement was significant. Effective. Amazing. This magic array was truly effective. Outside, St felt some pressure as the magic array accelerated its operation. There were too many. Fog-hidden moths swarmed out densely from the surrounding mist. The density of fog-hidden moths had increased at least threefold compared to before. And the number was still increasing. Although individual fog-hidden moths had low strength, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. As the enemy numbers increased, the mental strength consumption of the Leaf Tribe guards would also rise. They could hold out for a short time, but seeing the trend of the fog-hidden moths' numbers not decreasing but instead accelerating. Not good. If this continued, their mental strength recovery speed might not keep up. St realized he had overestimated himself a bit. Some Leaf Tribe members had already started taking pills to accelerate their mental strength recovery. St glanced back towards the camp and signaled to one of Fang Heng's subordinates who was monitoring him. The subordinate, upon meeting St's gaze, immediately left the camp and approached to report. How's the situation? Fang Heng is still operating the magic array. So far, I haven't noticed anything unusual, said the Leaf Tribe guard, admiring the operation of the magic array. He nodded and continued, based on my rough estimate, the modified magic array's absorption efficiency is about 5.5 times higher than before. 5.5 times? That much? St's pupils contracted suddenly. The speed at which various tribes absorbed dimensional energy didn't differ much. If their Leaf Tribe could increase the absorption efficiency by 5.5 times, it would be a huge advantage. St's breath involuntarily became heavier, and he nodded, saying, well done. Continue monitoring and observe closely. Yes. Turning back, St looked around again. The situation was becoming dire. The speed at which fog-hidden moths appeared was increasing. His mission was originally to prevent Fang Heng from causing trouble, but unexpectedly, it seemed he was struggling first. Should he go back and tell Fang Heng they couldn't hold out outside and ask him to wait? St felt a bit embarrassed. But a large number of densely packed fog-hidden moths were slowly approaching the camp. And their density was still increasing. The Leaf Tribe guards could fight from a distance without getting hurt, but once a large number of enemies approached, it would be troublesome. Just as he was thinking, St suddenly frowned. What was that? Behind them, the zombies that had gathered outside the temporary camp were now forming pulsating flesh cocoons one by one. Kai. 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 In an instant, lickers burst out of the cocoons, swiftly rushing out from each flesh cocoon towards the perimeter and pouncing on the surrounding moth swarm. While Fang Heng was controlling the magic array, he was also keeping an eye on the external situation. He knew the Leaf Tribe would likely not hold out, so he had already prepared to act in advance. But this time, it was a bit troublesome. And to make matters worse, they encountered flying creatures. Dealing with airborne creatures would require more effort from the lickers, which would waste time. Whoosh! 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 The group of lickers swiftly joined the front lines, leaping high into the air and pouncing on the fog-hidden moths, knocking them down from the sky. The fog-hidden moths flying towards the camp immediately diverted their attention to the group of lickers, beginning to attack them. Chapter 2272 Climbing the vine. Countless streams of acidic liquid sprayed from the fog-hidden moths' mouths, landing on the lickers and emitting a sizzling sound of chemical burns. Unfortunately, the effect was still limited. The attack intensity of the fog-hidden moths was low, and neither their stinging nor acidic liquid could truly affect the group of lickers. Their attacks were completely nullified. St, seeing the fog-hidden moths being blocked by the lickers, breathed a sigh of relief. He turned his head and glanced from afar at Fang Heng inside the camp. Lickers. Similarly, these summoned creatures were controlled by the same human. Individually, they were significantly weaker compared to St's tree spirit tribe, but their sheer numbers and formidable vitality made them formidable opponents. If it came to a fight, they would also pose a headache for St's tribe. No wonder Elder Ven was so wary of him. At this moment, Fang Heng was still controlling the operation of the magic array. Seeing the situation outside gradually stabilize, Fang Heng temporarily relaxed. Continue. Speed up the operation of the magic array. Hey, you guys. The several Leaf Tribe guards responsible for monitoring Fang Heng heard his call and turned their gaze towards him. Don't just stand there, come and help. Help? They glanced at each other. I am just standing here, what's there to monitor? Don't waste time, come over here and stand inside those circles, infuse your mental strength to accelerate the operation of the magic array. Listening to Fang Heng's words, they looked at each other, finding no immediate rebuttal. So, They silently moved forward and together infused their mental strength into the magic array. As the magic array accelerated its operation, the sacrificial jar's absorption speed of dimensional energy once again increased. Apart from Feng Heng, no one was aware that on the lower floor, the branch magic array was also accelerating its operation. Dimensional strength was being infused into the sacrificial jar at an accelerated rate. An hour later, the actions of the guards from the Leaf tribe had become somewhat stiff. Facing the vast expanse of fog-hidden moths obscuring the view in the distance, St continued to raise his hand, repeatedly releasing spells of natural energy arrows toward the front. Each dispersal of the natural arrows cleared a large swath of them. However, then even larger swarms of fog-hidden moths surged forward, filling the gaps. St had to admit, if it weren't for the wall of liquors blocking the fog-hidden moths' attack route, they wouldn't stand a chance against such density of them. Huh? St suddenly noticed the density of the fog-hidden moths rapidly decreasing. They stopped attacking the camp and dispersed in all directions. Retreating? Just as he was thinking, a guard from the Leaf tribe hurried over from behind, reporting to St, "Leader, the magic array has completed its operation and is currently inactive." Finally, it was over. Having continuously released skills to deal with the fog-hidden moth swarm, St felt his mind also growing a bit stiff. He couldn't help but turn back to glance in the direction of the temporary camp. The tribe members had all stopped the operation of the magic array and were taking a break. Continuous high-intensity operation of the magic array was also a significant drain on mental strength. Most of the guards from the Leaf tribe had reached their limit. How's the sacrificial jar situation? How much dimensional energy has it absorbed? Hearing about the sacrificial jar, the tribe member who came to report immediately showed an excited expression, saying, "Leader, the sacrificial jar has absorbed all the energy." What? St stared straight at the tribesman in front of him, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and asked, "Are you saying it's full?" "Yes, it's been confirmed. The dimensional strength inside the sacrificial jar has reached its maximum value." Maximum value? In just a short hour. This meant Feng Heng's modification to the magic array was extremely effective. Efficiency had increased by far more than just double. In the past, in worlds with lower energy levels, it would take at least 2 days to absorb the energy in a sacrificial jar to its maximum value. Even considering the time spent setting up the temporary camp beforehand, Feng Heng had only taken 9 hours to complete the absorption of one sacrificial jar. The efficiency was terrifying. "Let's go, take me to see." St hurriedly followed his subordinate into the temporary camp, personally inspecting the sacrificial jar and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. The sacrificial jar was in perfect condition. St glanced at Feng Heng standing next to the magic array and asked, "Feng Heng, is everything still going smoothly?" "Very smoothly." "In that case, for the next time." Feng Heng knew what St wanted to ask and nodded. "As long as the temporary camp's magic array isn't destroyed while we are away, we won't need to reconstruct the magic array next time, we can use it directly." Good. St was even more satisfied. With this, theoretically, it would only take an hour to charge a sacrificial jar. "Get ready, we will return to the Temple of Incantation immediately." "Yes. I still need to double-check the magic array, it will take 30 minutes. St thought for a moment and said, "Alright, we will return in 30 minutes. Then, everyone watched as Feng Heng left the temporary camp and walked outside. Facing the ground littered with foul-smelling limbs, Feng Heng slowly spread his hands. The blood and limbs of the hidden fog moths that had fallen to the ground after they died were pulled into the air, forming a putrid blood ball in the air. The ball of blood rolled and sizzled, and a bluish-white smoke rose in the air. Half an hour later, St personally escorted the sacrificial jar back to the temple. Soon, the sacrificial jar was successfully placed in the center of the giant-sized magic array. The two guardian elders couldn't help but be surprised. They had actually filled the sacrificial jar with energy so quickly? "Leader, we have sent someone to report to Elder Van. He is on his way. Should we wait for him to return?" "No need, let's proceed to the next test as soon as possible." St was somewhat excited. Cultivating the seed of the sacred tree was a great achievement. It seemed like he had stumbled upon a great advantage. Feng Heng,